Chapter 1 A Remembrance of Our First Meeting. After class Guanyuan's Fanering sudden Layatwasical from Jiku today marked the grand opening of a tech company, and the group of friends Hakuse to celebrate. Instructed Guanyuan to arrive first, promising to when Hiransa finished his business. Hakuse was on BGK's friend, Yusi Yuan, Aranon Chinese restaurant in was on for rich high prices, with on average a meal costing no less than 1,000 yuan. Upon arriving, Guanyuan stepped into the grand lobby on the first floor. A magnificent embroidered screen caught her eye immediately, its intricate needlework and vibrant colors utterly breathtaking. Their stern featured a traditional Daogong structure supporting the ceiling with exquisite and meticulous core throughout. The interior was entirely adorned in redwood. On an antique display case showcased Yusi Yuan's collection of exquisite porcelain and jade artifacts. The murals and tools, painted in traditional meticulous style, highlight the restaurant's elegancy and grandeur. In Guanyuan's words, it was simply expensive. As he passed through the lobby, she wanted to leave toward the third floor, when the doors opened. A server approached to guide her, but Guanyuan politely declined. Over the posterior, she hadn't at here Marifan Thanather school cafeteria. Navigating with ease, she headed toward the entrance of the private room. Just as she was about to push the door open, she overheard voice Sensei mentioning her name. Pausing for a moment, she stood silently at the intricate carved wooden door, listening to the half-dozen people inside gossiping and mocking her. She recognized each voice, feeling their word spears Harold Reedy Fragile heart. The people inside were real super rich skin generation elites from Uejojike's friends, childhood companions, and classmates. Keep an eye on the door GQ Barra later. He told Guanyuan to come first. Yusi Yuan reminded the group of gossiping ladies how are engrossed in their chatter. Chisara Jikeshik school classmate Flashida Noxing toward the cartable. Scrolling through Webun her phone, she couldn't help you to claim Jikesu called today. In list 10 years is in returning home. His smartech company is up and running and disnamai trending over Weibo. Jikesh childhood friend Jiang Yijo chimed in. Doya than Kejas twasted 5 years at Cambridge. His intellect is worth 10 of you. Recalling Jike's girlfriend, Chizayor popped into satisfaction as Langashido has become infatuated. Som Wylod saying, Yuri overthinking, GQ'll never bethatway. Somway, a close friend of Jike's famala companion, regarded Haimazanun attainable deal, far too extraordinary to ever be a silly one over. Chizire quickly retorted, what about the student girl Hefton brings along Guanyuan, what sure deal? Xin Fang, a neighbor of Jike's family, scoffed dismissively at just a fling. Do you think is serious? Their family has been single for 3 generations. Do you really think she can aspire to that? True enough, by heart that Jurlis an orphan, and her tuition is all net through part to Majib's. With Jike's family background, she should just take them a Neandrin. Chizire agreed. Songwai added, forget about Femistis Jike's just looking for a novelty, there is no way it would lead to marriage. As the women continued their chatter, Guyanli, who had been playing cards nearby, turned Hishia Dansade, stop speculating Asa want marrier. Asa was Jike's nickname, used bifamilian close friends. Guyanli had been Jike's friend since they were 3 years old, and his understanding of Jike was practically certified. Themaking Insede continued, and Guanyuan called Nolan Gerbet. These was not the first time Mesh had heard such remarks at times, they had been even harsher. She had one tension of confronting them silak the confidence dodoso. Feeling a deep sense of loss, she turned away and left the high-priced restaurant, where she would have to work for an entire writer to a 4-day single meal. Exiting Haokujai, Guanyuan wandered aimlessly. The winter chill had settled in Uezhou, prompting her to pull her trench coat tighter around herself. Memories of last summer's first meeting flooded her mind. It was a Saturday, and Guanyuan was working part-time at a clothing store in CG department store. Themernings in brightly, but Bethetami Hirsch offended. A torrential rain had begun to pour. Guanyuan had never made a habit of carrying an umbrella, but his downpour was proving difficult to navigate. She was wearing the store's uniform, a white sport-styled dress paired with white sneakers, while the dress goljit. The shows worry another matter she needed them to be ready for work the next day. Standing at the entrance of gate 3, she started blank Lyatharin, silently wishing for it to was up. Suddenly, a boy of about 10 dashed into the mold, splashing watery everywhere and drenching her white dress. Guanyuan felt embarrassed. The fabric was a late that's worried it might become a transparent. At that moment, adult figure in work pants and raincoat appeared before her, blocking Thurin with an umbrella. Through the fabric, she couldn't see him wearing a military green shirt over ITT, with broad shoulders and a slim waist, his long legs accentuating a shade. Guanyuan, at 1.7 meters, estimated he was at least 1.85 meters tall. Themon paused for a baffle faminuti under the umbrella. Suddenly, he took off his shirt and handed it to her, his voice clear yet melodious, tie it around your waist. Ruan Yuan stared at this long, slender fingers offering the shirt, momentarily frozen and unable to reach out. After a brief silence, he lifted the black umbrellas lightly, revealing a striking yet strong face. His short, tows-led hair framed high cheekbones, and his sharp, upward turned eye sparkled with depth. His nose was straight, and his lips were slight lightened, lending his sharpness to his well-defined features. Thoft dressed casually Inez imply at fresh outfit, he exuded an air of refined elegance, reminiscent of Fakir free Ayun master, brimming with nobility. He moved the shirt closer to her, a smile playing Gathy corners off his mouth. Take it to your dress a bit see-through. A Theman Shanafer dress being transparent, Ruan Yuan's face flushed crimson. Without overthinking, she accepted the shirt and tied it around their waist. Thank you, how shall I return it to you? Feeling somewhat flustered, she became inexplicably nervous. Theman continued to smile, offering her the umbrella again, to kite go home quickly. This moment would linger in Ruan Yuan's memory for days to come. Should later reflect the initial awkwardness and anxiety stemmed from a spark of infatuation. No, to precise, it was Marie case of attraction at first sight. Author's note. Reading is meant to be enjoyable, comfortable, and a way to pass the time. The characters' views in this story do not necessarily reflect those of the author. This chapter has just been updated barring special circumstances. I will ensure daily update of 4000 words. If I like it, please follow the author and editoy or bookshelf. The author is sensitive, so if you dislike it, feel free to exit the book without leaving negative comments. If I haven't finished reading, please refrain from asking lyra tingit were 3 stars. Writing is no easy. Thank you everyone. Chapter 2 Jike. Having finished his tasks, G. Kemedy Hiswato how Kujai, 20 to 30 friends gathered there, their voice filled with praise and compliments. At a large round table, an array of exquisite dishes adorned the surface, with a special seat reserved for him. However, after greeting Jeverion, Henitist Ruan Yuan was absent and frowned slightly. Where's Ruan Yuan? His friend Guyanla replied, she has to ride. I thought she would come with you. G. Kopula dothis phony and eld her number, just as thikal was about to disconnect, Chef and Ali answered. Hurt nu was flat, im not feeling well im in me dorm. Knowing she've ten suffered from Medicis, G. didn't press themeter further, ill come pick you up after the dinner. Don't bother, I want to go to bed early. Ruan Yuan declined, not wanting to see him in her current mood. After hanging up, trapped her trench coat tight lie around herself and slowly walked toward the shul gate. After over an hour of walking, thievening wind aggravate her migraine. Up and reaching her dorm, her friend G. Silik had surprised. Oh, you're back. Didn't her Princio Fio your family have a grand celebration today? GC had been Ruan Yuan's rheumatism their freshman year, and they were extremely close. Shuasonav Tifio Hanu about Ruan Yuan and Jika's relationship. He have a headache, so I came back early. Ruan Yuan replied weakly, sitting on a stool beneath herbed. Gisijin later chid her for it. Your old ailment is acting up again, you should take a shower and get obed. Watching Ruan Yuan listless lie head toward the bathroom, Gisifelt puzzled shin later net to theater mitery twice a week. Why would she come back in such a celebratory day even if she had a headache? Ruan Yuan ways for the year student major in while redesign at Hagang University, with few courses left for the next semester. Her current schedule was particularly packed. Ruan Yuan had always been diligent in her studies. Namatura Bajir exhausted she felt, she had never missed a class. Her exceptional grade she dear net here a favorite position in thys of her teachers. Now the last class of afternoon had concluded, and Giseling ked herm with Ruan Yuan as they exited the classroom. My dad found me an internship facility assistant at GI Jewelry, starting after New Year. What a budio? What Schuld Sheplin, Ruan Yuan had already been accepted into the graduate program at the university. She had initially intended to apply to a few companies, planning to intern for half a year before pursuing her master's degree. But now she found herself hesitating. While she couldn't fully comprehend Jika's feelings, she understood them well enough. Hagen Yuan liked her, yet the likelihood of a payending siemad almost non-existent. If she stayed at Hagang University for masters, the ensuing complications would be inevitable. Without a clear outcome, should she continue? She fell into deep thought. The ideal of she earned for was not like these. Even though she loved Jiko, she couldn't afford to be reckless. With a faint smile, she replied, I don't know why till figure it after New Year. Suddenly, Kerfan arang Jikeskel was always punctual. Ruan Yuan thought to herself that Jike could probably recite her class Jejalebi heart. Sheen sweared with a smile. I just finished ed class. Come out, Jike's voice was straightforward and direct. Up and exiting the school, she spot the familiar black G-Wagon parked about 100 meters to the left of the entrance. Ruan Yuan slung her linen shoulder bag over her shoulder and got into the car. Gikeskes had been fickat on her since she left the Schulgate, Hegenly Pincher Churchik, asking, does your head still hurt? Ruan Yuan shook her head, I feel much better after a nap. Thence headed with Esmold haven congratulate Dayu Yedin your grand opening, boss G. As Gikestar Ted Thakar, Hegland stathered to late for Tate what were you doing yesterday? Ruan Yuan turned her head to Lucatham secretly admiring a handsome face, how sheen that the past version of herself ohadon spassesidum. Noticing her gaze, Giket chuckled watery a grinning about, let's go home for dinner if we order adore favorite dishes. Alright, I wonder if Exy and battery uppy our sofa last night, Ruan Yuan suddenly recall a this golden retriever. Even if she didn't spend the night, Ruan Yuan would usually take the Timatoa kiss dog but she hadn't felt up to it last night. In just 5 minutes, de arrived at residential complexni ar the university ithikar pulled into the underground garage and naturally took her bag wrapping an arm around her shoulders they walked to the elevator together. The 12th floor arrived in an instant. This twa bedroom apartment was on Jika Hajona ta great lengths to acquire after they started dating. The fort was considerable because the complex had been completed near late years ago, with although it's already occupied. This particular apartment had been beautifully renovated for several years but had remained uninhabited. Though Jiki was not entirely satisfied with Thedker, it was to Lanewom and Livingther felt comfortable enough since they had moved in, they had replaced all the furnishings and decorations. Ruan Yuan, having grown up in Simeonilshom, had no particular demands regarding these matters. Jike, on the other hand, was a master of daily criticism. If you weren't concerned about the time required for renovations, he would have a demolished the place and rebuilty. The apartment was 110 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and 2 living areas. The only used in a bedroom, while it he other served as a study and dressing room. As they entered, the first thing that caught the eye was a handcrafted lambskin sofa had looked incredibly expensive. Its minimalist design was complemented by a soft, delicate texture. After using it forever Ruan Yuan truly believed in saying that is what you pay for. Thedning room and living room were interconnected, with a square metal dining table placed in the center, surrounded by 4 chairs. The overhead chandelier cast a soft glow, illuminating every corner of the room. The entire apartment was decorated simply, yet the furniture was anything but ordinary. For Jikito settle here elevated this 2 bedroom unit in wings. After a while, their golden retriever Exy and Bob finally ambled out from the balcony, clearly less enthusiastic since hadn't been walked the previous night. Ruan Yuan patted its furry head and smiled, it was me fault last night I want let it happen again. After dinner, I'll take you for a stroll in the park. Exy and immediately wagged its tail, seeming to understand her words and forgiving her instantly. Thus began their daily routine, with Exy and Bath following Ruan Yuan wherever she went. As she walked into the bathroom with her pajamas, Jike seated on the sofa, noticed the dog preparing to follow her in through metallic decorations and the background wall. He quickly called out, Exy and Bob, come here. Thedog reluctant like trotted over with droop and jeers. Jike, with a stern expression, lifted its ear, saying, how many times Sheva told ya, you're not allowed to go into the bathroom with her. Thedog didn't argue back after all, Ike would still follow her next time even if the mistress Navirla Titan, lying by the door was good enough for it. Before long Ruan Yuan emerged from the bathroom fragrant and refreshed, and sat beside Jiko, while Exy and immediately settled at her feet, sniffing there. Jikeza aside his stable tan pulled onto his lap. He gently tucked her long hair behind her, kissing her cheek. Any plans for New Year's Day? Ruan Yuan raised any brow. Where are we going? Theory planning to go to Dongcheng to see the snow. Jika replied, Buthish did unconsciously begun to slip beneath her clothing. Chapter 3 Harmony Yuan recalled that group of affluent second-generation youths, and an instinctive sense of rejection surged within her. Nevertheless, she spoke delicately, you all go ahead, with exams approaching, I wish to utilize the holiday for diligent revision. Upon hearing this, Jika furrowed his brow slightly, biting her lip in mild discontent, his arms encircling her tightly. This prince, his domineering nature only revealed itself after he afforded her a semblance of choice. His long, articulate fingers deftly began to unfasten her buttons, his voice low and seductive, the plane has already been arranged. At the moment the fabric was undone, Yuan felt a wave of resistance at his intimate touch for the first time. To her, Jiko was akin to a lethal poison. She was acutely aware that she could no longer afford to remain ensnared, yet, in such matters, did she truly possess any authority over her own fate? Jiku was perpetually both affectionate and assertive when it came to their intimate encounters. He clung to Yuan, fervently entwining with her again and again, surrendering to passion. The doorbell had rung an hour prior. Jiko, clad in drawstring lounge pants and bare-chested, went to the door to retrieve their takeout. The meal, delivered from a private kitchen, consisted entirely of Yuan Yuan's favorite dishes. After arranging the food, he entered the bedroom to fetch her. He lifted her, still wrapped in the blanket, his tone laced with reproach. You didn't eat yesterday, did you? The 2 pounds on your belly have all been starved away. Yuan Yuan, already slender, felt as though his hands measured her more accurately than a ruler. Having been thoroughly exhausted by his antics and having only fallen asleep in the early hours of the morning, all she wished for now was to rest. Burrowed beneath the covers, she mumbled incoherently, I'll eat after I wake up. Be good, eat first, then sleep, Jika said, noting her fatigue, his tone softening with patience. Yuan Bao, listen to me. How could Yuan Yuan resist his coaxing? She obediently opened her eyes, extending her delicate arm, awaiting him to drape her in a nightgown after a hearty meal. Sleep was now a distant prospect. The two set off in the car, accompanied by their dog, to stroll through a nearby green park. The park's winding paths meandered through lush trees and blooming flowers, the ground paved with cobblestones. Simba, with his gentle demeanor, adored outings. He dashed excitedly into the meticulously trimmed shrubbery, his agile form darting across the grass and between the bushes, sending leaves fluttering. When encountering other canine companions, his enthusiasm soared as he joyfully bounded over, engaging in playful pursuits. Yuan Yuan and Jika sat on a park bench, observing the boisterous golden retriever. Yuan Yuan's voice was soft and unhurried. Aren't you busy today, arriving so early to wait for me? Jika cast her a sidelong glance, though his tone was less than pleasant, his words invariably brought her joy. He replied lazily, Who was it last night that claimed to feel unwell and forbade me from coming to pick you up? If I don't come early today and you're upset, who will console you? To be frank, as a boyfriend, Yuan Yuan would grant him a score of 99, deducting 1 point simply to keep his pride in check. Before Yuan Yuan could respond, Jika continued nonchalantly, I'll be quite busy before New Year's. My mother has returned, and my father is keeping a close watch on my position at home. They worried I'll be preoccupied with my new company. I'll just clock in for a few days to free up some time to take you to Winter City. Yuan Yuan nodded slowly, all right. What's the matter? Does your head still hurt? You seem rather indifferent towards me? Jika placed his palm against her forehead, sensing her unusual reticence today. Yuan Yuan slightly lifted her eyelids to meet his gaze, unwilling to divulge the truth. She conjured a flimsy excuse about her lack of sleep. Not at all, I'm just a bit drowsy. Jika continued to stare at her unblinkingly. Her eyes were elongated, with upturned corners, deep-set sockets, a straight nose, and thin lips that were nonetheless distinctly shaped. Yuan Yuan possessed a quintessential oval face, her features both exquisite and three-dimensional. She exuded a youthful charm, tinged with a hint of exotic allure. Jika was infatuated with her beauty. Yuan Yuan was the most stunning woman he had ever encountered without makeup. From the very first meeting, she had captivated his gaze. Consider Jiko, the sole heir of the Ji Chuan group, showered with affection and privilege. His upbringing, the circles he frequented, and the individuals he interacted with were all of the upper echelons. Naturally, his status attracted numerous beautiful socialites, yet, the only one who had captured his heart and held his gaze since their first encounter was Yuan Yuan from early summer last year. Observing him lost in thought for a moment, Yuan Yuan's lips curled into a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she asked, Silly, do I look good? Jika snapped back to reality, blurting out, You're the kind of beauty one never tires of looking at. Having said that, he leaned in to kiss her lips. Yuan Yuan tilted her head back, unable to suppress a fit of giggles. She playfully chided, You're merely infatuated with my exterior. What will you think when I grow old and my face is lined with wrinkles? Jika seized her hand, a roguish smile gracing his face as he replied, I am indeed bewitched. Even when busy, my thoughts wander back to you. He always skillfully sidestepped discussions of the future, and Yuan Yuan had grown accustomed to it. She found no desire to continue their frivolous banter, knowing he would never tire of his pursuits. Rising from her seat, she called for the now missing golden retriever, Simba. Upon hearing her call, Simba dashed joyfully towards her. Yuan Yuan's calls were seldom repeated. Regardless of what he was engaged in, Simba would always come running at the first opportunity. Jika swiftly grasped Simba by the scruff of his neck just as he reached Yuan Yuan. Observing the dog covered in leaves and dirt, he grimaced, Stay away, look at this mess. Yuan Yuan, however, was not bothered in the slightest. She would often take him for walks after school. Occasionally, she would even handle the chore of bathing him, yet Jiko was quite averse to Simba being overly affectionate with her, perhaps fearing the mud would transfer onto him or perhaps feeling jealous of the dog's attention. When Yuan Yuan inquired about it, he responded with an air of entitlement, "If he gets you dirty, it indirectly sticks to me." Simba, the golden retriever, was a puppy Jiko had brought back upon his return to the country. He had been raised at his family's old residence, merely a few months old at the time, and not even half the size he was now. Jiko had been quite concerned about him but was reluctant to stay at the old house. After moving in with Yuan Yuan, he naturally brought Simba along. Yuan Yuan remembered how he had doted on Simba at first, but as time went on, his fondness seemed to wane. Simba, now unable to leap towards Yuan Yuan, looked up with a pitiful expression, whimpering softly that he could endure Jiko's disdain but could not tolerate being kept from Yuan Yuan. Jiko, however, stood firm. He promptly leashed Simba and called the pet care center to arrange for a bath. Yuan Yuan acquiesced, feeling excessively fatigued and disinclined to return to serve the needy dog. Upon returning to the apartment, they washed up and lay on the bed. Yuan Yuan quickly succumbed to drowsiness, while Jiko's hand was still stirring up trouble. She grasped the mischief-making hand beneath the covers, her voice weak as she murmured, "Boss G, perhaps you should ease off a bit. I am truly exhausted." Jiko pressed closely against her back, gently nibbling her shoulder, his tone earnest, "You might not see me for a week. I have to stay at my old house for a few days." "Aren't you concerned?" Yuan Yuan jolted awake, turning to look at him. "Your mother has returned?" "Didn't I just tell you, let go, Yuan Bao, I just want one more time." Jiko had returned to savor the anticipated benefits of the coming week. He would not easily relent. Yuan Yuan frowned slightly, her expression both charming and endearing. She attempted to push Jiko's hand away but found herself utterly lacking in strength. Jiko took the opportunity to hold her even tighter, his lips brushing against her earlobe as he whispered, "Yuan Bao, just once." His voice was deep and magnetic, laden with irresistible allure. Yuan Yuan's cheeks flushed, her heart conflicted. Despite her resistance, she found herself unable to withstand his tender advances. Jiko's hand began to wander over her body, each touch igniting a spark that warmed her gradually. He kissed her neck gently, the soft sensation causing her heartbeat to quicken involuntarily. She gasped slightly, wanting to refuse, yet becoming increasingly lost in his fervor. Jiko's kisses grew more fervent, his hands daringly exploring her form. Yuan Yuan trembled slightly, fully aware that she could not resist his charm, yet silently lamenting her predicament. Their relationship seemed perpetually fraught with an irresistible allure and contradiction. Jiko turned her to face him, their eyes locking. His gaze brimmed with affection and desire, stirring something within Yuan Yuan. He gently kissed her lips, their soft connection enveloping them both in a haze of enchantment, their bodies intertwined, as though they sought to merge their very beings. In that tranquil night, they were enveloped in each other's warmth and passion, oblivious to the world's troubles. Yet, deep within Yuan Yuan lingered a thread of unease. She remained uncertain of where their future would lead. But in this moment, she yearned only to revel in Jiko's love, even if it was merely a fleeting happiness. Chapter 4 of the Diamond Level. Prince Jiko and Yuan Yuan have cohabitated for a year and a half. During this period, they spent at least 5 days a week together. Such instances of being apart for an entire week, aside from the spring festival and the time when his mother, Ms. Ko, returned to the country, were quite rare. The following day, Yuan Yuan had a class at 8 o'clock. When she awoke, Jiko was still lost in slumber. This boss G was notoriously late to arrive and early to leave. After all, he was the boss and enjoyed indulging in his whims. Yuan Yuan rose quietly and, before departing, thoughtfully prepared a sandwich for him, leaving it on the dining table along with a note, "Please have the pet center return Simba by 6 p.m. I will be waiting at the community gate. Boss G, try not to miss me too much." When Jiko finally awakened, it was precisely 10 o'clock. Nothing of great import occurred. His biological clock had always favored late nights and late mornings. As he brushed his teeth, he wandered into the living room in search of his tablet, only to notice the note on the sandwich at the dining table. He casually tore it off and, upon reading the message, even the foam in his mouth could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. Habitually, he tossed the note into the drawer of the dining table and continued to the bathroom to complete his morning routine. Jiko was indeed quite busy. He oversaw a hotel and an internet company under the Ji Chuan Group. The hotel operated on a well-established model, and he merely made weekly appearances. However, he was more invested in the internet company, as it piqued his interest and aligned with his expertise. Whenever he had the chance, he would visit the company almost daily. Aside from the regular Monday meeting, he would generally wake up naturally during work hours. Over the past 6 months, most of his focus had been on his newly established technology company. After all, it was a labor of love, and a little favoritism was only natural. Upon exiting the apartment, he drove the black G-Class straight to the Ji Chuan Group headquarters. He had partied rather late the previous night and had completely forgotten about the meeting at the group company that day. The Ji Chuan Group was named after his great-grandfather's birth name. In that era, his great-grandfather amassed wealth through dock shipping, later expanding into freight shipping, gemstones, real estate, hotels, and more. His father added a touch of internet technology to the mix. Thus, Ji Ke was not only a wealthy scion but also the sole heir, with no rivals for his family's affections. Coupled with his mother's shares in the Ku family, their assets were indeed vast and almost incalculable. The high-level meeting concluded at 11 o'clock, and Ji Ke sauntered into the chairman's office just as it finished. His grandfather, Ji Zhengxian, had fully retired 2 years prior. With only one son, it was inevitable that he would pass the mantle. He could enjoy his retirement while still in good health. As Ji Ke's father, Ji Hong, entered the office after the meeting, he noticed his nonchalant son lounging on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. He quickly approached, snatching the phone from Ji Ke's hands, exclaiming sternly, "Why don't you just come in at mealtime?" Ji Ke looked up at his father lazily and replied, "The meeting doesn't concern me. It's more convenient for you to discuss matters with me in the office." Ji Hong felt a surge of frustration. He had dedicated 30 years of his life to the group, only to have a son who excelled in sloth. Where had all that elite education gone? He struggled to maintain his composure and the dignity of a chairman, not wanting their every encounter to end in conflict. Lowering his voice, he said, forget it. Don't make me lose my temper at the company. Return to the old residence tonight, your mother is back." Receiving the signal to retreat, Ji Ke reclaimed his phone from his father's grasp, a smile playing on his lips. "Then I shall not be an eyesore." Today, Ji Ke donned a tailored black leisure suit, favoring casual wear over a shirt, often opting for a plain white or black tee underneath. Though informal, he exuded an air of aristocratic charm. With his striking looks and physique, it would indeed be a pity if he were not a dandy. Yet, he was not. Ji Ke had always excelled academically, even skipping grades in middle school. He graduated high school at 17 and enrolled in the Judge Business School at the University of Cambridge for a combined undergraduate and master's degree. In 5 years, he completed his Master of Business Administration and earned a bachelor's in software engineering. Graduating at 22, he was compelled by his family to return to the country after a year of entrepreneurship in England. Though Ji Ke was raised in a privileged, elite environment, he possessed a rebellious streak. He disliked constraints and cherished freedom, refusing to be bound by rules, and nonetheless, he adhered to his own principles and boundaries. He believed that as long as he did not violate laws or moral standards, he could act freely, with satisfactory outcomes being the ultimate goal. His attitude towards work reflected this philosophy. While he might arrive at 10 o'clock, he never neglected his responsibilities. His seemingly carefree demeanor belied a consistent record of excellence. Consequently, both the senior management of the group and the elder members of his family were exasperated yet affectionate toward him, utterly at a loss as to how to manage him. As he strode through the top-floor office lobby, his long legs carried him past a throng of secretaries and executives who dared not breathe too loudly, yet their eyes frequently darted toward him. After all, he was a diamond-level heir. Not only did he possess the fortune of good birth, but he was also exceedingly handsome. Ruan Yuan received a call from her childhood friend, Lin Zhou, as her class concluded. She answered with a smile, "Where have you been these days?" Lin Zhou's lively voice crackled through the receiver, "I've been in the capital, just doing some minor roles." Lin Zhou, Ruan Yuan's childhood friend, had plunged into the entertainment industry after completing 3 years of art school. 2 years had passed, but she had yet to achieve significant success. Growing up together, Ruan Yuan and Lin Zhou shared a bond akin to that of sisters. Ruan Yuan couldn't help but lament, "I miss you so much. When are you coming back for the new year?" Lin Zhou replied with a hint of exasperation, "This entertainment industry is incredibly tough. I also wish to return and relax, but alas, the conditions do not permit." She continued, "By the way, I have something important to discuss. The Chuxin Jewelry in Yuezhou needs a hand model to shoot a new jewelry collection for their sales brochure. How about you give it a try?" Since her relationship with Ji Ke began, Ruan Yuan had been explicitly prohibited from taking on part-time jobs, though she was allowed to submit jewelry design sketches. A hand model role, which did not require showing her face, was something she could consider. Ruan Yuan responded, Chuxin Jewelry should be reputable, right? Do they sign contracts? Lin Zhou was well aware of Ruan Yuan's situation with Ji Ku. She assured her, you can rest assured, such a large company will definitely have a contract. They would be more worried about you causing trouble for them. As long as a contract was in place, Ruan Yuan replied, I can give it a try. Lin Zhou added, I wouldn't let you be on camera. It's just a way to earn some pocket money. If your hands get selected, you could earn 10,000 for a day's work, quite a bargain. Ruan Yuan readily agreed. After all, where else could one find a day's wage of 10,000? It was always good to save more money. Alright, I'll treat you to a grand meal when you return. Lin Zhou responded, I'll finish filming this project before the new year. I should be back in Yuezhou for at least half a month. Last year, Ruan Yuan spent the new year alone in her apartment. Hearing that Lin Zhou would be returning to Yuezhou this year, a smile crept across Ruan Yuan's face, her heart filled with anticipation. She could almost envision the joyous scenes of celebrating the new year with Lin Zhou, and that warm image lifted her spirits immensely. Author's note: if you enjoy this story, please add it to your bookshelf. You can wait until it's fully published before reading. The previous book has concluded. Feel free to check it out. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 5. The Ji family. After hanging up the phone with Lin Zhou, Ruan Yuan and GCI had already arrived at the school cafeteria. The two selected a few home-cooked dishes at the serving counter and subsequently settled down in a corner of the hall to enjoy their meal. Their classmate and friend from the same major, Chen Su, approached with a tray and took a seat opposite them. GCI and Chen Su had been high school classmates and now attended the same university, albeit in different classes within the same major. During their university years, they frequently participated in various campus activities together, and Ruan Yuan had also become quite familiar with him. GCI inquired of Chen Su, is there any issue with your study abroad application? Chen Su replied, not really, I'm just waiting for my IELTS results. Ruan Yuan, intrigued, asked, which school are you applying to? Chen Su, somewhat bashful, responded, Central St. Martin's in the UK. This prestigious institution places a strong emphasis on innovation and originality, providing top-tier internship opportunities with renowned jewelry brands. While it does value commercial aspects, it does not constrain students, instead encouraging them to explore their inner inspirations and showcase their unique creativity and imagination. This was Ruan Yuan's dream school, and filled with envy, she couldn't help but exclaim, I wish I could go too. Let's apply together. I just submitted my documents, Chen Su replied without a moment's hesitation. The thought of studying abroad alongside a friend was indeed a delightful prospect. GCI turned to Ruan Yuan, do you think he will agree? Recalling Ji Ku, Ruan Yuan sighed softly, I'll think about it. Chen Su continued, you've already passed your IELTS, and with your portfolio and the school's recommendation, it would be quite easy for you to be accepted. Ruan Yuan asked again, what about the expenses? If we save a bit, 600,000 yuan should suffice for 2 years. We can also take part-time jobs and create more works to submit. Chen Su articulated logically. Given Ruan Yuan's interest, he naturally hoped they could go together, especially since he had never thought highly of her relationship with the prince of the Ji family. With this small spark ignited, during her afternoon rest in the dormitory, Ruan Yuan deliberately checked the balances on her cards. Over the past few years of part-time work, she had saved around 50 to 60,000 yuan. In the 2 years spent with Ji Ku, the 300,000 yuan her mother had transferred for living expenses had remained mostly untouched. Surviving for a year was feasible, but accumulating 50,000 yuan would provide a more secure cushion. Other miscellaneous expenses could be managed later through part-time work. After arriving, after calculating the balances, Ruan Yuan was suddenly struck by her own actions. Was she really considering going abroad? What would happen to Ji Ku? Should she drag him along or break up? Would he consent? Ruan Yuan felt anxious and conflicted, unwilling to delve deeper into her thoughts. The truth was, she simply couldn't bear to part ways. Perhaps she should earn more money while she still had the chance. Having financial resources would grant her greater freedom of choice. In reality, Ji Ku had given her a card, the balance of which she was unaware. Initially, she had no intention of using it, but Ji Ku had insisted on linking it to her mobile payment. Thus, her daily expenses were covered by that card. Today, Ji Ku was particularly diligent. In the morning, he visited the group company to confront his father, and at noon, he gathered everyone at the Four Seasons Hotel for an impromptu meeting to review the recent operational status. In the afternoon, he remained at his tech company until 6 o'clock, overseeing the final adjustments of their upcoming educational robot, which bore the fruits of his labor and required his constant attention. At 6:30, Jika drove his black G-Wagon towards the old family residence. The G family's ancestral home was merely 10 kilometers from the city center, where the G Chuan Group was located, and was among the first Western-style villa complexes in Yuzhou. This villa, constructed in the 1970s, showcased the unique architectural style of that era. The building was designed with the then popular brick concrete structure, its walls smooth and solid. The red ceramic tiles on the roof were arranged neatly, imparting a traditional yet warm visual appeal. The grand entrance boasted a wide doorway flanked by imposing white Roman columns, which added an air of solemnity. Jika drove straight into the villa's entrance, where the courtyard was adorned with a variety of flowers and plants. In one corner of the yard stood a towering osmanthus tree, which would emit a delightful fragrance each autumn. The lawn was meticulously manicured, surrounded by numerous exquisite potted plants, creating a vibrant atmosphere throughout the courtyard. Since retiring, the elder Ji had taken to spending his days enjoying the flowers and tending to the fish, living a carefree and leisurely life. Before Jika could enter, the butler, Xiang Bo, approached with a smile. "We've been waiting for you. Today's dishes prepared by Ying Jia are all your favorites." Jika smirked at Xiang Bo. "Let's eat. Is my dad back yet?" Hearing his voice, Ji Hong in the living room immediately became irate. "You come back and expect to eat right away. Do you think this is a restaurant?" The elder Ji, leaning on his cane, shot a glare at his son. "You should cut him some slack, he might run off again." The affection across generations was never a mere platitude. The elder Ji had always been strict with his son but had never uttered a harsh word to his grandson in the past 25 years. The old man was eagerly looking forward to his beloved grandson spending a few days at home without driving him away. At that moment, Kumin's voice rang out from the dining room. "Dinner is ready, ACI, help your grandfather over." ACI was Jika's nickname. He had been born on New Year's Eve at 11 o'clock. When he was brought out of the delivery room, the New Year's bells were ringing. The elder Ji had remarked, "Precious one, as you bid farewell to the old year and welcome the new, let us call you ACI." Upon hearing his mother's voice, Jika did not respond. Instead, he assisted his grandfather towards the dining room. "Grandpa, I'll bring Simba back to keep you company for a few days over New Year's." The elder Ji laughed heartily. "Where have you been running off to? Why didn't you bring it this time?" "It would be a hassle, it's too cold in Winter City, I don't want it to catch a cold," Jika replied casually. During the summer vacation, he had taken Wang Yuan to the mountains to escape the heat, but she insisted on bringing Simba along, which had been quite the nuisance. The grandfather and grandson settled at the dining table. Jika looked at the woman before him, who, even at 55, remained capable, elegant, and beautiful. He called out, "Mom," though his tone lacked warmth. Kumin sat down with a serving platter. "Try this cheese fondue, your grandpa knows you love it and specifically asked me to prepare more." Jika nodded, serving himself a bowl and also dishing out a spoonful for the elder Ji. "Just one spoonful for you. You can't eat too much." The elder Ji chuckled heartily. In this house, he only yielded to his precious grandson. Min had long since grown accustomed to her son's way of interacting with her. Since Jika's 100-day celebration, their mother-son meetings had been few and far between, occurring on a quarterly basis. The Ku family was engaged in the financial industry, with banks and securities spread across multiple countries. The elder Ku treated all his children equally. As the eldest daughter, Kumin even held more shares than her brother, Kohanwan, and furthermore, her rather ethereal brother was an art enthusiast, consumed with thoughts of painting and sculpture. Chapter 6. To Mizka, the weight of such a significant burden rests entirely upon the shoulders of Kumin. The undertaking is indeed vast. The patriarch of the Ku family, in declining health, has long since relinquished authority and stepped back from the forefront. As the foremost executor of the conglomerate, Kumin bears an inescapable responsibility and duty. She feels an immense debt towards her only son. However, having spent half her life as a formidable woman, Kumin is hardly equipped to indulge in the whims of a child. She possesses neither the patience nor the time for such matters. Consequently, the estrangement between mother and son has grown into an insurmountable chasm. It has been 6 months since Kumin last saw her son, and she attempts to ease the tension by gently suggesting, "This new year, let us take Grandpa to Switzerland. While he can still fly, your grandfather misses you dearly." Jiku gazes at his mother, his feelings towards her exceedingly complex, entwined with respect, filial piety, and a profound emotional divide that seems almost insurmountable. In his childhood, he had yearned deeply for her affection, yet at 25, Jiku has long since come to terms with a more dispassionate outlook. Nonetheless, the upbringing he received instills within him an inability to refuse his mother. With a faint smile, he nods, "All right, please extend my regards to Grandpa and Uncle during your visit." Kumin's heart swells with joy, and she responds with a smile, "Very well. I shall await you in Switzerland for the new year." After dinner, the family appears to enjoy a harmonious tea session, yet, in truth, the couple remains inaccessible to Jiku's inner world. Jiku feels equally estranged from his father as he does from his mother. This couple, at the helm of the corporation, neglects even their only biological son, let alone the maintenance of their own relationship. Kumin and Ji-hong's marriage was initially a commercial arrangement orchestrated by others, devoid of emotional foundation, a union hastily formed. Coupled with their busy schedules, they have spent less than 3 years truly together over the past 30 years. Jiku has never sensed any love between his parents. To him, their union seems solely for the purpose of procreation. Upon Kumin's return, Jiku dutifully remains at the ancestral home for a few days, upholding the facade of familial harmony, a task he willingly undertakes. After refreshing himself, he initiates a video call with Ruan Yuan. It is nearly 10 o'clock. On the other end of the line, the petite woman, her long, sleek black hair cascading down, is nestled comfortably on the sofa in a cream-colored loungewear. Observing her drowsy, half-closed eyes, Jiku can't help but chuckle softly. "If you're heading to bed, remember to close the door." Before Ruan Yuan can respond, her dog, Xanba, hearing his voice, begins to bark excitedly. Ruan Yuan squints at the dog, a smile gracing her lips. "He understands what you say. You've trained a good dog," Jiku quips playfully. Ruan Yuan's voice is soft and languid. "That's your dog." Jiku, disinterested in discussing the dog's antics, simply murmurs, "If you're tired, go to bed. We can talk tomorrow." The barking of Xanba has extinguished Ruan Yuan's sleepiness. She had intended to inquire about his mother's return but hesitated, feeling it might be inappropriate. Previously, she had asked him, "Do your family members know about your relationship?" Jiku had replied, "There is no need to inform them." Since then, Ruan Yuan had refrained from further questioning him about family matters. He rarely mentions his family in her presence, and when he does, it is merely in vague terms. "My mother is back," the old man called, "my father wants me at the office," and then the conversation would abruptly cease. Ruan Yuan gazes at Jiku on her screen, lazily waving her hand towards the camera. "Good night, Boss G." The video call unexpectedly disconnects. Jiku had wished to gaze at her a little longer, but seeing her fatigue, he encourages her to rest. Over the past 2 years, he has seldom spent the night at the ancestral home. Having lived with Ruan Yuan for over a year, he has grown accustomed to the gentleness of her presence. At this moment, devoid of sleepiness, he opts to play a few rounds of games before retiring for the night. The following morning, the family awaits Jiku to join them for breakfast. The eldest son, having stayed awake until 3 the previous night, is unlikely to rise early. Ji-hong waits impatiently until 8 o'clock, his patience waning, and ultimately decides to head to the office. The old patriarch, having spent the most time with his grandson, has long adjusted to the latter's erratic sleeping schedule. He finishes his breakfast, reassuring his daughter-in-law, "Let him sleep, he simply prefers to rise later." The affairs at the company are well managed. Kumin has always held herself to high standards, leading a life characterized by health and routine. Now that her son has grown, she refrains from nagging him about every little thing, having previously allowed him the freedom to do as he pleased. Suppressing her own temperament, she shares breakfast with the old patriarch before retreating to her study to handle work matters. Jiku awakens at 11, perfectly timed to wash up and enjoy lunch. Had Ji-hong been home, he would surely have been infuriated. However, his mother, eager to mend their relationship, permits him this luxury. During lunch, Kumin articulates the purpose of her return. Known for her decisive and assertive demeanor, she tolerates minor issues but remains uncompromising on significant matters. Her son's name alone attests to this. "You'll be turning 25 this new year. Do you have a girlfriend?" she inquires directly. Jiku, taken aback, realizes his family has never pried into his private life, and his mother's words carry an unmistakable implication, yet he wishes to preserve the harmony he shares with Ruan Yuan. Maintaining his composure, he replies nonchalantly, "No. The vast family enterprise undoubtedly restricts his autonomy in matters of marriage. The old patriarch has already devised plans for his grandson and persuaded his daughter. With a smile, Ko-min remarks, then perhaps your standards are too high. Ji-ko remains silent, awaiting his mother's straightforward approach. Ke-min, eschewing any indirectness, states, you understand our family's situation. We no longer require a commercial marriage to bolster the family business, however, it is imperative that any potential partner can support you in the company. Ji-ko raises an eyebrow, prompting her to continue, so? With a smile, Ko-min adds, several granddaughters of your grandfather's old friends are quite remarkable, graduates of prestigious business schools. I have reviewed their photographs, and they are quite lovely. When you return to Switzerland, I could arrange for them to meet you, would that be agreeable? Noticing her son's prolonged silence, Ko-min supplements, of course, she must also appeal to you. We hope you can find a partner who not only captivates you but can also share the responsibilities of the company. Ji-ko scoffs inwardly, their own marriage is fraught with unhappiness, yet they seek to impose similar expectations upon him. In their minds, the inheritance of their respective family businesses reigns supreme. While Ji-ko harbors resentment, he contemplates how best to navigate this situation. His mother's points contain a semblance of logic, providing him with a choice, while also considering the interests of both companies. Should he confront her directly, he suspects even his grandfather would not come to his aid. Perhaps, for now, he could feign compliance, avoiding any commitments. Ji-ko relaxes his brow, offering a faint smile, let us see when I go. Observing his lack of dissent, Ko-min interprets this as acquiescence. Satisfied, she continues to serve him, contemplating the necessity of arranging several meetings, confident that one of them will surely capture his interest. Chapter 7 At the talent scout, Ji-ko intended to spend the week in familial harmony, yet his mother's words inevitably disrupted his tranquility. He feared that he might lose control of his emotions, causing discord within the household. Additionally, he was apprehensive about his mother discovering that he was already in a relationship, rendering visits to Ruan-Yuan awkward. Consequently, in the following days, he often rose late and returned home in the dead of night. He would remain at the office until the late hours, occasionally dining out with friends only to return to work until the early morning. Naturally, he maintained daily video calls with Ruan-Yuan, always taking the initiative to reach out first. He would tease her, saying, "You heartless little one, not a single call for me?" Ruan-Yuan would chuckle in response, "I was merely being considerate of your mother's presence." During such moments, Ji-ko would deftly change the subject or evade the topic altogether, and thus Ruan-Yuan refrained from pressing the matter further. After all, if calling him proved inconvenient, it would only complicate matters for both. These past few days, Ruan-Yuan had been thriving, preoccupied with her classes and revisions. In the evenings, she would take her dog, Simba, for walks around the apartment. Having nurtured him for over a year, their bond had deepened significantly. Even if she yearned to return to the dormitory, her thoughts would linger on Simba, making it more enjoyable to stay at the apartment with her furry companion. She missed Ji-ko dearly and often found herself lost in reverie, reminiscing about every moment spent with him. Yet, they both had their respective lives to lead. Today was Friday, the scheduled day for hand modeling. A couple of days prior, Ruan-Yuan had successfully passed the interview and secured her position for the shoot. With fewer classes on Fridays, she decided to skip one and hurriedly made her way to the location. Ruan-Yuan's hands were long and elegant, each finger exhibiting a smooth line, with delicate joints that were neither stark nor exaggerated. Her skin was fair, supple, and refined. The photographer praised her, saying, "Your hands are stunning even without lighting." As exquisite rings and bracelets adorned her fingers, every stretch and bend of her hands perfectly highlighted the brilliance and intricacy of the jewelry. The photographer commended the day's progress, noting the efficiency was remarkable. However, there was a small red mole at the web of her right hand. The photographer inquired of the design director, "What do you think? Should we edit out this mole in post-production?" The novice design director, Suli, was thoroughly pleased with the beautiful young model before her. With a pleasant demeanor and exceptional attributes, Ruan-Yuan's potential as a hand model was unmistakably promising. Suli scrutinized every raw image, pondering for a moment. "Let it be, it seems to add character." Ruan-Yuan's striking features, with a hint of mixed heritage, caught Suli's eye. She attempted to persuade Ruan-Yuan to model for some earring and necklace catalog images, but Ruan-Yuan, feeling hesitant, politely declined, citing discomfort in appearing on camera. Suli understood her perspective.
Not everyone relished the limelight. Noticing Su Lia's appreciation, Wang Yuan mustered her courage and self-recommended, "Director Su, I am also majoring in jewelry design and am currently in my senior year at Haigang University.
May I inquire if you are looking for design interns or accepting design submissions?"
Su Li was taken aback, not expecting this exquisite young lady to be in the same field. Having spent 20 years in the industry, she had risen from a humble university student to her current esteemed position, leading an exceptional design team. Her unique ability to recognize talent had brought her to this point. Never one to underestimate beginners, Su Li smiled and nodded. "Of course, as long as your submissions are accepted and copyright is signed, we would be delighted to welcome you." Wang Yuan was overwhelmed with joy at this unexpected opportunity, her excitement palpable.
"Director Su, I feel incredibly fortunate to have met you today. When would it be convenient for you? I would like to send my design drafts for your review." In the presence of Su Li, she felt like a child. Su Li, having walked the path from student to professional, found herself fond of this seemingly aloof yet passionate young beauty. After spending half a day together, they exchanged contact information. Su Li advised her to notify her assistant in advance to avoid any wasted trips and to come directly to the company to find her. As Wang Yuan exited the studio, she promptly dialed her childhood friend, Lin Jiu'er. She recounted the day's events, concluding with, "Jiu'er, you are my lucky charm." Lin Jiu'er shared in her excitement, fully aware of the challenges of earning a living in society. She emphasized the importance of seizing such a rare opportunity. However, she often had a playful rapport with Wang Yuan, and with a teasing tone, Lin Jiu'er quipped, "What else with lucky charm? Can you come up with something more sophisticated? But the lucky charm is an Olympic mascot."
Wang Yuan laughed heartily. Lin Jiu'er, recalling something her mother had mentioned a few days prior, asked, "By the way, I heard your brother got into some trouble recently.
Did your aunt tell you about it?"
Wang Yuan had indeed not heard a word about it. Her aunt called weekly but had never mentioned the incident. In a rush, Wang Yuan concluded her conversation with Lin Jiu'er and called her aunt instead.
Once connected, she directly inquired, "Auntie, what happened with Su Mo?"
Wang Wenshu responded from the other end, "Jiu'er must have told you, he is fine, don't worry." Wang Yuan understood that her aunt had always been protective of her, never bringing up troubling matters. Yet, in her life over the past decade, her aunt had assumed the role of a mother, genuinely caring for her. However, many times, her aunt bore her own burdens and hardships. The gratitude for raising her surpassed that of her biological parents, and Wang Yuan wished for her aunt to be free from worries and grievances. She pressed, "Do you consider me an outsider?" Wang Wenshu sighed heavily. "Your brother got into a fight during gym class, and the other boy's face hit the broken iron pole of the basketball hoop, requiring nearly 10 stitches.
Wang Yuan hurriedly asked, "And then?" "The scar on his face will require future cosmetic surgery. The other party is demanding 500,000 in compensation. After mediation, we settled on 300,000. The school owes 100,000 for the damaged facility, which means our family has to pay 200,000. Wang Wenshu said softly. Their family's financial situation had never been robust, and suddenly coming up with such an amount was challenging. They were currently scrambling to gather funds. Wang Yuan was well aware of her aunt's financial struggles and asked, "Auntie, how much more do you need?" "I haven't touched my living expenses for the past 2 years. Would 100,000 suffice?" "That won't do. You must keep your money for yourself. You are about to graduate, and you will need funds for renting a place and job hunting. I can't possibly take 100,000 from you. We will figure it out ourselves." Wang Wenshu firmly declined. Despite having raised Wang Yuan for over a decade, her mother had always provided her with living expenses. Wang Yuan was resolute and would not allow her aunt to refuse her offer. Knowing her aunt's bank details, she insisted, "Please don't be polite with me, let us resolve this issue first, and have Su Mo call me when he has a moment." After hanging up, Wang Yuan reflected on her aunt's home life and felt a deep sense of her aunt's helplessness. Married to a less than capable husband and dealing with a difficult mother-in-law, her aunt's salary went entirely to support that household, and she had never received a kind word at home. Yet, her brother Su Mo had always been well-behaved and sensible. It was perplexing how he could suddenly cause such a serious incident. It seemed she would have to find an opportunity to return home soon.
Chapter 8, A Journey to Winter City. After transferring 100,000 yuan to her aunt, Ruan Yuan deeply comprehended the significance of wealth. In the afternoon, she dialed the assistant of Su Li and arranged to bring her design drafts directly to the headquarters of Chuxin Jewelry on Saturday morning. That evening, Jiku initiated a video call. Ruan Yuan refrained from mentioning recent events, having already shared her family situation with him previously. However, regarding the unexpected incident and her submission to Chuxin Jewelry, she chose to keep it to herself. Her reluctance stemmed from a sense of inferiority she felt before Jiku, not wanting him to offer assistance after learning of her predicament. Moreover, she was capable of shouldering the burden of that 100,000 yuan. As for her submission to Chuxin Jewelry, it was driven by her desire to save money. She was acutely aware that graduation might signal the end of their relationship. The disparity in their social standings rendered the likelihood of enduring together exceedingly slim. Furthermore, Jiku had never discussed future plans with her. The lingering attachment she felt within her heart made it uncertain whether she could decisively make a choice, and time would tell. Recently, Ruan Yuan found herself ensnared in a dilemma between studying abroad and her reluctance to part with Jiku. Consequently, she was noticeably less clingy than before. Before concluding the video call, Jiku instructed, "The day after tomorrow evening, I will come to pick you up. We will be away for approximately 3 days, just bring some personal clothing. Winter City is quite cold, and I will arrange for my assistant to prepare warm attire."
On Saturday morning, Ruan Yuan arrived at the Chuxin headquarters via subway.
Chuxin Jewelry was a prominent entity within the jewelry industry, with stores scattered throughout the nation. Ruan Yuan held great confidence in her design drafts. Previously, due to Jiku, she had lived without financial worries, accumulating several years' worth of drafts at home without pressure. However, as graduation approached, she realized it was time to plan for her future. Fortunately, she had not become complacent due to Jiku. Whenever inspiration struck, she diligently persisted in sketching. When Su Li, the design director at Chuxin, perused her initial drafts, she was pleasantly surprised. Yet, her primary concern was, "These drafts haven't been submitted to any other companies, have they?" Ruan Yuan shook her head earnestly and assured, "No, aside from my boyfriend, no one else has seen them."
Su Li continued, "What industry is your boyfriend in? Is there a possibility of a professional conflict?"
She posed the question delicately, as the copyright of design drafts required careful handling. Ruan Yuan beamed, "I can assure you, he works in the technology sector and knows nothing about jewelry."
With that, Su Li felt reassured.
She remarked, "We will keep these initial drafts as a record. After I discuss with the design team, we will see which ones can be accepted."
Ruan Yuan nodded, sensing that Director Su was quite satisfied with her work. Su Li increasingly admired this young lady and inquired about Ruan Yuan's situation at school, candidly stating, "Ruan Yuan, would you be interested in joining us at Chuxin?" Since contemplating studying abroad, Ruan Yuan had lost the inclination to work in Yuezhou.
She responded candidly, "Director Su, I may continue my studies, but I greatly admire you and your team. I have always followed Chuxin's design products." Su Li understood her desire for further education. However, it was indeed rare to encounter such a beautiful and talented young woman. She expressed her desire to retain her, saying, "If you are willing, we can sign an agreement. You can join the company upon your return from further studies." The future was unpredictable for anyone, and Ruan Yuan hesitated. She attempted to negotiate with Su Li, "Director Su, I cannot foresee what lies ahead. If you find my work appealing, I can submit to you periodically." Su Li did not press the matter, and they reached a verbal agreement for periodic submissions. Exiting Chuxin Jewelry, Ruan Yuan felt a profound sense of relief. It seemed that her romantic relationship had indeed hindered her goals and aspirations. Before meeting Jiku, she had devoted herself to diligent study, working part-time weekly, and sketching daily, always dreaming of one day making a name for herself in the design industry. However, since being with him, her leisure time had turned into mere enjoyment, causing her to nearly forget her original intentions. Fortunately, it was not too late. On the night of her departure to Winter City, Ruan Yuan packed her and Jiku's personal clothing into her suitcase. The vehicle sent to pick her up was a Cullinan. Jiku owned many cars and occasionally took Ruan Yuan to witness automotive events, off-road races, championships, endurance races. She had accompanied him to them all. Although he claimed to enjoy them, he never considered participating himself, stating, "Life is too precious, I cannot afford to be injured." Jiku's assistant, Yifan, exited the vehicle to help her with her luggage. Ruan Yuan opened the rear door and entered the car, only to find Jiku inside, engaged in a phone call. She had assumed he had already arrived at the airport.
Upon noticing Ruan Yuan's arrival, Jika hastily wrapped up his conversation, pulling her into his embrace. With a teasing smile, he asked, "Did you miss me?"
Ruan Yuan remained silent, suppressing a smile. They had not seen each other for 6 days, the longest separation being the 7 days during last year's spring festival. Noticing her silence, Jika merely grinned foolishly, yet he transformed his longing into action with a fervent kiss. Ruan Yuan missed him too, tilting her head slightly as she reciprocated his affection. Young lovers often succumb to passion easily. In the stillness of the car, their breaths grew heavier, the attraction between them intensifying. However, when Jika's hand wandered beneath Ruan Yuan's clothing, she abruptly regained her senses and pressed down firmly. Her heart raced as she stammered, "There are people here." "He can't hear us," Jika murmured in a husky voice, attempting to continue. How naive he was to deceive himself. Ruan Yuan shot him a disapproving glare. Despite the partition, she still felt embarrassed. She firmly pushed him away, her voice tinged with playful reproach, "Stop it." After being forcefully pushed aside, Jika gradually came to his senses. He grasped Ruan Yuan's hand and playfully bit her lip, threateningly muttering, "You'd better wait for me." Ruan Yuan pinched his cheek with her other hand, saying, "You are now Mr. Ji, stop being so childish." Jika held her hands, his gaze scrutinizing as he remarked, "I've noticed your conscience seems to be lacking lately. It has been a week since you last called." Ruan Yuan's heart sank, feeling somewhat guilty for her recent lack of attention towards him. Defensively, she retorted, "Nonsense, it's all because you're afraid of your family that you infected me." Jika frowned, tilting his head to look at her, his tone somewhat helpless. "It's not fear. It is about maintaining harmony. It has nothing to do with you, so why are you worried?" Ruan Yuan fell silent, the peculiar emotions within her already deeply rooted in her heart. Upon arriving at the airport, a group of wealthy second-generation heirs had gathered, with more than 20 of them present, some bringing their families along. This journey was aboard Jika's private jet, a gift from his grandfather when he turned 20. The aircraft, a mid-sized passenger plane, had been remodeled from its original capacity of over 100 seats to accommodate only 30 first-class seats, additionally featuring an entertainment room and a bedroom. With such a crowd, the space was just right. Ruan Yuan had long since ceased to be astonished by Jika's wealth. After all, as the heir of the Jichuan group, though he had never flaunted it, the associated information was hardly a secret. Chapter 9: A Sweetness. Once the group boarded the airplane, the interior was instantly filled with lively chatter. A game of cards was fervently underway, while several individuals formed teams for a spirited round of gaming, creating an atmosphere that was both tense and vibrant. Meanwhile, a few leisurely young ladies began discussing jewelry and fashion, their words brimming with a pursuit of style and a longing for a beautiful life. In the past, Jiku would have entertained himself among that circle of young gentlemen, but this time, having not seen Ruan Yuan for several days, his heart was overwhelmed with yearning, longing only to hold her close and shower her with affection. Jiku and Ruan Yuan settled into seats at the back of the aircraft. He drew her into his embrace, reclined his seat back, allowing Ruan Yuan to nestle comfortably against him. Jika rested his chin gently atop her head and softly suggested, "It will take 3 hours to arrive, shall we retire to the bedroom for a nap?" However, given the presence of their many companions, it was rather inappropriate for the two to sneak away. Ruan Yuan declined, saying, "No, this seat is quite comfortable." Jika had no intention of pushing the matter, as he was unconcerned, but Ruan Yuan was shy. Thus, they remained tightly squeezed together in one seat, dozing off for the duration of the flight. As the airplane touched down at Winter City Airport, it was nearing midnight. The group of small-town folk from the south disembarked, promptly donning thick layers of clothing. Jika wrapped Ruan Yuan up snugly, leaving only her two large eyes visible. Yet he still felt it insufficient, declaring, "The down jacket should reach your ankles, we can pick up a couple more at the airport." Facing each other, Jika continued to adjust her scarf and hat. After Ruan Yuan zipped up his down jacket, she removed her mask and remarked, "It's too stuffy, I don't want to wear this." Unfazed by her preference, Jika pressed his lips against hers, signaling her to comply, before pulling her mask back up and meticulously arranging it. The onlooking friends had long been accustomed to their affectionate display. Jika delighted in doting on her, and no one felt it was their place to intervene. However, everyone was keen to see how long this tender affection would endure. Due to the large number of travelers, they were directly received by a local travel agency upon arrival. The agency had already crafted a travel itinerary based on their preferences. Once the group boarded the bus to their destination, they truly felt the biting cold of -10 degrees. Coming from a southern city where the coldest temperature barely reached 10 degrees, it was indeed a challenge to adapt to such frigid conditions. The young ladies, despite their love for beauty, bundled themselves up tightly, exclaiming, "It's so cold.
We'll need to add another layer for tomorrow."
Ruan Yuan, having never visited the north before, was captivated by the expanse of white surrounding her. They checked into a Swiss-style villa hotel, where the architecture harmoniously blended Swiss romance with local characteristics. The charming wooden chalets, adorned with snow-laden trees, exuded an enchanting foreign allure. The wooden exterior appeared even more ancient and solemn against the backdrop of pristine white snow. After Jika walked a few paces ahead, noticing Ruan Yuan had not followed, he turned back to take her hand, saying, "Let us go. I'll make sure we have a splendid time tomorrow." Stepping into the hotel lobby, they were greeted by a spacious and bright atmosphere, with grand floor-to-ceiling windows framing the breathtaking snowy landscape. The warmth of the fireplace flickered invitingly, evoking a sense of homeliness. As night deepened, everyone took their room keys and headed to their respective accommodations. Jiku and Ruan Yuan entered their suite, which was elegantly and tastefully decorated, featuring a soft and cozy bed. The room's decor utilized natural tones and materials, with the scent of pine emanating from the wooden furniture through the expansive glass doors. The illumination cast a warm glow over the immaculate snowy world outside, where thick layers of snow sat like cotton candy atop rooftops and branches, with occasional snowflakes drifting down, creating a dreamlike scene. Ruan Yuan stood mesmerized before the glass doors, enchanted by the captivating view. Meanwhile, Jiku instinctively approached her, beginning to peel away her layers of thick clothing. Her smile grew brighter, her voice laced with excitement as she exclaimed, "Jiku, I absolutely adore this place." Having traveled extensively throughout his life, Jiku had seen Swiss snow year after year. He continued to unlayer her clothing, grinning as he replied, "Just don't complain about the cold tomorrow." When Ruan Yuan finally realized her attire had dwindled down to a t-shirt, she playfully swatted his hand away, saying, "You're so eager to undress me.
You must have ulterior motives."
Jika scooped her up in his arms and carried her towards the bathroom, teasingly responding, "Indeed, I only harbor carnal desires for you." The two shared a passionate kiss beneath the shower, where Jika's fervent embrace revealed his unrestrained longing, while Ruan Yuan, swept up in bliss, reciprocated with equal fervor. Yet, at a critical moment, her breath quickened as she urged, "Let us move to the bed." Outside, the world was blanketed in snow, casting a serene glow over their intimate scene. That night, within their own universe, they became utterly absorbed in each other, lost in a whirlwind of passion. Ruan Yuan was fervently claimed by him, ensnared in an endless vortex of desire that left her utterly enraptured. His fiery enthusiasm rendered her defenseless, leaving her breathless beneath his relentless advances. Exhausted to the point of collapse, she ultimately succumbed to a deep slumber, resembling a delicate flower ravaged by a tempest, while Jiku, satisfied, held her closely and closed his eyes. Jiku was known for his leisurely habits among their circle. By the time the two finally arose, the sun had already climbed high in the sky, while the rest of the group had set off for the ski resort. This young master, if not for Ruan Yuan's playful coaxing, would likely have slept until the afternoon. When they finally arrived at the ski resort, bundled up warmly, the rest of the group had already entered. Jika found himself at ease, free from the chatter of his friends, allowing him to focus on Ruan Yuan. After donning their gear, Jika meticulously checked every detail of Ruan Yuan's equipment, and once satisfied, he playfully tapped her nose, his eyes filled with affection. Ruan Yuan, though appearing demure, was quite daring. She was eager to dash into the snowy terrain. Jika closely followed behind, concerned for her safety. At the ski resort, Ruan Yuan initially skied cautiously, but under Jiko's patient guidance and encouragement, she gradually found her rhythm, her laughter echoing through the snow-covered landscape. Observing her joy, Jika couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Ruan Yuan lost her balance and was on the brink of falling, but Jika swiftly glided over and caught her in his arms. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, all they could hear were their synchronized heartbeats and breaths. "Take it slow," he murmured softly. By the afternoon, Ruan Yuan had gained enough confidence to ski independently. Her body moved fluidly with the undulating slopes, her skis obeying her every command. Jiku's gaze never left her, marveling at her tireless spirit and competitive streak. She never cried out in pain when she fell, which often left him worried. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began to dip low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the snowy expanse, creating a surreal atmosphere. Tired from their adventures, they sat in the snow to rest. Jiku removed his gloves and took hold of Ruan Yuan's frostbitten hands, breathing warmth into them.
"Did you enjoy today?" he inquired.
"Yes, it was delightful," Ruan Yuan replied with a carefree smile.
"I plan to go to Switzerland for the new year, and after we return to the country, shall we visit Yun City together?" Jiku continued.
Over the past 2 years, they had traveled extensively together. Jiku had always enjoyed the pleasures of life, balancing work with leisure, while Ruan Yuan hesitated momentarily, biting her lip before responding, "Sure." Hand in hand, they strolled slowly toward the lounge, their silhouettes elongated in the snowy landscape.
As they reached the ski hall, the rest of the group had been waiting for some time. Jiku's childhood friend, Jiang Yijo, exclaimed, "You two are finally back, hurry and change, we're having hot pot in the snow before." Hot pot, hot springs, and the gossip of Jiku in the snowy expanse. A group of friends gathered around a steaming hot pot, their laughter ringing like silver bells, shattering the stillness of the wintry landscape. Surrounding the snow-laden hot pot was an ethereal world of ice and snow. The majestic snow-capped mountains towered above, their peaks cloaked in pristine white, glistening brilliantly in the waning sunlight, as if nature itself had painted a magnificent tableau with a magical brush. Seated around the bubbling pot, everyone was bundled in thick padded jackets, their heads adorned with warm hats, and their hands clad in soft gloves. Yet, despite their warm attire, a chill still lingered in the air. "This scene is incredibly romantic," exclaimed Song Wei, her excitement palpable. "Indeed, but it's so cold."
Chi Shower chimed in, tightening her jacket as she spoke. Bottles of liquor were opened one after another, with each person taking small sips, attempting to ward off the cold with the warmth of the drink. However, after consuming several bottles, they still felt little warmth. The dishes served on the table quickly succumbed to the chill, and everyone trembled as they partook in the hot pot. Truly a sight to behold for the first time.
"Why do the dishes cool down so fast?" Jiang Yijo complained. "There's no helping it."
"The weather is just too frigid," someone nearby responded. "Though it's cold, the atmosphere is quite nice," Yusayan remarked with a smile. "To share hot pot with so many people in the snow is a unique experience," another agreed with a nod. Jiku was known for being a true foodie, yet, faced with dishes that seemed to freeze before they even reached his lips, he found it difficult to take a bite.
He gently placed Ruan Yuan's hand into the pocket of his down jacket, prompting her to smile expectantly. "Ham?"
Jiku pulled their hands out together, a playful smirk on his lips. "It's actually red sausage."
"Learning to hide your snacks now, are we?" Ruan Yuan couldn't help but chuckle.
"Where did you get that?" Jiku tilted his head, looking at her. "I bought it, just picked it up last night." Ruan Yuan felt speechless, focusing on tearing open the packaging and inhaling the aroma of the red sausage. "It has a charcoal fragrance." Habitually, she offered Jiku a bite before taking a small portion for herself. The two were engrossed in their own world, a sight their friends had long since grown accustomed to. The snowy hot pot experience was indeed romantic, yet undeniably cold. While the benches were equipped with heating, it scarcely sufficed. Eating was less than satisfying, but spirits remained high, the atmosphere brimming with joy amidst the icy realm. They sat together, sharing laughter, as if all their troubles had been cast into the heavens. After hastily concluding the not-so-filling hot pot meal, the group decided to quickly seek warmth in the hot springs, eager to relax and dispel the chill in the soothing waters. They arrived at a hot spring center nestled halfway up a mountain, featuring both indoor and outdoor pools. The scenic view of the springs and walkways leaned towards a garden landscape, with outdoor soaking pools surrounded by trees, bringing them closer to nature. Private tubs allowed guests to enjoy the thermal waters while admiring the garden vistas. Romantic and delightful, they reserved over a dozen private pools for their group. Upon entering the lobby, everyone grabbed their bags to change. Ruan Yuan and Jiku shared a tote bag for their clothes, and as she rummaged through her belongings, Jiku patiently waited for her to hand him his attire.
"Ah, where did my swimsuit go?" Ruan Yuan teased, a mischievous glint in her eyes.
Jiku chuckled softly, leaning closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear as he whispered, "How about we soak in the private tub without clothes?" Ruan Yuan blushed and shot him a glare, playfully retorting, "Dream on." Continuing her search, she soon found her swimsuit and triumphantly raised it, passing Jiku his clothes. "Here.
Don't even think about running around naked."
Jika clicked his tongue, playfully pinching her cheek, his voice laced with affection. Not looking, then.
Taking the swimsuit, he grinned, mischievously suggesting, "Why don't we change together? I can help check if your swimsuit fits."
Ruan Yuan, flustered, pushed him away. "Hurry, go to your changing room."
Jika caught her hand, planting a kiss on her knuckles. "I'll wait for you inside."
They then parted ways toward the respective changing rooms. However, as Ruan Yuan pushed open the door, she was met with a flurry of gossip about her and Jiku, their words piercing her like daggers. She had not wished for such delightful spirits to be marred by these baseless rumors and contemplated stepping out to return later. Yet, the ensuing conversation drew her in like a magnet, compelling her to linger. Song Wei conspiratorially said, "Did you hear? Jiku was going to Switzerland for a blind date during the new year."
"I know. A couple of days ago, my mom invited his mother for afternoon tea, and I was there too. It was his grandfather who encouraged it," Qin Fanghao replied nonchalantly. Qin Fanghao continued, "Hey, you're quite well informed." Song Wei beamed with pride. "Of course, Jika shares everything with Ziqin." Qin Fanghao bluntly remarked, "What exactly does Ziqin mean to Jiku? You should persuade her to come back. Look at that student girl, she has Jiku completely smitten. It's unbearable to watch. That girl is merely after Jiku's status and wealth." Song Wei scoffed. Jiku was just indulging in novelty.
Even without Ziqin, she doesn't matter. At that moment, a stranger's voice chimed in, dripping with sarcasm, that Ruan Yuan should know her place and not aspire to such lofty branches.
She is truly overestimating herself. The speaker was Lin Yu, who had always envied Ruan Yuan's beauty and seized every opportunity to belittle her.
Exactly, how could the heir of the Ji family genuinely fall for her? Another chimed in. Song Wei confidently asserted, Jiku is just having a fleeting fancy. Once he tires of her, he'll cast her aside.
Qin Fanghao nodded in agreement. "That's true."
Just then, the door of a changing room swung open, revealing a stunning woman in a swimsuit, Su Yao, who had long harbored feelings for Jiku. Though she liked Jiku, she would never stoop to tarnishing Ruan Yuan's reputation. Upon overhearing their conversation, she frowned but remained silent. Outside, Ruan Yuan could no longer bear to listen. She had no penchant for self-pity and had lost all desire to enjoy the hot springs. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced her heart, as if countless fine needles were pricking her. With a heavy heart, Ruan Yuan made her way to the lobby of the hot spring center. Finding a seat by the window gazing out at the blanket of snow, her thoughts began to drift. This had always been a reckless pursuit of love. Upon discovering Jiku's identity as the heir, she should have braced herself for the inevitable, shouldn't she? It was her own greed that had led her astray. She knew full well that this relationship might yield no fruitful outcome, yet had plunged headlong into it without hesitation. Now, hearing these incessant whispers, she came to a stark realization. In the eyes of others, she might merely be a laughable existence. A blind date. Ruan Yuan understood that Jiku would eventually have to confront this reality. She just hadn't anticipated it would come so swiftly. Chapter 11. Memories 1. Ruan Yuan sat upon the sofa in the grand hall, gazing out at the snow-clad landscape that shimmered in white. The memories of her unexpected acquaintance with Jiku last summer unfurled in her mind, evoking a warmth tinged with bitter sweetness. On a weekend in June, her childhood friend Lin Zhou insisted on dragging Ruan Yuan along to a private party. As they approached the private villa, Lin Zhou reassured her, "Rest assured. It's absolutely reliable. My future boss is here, though I'm not very familiar with him. He is quite a decent person. Perhaps if he's in a good mood today, he might sign me." Ruan Yuan had never attended such gatherings. Her social circle was limited to school and part-time jobs. Upon seeing rows of luxury cars and dazzling lights outside the villa, an unsettling feeling crept over her. Clearly, this was not a realm she belonged to. Upon entering the villa's courtyard, a group of fashionably attired young people held glasses of red wine, engaging in lively conversation. Nearby, a live band played upbeat music, the deafening rhythm causing Ruan Yuan to furrow her brow. She tugged at Lin Zhou's sleeve, saying, "Zhou, I think I'll wait for you outside." However, Lin Zhou had spotted the person she was searching for and, disregarding Ruan Yuan's unease, pulled her toward the direction of the esteemed Gu Yanli. Lin Zhou had met the heir of Gu Entertainment, Gu Yanli, unexpectedly during an audition just a few days prior. Gu Yanli, a quintessential businessman, was accustomed to the flattery of pretty and talented young women. Noticing that Lin Zhou had commendable qualities, he felt a playful inclination to tease her, inviting her to join in the festivities with the intention of signing her.
Mr.Gu. Lin Zhou called out from several meters away.
Ruan Yuan admired her social prowess. Regardless of whether she knew someone, Lin Zhou could always strike up a conversation with ease. Gu Yanli turned his gaze toward the two of them, his eyes lighting up as he lightly nudged the man beside him, clad in a black t-shirt, whispering, 9 o'clock direction, your type. It was at that moment, amidst their exchanged glances, that Ruan Yuan and Ji met for the second time. The man, dressed in black t-shirt and pants, sported slightly shorter hair, exuding an air of coolness and nonchalance. As their eyes locked, both unconsciously curved their lips into smiles. Moments later, Lin Zhou led Ruan Yuan into the gathering of distinguished young men, calling out, Mr.
Gu, I am Lin Zhou, I spoke with your assistant this afternoon.
The gazes of numerous affluent young men turned toward Lin Zhou and Ruan Yuan, many bearing expressions of amusement. Having mingled in the entertainment industry for a few months, Lin Zhou was accustomed to such scenes, while Ruan Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of social anxiety. She sensed all eyes were upon her and Lin Zhou, including that of the man in the black t-shirt. The scrutiny left her feeling uncomfortable and self-conscious. Perhaps sensing her discomfort, Gu Yanli, who had just shared a smile with the woman beside him, nodded and said, let us find a quieter spot to chat.
Ruan Yuan finally exhaled in relief.
The crowd was too large for her to approach the man in the black t-shirt, so she followed Lin Zhou and Gu Yanli toward the garden behind the villa. While Lin Zhou and Gu Yanli discussed business matters, Ruan Yuan found no interest in eavesdropping. Bored, she stared blankly at a bonsai tree, her thoughts lingering on the man in the black t-shirt. He was the same man who had borrowed her umbrella at the mall. Just then, a clear, melodious voice broke her reverie from behind, echoing the memory of, tie it around your waist. Ruan Yuan's heart raced like a startled deer. When she turned to smile, she could feel the warmth creeping up her ears. Her voice trembled with nervousness as she stammered, no.
It's not pretty.
Immediately after, she regretted her uncharacteristic response. The man smiled lazily, I'm Jiku, we met at Season Square last time.
Jiku, a name as fresh and bright as his demeanor.
Ruan Yuan silently repeated it in her mind, striving to temper the inexplicable flutter of excitement within her. With a gentle smile, she replied, I remember, your shirt and umbrella are still with me.
Could you provide me with an address? I can send it back to you tomorrow.
Jiku replied,
sidestepping her request, you haven't told me your name yet. I'm Ruan Yuan, a sophomore jewelry design student at Haigang University.
She divulged her information like a well-behaved child.
Jiku chuckled softly, his captivating gaze fixed on her. Do you introduce yourself like this to everyone?
Ruan Yuan hastily shook her head, murmuring, I don't. This infatuated reaction was entirely new to her, and she suddenly felt as though she had wasted 19 years of her life. How embarrassing.
What were you just saying?
Jiku stepped closer, smiling. Ruan Yuan was exasperated by her own unusual response, and with a forced calm, she looked up at him. Thank you so much for that day, could you give me an address?
That shirt is quite expensive. After a brief pause, Jiku responded, if you don't mind, I can give you a ride back to school later, and you can give it to me then. Ruan Yuan pondered for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. When Jiku dropped her back at school, she felt a little dizzy. As she hurriedly exited the car, she exclaimed, I'll be right back, just wait for me 10 minutes. As Ruan Yuan pulled Lin Zhou toward the school, her friend noticed her unusual demeanor and teased, so you know that air, huh? Worried that Jiku might be waiting, Ruan Yuan quickly retorted, I'll tell you later. Are you heading back to the apartment or staying in my dorm?
Lin Zhou waved her hand and turned away, I'll take a cab back, I'll call you later. True to her word, Ruan Yuan returned in exactly 10 minutes, her face flushed from running and beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Jiku leaned against the car, turning to retrieve a few tissues from within, neatly folded and handed them to her, smiling as he said, I'm not in a hurry. Ruan Yuan accepted the tissues, gently wiping her forehead, then handed him a paper bag. I took the shirt to the dry cleaner.
I was afraid I'd ruin it if I washed it myself.
She then opened her palm, revealing a pair of cufflinks, ordinary materials yet exquisitely crafted. With a hint of bashfulness, she said softly, this is for you, as a thank you for lending me your shirt. I made it myself, it's simple, but I hope you like it. Jiku took the paper bag, then gently picked up the cufflinks from her palm. Examining them for a moment, he smiled and remarked, the craftsmanship is quite exquisite.
Ruan Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction, I'm glad you like it. Chapter 12.
Memories too. By the time of their third meeting, everything seemed to fall into place effortlessly. Lin Zhou'er called Ruan Yuan out for dinner. Upon Ruan Yuan's arrival at the designated restaurant, she was taken aback to find not only Zhou'er but also her formidable boss, Gu Yanli, present. To her further astonishment, the man who had frequently occupied her thoughts over the past few days, Jiku, was also there. Ruan Yuan came to the realization that her unusual feelings for Jiku were merely the result of dopamine and adrenaline at play. She harbored genuine affection for this man. It was love at first sight, a physiological attraction. Acceptance washed over her, and she resolved to confront this reality with poise. Seeing her enter the private room, Lin Zhou'er waved her over eagerly. Come sit here.
I've ordered a plethora of your favorite dishes.
Ruan Yuan politely nodded towards the two gentlemen before taking her seat between Lin Zhou'er and GK. To her surprise, she observed that her friend had swiftly grown close to her boss. They were engrossed in their own world, sharing laughter and whispers, with Gu Yanli even playfully toying with Lin Zhou'er's hand. It had only been 3 days since she signed the contract with him.
The two appeared to be in the throes of romance, oblivious to Ruan Yuan's presence. Turning to Jiku, she leaned in and whispered, "Are they together now?" Jiku smiled softly, inching closer to her, and replied, "Didn't your friend mention it to you?" Ruan Yuan frowned. Has she forgotten her friends in the face of love? Jiku nodded in agreement. You have a point.
What began as a meal for four had quickly transformed into a pairing of couples.
After internally chastising Lin Zhou'er, Ruan Yuan felt a wave of concern for her. Could a relationship between an artist and her employer truly be dependable? She turned to Jiku and asked, "You know Boss Gu well, right? Is he trustworthy?" Jiku, noticing her furrowed brow and the weight of her inquiry, replied honestly, "I think it's hard to say."
Ruan Yuan, initially poised to express her surprise, instead decided against it, muttering, "Forget it."
Yet Jiku continued, fixating on her, and asked, "And what do you think of my reliability?"
Ruan Yuan felt her ears flush at his gaze and his question.
She retorted with his earlier words, "I also think it's hard to say." Then ponder it carefully. What makes it hard to say?
Jiku pressed on. It felt as if he were teasing her, prompting Ruan Yuan to lower her gaze to her plate, avoiding his stare.
We don't know each other well enough for me to comment on you.
However, Jiku disregarded her response and returned to the topic of Lin Zhou'er. Leaning closer, his tone turned serious. Tell your friend to be cautious. Before entering a relationship, she should at least investigate her partner's romantic history.
Ruan Yuan intended to probe further but recognized the intimacy shared by the couple across from her. She decided to remain silent and focus on her meal. After the dinner, Ruan Yuan found no opportunity to speak with Lin Zhou'er alone. Helpless, she watched as her friend departed in the same car as her boss. She, too, found herself seamlessly seated in Jiku's luxury vehicle. The moment she settled in, Jiku suddenly leaned closer to her, his presence enveloping her. His gaze was intent, one hand gently pressing the seatbelt clip while the other guided the strap with careful precision. Ruan Yuan felt flustered by his sudden proximity, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her eyes were drawn to Jiku's face, mere inches away. His long, thick lashes framed a focused gaze. When his fingers accidentally brushed against her bare arm, a jolt of electricity coursed through her. Jiku meticulously secured the seatbelt, and once satisfied, he lifted his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ruan Yuan's heart raced incessantly. She suspected that Jiku was intentionally provoking her, igniting her pulse. Throughout the evening, he had flirted with her multiple times. Noticing her dazed expression and rosy cheeks, Jiku inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" The discomfort was indeed a result of his teasing. Ruan Yuan longed to retort. During high school, she had harbored a crush on a classmate who consistently outperformed her academically, but that feeling was different, rooted in admiration and ambition. This time, however, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, her heart racing without restraint. She berated herself internally, yet a voice countered, "There's no shame in liking someone. You're nearly 19, this is a normal physiological response." When Jiku's warm palm brushed her forehead, Ruan Yuan snapped back to reality. She playfully slapped her own forehead with a light smack. Though it inadvertently landed on Jiku's hand, the impact was hardly painful, yet Ruan Yuan felt a wave of regret instead of being offended. Jiku continued, "Are you really not feeling well?" Deflated, Ruan Yuan turned to him, her expression serious. "Are you interested in pursuing me?" Jiku chuckled, clearly amused. "You figured it out. Do I have your permission?" Are you serious?
Ruan Yuan asked. She distinctly remembered Ji Kuo's earnest expression as he replied, "Before you, I had only one relationship. In 23 years, I've never engaged in frivolous liaisons."
Does that count as serious? So, do you like me?
Ruan Yuan inquired candidly. Ji Kuo's gaze remained fixated on her. "Yes, I liked you from the very first glance."
If I agree to this, won't it be too soon? Ruan Yuan frowned. Jika laughed. How about you let me pursue you for 6 months instead?
Ruan Yuan pondered for a moment. Having never dated in her 19 years, she found it strange to suddenly awaken to romance, and the pace felt overwhelming. However, to agree so hastily seemed imprudent. She suggested softly, "Perhaps we should start as friends for a month. If it doesn't feel right, we can avoid any awkwardness."
Jika seized her hand, a broad smile illuminating his face. "You said it. After a month, you'll be my girlfriend."
Ruan Yuan didn't pull away, unable to suppress a smile, feeling a sense of playful entitlement. "Let us see how you perform."
In the ensuing 2 weeks, Jiko earnestly pursued her.
Not only did he consistently check in daily, but on 3 or 4 days each week, he would arrive punctually to meet Ruan Yuan after school. He took her out for meals, shopping, and movies, and she accompanied him to the club to play basketball and watch him practice martial arts. Even the bustling food streets, frequented by students, saw Jiko accompanying her without a hint of disdain. Their interactions were harmonious, save for one contentious point: Ruan Yuan's weekend part-time job. Jiko did not oppose her working but lamented that it exploited their precious time together. Chapter 13 Reminiscence 3 Ruan Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment in her heart. For 2 consecutive weekends, Jiko had been waiting for her at the CAF in the Four Seasons Plaza after her work, often for an entire hour. On this particular day, after finishing her shift, Ruan Yuan met him at the CAF. Jiko sat on a high stool, handing her the juice he had ordered in advance. Ruan Yuan accepted the juice and took a deep sip, exclaiming, "Don't wait for me after work anymore, I will come find you." Jika shot her a glance, arching a brow. "Stop making a fuss. I'll come whenever I have time. After all, I have plenty of it." Ruan Yuan recalled hearing that he had just returned to the country 2 months prior, working at his family's company with a flexible schedule and minimal responsibilities. However, she felt it was somewhat unfair to always have him accommodate her. It seemed she had stumbled upon a treasure. An ideal boyfriend had descended into her life. Although he could be a bit aloof at times, his kindness towards her was impeccable, and she was contemplating making their relationship official soon. Yet at this moment, Jika's words shattered her thoughts and confidence. His jaw tightened as he tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I need to tell you something. I hope it doesn't affect you. After all, I am not him." Upon hearing this, Ruan Yuan instinctively braced herself for bad news. She anxiously wondered if their relationship was about to end before it even truly began. After a brief silence, she feigned calmness. "Go ahead, I can handle it." Jika pressed his lips together and continued, "Your best friend and Gu Yanli have broken up." Ruan Yuan's voice immediately rose. What did Gu Yanli do wrong? Her protective nature was evident, prompting Jika to smile at her reaction. "You're still laughing? Keep talking," Ruan Yuan urged, a hint of urgency in her tone. Just days prior, while dining with Jiu'er, Lin Jiu'er had clearly expressed her feelings, saying, "Although I don't know if there is a future with him, I am genuinely happy at the moment." Understanding Lin Jiu'er's character, Ruan Yuan deduced that it was likely Gu Yanli who had issues. Seeing her distressed expression, Jika bit his lip and continued, "Gu Yanli's fiancée has come looking for him." Ruan Yuan was instantly infuriated. "How can this be? It's outrageous. Even with a fiancé, he still flirts around." She felt restless. "No, I must go find Jiu'er." At this point, Jika could not deter her and nearly drove her to Lin Jiu'er's apartment. Upon arriving at Lin Jiu'er's residence, Ruan Yuan found her carefree friend sitting on the living room carpet, munching on snacks while watching a variety show, occasionally bursting into laughter. After a long silence, Ruan Yuan inquired, "Can you tell me what happened? It's hard to keep it bottled up." Lin Jiu'er continued to nibble on her potato chips, eyes glued to the screen. "Everyone has their blind moments, right? Climbing the social ladder is clearly not meant for me." Her demeanor was too stable, prompting Ruan Yuan to move closer. Snatching the chip bag from her hands, tentatively, she asked, "Are you all right?" Lin Jiu'er turned her head, her expression unchanged. "I was a bit angry and sad at first, but after watching a few episodes of this show, I'm fine now." Ruan Yuan sighed in relief. Her friend's carefree spirit was indeed a blessing. Once Lin Jiu'er opened up, she confided, "He truly is a scoundrel. Despite having a fiancée, he still pursued me.
I also bear some responsibility. Given his status, I still tried to get closer, but I promise you, I am not a mistress. I had no idea he had a fiancée till I've already messaged him, asking him to let me go without conditions, considering we had a good time together. After a brief pause, Lin Zhou's voice dropped, filled with a hint of grievance. I can't accept his fiancée coming back to confront me. Lin Zhou's last statement unveiled her true feelings, prompting Ruan Yuan to embrace her tightly. Indeed, we owe him nothing. You did nothing wrong, he is the one at fault, Lin Zhou replied somberly. This society is indeed harshly realistic. We, as insignificant beings, cannot contend with such class disparities. I cannot afford to gamble, nor can I afford to be hurt. It is better to end things early while feelings are still shallow. You need to be clear about your relationship with Jiku as well. Don't wait until emotions run deep and parting becomes difficult before making a decision. Ruan Yuan released her hold and immediately countered, her tone slightly agitated. Are you implying Jiku has a fiancée? Lin Zhou quickly clarified, no, if the heir of the Ji Chuan group had a fiancée, you could easily find that information online. I am just worried about you and the Ji Chuan group. Ruan Yuan was genuinely unaware that Jiku was the heir of the Ji Chuan group. A quick search confirmed the truth, and as a list of corporate holdings appeared before her, she found herself momentarily stunned. Was this a family she could ever aspire to join? Even if she were to be reborn multiple times, she could never marry into the Ji family. In that instant, a pang of regret pierced her heart. Yet, recognizing the need to protect herself was paramount. From that night onward, Ruan Yuan began to decline Jiku's calls, while he incessantly reached out. Eventually, she sent a message, directly blocking him. She was not being immature or cruel, she simply wished to avoid emotional pain. After years of carefully safeguarding herself, she did not want to falter because of a man. Just as Zhou had advised, it was best to end things promptly while feelings remained shallow. However, when Jiku confronted her at the specialty store where she worked part-time on Saturday, everything changed. Jiku no longer approached her with calm words. He seized Ruan Yuan's arm and silently dragged her to a secluded area of the mall corridor. His expression was dark and foreboding, infused with palpable anger. I want you to explain what you mean by incompatible. Ruan Yuan, equally frustrated, had finally mustered the courage to sever their ties, only for him to show up in anger. She looked at Jiku and stated plainly, you are the heir of the Ji family, while I am orphaned. Tell me, where do we fit in? Are there such restrictions in love? Who the hell made such rules? Jiku shouted furiously. Ruan Yuan retorted defiantly, stop being childish. Where are the Cinderella fairy tales in this world? Stop playing games. I can't afford to play, nor do I wish to. Without waiting for his response, Ruan Yuan turned on her heel to leave. Suddenly, Jiku grasped her arm tightly, pulling her into his embrace. His voice was low and steady. I have no fiancée, nor do I have a first love. Why can't we be together? Isn't my affection evident enough? His voice seemed to hold a kind of enchantment. We're still young, why impose the unknown upon our present? Don't overthink it. We're happy together, aren't we? Ruan Yuan, already reluctant to part, felt her rationality beginning to wane as he spoke. The voice in her heart urged her, dating doesn't entail obligations. If you like him, why not give it a chance? Seize the moment, at the very least. You'll have experienced something beautiful. Suddenly, her nose felt sore, and Ruan Yuan found herself succumbing to her emotions. In Jiku's embrace, she murmured, I don't want to be confronted by your family or your fiancé one day. That's impossible. I won't let that happen to you. Jiku swiftly interrupted her unfinished thought. Chapter 14 Intention. Ruan Yuan. Upon hearing her name, her recollections abruptly ceased. Ruan Yuan let out a soft sigh, pondering whether Jiku was truly aware of how his friends incessantly critiqued her whenever they met. With a self-deprecating whisper, she remarked, student girl. Silly girl, what are you mumbling about here? Why haven't you gone inside? Jiku approached her and sat beside her on the sofa in the Hot Springs Center's lobby. He placed one hand on Ruan Yuan's shoulder while the other gently pinched her cheek. Ruan Yuan did not resist. Momentarily ensnared in her own thoughts, she even felt as though Jiku had never truly loved her, merely toying with her for amusement. Silly girl, indeed. Noticing her despondence, Jiku turned her face towards him and inquired, what are you thinking about? Ruan Yuan's eyes were filled with confusion. Am I really that foolish? Upon hearing this, Jiku asked, have you encountered something? Ruan Yuan sighed again and hastily concocted an excuse. My stomach was a bit uncomfortable just now, so I didn't want to go in. Typically, she relished trying new experiences. Jiku, after changing into his swimwear and searching the private hot spring for her, had come out to find her when he saw her absence. Having grown up in the south,
they were indeed unaccustomed to the freezing temperatures of -10 degrees.
Jiko quickly responded, "You might have caught a chill. Let's head back to the hotel."
Ruan Yuan remained seated, continuing to gaze at him, and suddenly said, "What do you think about going to Yun City after the new year, just the two of us?" She added, "And take Simba along."
Jiko had initially intended for it to be just the two of them.
Simba, the dog, was dreaming. He stood up, wrapping his arms around Ruan Yuan, his tone laced with disdain. "That silly dog is one thing, but having to cater to it when we go out is another." Over the next 2 days, they engaged in activities like riding snowmobiles in the snowy mountains, feeding adorable reindeer, drifting through rime ice, and ice fishing. Ruan Yuan continued to enjoy herself immensely, yet she stayed closely beside Jiko, avoiding interaction with those disdainful young ladies. She was acutely aware that they possessed the freedom of speech. Whether Jiko understood the insurmountable chasm between them or not, it ultimately was her own folly to aspire beyond her reach. Moreover, Jiko had never broached the topic of the future with her. He likely had never contemplated it. On the journey back to Yuezhou, Ruan Yuan had made her decision. Remaining entangled in this situation would only lead to heartache. She should heed Zhou Er's advice and be content with what she had once possessed. Any further entreaties Jiko could not provide, and she could not afford to demand. After the new year, as the school approached exam breaks, Ruan Yuan diligently reviewed her studies while also submitting an application for studying abroad. The department head and her teachers expressed their regret that a student of her caliber, achieving A in all areas, could not remain at the university for her graduate studies. However, they all supported her aspiration to pursue further education at the highest institution for jewelry studies. The subsequent concern lay with the expenses for studying abroad. The estimated cost was around 600,000, yet she possessed only a little over 100,000. In truth, Jiko had not only given her a card but had also gifted her several valuable pieces of jewelry and bags. The card, of course, was off limits, but she could take a couple of pieces of jewelry if necessary. Ruan Yuan had never been one to treat money with disdain, nor would she allow pride to land her in a predicament. She planned to part ways amicably with Jiko. Though they could not walk together to the end, there was no need to sever all ties. That was her last resort. Having her own means would be her greatest source of confidence. Ruan Yuan placed all her hopes of earning money on her design drafts. After class that day, she proactively called Director Su from Chuxin Jewelry to inquire whether her designs could be utilized.
Suli had been rather overwhelmed lately but was also preparing to contact Ruan Yuan in the next couple of days. She responded with a smile over the phone, "My team and I hold your designs in high regard. We have currently accepted 10 of your drafts, based on the types of jewelry and their projected market value. The finance department has calculated your remuneration to be 200,000. Please provide me with an account number, and I will transfer the funds to you before the year ends." Ruan Yuan was utterly astonished. The drawings she had created were worth 200,000. Suddenly, she felt as if fortune had smiled upon her. Unable to contain her joy, Ruan Yuan replied, "Director Su, you are truly my benefactor. I cannot express my gratitude enough for your appreciation of my work. To be honest, I have decided to study abroad, and I am in need of funds." Although Ruan Yuan and Suli had only a superficial acquaintance, Suli genuinely wished for Ruan Yuan to join her team, recognizing her solid professional knowledge and earnest character. Subsequently, Suli presented her with a generous offer over the phone. "Ruan Yuan, I must tell you honestly that if you were a formal employee at Chuxin, the remuneration for your 10 drafts would be far more than 200,000. Not only would the payment increase, but you would also receive further benefits down the line. I've made a temporary decision. If you agree to sign a contract with Chuxin, I will apply to the company to reimburse half of your study abroad expenses. In other words, from the moment you sign, you will be an employee of Chuxin. You only need to provide me with 3 design drafts each month, and you will receive your salary and commission, ensuring a more secure life abroad. However, upon graduation, you must report back to Chuxin immediately." Ruan Yuan attentively listened to Su Li's generous offer, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a windfall, which indeed seemed to be her best option. Yet, Ruan Yuan hesitated, for in the unknown realm of life ahead, she had no intention of necessarily returning to Yuezhou. She had nothing holding her back, and going anywhere in the future would be the same. After Suli concluded her pitch, Ruan Yuan surprisingly fell silent for over half a minute. Suli inquired, "Are you still there, Ruan Yuan?"
Ruan Yuan regained her focus, and within that half-minute, she had made her decision. Director Su, I fear I may disappoint you. The terms you have offered are indeed generous, but I cannot accept them due to personal reasons that prevent me from making a decision right now. If you still value my designs, I can commit to providing 3 drafts monthly for Chushin, but as for the compensation, we can proceed with it as freelance submissions. Su Li discerned her predicament and, respecting her privacy, refrained from probing further. Thus, they reached an agreement for future freelance submissions, leaving Ruan Yuan feeling both elated and guilty. She felt she was ungrateful, letting down Director Su's admiration for her. With school on break, Ruan Yuan found her time liberated. She spent her days at the cozy nest she shared with Jiko, walking the dog and sketching, living a comfortable life. Jiku had been quite busy recently, often leaving early and returning late. Returning late was commonplace, but rising early was a true challenge for him. He permitted Ruan Yuan to employ any means necessary to wake him, promising he would not be irritable upon waking. Ruan Yuan attempted various methods of pulling back the covers, pinching his nose, and breakfast wake-up calls, but none proved effective. Only the allure of seduction worked wonders. One day, after waking Jiko, Ruan Yuan could no longer contain her frustration and began to complain. From now on, you can sleep as much as you want.
You're digging a pit for me.
Jiko, noticing her sulking on the bed, tossed his freshly dried towel over her. With unabashed bravado, he replied, while I toil away without complaint, you should just relax and enjoy.
How shameless can you be? Ruan Yuan exclaimed in exasperation.
Jiko, still damp from his shower, leaned in and kissed her lips, grinning mischievously. That's just how it is with you. Chapter 15. The grandfather does not accept long-distance relationships. The two sat at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Ruan Yuan lightly stirred the oatmeal porridge in front of her with a spoon, occasionally glancing at Jiko, who was intently consuming his toast. After a moment, Ruan Yuan playfully broached the subject. Several classmates are planning to study abroad.
What do you think about me going overseas for a bit?
At that moment, Ruan Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. She was uncertain of Jiko's reaction. Jiko took a bite of his toast, slightly raised his head, and shot her a sidelong glance. He then reached for the coffee beside him, took a sip, and replied, "What are you dreaming about? I do not accept long-distance relationships." His words caused Ruan Yuan's heart to sink. She understood that Jiko's stance was resolute, yet she too longed to be with him.
Jiko then set down his coffee cup and changed the topic. Are you going back to your aunt's house for the new year?
Ruan Yuan, distracted, scooped a spoonful of oatmeal into her mouth and replied while chewing, "Yes, I will." Jiko, who would be in Switzerland for at least half a month, could not help but worry about her. All right then, just don't stay here by yourself. If it's inconvenient for you to bring Xianba, I can send him back to the old house before I leave.
No need for that, my aunt can take care of him too, Ruan Yuan quickly interjected, waving her hand dismissively.
She had no intention of spending the new year at her aunt's house. Her aunt's mother-in-law had never favored her. Ruan Yuan did not wish to subject herself to such discomfort, planning to merely have a reunion dinner before returning. If Xianba were not there to keep her company, it would be truly pitiful. At that moment, Ruan Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. She realized that parting amicably was not as simple as she had thought.
Jiko recalled that after the new year, Ruan Yuan would be in her final semester of her senior year. He asked her, after the new year, do you want to intern at GAI?
GAI was the jewelry business of the G family, a group with diverse operations encompassing jewelry design, manufacturing, retail, and precious metal trading, as well as being a supplier of rough diamonds. They boasted numerous stores across various regions globally. With nearly 60 years of brand history, Ruan Yuan's roommate, GCI, was set to start her internship there after the new year. In China, being accepted into GAI was a source of pride for design students. However, for Ruan Yuan, it was something she wished to avoid. She promptly declined. "No, I think I will just continue my classes in drawing at school. After all, I still have to pursue my master's degree." Ruan Yuan fabricated a couple of excuses to deflect him, then lifted her bowl of oatmeal to take a sip. She was acutely aware that interning at G's family business would complicate their relationship further, and she did not wish to entangle herself in a potentially troublesome situation. Having finished his last bite of breakfast, Jika stood up, adjusted his clothing, and leaned over to plant a kiss on her cheek before heading off to work, saying, "Well, it's good to get acquainted with the complexities of the workplace later."
Ruan Yuan watched Jika's departing figure with a touch of reluctance, unsure of what to say.
The spring festival was fast approaching. On the 28th day of the 12th month, Jika set off for Switzerland with elder G. On the same day, Ruan Yuan finally awaited Lin Zhouer's holiday. She had lived at her aunt's house since she was 5, where she met Lin Zhouer, who lived across the hall. Their bond was deeper than that of sisters. Lin Zhouer grew up in a single-parent household, while Ruan Yuan could be considered a child of a single-parent family as well. Her father passed away when she was 2, and within a year, her mother remarried. However, her stepfather already had 2 children, and at such a young age, she was often marginalized, enduring a cacophony of discord at home. Consequently, after 2 years of her mother's remarriage, she was sent back to her grandmother's house. Sadly, her grandmother, who was aging and had suffered the loss of her son, saw her health decline. Less than a year after Ruan Yuan returned, her grandmother passed away. Her kind-hearted aunt, Ruan Wenshu, willingly took on the responsibility of raising Ruan Yuan. Thus, from the age of 5, Ruan Yuan found stability in her aunt's home. However, due to her sporadic education in her early years, her uncle Su Maolin deemed kindergarten unnecessary and enrolled her directly in elementary school. Coincidentally, Lin Zhouer, who was just over 6 years old, was in the same class. They would go to school together every day and do their homework at Lin Zhouer's house. It was not until high school, when Ruan Yuan excelled academically, that they attended different schools. Yet, throughout the years, no matter how many classmates and friends she encountered, none could rival the depth of their friendship. Upon hearing that Jiku had gone to Switzerland, Lin Zhouer immediately visited Ruan Yuan, intending to spend a day with her before returning home to fetch her mother. After hearing Ruan Yuan's plans about studying abroad, she paused for a moment. Although she had witnessed Jika's kindness towards Ruan Yuan, she had never been optimistic about their future. Lin Zhouer's greatest concern was that Ruan Yuan would ultimately get hurt. Thankfully, she remained clear-headed. Lin Zhouer sighed and candidly told Ruan Yuan, "There are things I couldn't speak about when you two were together. But now that you can see things clearly, I am quite relieved. No matter how much Jika loves you, he carries the expectations and responsibilities of 2 families behind him. Some matters are beyond his control. Regardless of his situation, I just want you to be well. Our Ruan Yuan is beautiful and intelligent. Anywhere she goes, she can find a suitable partner." With everything that transpired, Ruan Yuan had long since come to terms with it all. Understanding was one thing, but letting go was another matter entirely. Ruan Yuan forced a bitter smile. "To be honest, I have regretted it. Had we never started, I would not have to endure this painful choice. I also fear that I may never encounter someone I like so much again." Lin Zhouer was well aware of the difficulty behind her decision now. She could only encourage Ruan Yuan to have a bit more hope for the future. "You're overthinking it. It is precisely because you lack experience that you find him appealing and difficult to let go. Once you go abroad, there will be plenty of outstanding young men waiting for you. By then, we can take our time choosing." Ruan Yuan was suddenly reminded of Jiko's attitude and shifted the topic. "I really don't understand Jiko's thoughts. I've tried to bring it up a few times, but he seems unwilling to accept a breakup. Although he hasn't contemplated the future, it appears he hasn't excluded me from it either." Lin Zhouer immediately chimed in. "Do you know what that is? A classic case of a scoundrel. He wants to keep you while shirking responsibility. Although Jiku caters to your every whim, ultimately, he is domineering and selfish." Since returning from Winter City, Ruan Yuan had been pondering how to end their relationship without causing a scene. As it stood, it seemed exceedingly difficult. "Why not let him break up with you?" Lin Zhouer suddenly suggested. Although it was a spontaneous remark, she genuinely felt that this idea was feasible. Lin Zhouer continued, "Only in this way can you avoid entanglement. If you truly intend to break up before going abroad, give it some thought." Ruan Yuan had indeed made her decision. Her study abroad application would be finalized after the new year. If she hurried, she wouldn't even have to wait until graduation in June. Chapter 16. The thoughts of Ruan Yuan. Life is not solely about men. After a leisurely outing, the two had long cast their worries to the winds. Lin Zhouer had navigated the entertainment industry for 2 years. Although she had not achieved stardom, she had earned a modest sum this summer. She had purchased a 2-bedroom apartment in Yuezhou on an installment plan, and the mother-daughter duo planned to celebrate the new year there. Ruan Yuan was absolutely elated, as she would no longer have to spend the festive season in solitude. They indulged in a delightful afternoon of shopping and dining, later embarking on a shopping spree at the supermarket. By the time they returned, Their bags were so heavy that they could barely lift them. As the new year approached, hailing a taxi became exceedingly difficult. While waiting by the roadside, a sleek black Porsche came to a gradual halt before them. The window rolled down to reveal Zhang Yizhou's handsome face, beaming as he greeted them. "Ruan Yuan, hop in, I'll give you a ride." His overly courteous demeanor felt somewhat pretentious. Zhang Yizhou was a friend of Jiku, someone Ruan Yuan was relatively familiar with. She graciously thanked him and, pulling Lin Zhou along, climbed into the car. Throughout the journey, Zhang Yizhou chattered incessantly, his words flowing like a river. Ruan Yuan responded intermittently, when a thought struck her, prompting her to probe him. "I heard you're getting engaged soon."
"I never imagined you would be the first among your circle to marry."
At this, Zhang Yizhou's enthusiasm waned, his tone turning bland. "It was always a predetermined affair, there's nothing surprising about it."
Ruan Yuan remarked, "That's true. In families like yours, marriages are seldom a matter of choice." "Now that you've said that, I feel even more disheartened. Truth be told, we all envy Jiku. He has someone he loves and doesn't have to rush into marriage. You two actually have it quite well." Zhang Yizhou's words were sincere. Ruan Yuan chuckled softly, replying, "How can that be if sooner or later, he must marry?" Zhang Yizhou glanced back at her while driving, surprised by her clarity regarding her future with Jiku. He sighed, saying, "Jiku is different, he simply doesn't wish to marry. For him, a marriage of convenience is unnecessary. What his family seeks is someone to assist him in managing the family business." Ruan Yuan nodded in agreement. The logic is similar. It is simply a lack of autonomy.
Listening to Ruan Yuan's conversation with the affluent young man, Lin Zhou suppressed her urge to laugh, secretly lamenting, "My dear Ruan Yuan has grown some thoughts of her own."
As they neared their destination, Zhang Yizhou reassured her, "Don't worry, Jiku is still young, he can easily wait until he is 30. Yet if you two can reach that point, there might still be hope." After bidding farewell to Su Yizhou at the base of the apartment building, they entered the elevator, bags in hand. Lin Zhou was seething with frustration. Who would believe his notion of waiting until 30, how naive, to waste all these years for an uncertain outcome is truly unkind. Ruan Yuan lifted her gaze, speaking languidly, "As if I could wait until he turns 30, do I possess that much charm?" "In truth, he has his own burdens to bear." Lin Zhou retorted, "Let us not make excuses for scoundrels. Didn't you hear Su Yizhou say that Jika never even considered marriage?" Stepping out of the elevator first, Lin Zhou concluded, "Now I see it clearly. Dating without the intent of marriage is merely playing the fool." Ruan Yuan burst into laughter. "Oh, how ironic, you used to tell me with such passion that you didn't care for eternity, only for the moments you once shared." Lin Zhou, however, replied earnestly, "Back then, I was utterly clueless. I'll confess, I've regretted my relationship with Gu Yanli countless times." This was the first time she had openly admitted such a sentiment. Lin Zhou, typically carefree, had surprisingly concealed this matter for over a year. Ruan Yuan had assumed she had long moved on. Once they had organized their shopping bags, Ruan Yuan finally asked, "Do you still have feelings for him?" Lin Zhou quickly responded, "Absolutely not, it was just a hasty beginning, and I foolishly gave him my first time. Every time I think back on it, I curse my own stupidity, filled with regret." Indeed, their relationship had lasted less than a month, driven by fleeting emotions and vanity, leading her to leap into a pit without a second thought. In this matter, she blamed no one but herself. Ruan Yuan inquired, "Have you two been in touch since?" Lin Zhou paused before quietly replying, 2 months after the breakup, he came to find me. But I didn't give him a warm reception. Over the past year, we've crossed paths a few times at various events." She looked at Ruan Yuan, raising her voice slightly. "Rest assured, I haven't acknowledged him. I am not desperate enough to play the role of the third party." Ruan Yuan's expression turned serious, her heart aching for the distress Lin Zhou had endured. She grasped Lin Zhou's hand and admonished, "You mustn't speak of yourself that way. You were never the third party." A silence enveloped them for half a minute. Lin Zhou was not one to linger in gloom. She pulled out several packets of snacks and plopped down onto the living room sofa, exclaiming, You get what you pay for. This $1 million sofa is indeed comfortable. Tonight, don't disturb me, I'm sleeping on the sofa." Ruan Yuan teased, "All right, tonight Xin Ba will keep you company on the sofa." The golden retriever, Xin Ba, wagged his tail as if he understood Ruan Yuan's words, then lazily settled down beside Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou absent-mindedly patted Xin Ba's head,
inhaling the delightful scent of the golden fur, and smiled contentedly, quite fragrant, I have no complaints. Ruan Yuan shook her head in amusement, silently wishing for Joer to encounter someone worthy of her affections.
As midnight approached, Jika's call interrupted Ruan Yuan's drowsy state. Upon answering, the familiar voice came through, "Did you miss me?"
Ruan Yuan feigned sleepiness, her voice languid, "Not particularly."
Jiko replied, "You little ingrate. Hang up, let us do a video call." "Please, I'm exhausted, you kept me up all night last time, and I didn't sleep well, let us do the video tomorrow, you should rest early too."
Ruan Yuan did not wish to prolong the conversation. Perhaps it would be better if they gradually faded from each other's lives. She even hoped Jiko would find someone suitable during his matchmaking trip to Switzerland. That way, she wouldn't have to grapple with the dilemma of how to break up. Hearing her weary tone, Jiko relented. "All right, sleep well." After they hung up, Jiko pondered for a long time in his room. This trip to Switzerland was clearly orchestrated by his grandfather and mother. If he wished to maintain familial harmony, he could not refuse. Moreover, they had not imposed the necessity of selecting someone from the matchmaking. Yet, Jiko felt a pang of guilt towards Ruan Yuan. What if she found out? How would she react? Would she sulk or confront him in anger? Jiko contemplated, or perhaps it was best to find an opportunity to be honest with her, to prevent any strain on their relationship. Chapter 17. At Ant's house on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Lin Joer set out early in the morning on her journey to the neighboring city to pick up her mother, accompanied by Ruan Yuan. Ant's residence is situated in the neighboring city, nearly a 2-hour drive from Yuezhou. By the time they arrived at the old community where her aunt lived, it was nearly noon. The community appeared rather antiquated, its weathered walls silently bearing the marks of time. This was a typical old residential area in a third-tier city, over 20 years old, with the greenery somewhat untidy and the concrete ground riddled with cracks. Lin Joer promptly extracted her keys to unlock the security door across the hall, while Ruan Yuan pressed the doorbell at her aunt's home. The door was opened by Ruan Yuan's aunt, Ruan Wenshu. At the age of 45, she worked as an accountant in a food factory. Petite in stature, her neatly cropped hair was tucked behind her ears, with a few wisps framing her forehead, adding an air of gentleness. Her complexion was well maintained, though time had left its mark. Her delicate skin and bright eyes still whispered of her youthful beauty. In terms of personality, Ruan Wenshu was meticulous and diligent, approaching her work with utmost seriousness, and she had her own plans and organization in life. However, even with immense patience in front of family, she could never quite win over her mother-in-law's heart. Initially, a look of surprise crossed Ruan Wenshu's face, quickly replaced by a beaming smile. She rushed forward, pulling Ruan Yuan into the house while exclaiming, "Ah Yuan, I thought you were coming back tomorrow, you should have mentioned it in advance." With a smile, Ruan Yuan handed over the gift box to Ruan Wenshu, saying, "Joer is back to pick up Mom, and I came alone." Ruan Wenshu accepted the gift box, placing it in the living room, and then led Ruan Yuan towards the kitchen. "We just need one more dish to be ready. Your brother and your uncle are not home. If you'd like, we could wait for them and go out for dinner." Ruan Yuan replied, "How can we eat out during the new year? Let's eat at home. I'll call Suemo. Perhaps later Joer and I will head back to Yuezhou together." "That won't do, you really should stay a few days before leaving. After all, there is no urgency with school," Ruan Wenshu countered. Ruan Yuan had no intention of spending the night here. The house had 3 bedrooms and a living room, and with the elderly lady residing there, there was no space for her to stay. Moreover, she was reluctant to endure the old woman's demeanor. Using her design work as an excuse, she said, "Aunt, I have some design drafts to submit at the jewelry company after the new year. I can't afford to delay this." Ruan Wenshu sighed, "If I hadn't lent you 100,000, you wouldn't have to rush your work during the new year. I feel so useless." Ruan Yuan brushed off the 100,000, for her aunt had raised her, and it was only natural to lend a hand in times of trouble. "If you keep being so polite, I won't know how to respond. Please, go prepare the dishes, I'll call Suemo." Half an hour later, at the dining table, Suemo had returned home swiftly. At 17, he had already outgrown his sister by a small margin. He could hardly conceal his delight, grinning as he said, "Sis, don't worry, once I finish my college entrance exams, I'll get a job and pay you back." Ruan Yuan had seen Suemo grow up since he was less than a year old, and their bond was exceptionally strong, to the point where even Sumo's grandmother could not sever it. Ruan Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Don't dwell on that all the time, focus on preparing for your exams. Sis, I also want to attend Shanghai Port University, my mock exams show I can score 600. Su Mo scooted his chair closer, maintaining the childhood habit of inching toward his sister.
Ruan Yuan frowned. In the last 6 months, can you improve by 30 points? I only scored 550 when I entered the 3rd year of high school. I just want to get into your school. Su Mo's voice trailed off. It was not a lack of confidence in his abilities, rather, after that incident, his sister had not uttered a word of reproach and had even offered her living expenses to support him. Su Mo felt a twinge of discomfort. He had never regretted the fight, but the ease with which his sister had provided money made him uneasy. He felt sorrow not only for the 100,000 but also for the fact that his sister had never received love from their parents. That day, when Su Mo called Ruan Yuan to recount the events, she had not scolded him in the slightest, merely stating, Su Mo, it's commendable to act bravely, but you must weigh the consequences. Consider your limits. What if it leads to criminal liability? What will become of your future? Ruan Wenshu, witnessing the strong bond between the siblings, felt a warmth in her heart. Yuan had suffered. There were few close to her, and if Su Mo could enter Shanghai Port University, it would provide mutual support for the siblings. Suddenly, Ruan Wenshu recalled her mother, Su, and inquired, have you been in touch with your mother recently? Upon mentioning her mother, Ruan Yuan felt a wave of reluctance. She paused before softly responding, I spoke with her a couple of days ago. She asked if I wanted to spend the new year in Port City, but I declined. Ruan Wenshu suggested, perhaps you should find time to visit. After all, she is your mother. Ruan Yuan rarely displayed contempt. Forget it, why didn't Tishi say she'd come to see me? I don't wish to disturb her happy life. Regarding the dynamics between mother and daughter, Ruan Wenshu refrained from casting blame. As a mother, Su did exhibit a certain coldness. Without the dinner prepared by her uncle and Su Mo's grandmother, Ruan Yuan felt quite satisfied with the meal. After dinner, Ruan Wenshu and Su Mo eagerly tried on the new clothes Ruan Yuan had bought, both filled with joy. Ruan Wenshu, concerned about her spending, reminded her, please, don't buy me anything else, invest in a few more pieces for yourself. You young ladies should be dressing up. Su Mo chimed in, sis, I'm a young man. I don't care much for that, just dress beautifully yourself, it'll be easier for you to find a husband. Ruan Yuan chuckled, retorting, do I need to look beautiful just to find you a husband? Su Mo replied, isn't it good for you to find someone well off? Ordinary people aren't worthy of my sister. The moment he uttered this, Ruan Yuan was reminded of Jiku, thinking to herself, she has found someone, yet alas, my sister is not worthy. Around 4 or 5 o'clock, Ruan Yuan bid farewell to her aunt and Su Mo, joining Lin Zhou and her mother on the bus back to Yuezhou. Throughout the return journey, she lamented her aunt's unremarkable life, yet felt relieved that Su Mo had grown up well and would surely be a dutiful son. Ruan Yuan's paternal family, during that time, could indeed be considered a scholarly lineage, with her grandparents, father, and aunt all graduates of prestigious universities from that era. Ruan Yuan's father had graduated with a master's degree and engaged in research work. Tragically, he passed away prematurely in a chemical reagent explosion. Ruan Yuan had no memories of her father, and her recollections of her mother were fading as well. After all, she had only lived with Su for 4 years, and their communication dwindled to a phone call once or twice a month in the subsequent years. After graduating from elementary school, she had spent half a month in Port City. However, the memories were far from pleasant. Her stepfather's daughter was always at odds with her, and her mother, Su, seemed to favor her stepfather's daughter, constantly urging her to endure. The stepfather's daughter not only competed for food and playthings but also spoke harshly. Once, while she was napping, the girl secretly cut her hair. When Ruan Yuan woke to find her hair shorn, she cried bitterly. Su had remarked, the haircut actually looks quite nice. During that half-month, Ruan Yuan heard the most from her mother. Yuan, you must be sensible at your uncle's house, learn to endure. Don't always be at odds with your sister. If she gets angry, it makes things difficult for mommy. After that, when Su sent her to Port City, she never returned again. Chapter 18 New Year's Eve. Ruan Yuan vividly recalls the time she returned from the Port City to her aunt's home, where she shared her experiences with her aunt, Ruan Wenshu. Her aunt embraced her tightly and wept profusely. That scene is indelibly etched in her memory, a moment she will never forget. At that instant, she truly felt the warmth of someone's love.
Aunt Ruan Wenshu was also a woman burdened by her fate. To put it in contemporary terms, she squandered a promising hand. Originally, she held an esteemed position in a state-owned enterprise in Yuezhou, but alas, she was utterly besotted by Sumo's father, and, in a moment of impulsive love, she resigned and moved to this third-tier city to marry and bear children. At the time, Ruan Yuan's grandmother vehemently opposed the union, yet her daughter was resolute in her decision to wed. Her uncle is the archetype of a man lacking substantial capability yet exceedingly fastidious. Their personalities transform dramatically before and after marriage. He earns little, yet he is surrounded by a plethora of dubious friends. His meager salary hardly suffices for his own needs, let alone supporting the household. Consequently, the day-to-day expenses of her aunt's family rely almost entirely on her income. Ruan Yuan's grandmother is a relentless critic. She disparages her aunt's cooking, finding it unpalatable, and scorns her housekeeping efforts, deeming them insufficiently clean. In short, her mother-in-law can always find fault, no matter the circumstance. Despite her aunt's tireless dedication to the family, rising early and toiling late to manage household chores and care for the children, she endures her mother-in-law's biting remarks without receiving an ounce of respect or gratitude, which only serves to reinforce the idea that her sacrifices are merely expected. During Sumo's childhood illnesses, her aunt would scurry about, while her uncle indulged in revelry, neglecting familial duties. When her aunt sought assistance from her mother-in-law, she received a frosty retort, chiding her for being unable to care for her own children despite her age. For Ruan Yuan, it is fortunate that her mother, Su, provides her with living expenses each year. Otherwise, that old woman would undoubtedly have cast her out. Gazing out the car window with a deep sigh, Ruan Yuan mused, people must either be self-reliant or open their eyes wide. In a moment of contemplation, she uttered a profound insight. Lin Jor, who was munching on an apple, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "That makes perfect sense. Are you preparing to be self-sufficient, or are you going to open your eyes?" Ruan Yuan retrieved an apple from her bag and took a bite, mumbling, "I suppose self-reliance comes first. Relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself." Upon arriving in Yuezhou, Ruan Yuan first returned to her apartment to gather 2 sets of clean clothes. She then took the leash of Xianba and hailed a taxi to Lin Jor's home. This new year, with their companionship, Ruan Yuan felt no pangs of loneliness. Around 11 at night, Lin Jor had already succumbed to slumber, while Ruan Yuan, clutching her phone, found herself restless. As midnight approached, it marked not only New Year's Eve but also Jika's 25th birthday. Ruan Yuan had meticulously composed a congratulatory message, accompanied by a photo of herself and Xianba taken that evening. Yet, she hesitated repeatedly, reluctant to hit send. Reflecting on the previous year's Eve, she recalled sending Jiku a message at the stroke of midnight, accompanied by an image of a handcrafted enamel iris brooch. His reply came the following afternoon, where he remarked, "Such a sentimental gesture, yet, it is quite lovely." Last year's New Year's Eve was spent with just her and her dog. She cheerfully prepared a modest meal of 3 dishes and a soup, enjoying a reunion dinner with Xianba, all the while sending numerous photos to Jiku. Throughout the night, she frequently checked her phone, yearning for his response. Eventually, his message arrived in the early hours of the first day. "Two fools, there were too many guests at home tonight, I didn't check my phone. We'll video chat tomorrow." Indeed, she felt like a fool, yet a mere hint of sweetness could brighten her spirits for an extended time. In ancient times, Ruan Yuan would have regarded herself as a mere concubine, destined to wait in obscurity. In hindsight, she found herself pitiably foolish for placing her hopes and happiness in another's hands. Had she not thrived for so many years without Jiku? The clock on her phone now read 00:30. Ruan Yuan chose not to send those prepared messages. She switched her phone to airplane mode and closed her eyes, ready to embrace sleep. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, Ruan Yuan accompanied Mama Zhong to the market for groceries. She relished this long-missed sensation. Mama Zhong chided her, "I told you to sleep a little longer, but you wouldn't listen. Just look around. Where do you find young people shopping for groceries at such an early hour?" Having spent much of her childhood at Lin Zhou's house, she was quite familiar with Lin Zhou's mother, Zhong Yu. Ruan Yuan linked her arm with Zhong Yu's and spoke in a soft tone, "But I'm here. You have no idea how envious the other grandmothers are of you for being able to shop with me." Zhong Yu had watched Ruan Yuan grow up. This child had always been gentle, polite, and well-behaved. The bond between her and Zhou was deep, and Zhong Yu had long regarded her as a daughter. At that moment, Ruan Yuan's playful banter brought a smile to her face, and she thought to herself, "Having 2 daughters is quite delightful, When the lazy Lin Zhou finally rose, Mama Zhong had been bustling in the kitchen for quite some time. Naturally, she was met with a round of gentle scolding. The kitchen was brimming with an array of ingredients for the New Year's Eve feast, including fresh white-cut chicken, succulent roast goose, and a basin filled with lively, wriggling shrimp. On the chopping board lay finely sliced water chestnuts and pork, ready to be fashioned into steamed meat patties. Additionally, there were soaked shiitake mushrooms, intended for a dish with black moss that symbolized prosperity. In a pot simmered a nourishing broth crafted from pork bones, chicken feet, goji berries, and other carefully selected ingredients, rich in nutrition and flavor. Alongside were stir-fried seasonal vegetables and claypot rice infused with cured meats, brimming with local character and the essence of home. Lin Zhou grinned cheekily, exclaiming, "The joy of waking up late is unparalleled." Indeed, Wang Yuan and Zhong Yu had labored for hours. While she had only just arisen, Mama Zhong cast her a disapproving glance, wielding a ladle. "Hurry and freshen up.
We'll be having our reunion meal at noon in Tangyuan for dinner."
Ruan Yuan, though not particularly skilled in cooking, could manage a few simple dishes, but she was utterly unprepared for this grand reunion feast. Today, she served as an aide, learning numerous culinary tips and methods for crafting traditional broths. She resolved that even if she were to live alone in the future, she would strive to embrace a refined lifestyle, for loving and caring for oneself is the first step. The dining table was lavishly adorned with an array of delectable dishes, each exuding an enticing aroma. The glossy white-cut chicken, with its golden skin and tender meat, was artfully sliced into uniform pieces, arranged neatly on the platter. The luscious roast goose glistened with a radiant hue, its crisp skin encasing succulent meat, with glistening fat seeping from the cut surfaces. The three of them sat together, their faces illuminated with joy and contentment.
Ruan Yuan served Lin Zhou a piece of roast goose, cheerfully saying, "Zhou, do try this, I stood in line for quite a while."
Lin Zhou accepted the morsel, took a bite, and with her eyes squinting in satisfaction, mumbled, delicious.
This place is simply exceptional."
Chapter 19 is Switzerland. Mama Zhong busily ladled soup for everyone, the rich and flavorful broth steaming enticingly, its aroma wafting through the air. As she served, she chattered, "Drink more soup. It nourishes the body. Look at your slender frames. I aim to plump you both up a few pounds during these days." Lin Zhou wore a wry smile and replied, "Mom, that won't do. If I gain weight, how will I face the world at work? Today, I shall indulge just this once." Ruan Yuan chimed in, "Indeed, Mama Zhong, the trend now favors a more delicate beauty." At that moment, Xian Ba obediently lay beneath the table, occasionally lifting his head, his eager eyes fixed on the sumptuous food, which elicited hearty laughter from everyone. Lin Zhou tossed a piece of meat to Xian Ba and glanced at Ruan Yuan, chuckling, "This treat is for you, or perhaps it's your mother who was thinking of you. She takes you everywhere." The three of them exchanged playful banter, their laughter resonating joyfully. The warm atmosphere enveloped them like the gentle rays of spring sunshine, making the reunion dinner a delightful celebration filled with happiness. After a 2-hour rest post-lunch, Ruan Yuan, Lin Zhou, and Mama Zhong ventured into the bustling flower market. In the market, an array of vibrant flowers bloomed in a dazzling display, resembling a colorful ocean. They wove through the throng of people, their faces aglow with excitement and joy.
"Look, this pot of kumquat is laden with fruit,"
Ruan Yuan exclaimed, pointing at a bountiful kumquat plant. "The golden fruits hang from the branches like little lanterns, a harbinger of good fortune." Lin Zhou nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, we should buy a pot to adorn our home. It will bring joy." They meandered about, collecting numerous bouquets, and thankfully, Mama Zhong had the foresight to bring along 2 portable shopping carts for their purchases. The surrounding crowd was equally immersed in this joyful ambience, the sounds of haggling and laughter intertwining like a cheerful New Year symphony. In the end, they returned home laden with blossoms and hearts brimming with delight, ready to embrace the new year. In the evening, the three sat in the living room, watching the spring festival gala while enjoying tangyuan and dumplings. Suddenly, Ruan Yuan realized she had not thought of that person all day. As strangely, he had not reached out to her either. Meanwhile, Jiku was quite irked in Switzerland, particularly by his uncle Kohanwen's pair of troublesome twins. These 2 little shadows had been inseparable from him, even following him to the restroom. At just 10 years old, they were too young to scold, and when he showed annoyance, they remained blissfully oblivious, grinning from ear to ear. He pondered, was he truly so appealing to children? He and his grandfather, Ji Zhangxian, arrived at their grandfather's home in Switzerland on the evening of the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. His father, Ji-hoon, landed on the afternoon of New Year's Eve. Although his grandfather's family had long since emigrated to Switzerland, they still upheld the traditions of their hometown during the festive season.
The Chinese must not forget their roots, especially since their family had not fully emigrated and had not changed their nationality. New Year's Eve was a day of national celebration and family reunions. Coincidentally, it was also Ji-ko's birthday.
This year marked the most complete gathering of family he had experienced thus far. In previous years, he would either be in the country or abroad, with his grandfather and father often unable to accompany him. His mother, Ko-min, also did not celebrate the new year with him every year. At that moment, he had just returned from the airport after picking up his father, enduring a fair share of lectures along the way. Upon returning to the villa, he was greeted by a sea of unfamiliar faces in the living room. Ji-ko donned a lightweight down jacket over a hooded sweatshirt, leaning against the doorframe with his hands in his pockets. The lively atmosphere in the room made him reluctant to enter. He surveyed the first floor of the villa, noting several elderly gentlemen, familiar tycoons, engaged in conversation with his grandfather. There were also at least 7 or 8 young ladies, each impeccably dressed and adorned with exquisite makeup, all exuding an air of dignified poise. Suddenly, Ji-ko grasped the situation. They were evidently here to select potential brides for him. A wave of annoyance washed over him, and he felt a strong impulse to simply walk away. Many envied his fortunate birth, yet Ji-ko had never taken pride in it. Throughout his life, he had faced his own share of helplessness and sorrow, and now, even the prospect of a girlfriend was something he could not disclose publicly, and he was forced to don a smile while navigating this gathering of young ladies. That smile, however, did not reach his heart. Ji-ko felt stifled by the suffocating atmosphere around him. His polite smile strained as impatience mounted within him. Whenever a young lady attempted to draw closer, he felt a wave of distaste rising within, but he stifled that sentiment, unwilling to let it surface. In that moment, Ji-ko thought of Ruan Yuan, along with her oblivious dog, both of whom he missed dearly. His gaze occasionally flicked toward the entrance, seeking an excuse to escape this suffocating gathering. However, his mother, Ko-min, remained vigilant beside him, her gaze seemingly warning him against any displays of disrespect. Ji-ko took a deep breath, enduring the charade of pleasantries while silently cursing under his breath. Chapter 20. Grant me 3 years. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, and Ji-ko seized it like a lifeline, hastily addressing the gathered crowd. "I apologize, I must take an important call." He then strode toward the villa's backyard, finally escaping the tiresome situation. However, the call was not from the person he longed for. Instead, Gu Yanli's voice came through the receiver. "Birthday star, I heard you've returned to Switzerland for matchmaking." Ji-ko replied irritably, "Who told you that?" Without a second thought, Gu Yanli betrayed his friend, Jiang Yizhou. "He's been laughing at you all around." Ji-ko scoffed coldly, "What audacity, he's about to shamelessly marry into wealth and still dares to mock me." Gu Yanli couldn't help but laugh on the other end of the line. He then sincerely remarked, "Our group truly is a spectacle, each one, undeniably ridiculous." Ji-ko, however, remained unfazed. "Rest assured, I will not marry any of them." "You aren't suggesting you're going to marry Ruan Yuan, are you?" Gu Yanli raised his voice in disbelief. Ji-ko paused briefly and candidly admitted, "No one has ever considered it, no one wants to marry." Gu Yanli, sensing something amiss, cautioned, "Ji, you're quite something, I thought you were serious about Ruan Yuan." Ji-ko replied nonchalantly, "Where did you see my seriousness? It is true that I have feelings for her. If it truly fits, then perhaps it could happen in the future, but how could my family ever allow her to enter our home?" He paused for 2 seconds before continuing, "It's better not to marry. If we like each other, we can be together, and if we don't, we can part ways." Gu Yanli found this reasoning both valid and absurd, but couldn't help but remind him, "Brother, just be careful. Ruan Yuan has quite the temper. I have to go, my mother is approaching." Ji-ko, seeing Ko-min walk near, hastily ended the call. Ko-min smiled and asked, "How did it go?" Naturally, she referred to the selection of potential brides. Ji-ko felt a laugh bubbling up but managed to suppress it. He lazily lifted his eyelids and replied, "None of them appeal to me." Ko-min's expression darkened instantly as she commented, "Child, your standards are rather high. We shouldn't focus solely on appearances, inner qualities matter more." It seemed that once he acquiesced to such matters, they would endlessly arrange encounters for him. He needed to secure himself more tranquility. Ji-ko furrowed his brow.
contemplating for a moment before stating solemnly, "Mom, I wish to discuss something with you." Ko-min nodded, somewhat surprised by her son's unusually earnest tone. Ji-ko continued with a serious demeanor, "I am only 25 years old. I would like you and Grandpa to consider granting me 3 years to focus on my career and enjoy some freedom. Frankly, today's event is quite distasteful. However, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position and hope you can allow me a few more years of freedom and peace. I have understood the burdens of the family since childhood. I have never sought to irresponsibly indulge in pleasure. I merely ask for a few more years of time." The air fell silent as Ko-min had never heard her son express so many thoughts in one breath. Having been young herself, she understood the weight of the responsibilities on her son's shoulders. His words struck a chord deep within her heart. Ko-min was momentarily at a loss for words, gazing into Ji-ko's determined yet somewhat helpless eyes, feeling a tumult of emotions. After a long pause, she finally spoke, "ACI, I know you have your own thoughts, but our family does not permit such capriciousness." Ji-ko gently shook his head, saying, "Mom, just 3 years. I promise that after this period, I will not shirk the responsibilities I must take on." Having traversed a similar path at that age, Ko-min, too, had yearned for a life of freedom and autonomy, only to be crushed by familial obligations. She remained silent for a moment, ultimately sighing, "Very well, I shall agree. I will speak to your grandfather about this." This assurance finally brought a hint of a smile to Ji-ko's face as he stepped forward to embrace Ko-min. However, this unexpected gesture left Ko-min momentarily stunned. By the time she realized what had happened, the embrace had already concluded. Deep down, Ko-min felt a mix of emotions, silently lamenting, "Son, who doesn't he wish to live freely? Yet, you happen to be my child." Ruan Yuan was well aware that Ji-ko would undoubtedly call her today, thus, just before lunch on the first day of the new year, she proactively sent him the unsent text message and photo from the previous night. Ji-ko's reply came 10 minutes later, little heartless one. Ruan Yuan chose not to respond further but replied with a cartoonish tongue-out emoji. After that, there was silence. Shortly thereafter, she received a call from her mother, Su-su. The mother-daughter duo had long been estranged, and communication over the phone was even more challenging. Their conversations were perpetually mundane. Yuan, how are you? Please send my regards to Aunt. If you run out of money, let me know." Though these lines might sound caring in isolation, they left Ruan Yuan at a loss for words, for her mother had never been there for her in times of need. Her mother's happiness always took precedence over all. Ruan Yuan stayed at Lin Zhou's home until the 3rd day of the new year. After dinner, she took Simba back to the apartment near the school. Ruan Yuan intended to utilize the winter break to produce more design drafts. She still needed half of the funds for her study abroad. She aimed to earn this money domestically, only then could she study with peace of mind overseas. Yet, inspiration was not something that flowed endlessly. She decided to delve into traditional culture as a starting point. The following day, she immersed herself in the library, poring over an extensive array of books on ancient jewelry and gold craftsmanship, drawing nourishment from the splendid ornaments of ancient civilizations. In the subsequent 2 days, she frequently visited various jewelry stores, closely observing those exquisite finished pieces, analyzing their lines, color combinations, and material applications. Ruan Yuan also set aside a day to stroll through the antique market with Lin Zhou, seeking inspiration among the aged yet story-filled adornments. Sometimes, the unique texture of an inconspicuous old object could spark the conception of an entire series of jewelry. To gather a more diverse range of ideas, she began to pay attention to fashion trends, studying contemporary clothing styles and color palettes, pondering how to cleverly integrate them into her jewelry design. Every evening, while walking in the park with Simba, she habitually observed the blooming flowers, the veins of the leaves, and the colors of the birds' feathers. After 10 days of diligently collecting materials, Ruan Yuan indeed produced several satisfactory jewelry design concepts. During this time, the communication between Ruan Yuan and Ji-ko was infrequent. They would speak on the phone only every few days, and while text messages were exchanged daily, they were often sporadic. Ruan Yuan would send a message and sometimes wait half a day for a response. She thought to herself, Ji-ko must be quite busy, perhaps enjoying joyful moments with his family or attending to his matchmaking prospects. Gradually, she realized the formidable power of habit. In the first 2 days after Ji-ko left, she was preoccupied with thoughts of him, affecting her sleep. However, as days passed, she slowly adapted to this new state.
During these days, Ruan Yuan continued her life as usual. Though she missed Jiku, it no longer disrupted her daily routine. Chapter 21 ACI. On the 16th day of the first month, the school resumed its sessions. Generally speaking, the latter half of the senior year is devoted to internship stages, with the school possibly arranging a few courses related to graduation projects, thesis guidance, or some conclusive and supplementary professional courses. Thus, for Ruan Yuan, attending school was not a necessity. However, today marked the day when teachers and administrators returned to work, and she intended to confirm the specific procedures for her study abroad and whether she could submit her thesis and graduation project in advance. After discussing these matters with her teachers and while walking downstairs in the office building, someone called her name. Ruan Yuan turned around and saw her junior, Xu Xingxi, from the third year. With a light step, Xu Xingxi approached her, his face adorned with a radiant smile, though his eyes betrayed a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Upon reaching Ruan Yuan, he took a deep breath, looked at her earnestly, and asked, "Senior, are you planning to study abroad for your Master's?" Ruan Yuan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to how he knew of her intentions to go overseas. She had a vague impression of this junior. His classmates affectionately referred to him as ACI. This was also the pet name of her heartthrob. When she first started dating Jiku, at a gathering of the affluent, a young lady who harbored feelings for Jiku had called him this. Jiku had coldly retorted, "Don't call me that. We're not that familiar." Later, Ruan Yuan overheard Jiku's closest friends mention, only his family and a few childhood friends call him that. This woman truly lacks awareness. Ruan Yuan had never addressed Jiku in such a manner. Perhaps she had always maintained a boundary in her heart. Senior, seeing her lost in thought and unresponsive, Xu Xingxi continued calling her. Ruan Yuan snapped back to reality, offering a gentle smile. "Yes. I came to confirm a few things with the teachers." Xu Xingxi's heart brimmed with regret. From the moment he first laid eyes on Ruan Yuan's flawless natural beauty in his freshman year, he found himself inexplicably smitten. Since then, he had sought opportunities to engage in brief conversations with her. However, when he finally mustered the courage to pursue her, he learned that Ruan Yuan had a boyfriend. Heartbroken, he mourned for quite some time, but even with her in a relationship, he continued to harbor feelings for her in secret. The sudden revelation of her plans to study abroad astonished him. If she left for overseas studies, wouldn't that mean he would no longer see her at school? Although he had heard of Ruan Yuan's boyfriend, he had never seen him in person. He had inquired among Ruan Yuan's classmates, but no one had encountered her boyfriend. Only occasionally had someone spotted her getting into a black G class. Confused, Xu Xingxi wondered, if she were to study abroad, what would happen to her boyfriend? Would he accompany her, or had they parted ways? Regardless, Xu Xingxi wished to bring closure to his 3 years of unspoken affection. Suppressing his inner turmoil and trepidation, he summoned the courage to confess, "Ruan Yuan, I like you. Ever since I first met you in freshman year, I have liked you." When I later heard you had a boyfriend, I quietly continued to watch over you. Now that you are about to graduate, I wish to give myself a chance. Even if it's just a secret admiration, I want you to know that there's a boy who has silently liked you for 3 whole years. Ruan Yuan was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such a sudden confession from him. She was already aware of the junior's feelings. She had grown accustomed to such declarations each semester, yet, knowing that she had a boyfriend and that she was about to leave for abroad, he still chose this moment to confess. Ruan Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. She smiled lightly and responded, "Thank you for your affection, but I'm afraid I cannot reciprocate your feelings. I hope you will encounter someone who likes you just as much in the future." After saying this, she prepared to move forward, but Xu Xingxi, still holding on to hope, pressed on, "Have you broken up with your boyfriend?" "No, I simply chose to attend my ideal school," Ruan Yuan blurted out, not wishing to give Xu Xingxi any false hopes. After uttering these words, she did not allow him to speak further and walked toward the school gate. Even if she were to part ways with Jiku, she could not accept someone else in a short period. Ruan Yuan was always clear about her suitors. She never indulged in any ambiguity with those who liked her. Hence, rumors circulated in school there was a stunningly beautiful and aloof goddess in the jewelry design department, reputed to have already been claimed. Upon leaving the school, Ruan Yuan directly took the subway to the headquarters of Chuxin Jewelry Group. Director Su was utterly astonished upon receiving the 2 series of design proposals. One was a traditional Chinese gold wedding series, while the other was a uniquely fashionable. Su could hardly contain her admiration. Knowing that Ruan Yuan was currently focused on raising funds for her studies abroad, she promptly decided to grant her a substantial final payment of 100,000. Based on Su Li's industry experience, even if these two series did not become a sensation, they would undoubtedly have a market. Ruan Yuan was elated, not solely due to the generous remuneration but also because it served as a validation of her abilities. She felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered Su Li during such a challenging time. This act of kindness would forever be etched in her memory. Additionally, there was Lin Zhou, her lucky charm. Had it not been for her recommendation to take a part-time job as a hand model, Ruan Yuan would never have had the chance to meet Su Li. After leaving the Chuxin headquarters, Ruan Yuan immediately called Lin Zhou, inviting her and Mother Zhong to a celebratory dinner. That evening, at a French restaurant in Yuezhou where the average meal cost 2,000, Ruan Yuan indulged in a splurge like never before. Not only had she received affirmation today, but she also felt more confident about her future and had begun to formulate some plans. During dinner, Ruan Yuan ordered a bottle of red wine, and the three of them shared it equally. With a joyful expression, she turned to Mother Zhong and said, "Mom Zhong, next time I receive payment, I'll treat you to another lavish meal." Zhong Yu beamed widely, "You mustn't overspend, dear. A meal of this price is sufficient for me. You should save your money to buy your own house." The older generation often believed that owning a home was the ultimate security and peace of mind in life. It was for this reason that Lin Zhou, having just come into some financial stability, had opted to purchase her own property on an installment plan. This was indeed true, and Ruan Yuan would have agreed with it in the past. However, now, she found herself avoiding Yuezhou. She smiled as she replied to Zhong Yu, "It's not overspending. Next time, I'll bring Su Mo and my aunt along too." Lin Zhou was not one to hold back, laughingly retorting, "Our Yuan is destined to become a great designer. The future is bright, Mom. You mustn't be stingy with her." Upon returning to the apartment, it was already 10 o'clock. Simba was exceedingly displeased, pacing at the door, miffed at not having been taken out for a walk today. Upon seeing Ruan Yuan enter, he barked at her, his paws incessantly tugging at her pant leg. Ruan Yuan chuckled helplessly, bending down to pat Simba's head, soothing him, "It's too late today. I'll definitely take you out tomorrow." However, Simba was not appeased. Continuing to bark, Ruan Yuan sighed. She had no desire to go downstairs and could only coax him, "Simba, be good. We won't go out for a walk, but I'll give you a nice, fragrant bath." Simba seemed to understand the words bath, quieting down a bit, though his eyes still reflected reluctance. Ruan Yuan hurried to prepare bathwater and bathing supplies, bringing Simba into the bathroom. During the bathing process, Simba initially resisted, writhing and splashing water all over Ruan Yuan, yet, she patiently comforted him, gently massaging his fur while whispering sweet words. Gradually, Simba began to enjoy the bath, obediently allowing Ruan Yuan to handle him. After the bath, Ruan Yuan wrapped Simba in a towel and patiently used a hairdryer to dry him off. Once Simba was all clean and fragrant, he finally returned to his cheerful self, bouncing around the living room and licking Ruan Yuan's hand, seemingly having forgotten his earlier displeasure at not being taken out. As Ruan Yuan watched Simba, she fell into deep thought. She wondered if Jiko could take Simba with him to England. After all, he didn't seem to care for him anymore. Chapter 22. Jiko's return home. That night, Jiko appeared in Ruan Yuan's dreams. He slipped into her bed, enveloped in the same fragrant scent of the bath products she used. As his entire weight pressed down upon her, Ruan Yuan found herself awake. Unable to resist, she surrendered to the moment. Sensing her acquiescence, Jiko intensified his playful torment, repeatedly calling out, "Yuan Bao! Yuan Bao!" Each utterance stirred within Ruan Yuan a profound urge to abandon all defenses. In that instant, a thought surfaced in her mind: how wonderful it would be if they could be together forever. Alas, after the first round concluded, the two individuals, having cleansed themselves of the sticky remnants, reclined on the bed. Jiko leaned against the headboard, embracing her, and playfully pinched Ruan Yuan's cheek, watching as an immediate flush appeared on her face. With a pang of affection, he pressed a tender kiss to her lips, his voice deep and hoarse. "I miss you so much." Ruan Yuan gazed at him with her enchanting eyes, her heart a blend of sweetness and bitterness. She teasingly remarked, "You want to sleep with me, don't you?" Jiko, captivated by her visage that lingered in his thoughts day and night, felt an overwhelming fullness in his chest. The frustrations of the past half-month had dissipated the moment he held Ruan Yuan close. He resumed his usual domineering demeanor, asserting, "Who else would I sleep with?" Before her delicate lips could respond, Jiko descended upon her once more. This time, he was not in a rush. Instead, he expertly navigated Ruan Yuan's sensitive spots, indulging in the utmost provocation and allure. Ruan Yuan, inexperienced in such matters, had been nurtured to stand on her own. Teasing Jiko was, after all, A simple endeavor, Jika's fervent breath cascaded over her neck as he gasped, "Enchantress." Just as Jiku was on the verge of drifting into slumber, Ruan Yuan found herself wide awake. Nestled in his embrace, she softly proposed, "ACI, let us marry." She lifted her gaze, illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the gauzy window, to observe Jiku's facial contours. His eyelashes fluttered in response to her words, yet his eyes remained closed. Ruan Yuan, fully aware of the answer, felt a chilling sensation wash over her, reassuring herself, "Let us consider these 2 years as mutually beneficial." Of course, Jiku had heard her. How could he provide her with a satisfactory reply? The way she called out ACI was exceptionally melodious and heartwarming, yet it unwittingly broached the topic he loathed most. Ruan Yuan endured the night until her eyelids could no longer resist the pull of sleep, finally succumbing to slumber. When Jiku awoke, she was still deeply asleep. He gazed at her serene visage, the exquisite contours of her features, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He silently lamented, "Yuan Bo, while marriage may elude us, all my adoration is yours alone." Thus, the kitchen novice, Master Ji, ventured to fry some eggs, heat 2 cups of milk, and toast several slices of bread. Alas, the aesthetic appeal of the fried eggs was lacking, and half of them were burnt. He discarded the failed attempts into Simba's bowl. To his surprise, even the dog turned its nose up at them. Simba approached the bowl, sniffed at the charred egg, then disdainfully glanced at Jiku before lying down, unmoving. The expression seemed to silently protest, "How could such a thing ever enter my mouth?" When Ruan Yuan pushed open the bedroom door, Simba rushed over, placing its front paws on her legs, whimpering softly as if to complain, "Ah Yuan, the burnt eggs made by Prince Ji are simply inedible." Ruan Yuan affectionately stroked Simba's head as she made her way outside. Passing by Simba's food bowl, she paused to take a look and turned to the dog with a smile, saying, "Simba, you are the first dog to taste Master Ji's culinary skills." With that, Ruan Yuan lifted her bright eyes to glance at Jiku, playfully exclaiming, "I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to enjoy some perfectly cooked eggs?" Jiku, with one hand in his pocket and a plate in hand, smirked with a hint of nonchalance, "Well, you could say you're quite lucky. Out of 10 eggs, 3 weren't burnt, and they are all yours." Ruan Yuan promptly walked over, spotting the plate of unappetizing burnt eggs on the stove, and burst into laughter, "You've really outdone yourself." Jiku stepped closer, wrapping an arm around Ruan Yuan's shoulders, leaning in to say, "It wasn't all that difficult. Next time, I'll aim for a success rate of 90%. Ruan Yuan furrowed her brow slightly, casting another glance at Simba at her feet. She feigned annoyance, saying, "When you practice your culinary skills, please don't subject Simba to your experiments. Look how pitiful he is, I usually only give him the best." Upon hearing his name, Simba blinked up at Ruan Yuan with big, innocent eyes, as if to affirm his plight. Jiku wrinkled his nose, a look of exasperation crossing his face, as he retorted, "That's only because you spoil him." With that, Jiku shot a sidelong glare at Simba. Ruan Yuan gently tapped Jiku's arm. "Well, whose fault is it that he only has eyes for me?" Jiku huffed, a proud expression on his face, "And what about me? Do I not hold a place in your heart, or does this dog surpass me?" Ruan Yuan playfully rolled her eyes at him, yet a smile lingered on her lips as she replied, "Master Ji, how could you compare yourself to a dog?" Jiku was already dissatisfied with Ruan Yuan's excessive fondness for the oblivious dog. Unwilling to concede, he leaned in closer, raising his voice, "I'm not comparing myself to it, I mind that you pamper it too much." Ruan Yuan chuckled helplessly, glancing at Simba, "Look, you've even managed to upset Master Ji." She then turned to Jiku, attempting to placate him, all right, how childish. Simba could never compete with you, you will always be my number one." At last, Jiku's frown relaxed, and he invited her to sit down, presenting his novice culinary creation, "Finish this. You are the first to sample my cooking." Ruan Yuan looked at the plate. Though the presentation left much to be desired, the 3 eggs were imbued with his heartfelt intentions. She devoured them one by one, giving him a thumbs up afterward. Jiku, having fumbled in the kitchen for a good half hour, felt a surge of accomplishment at her enthusiastic consumption. Pausing, he solemnly instructed her, "These next few days will be quite busy. Once I sort out matters at the company, we shall take a trip to Yun City together. They've organized a gathering tonight. You go ahead, and I'll join you once I'm finished." Ruan Yuan remained silent for a moment before nodding. "You go ahead, see you tonight." That day, Ruan Yuan devoted herself to writing her. She purposefully dawdled until 6:30 before stepping out. The temperatures in Yuezhou had risen since the new year, and today, Ruan Yuan wore a pair of light-colored jeans paired with a simple white t-shirt, devoid of logos. Her understated attire, however, did little to conceal her enviable figure. The fitted jeans hugged her long, straight legs, while the white t-shirt accentuated her slender waist, the subtly uplifted curve of her hips adding a touch of youthful allure. She had applied a light touch of makeup that enhanced her already striking features. Her exquisite and three-dimensional facial structure, along with a well-defined jawline, carved out an elegant silhouette. With a perfectly oval face, her soft and alluring lines, a full forehead seemed to harbor boundless wisdom. Her rounded apple cheeks radiated the vigor of youth, making her appear vibrantly alive. Ruan Yuan belonged to the category of striking beauties, her features hinting at a touch of mixed heritage, which contributed to the undeniable allure of her flawless visage, even without makeup. Upon her return to Haokuzhai, Jiku and his friends had already gathered. The moment she entered the private room, all eyes turned toward her, and Jiku, upon noticing her arrival, smiled and waved her over to sit. Chapter 23. And Ziqin. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful yet unfamiliar face abruptly appeared before Ruan Yuan's eyes. A woman clad in a white dress, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, stood affectionately beside Jiku. She was none other than Jiku's childhood friend and Ziqian. Ziqin politely inclined her head slightly towards Ruan Yuan, yet her gaze subtly betrayed a hint of barely perceptible disdain, as if silently proclaiming her extraordinary position beside Jiku. She naturally called out to Jiku, "ACI, this must be Ruan Yuan." The others in the private room had all taken note of Ziqin's expression, yet Jiku's attention remained fixated on Ruan Yuan. And Ziqin's close friend, Song Wei, wore a faint smirk, her eyes flitting back and forth between Ruan Yuan and Ziqin, reveling in the unfolding drama. Most at the table sensed that the main character was standing beside Jiku, while Ruan Yuan seemed a mere inconsequential presence. They occasionally cast amused glances towards Ruan Yuan, as if eagerly awaiting a spectacle of her embarrassment. Ruan Yuan, acutely aware of these scrutinizing gazes, lowered her eyes slightly, striving to suppress the discomfort bubbling within her. Gu Yanli furrowed his brow, seemingly perturbed by the reactions of the others. Ruan Yuan mused to herself, surely, this must be the only female childhood friend of Jiku. She slowly approached. Jiku, oblivious to Ziqin's demeanor, merely curved his lips into a smile and gently patted the seat beside him, urging Ruan Yuan to come and sit. As Ruan Yuan drew near, Jiku rose to envelop her in an embrace as they sat together, turning to Ziqin and declaring, "This is my girlfriend, Ruan Yuan." At that moment, Ruan Yuan's demeanor had become poised and serene, while Ziqin, though internally unsettled, maintained an air of grace and propriety. Ziqin delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled at Ruan Yuan, saying, "Ruan Yuan, it's a pleasure to meet you," though the warmth of her smile did not quite reach her eyes. Ruan Yuan simply nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from a verbal response. The dynamics between women are indeed fascinating. Upon entering the room and seeing Ziqin at Jiku's side, Ruan Yuan instantly discerned the identity of this young lady. Furthermore, even before meeting Ziqin, she had pieced together from various conversations that Ziqin had harbored a secret affection for Jiku for many years. Jiku appeared utterly oblivious to the subtle tension between the two women, as he engaged in lively conversation with the others. Meanwhile, Ziqin deliberately initiated dialogue with Jiku, occasionally playfully nudging his arm, her eyes brimming with affection. Ruan Yuan silently observed it all, feeling a twinge of displeasure, yet she maintained her composure, occasionally lifting her glass for a sip of water to mask her emotions. At that moment, Jiku's high school classmate, Shishao, leaned towards Ruan Yuan and said, "Don't mind it, Ziqin and Jiku have always been this close. They've known each other since birth." Ruan Yuan simply replied with a calm smile, "It's fine." Throughout the meal, Ziqin continuously showcased her rapport with Jiku. Whenever Jiku's gaze hinted at interest in a particular dish, Ziqin would seamlessly slide it in front of him, and he would instinctively take a serving. Jiku needed only the slightest gesture, and Ziqin could accurately interpret his intent, whether it was agreement with the topic or weariness of a discussion. Even when the group delved into a complex issue, Ziqin and Jiku would simultaneously arrive at the same solution, sharing a natural glance of understanding. Ziqin animatedly recounted amusing anecdotes from their childhood, attempting to make Ruan Yuan feel excluded. Yet Ruan Yuan remained unfazed, occasionally chiming in, concealing her true feelings beneath a veil of indifference. In a previous mindset, Ruan Yuan believed she would undoubtedly have lost her composure today. However, Perhaps this was for the best. Just as she resolved to relinquish her concerns, a savior appeared. At this juncture, Jika finally noticed a shift in Ruan Yuan's emotions. He gently grasped her hand and leaned in to whisper, "What's wrong?" Ruan Yuan tilted her head slightly, meeting his gaze, and her unease eased somewhat. In truth, the onlookers had all recognized in Zichin's deliberate demeanor that day. Jiu Yanli frowned, intently observing the trio, deciding to speak with Jiko privately after the gathering to caution him against complicating what should remain a straightforward relationship.
Once the meal concluded, everyone transitioned to Coastline.
Coastline was also a personal venture of Yu Siyuan, a lavish KTV establishment. Yu Siyuan and Jiko were high school seniors who unexpectedly crossed paths again while studying at Cambridge. Sharing the same social circles, their friendship had blossomed during those years abroad, solidifying into a bond of mutual trust and camaraderie. Yu Siyuan, however, was inherently discreet and reserved, always succinct in his speech, never indulging in superfluous chatter. He possessed strikingly deep-set eyes, and his calm demeanor seemed to suggest an ability to perceive the world's intricacies, yet it rendered his own thoughts inscrutable. When addressing Jiko, he would soften slightly, but his words remained concise and to the point. At that moment, as they prepared to leave the good host, both entered the restroom simultaneously. Yu Siyuan remarked candidly, "You should pay more attention to your little girlfriend, your friend seems a bit dramatic."
Jiko, not lacking in discernment, recognized that Zichin was not typically this way.
Today, however, she was clearly intent on amplifying her presence, yet Ruan Yuan maintained an air of tranquility, betraying none of her usual temperament. As they drove towards Coastline, Jika held the steering wheel with one hand while grasping Ruan Yuan's hand with the other. He broached the earlier incident, saying, "I've mentioned my relationship with Zichin before, don't mind her overly familiar behavior, our bond is purely that of siblings."
Ruan Yuan subtly retorted, "Are you certain she perceives you as a brother?"
In truth, Jika had always been discerning in his interactions with women. He never granted proximity to those who pursued him and maintained a safe, courteous distance with female friends. However, with Ruan Yuan, he never concealed his affection and adoration in front of his friends. Only Zichin, having grown up alongside him, held a special place in Jika's heart. This understanding had dawned on Ruan Yuan when Jika's friends first mentioned it in her presence. At this moment, Ruan Yuan was acutely aware perhaps there was no heart-stopping romance between them, but a harmonious union within the upper echelons of society could indeed flourish. Noticing her momentary silence, Jiku was unaware of her thoughts. He tightened his grip on Ruan Yuan's hand, feeling the pressure. Ruan Yuan's earlier calm began to falter, her brow furrowed as she scoffed, "Do you truly believe your relationship is one of mere friendship?"
Chapter 24.
Quarrel. Jiku turned his head to glance at Ruan Yuan. He felt at ease within himself, devoid of any guilt. But what of Zichin? It seemed that ever since their encounter in Switzerland, her attitude towards him had begun to shift. Jiku was reluctant to ponder this further. After all, he shared a deep bond of over 20 years with Zichin. Even if she harbored feelings for him, it would be unreasonable to sever ties entirely. He bit his lip and, with a hint of amusement, cast a sidelong glance at Ruan Yuan, saying, "Even if she truly likes me, my affections are solely for you." Ruan Yuan instinctively curved her lips into a frown and warned him bluntly, "Jiku, I do not appreciate the ambiguous atmosphere between you two. If you genuinely care for me, then maintain your distance from her."
Jika's expression darkened at once. "What do you mean by me truly caring for you? Does my friendship with her imply a lack of regard for you?" "Of course it does.
Look at any man with a respectable girlfriend or wife. Would he be so intimate with another woman? If he does, then he is undoubtedly not a decent man." With the topic already broached, Ruan Yuan pressed on, as her words were grounded in truth, and she merely wished to diminish Jika's affection and patience towards her. The night was as cool as water, the streetlights casting a warm, yellow glow that elongated the shadows of the two within the car. Ruan Yuan Jiko found himself momentarily at a loss for words, struck by her sudden and sharp retort. Seizing the opportunity, Ruan Yuan continued, "Are you genuinely oblivious, or are you feigning ignorance? Do you truly know nothing of how those young ladies conspire against me? Jiko, I am not your kept woman.
Our relationship has always been one of mutual consent."
Ruan Yuan was resolute. She could bear no further delay. If possible, she wished to leave the country swiftly. Upon hearing this, Jiko was indeed enraged. He prided himself on never having entertained other romantic interests and was wholly devoted to Ruan Yuan. At this moment, the atmosphere in the car felt as stifling as the heavy darkness outside. Ruan Yuan's tone and demeanor today sparked Jiko's immediate aversion. He had never witnessed such unfounded jealousy and aggression from her before. His expression hardened, and his voice turned frigid. Do not concern yourself with what others say.
Have I not treated you well enough, Ruan Yuan? You are being unreasonable today. Do you not realize this?
The car had come to a halt by the roadside. The chirping of insects from the grass added to the silence within. Ruan Yuan fell silent for a moment before letting out a cold huff, her tone gradually losing warmth. Unreasonable. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with your childhood friend and ask if Ziqin harbors different feelings for you. She paused briefly, then began unbuckling her seatbelt, her impatience evident. Since this conversation is unpleasant, let us cease.
Please drop me off. I wish to go home.
As she started to unfasten her seatbelt, Jiko's temper flared. He raised his voice. Ruan Yuan, even if that is the case, it is merely in Ziqin's unilateral sentiment. You need not direct such fury at me. Jiko felt a swell of frustration. He had not anticipated in Ziqin's sudden change of heart. Observing Ruan Yuan's petulant demeanor today, he realized that their outing to Coastline was rendered unnecessary. Furrowing his brow, Jiko cast a helpless glance at Ruan Yuan, feeling displeased with her sharp words, yet, at that moment, he was at a loss for how to mend the atmosphere. He did not comply with Ruan Yuan's request to be let out, but instead drove her back to their modest apartment. Jiko did not accompany her upstairs. Once she alighted from the car, he pressed the accelerator and drove away. As Ruan Yuan stepped out, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. She felt a sense of accomplishment, having managed to hold back her tears before Jiko weeping as she climbed the stairs to her room. She found Xianba, who had initially intended to roam outside, now squatting at the door, cradling his arms and sobbing. Xianba seemed to comprehend her emotions and fell silent. He abandoned his desire for play and swiftly approached Ruan Yuan, nuzzling her cheek with his furry head, emitting soft whimpers filled with concern and empathy. His tail, no longer wagging joyfully, hung languidly behind him. Ruan Yuan felt comforted by Xianba's presence, crying all the more heartily, clinging tightly to him as if he alone could provide her solace and warmth. Time passed without her noticing, and gradually, Ruan Yuan's sobs subsided. Xianba remained steadfastly by her side, never straying even an inch. Jiko did not return that night. In fact, a week had slipped by without any communication between them. This marked their first quarrel in nearly 2 years. Following her cathartic cry that evening, Ruan Yuan composed herself, preparing for the possibility that Jiko might not want her anymore. She even packed a portion of her belongings to take to her dormitory. Over the course of the week, her thesis received approval from her professor, and her graduation project was complete. Life had become remarkably quiet and orderly, as if all matters were nearing conclusion, awaiting only a plane ticket to a foreign land. However, one evening while walking with Xianba in the neighborhood, that familiar black G-Class came to a stop beside her. Jiko lowered the window, revealing a face that exuded both elegance and a hint of roguishness. His jawline taut, he managed a faint smile, saying, "Get in, let us take Xianba for a stroll in the park." Ruan Yuan made no attempt to refuse, nor did she speak. She opened the back door, and Xianba eagerly leaped inside. The height of the G-Class posed a challenge. He first placed his front paws on the edge of the door, then with a powerful push from his hind legs, he clumsily yet eagerly bounded into the vehicle. Watching Xianba's slightly comical ascent, Ruan Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Jiko observed Ruan Yuan's expression in the rearview mirror, a subtle smile gracing his face. As they settled onto a bench in the park where they often walked, Xianba, the latter had already dashed off to explore. Ruan Yuan's demeanor was calm. She had prepared herself for the worst. Jiko turned to her, his voice unexpectedly hoarse. A new product is about to launch, and the company has been exceptionally busy. Sometimes, I even stay overnight at the office. I returned to Blue Ocean Pavilion 2 nights ago. Blue Ocean Pavilion was a luxurious penthouse Jiko had moved into upon returning to the country, characterized by its opulent and intelligent design. Its prime location offered tranquility amidst the bustling city, only a 10-minute drive from both their Ji Chuan group and his tech company. Ruan Yuan had visited several times when they first started dating, and it was there that they shared their first intimate moment. Later, discontent with its distance from her school, Jiko purchased the modest apartment near the campus. Jiko's candid disclosure of his whereabouts was clearly an attempt to mend fences. Ruan Yuan chose not to respond directly to him but instead inquired, "Is your throat strained from lack of rest, or are you coming down with a cold?" Chapter 25. Lowering one's head to seek reconciliation this week has been exceptionally distressing for Jiko. He has been overwhelmed with an incessant flurry of tasks, even to the point of feeling utterly stretched thin. To make matters worse, he has been plagued by a high fever for a full 2 days. Initially, he had contemplated sneaking back in the dead of night, hoping to elicit some sympathy from Ruan Yuan, yet his inherent pride prevented him from stooping to such a level. After all, he is the scion of the Ji Chuan group, seeking solace from a woman would be beneath him. Nevertheless, the yearning for Ruan Yuan proved insurmountable. Once he had addressed the pressing matters at work, he hastened to her side without delay. At this moment, seated beside Ruan Yuan, Ji Ke finally felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. He had no desire to engage in a quarrel with her, nor did he wish to witness her confrontational demeanor. Above all, Ji Ke was determined to put an end to this wretched Cold War. He and Ruan Yuan had always been well matched in temperament, reliant on one another. Ji Ke was unwilling to allow their harmonious existence to be disrupted, thus he took the initiative to seek reconciliation. Let us cease our disputes over trivial matters concerning others. This week has truly been unbearable for me. Ruan Yuan remained silent, merely tilting her head to regard him. In that moment, Ji Ke felt an unfamiliarity in Ruan Yuan. He could discern no trace of the sorrow one would expect after a quarrel. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped his heart as he attempted to elicit her compassion, lowering his voice to a hoarse whisper. I've been feverish for 2 days and my throat is unbearably sore.
Yuan bowed. Ji Ke grasped her hand, his voice raspy and his eyes brimming with vulnerability.
Ruan Yuan had just been contemplating whether another argument would lead to a clean break, yet his pitiful utterance of Yuan Bao melted her resolve in an instant. She chose not to delve into the reasons behind their previous conflict, deeming it unnecessary. With a resigned sigh, Ruan Yuan replied, let us go home. I'll prepare some pear and fritillary syrup for you. After all, they were bound to part ways eventually, so why not delay it a little longer? Upon returning to their warm and familiar little abode, Ji Ke felt as though his ailments had miraculously dissipated. Ruan Yuan fetched a thermometer to check his temperature, which registered at 38.2 degrees Celsius. Instantly, her tone became impatient. You're still running a fever. What are you doing wandering around the park with me? With that, Ruan Yuan turned and strode into the kitchen, immersing herself in her tasks. Before long, she returned with a cup of warm water and cold medicine, and with a hint of irritation, she urged, hurry and take your medicine. Since your temperature hasn't exceeded 39 degrees, let's see if this cold remedy can bring it down. Ji Ke obediently accepted the medicine, swallowing it down with the water. Subsequently, Ruan Yuan tore open a fever-reducing patch without any prior warning, and with a swift motion, she slapped it onto his forehead, instructing, lie back on the sofa and close your eyes. With great care, she peeled the pears, chopping them into small pieces to place in the pot, and crushed some Sichuan fritillary bulbs into powder, letting it simmer slowly. Though Ruan Yuan's words were laced with impatience, her actions spoke volumes. Leaning against the sofa, Ji Ke watched her bustling figure, feeling a profound warmth and satisfaction in his heart. The pear soup is ready, drink it while it's hot. Ruan Yuan placed a steaming bowl of pear soup in front of Ji Ke. He sat up in feigned weakness, saying, I have no strength, you feed me. Ruan Yuan shot him a glance but still settled beside him, carefully spooning the soup into his mouth. Drink it warm. You'll recover quickly. Although her tone was somewhat brusque, her touch was remarkably gentle. Ji Ke observed her, a smile tugging at his lips, reveling in the tender care of the moment. That night, Ji Ke did not continue to run a high fever. Perhaps the medicine had taken effect, or maybe he was simply on the mend. After finishing the pear soup, he began to perspire. Feeling uncomfortable from the stickiness, he longed to wash it away, but Ruan Yuan insisted on helping him, preparing a basin of warm water, and once his sweating subsided, she meticulously wiped his entire body clean. Naturally, during this process, Ji Ke could not resist playful persuasion. Not only did he relish Ruan Yuan's special attention, but he also seized the opportunity to indulge in some flirtation. Yet, being unwell, he dared only to tease. Most importantly, Ruan Yuan did not let him have his way. In the days that followed, Ruan Yuan continued to work on her sketches and research at home, occasionally dining out or shopping with GCI and Lin Zhou. GCI had already begun her internship at GAI Jewelry, eagerly sharing her experiences with Ruan Yuan. As a university student yet to step into the professional world, she was filled with aspirations for the workplace. Ruan Yuan genuinely envied her, pondering that had she not been in a relationship with Ji Ke, she too might have secured a coveted internship by now. Upon hearing the news that Ruan Yuan's study abroad application had been approved, Chen Su,
The ambience in the Western restaurant at Four Seasons Square was warm and inviting, with soft lighting and the gentle strains of classical music drifting through the air. The three of them sat across from one another in a cozy booth, and Chen Su beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Ruan Yuan, my acceptance letter has just been approved, we'll be classmates again." Ruan Yuan was equally thrilled to have a companion in a foreign land, as her 4-year relationship with Chen Su had always been pleasant. She smiled and responded, "Indeed, we can look out for each other while abroad." At that moment, GCI chimed in, "I'm so happy for you both, it makes me want to join you." Chen Su looked at GCI with a grin, "You can go. It's still not too late to apply." GCI pouted, "Forget it, my grades just won't make the cut. I should focus on doing well at GAI, perhaps I can secure a position after my internship." Ruan Yuan encouraged, "Just do your best. It is the same wherever you are. GAI has a great platform and is ideal for development. Who knows, by the time we graduate, you might already be a renowned designer." The notion of being a renowned designer was something GCI could only dream of. Although it felt distant, she remained optimistic about the future. Raising her glass of juice, GCI smiled, "Let us toast to our bright futures and the realization of our dreams." The three clinked their glasses together, the sound of crystal ringing out. At that moment, the restaurant's warm atmosphere intensified, and GC's eyes sparkled with determination as she declared, "No matter what, we must strive towards our goals, a bright future awaits us." Ruan Yuan and Chen Su exchanged smiles and nodded in agreement. Since that day when Jiku had bowed his head and sought reconciliation with Ruan Yuan, he had become increasingly proactive in returning home, except for essential gatherings and obligations. Generally, he managed to leave work on time and return to share dinner with Ruan Yuan. Sometimes, Jiku would order takeout, while other times, they would venture to the supermarket together to select ingredients and return to cook for themselves. Previously, Jika had never set foot in the kitchen, but now he assisted Ruan Yuan, and together they explored the art of cooking. At first, Jika stood in the kitchen, utterly at a loss, staring at the vegetables, unsure of where to begin, and holding a potato without knowing how to peel it. Chapter 26. The scent of fireworks. Ruan Yuan was merely an amateur in the culinary arts, yet when compared to Jiku, she seemed a master chef. With patience, she demonstrated the process to Jiku. When Jika first grasped the knife to attempt slicing vegetables, his cautious and tentative demeanor elicited a fit of giggles from Ruan Yuan. His fingers curled awkwardly, and every movement of the knife appeared particularly clumsy. After her laughter subsided, Ruan Yuan realized that jesting while wielding a knife was ill-advised. She stifled her amusement and advised, "Do not rush, slice slowly, one piece at a time, the size is inconsequential." Gradually, after several attempts, Jika began to grasp some techniques. Although his slicing was still not proficient, it was far more fluid than at the beginning. In truth, Ruan Yuan's cooking skills were quite ordinary, yet Jika consistently indulged her, never uttering a word of discontent. Now, Jika had also joined the ranks of culinary enthusiasts, occasionally sending her videos of his cooking endeavors during work hours, accompanied by notes like, "Tonight, we'll make this." Ruan Yuan was utterly speechless. She possessed no passion for cooking, merely viewing it as a means to satisfy basic needs. Upon receiving Jika's food video today, she was engrossed in the distress of her necklace design draft, feeling it lacked a certain essence, failing to meet her envisioned overall effect. Just then, Jika's message arrived without a second thought. Ruan Yuan replied, "I don't feel like cooking today, let's dine out." Jika promptly responded, "I'll pick you up after work." He naturally catered to Ruan Yuan's wishes, prioritizing her happiness above all. In truth, Jika's fondness for cooking was not genuine, rather, it was the lively ambience he cherished while sharing the kitchen with Ruan Yuan. In that atmosphere, Ruan Yuan would alternate between playful pouts and moments of irritation, while he clumsily. However, more importantly, it was the warmth and harmony that permeated their time together, an experience Jika could only genuinely feel in her presence. This unique ambience seemed to exist solely between him and Ruan Yuan, elusive elsewhere. In the kitchen, steam billowed from the steamer, and the soup in the pot bubbled enthusiastically, releasing a rich aroma that wafted through the air. The flames on the stove danced merrily, casting a rosy glow upon Ruan Yuan's face, while her occasional radiant smiles and melodious laughter remained an endless delight for Jiku. The moments spent cooking together became cherished memories in Jika's life. As night fell, at Ruan Yuan's behest, the two ventured to a trendy restaurant they had long observed on social media.
Ruan Yuan was a quintessential connoisseur of aesthetics. Upon encountering the restaurant's images, she instantly adored it and yearned to visit with Jiku. Though Jiku hailed from a prestigious lineage, he was a true food lover. As long as the food was delicious and clean, he was eager to try it. In this regard, he shunned the snobbish behavior of only dining at establishments with exorbitant prices. Upon entering the trendy restaurant, the first sight that captivated them was a lush green wall, teeming with various plants, creating the illusion of stepping into a miniature forest. The floor was adorned with colorful terrazzo, resembling a vibrant puzzle, a breathtaking sight to behold. At the heart of the restaurant stood a grand circular bar, its surface intricately adorned with golden mosaic tiles, gleaming brilliantly and exuding a luxurious aura. The furniture showcased a minimalist Scandinavian design, with white frames complemented by soft blue cushions, refreshing and supremely comfortable. Strings of woven pendant lights hung from the ceiling, casting a gentle and warm glow, cultivating a delightful and cozy atmosphere. As Ruan Yuan stepped inside, a surge of inspiration washed over her. She grasped Jiku's hand tightly, exclaiming excitedly, "We should venture out more often. I've thought of a new design theme." Jiku cast her a sidelong glance, his eyes twinkling with affection, yet he teased, "Have you grown tired of me? Can't even conjure a new drawing?" Ruan Yuan was taken aback, pondering, is that even a possibility? They settled at a table, and Jiku placed the order, a routine for them when dining together. Previously, he would ask her, "What do you want to eat?" to which Ruan Yuan would always respond, "Anything will do." Now, Jiku no longer inquired. Over the past 2 years, he had become quite familiar with her palate. A mere glance at the menu was enough for him to spot the dishes she favored. The food soon arrived: pan-seared salmon, signature steak, durian pizza, curry crab, mushroom soup, and a vegetable salad. Noticing the generous portions, Ruan Yuan remarked, "You've ordered too much, we should pack the steak to take home for Xin Ba." Jiku could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Yet, despite the teasing, he made sure to place the juiciest crab meat on her plate. He then picked up a slice of the stringy durian pizza and offered it to her. The moment Ruan Yuan caught a whiff of the pungent durian, her stomach churned violently, a wave of nausea washing over her. Instinctively, she turned her head away and quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her brows furrowing tightly. "Ugh, please take it away. My stomach feels quite unwell." Seeing her distressed state, Jiku immediately moved the durian pizza far from her, his brow furrowed with concern as he inquired, "What suddenly made your stomach upset? What did you eat with your classmates at lunch?" Ruan Yuan took several deep breaths, striving to quell the discomfort, her complexion paling as she replied, "Nothing out of the ordinary, just a serving of pasta and a scoop of ice cream." Jiku gently patted her back and spoke softly, "Let's not eat anymore. These dishes do have quite strong flavors." Ruan Yuan managed a faint smile, but the turmoil in her stomach persisted. Just as she was about to speak, she instinctively dashed to find the restroom. Upon entering, she was seized by violent dry heaves over the toilet. However, perhaps due to the lack of sustenance in her stomach, after retching for a long while, nothing emerged. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, her pallor deepening, rendering her appearance exceedingly frail. After a considerable time, the discomfort began to ease slightly. Ruan Yuan turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on her face, attempting to regain her composure and alleviate her discomfort. Upon returning to the table, the scent of durian pizza seemed to intensify within the restaurant, and Ruan Yuan's complexion once again soured. Jiku, his brow tightly knit, cautiously assisted her up from her seat, his tone firm, "Let us go. We need to head to the hospital." Ruan Yuan weakly nodded in agreement. Once they exited the restaurant, a gentle breeze swept through, refreshing the air, and she sighed in relief. The cool wind brushed against her, and Ruan Yuan took deep breaths of the fresh air, gradually feeling the tumult in her stomach subside, replaced by a sense of ease and relief. Chapter 27 Kanji. Ruan Yuan gently pressed her hand against her abdomen, a smile returning to her face. She turned to Jiku, gazing at the parking lot ahead, and said, "There's no need to go to the hospital. I'm perfectly fine now. How about I accompany you to a nearby restaurant for some Chinese food instead?" Although Jiku noted that her complexion had returned to normal, he still felt a twinge of concern. "We should still see a doctor, just to ensure you don't feel unwell later tonight." Having never experienced such a situation before, Ruan Yuan dismissed his worries, insisting on not going to the hospital. "Really, it's unnecessary. It was probably just a momentary discomfort. I don't usually have these issues." Jiku shot her a sidelong glance,
ultimately relenting with a nod. Then I'll take you for some kanji, it should be easier to digest. Thus, the two drove to the old streets of Yuezhou. This particular kanji shop was a favorite among Jiku and his childhood friends, and Ruan Yuan had accompanied him there on numerous occasions. Chenji Kanji, nestled in a corner of the old street, was modest in size but brimming with a vibrant, homely atmosphere. Upon entering, one was immediately enveloped by the tantalizing aroma of kanji, stirring Ruan Yuan's stomach uneasily. Not wishing to cause Jiku any concern, she paused at the entrance and suggested, "Let us sit outside." Finding a table in the corridor outside, Ruan Yuan instructed Jiku to order her a bowl of vegetable kanji. Jiku strode inside, and the owner, a warm-hearted uncle from Yuezhou, greeted him in the local dialect, "Ji Xiao, long time no see." With a smile, Jiku replied in kind, "Yes, Uncle Chen, one bowl of fish slice kanji and one bowl of vegetable kanji, please." In no time, steaming bowls of kanji were served. Jiku gently stirred Ruan Yuan's bowl to cool it down, asking, "Is it too bland? Try a bite of my fish slice kanji." "No need, I'll stick to the vegetarian option today." "Just eat your own." Ruan Yuan firmly declined, scooping a spoonful of vegetable kanji, blowing on it gently before tasting. The velvety texture blossomed on her palate, warming her throat and settling in her stomach. After a few bites, she couldn't help but squint her eyes in contentment. This is much better." Seated in the corridor of the kanji shop, they observed the bustling scene of the old street, resembling a lively market painting. The small shops lining the street were filled with an array of goods. Children darted through the crowd playing, while elderly patrons sat at doorsteps, watching the comings and goings with serene smiles. The atmosphere was rich with life, evoking a warm and familiar sense of homeliness. At that moment, a few familiar figures caught Ruan Yuan's eye. As soon as she recognized them, they called out, "Ji Xiao." Ruan Yuan felt as if the kanji had suddenly lost its flavor, her mood dampened. Jiku nodded in acknowledgement but had no intention of engaging in conversation however, and Ziqin effortlessly settled into the vacant seat beside them, her lips curving into a cheerful smile. After we finish, let's head to Jiang Yizhou's club. Everyone is there." Jiku glanced at Ruan Yuan, preparing to refuse, yet before he could speak, and Ziqin continued with a charming smile, "What have you been busy with lately? It's been ages since we last saw you." "Everyone says you've been too busy to even eat." Jiku paused, realizing he had indeed been engrossed with Ruan Yuan for several weeks, neglecting his friends. He understood Ruan Yuan's reservations about Ziqin, yet he thought it wouldn't hurt to catch up with his friends. With a gentle smile, Jiku said, "All right, we'll go after this, you all can eat inside." Ruan Yuan was acutely aware that as long as she remained with Jiku, such social encounters were unavoidable. It wasn't that she resisted befriending Jiku's friends, but rather the condescending attitudes of those privileged ladies that irked her. Ruan Yuan consoled herself, perhaps this was simply the reality of social status. Ultimately, the issue lay within herself. The S Sports Life Club was a sprawling, 24-hour sports entertainment venue, the largest of its kind in all of Yuezhou. Given its vast area, it was conveniently located in the new district. This club had been established by Jiang Yizhou after receiving financial backing from his family 2 years prior. The venue boasted an array of sports facilities, including a swimming pool, basketball court, tennis court, badminton court, billiards and table tennis hall, bowling alley, and a gym, all housed indoors. The ground floor featured the swimming pool, along with an American-style restaurant owned by Yusayan, a prominent figure in Yuezhou's culinary industry. After entering the Jiku called Jiang Yizhou, who informed him that everyone was at the basketball court. Without delay, Jiku took Ruan Yuan's hand and ascended the stairs to the second floor. The indoor basketball court was spacious and bright, with rows of large lights illuminating the high ceiling, casting the entire area in a daylight glow, while the floor was laid with professional wooden panels. Jiku's gaze swept over the court, spotting his friends already engaged in a fierce game. Jiang Yizhou, the big boss, was serving today, and upon seeing Jiku's arrival, he beamed and jogged over, cheerfully calling out, "Young master, come play a game." Jiku, an avid sports enthusiast, turned to Ruan Yuan and said, "You wait over there." Ruan Yuan obediently made her way to the spectator area, finding a seat. She had often accompanied Jiku to play basketball, making her quite familiar with the place. Once Jiku donned his sports attire and stepped onto the court, he instantly became the center of attention. With an enviable physique and striking looks, he exuded a blend of sunshine and elegance,
captivating the cheers of onlookers. Jiku was also exceptionally skilled at basketball. His friend Lin Che had always partnered with him during their high school days, and they shared an impeccable synergy.
With a mere glance, the ball was smoothly passed to Jiku. After receiving the pass, Jiku rhythmically dribbled the ball, the basketball seemingly dancing in harmony with his movements.
In an instant, he executed a sharp stop and change of direction, effortlessly leaving the defender, Gu Yanli, behind. Then, like a rocket, he soared into the air, showcasing incredible explosive power. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball arced at a stunning angle, gracefully swishing through the net, causing a white wave to rise from the hoop. The flawless execution drew applause and cheers from the women at the sidelines, who were captivated by his looks. Ruan Yuan smiled softly as she watched Jiku dominate the court, then lowered her gaze to resume scrolling through her phone. She had grown accustomed to witnessing Jiku's commanding presence on the basketball court. Reflecting on the early days of their acquaintance, she recalled how she would often be enamored by his athletic prowess, cheering passionately from the sidelines. And now, as she mindlessly swiped her phone screen, she engaged in a lively exchange of messages with her friend Lin Zhou. Chapter 28 of the court. At that moment, and Ziqin gracefully approached, accompanied by a group of young ladies, all exuding an air of sophistication. Today, and Ziqin's makeup was flawless, her face adorned with a perfectly placed, gentle smile that radiated warmth and charm. Her gaze, seemingly soft and amiable, subtly hinted at an elusive curiosity. Upon noticing Ruan Yuan, who was engrossed in a WeChat conversation, she parted her lips slightly and spoke in a dulcet tone, Yuan, would you mind adding me as a friend on WeChat? The familiarity and casualness in her tone, along with her poised demeanor, suggested a long-standing friendship with Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the address of Yuan, a flicker of surprise mingling with confusion and discomfort crossing her features. However, after a brief hesitation, she swiftly regained her polite smile and nodded in agreement, sure. Thus, the two of them retrieved their phones and successfully added each other as WeChat friends. Following the addition, and Ziqin's lips curled into a slight smile, artfully crafting a semblance of a warm, yet artificial grin, she elegantly turned and led her group of companions towards the court, each holding a bottle of prepared mineral water. Upon reaching the edge of the court, and Ziqin's gaze swiftly locked onto Jiku, and she called out, have a sip of water. With that, she gently waved the water bottle in Jiku's direction. Jiku, not even sparing her a glance, continued his game until he finished the round, then strode towards the stands where Ruan Yuan sat. As he passed by and Ziqin, he casually accepted the water she offered. Before taking a drink, he instinctively looked up at the stands, where he locked eyes with Ruan Yuan for a fleeting moment. Immediately, a smile, unique to Ruan Yuan, graced his lips, and Ruan Yuan responded with a faint smile of her own. Only then did Jiku take a hearty drink of water. An Ziqin observed their lingering gaze, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes, though she quickly masked it. Subsequently, she retrieved a tissue from her petite bag, her movements natural and practiced, preparing to wipe the sweat from Jiku's forehead. As Jiku felt her hand nearing him, he recalled Ruan Yuan's discomfort and instinctively recoiled, unhesitatingly declining her kind gesture. Following this, he lifted his gaze towards the stands. There, his beloved Yuan was diligently focused on her phone, oblivious to him, yet her serene demeanor evoked a sense of longing within Jiku, akin to yearning for a response that remained elusive. Jiku chastised himself for his sentimentality, offering a bright smile in Ruan Yuan's direction before turning back to the court. Meanwhile, Ruan Yuan, witnessing Ziqin's intent to wipe Jiku's sweat, lowered her head despondently and quietly fiddled with her phone. This was always their dynamic, wasn't it? They were on the brink of separation, so what was there left to care about? Nearby, the other young ladies were distributing water to the other affluent young men, filling the court with laughter and chatter. Yet, and Ziqin's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Jiku, the emotions in her eyes unmistakably clear to anyone observing. Though the young gentlemen were keen on revelry, those within the same social circle generally shared common interests. From childhood, gatherings to play ball had been a frequent occurrence. However, as they matured, the demands of life gradually limited their frequency. After an exhilarating game, they urged one another to head to the local eatery for barbecues and beers. Jiku, recalling Ruan Yuan's discomfort with her stomach, decisively refused. You all go ahead, Ruan Yuan isn't feeling well today, it's not suitable for her to indulge in that. And Ziqin's expression immediately soured, her thoughts racing. It's clear things have changed. I shall see how long this lasts. As they prepared to leave, their high school classmate Lin Che slapped Jiku on the shoulder with a feigned grievance, saying, we must have dinner together tomorrow.
You haven't shown your face since I returned. Jiko raised his chin slightly, a smile playing on his lips as he nodded. Sure, I'll be there. Jiku and Lin Che had been classmates since their days in an elite private middle school, sharing a close bond during their studies. Later, they both chose to pursue their university education abroad, albeit in different countries. Despite the distance, they maintained their friendship through calls and online communication over the years. Each time Lin Che returned home, they would reconnect as if no time had passed. Lin Che had recently completed his medical degree and spent a year working at an internship hospital abroad. However, this month, his father had insisted he return home to work in the family-owned hospital. Given their numerous large-scale private hospitals across the country, there was no need for him to struggle abroad. Jiko found himself in a similar situation, compelled by familial pressure to return home. Lin Che had been back for a few days but had yet to see Jiko, thus he made it a point to arrange a meet today. Before returning to their apartment, Ruan Yuan and Jiko stopped by the pet center to pick up the freshly bathed Simba. Jiko preferred not to have Ruan Yuan wash him, opting instead to have the pet center handle the grooming and care of their golden retriever. As they arrived, Simba bounded into the back seat with enthusiasm. However, it wasn't long before he grew restless, persistently attempting to leap into the front seat to be near Ruan Yuan. Jiko frowned, disapprovingly admonishing, "Stay put." Simba, as if understanding, whined pitifully but remained undeterred in his efforts to inch forward. Ruan Yuan turned sideways, gently stroking Simba's silky fur, leaning in to sniff him, and cheerfully remarked, "Oh, Ruan Yuan giggled at his antics, and after a moment, she pulled out a small treat she often prepared for Simba, tearing open the package and offering it to him, saying, "Here you go, but save some for later when we get home." Simba happily gnawed on his favorite jerky. As Jiko drove, he glanced at her, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. Upon arriving at the apartment, the clock had already struck 10. After completing their evening routines, they entered the bedroom together. Jiko, having expended considerable energy playing ball, refrained from engaging her in further activities as he usually did. Instead, he gently embraced her, his warm hand softly rubbing her stomach as he murmured, "You should visit the hospital tomorrow for a checkup. Let's not take any chances with your stomach." Ruan Yuan shook her head like a child, promptly replying, "No, if I really have a stomach issue, it means I'll have to undergo an endoscopy. I should be fine, I just need to be mindful of my diet for the next few days." Remembering Jiko's gathering the following night, Ruan Yuan nestled closer into his embrace, casually adding, "You should go to the dinner tomorrow without me. I wouldn't want to upset my stomach further with mixed food. Let us allow my stomach to recuperate for a few days." Chapter 29. 2 lines. Jiko nodded, pressing a gentle kiss upon her. The following morning, Ruan Yuan arose to visit the bathroom, only to discover that her long-absent menstruation had finally made its appearance. However, this time the flow was particularly scant, and she felt a slight discomfort in her lower abdomen. Her periods had always been irregular, varying in intensity, so she paid it little heed. After securing a sanitary pad, she commenced her morning routine. At that moment, Jiko unexpectedly woke early as well. Upon seeing Ruan Yuan busily engaged in the kitchen, he approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her lazily as he remarked, "How's your stomach? I have a meeting this morning, so I won't be eating. I must rush to the office." Ruan Yuan smiled softly, replying, "My stomach is fine, it's just that my period has started, and my belly feels a bit uncomfortable." Jiko furrowed his brow, his hand that had been encircling her waist now grasping her hand as she prepared to crack eggs. "Then you needn't make breakfast. I'll have someone bring you something to eat shortly." He concluded by planting a kiss on her cheek. Ruan Yuan gently extricated her hand from his grasp, playfully chiding, "Oh dear, the eggs are almost in the pan. I only need to crack 2. Yet Jiko was insistent, firmly pulling her to a nearby chair, declaring, "Allow me." With a resigned smile, Ruan Yuan acquiesced to his wishes. Jiko turned and entered the kitchen, skillfully cracking eggs into the pan, while Ruan Yuan watched his retreating figure, a smile gracing her lips. In early March, the vibrant spring had enveloped Yuezhou, bursting forth with life. The weather notably pleasant. Ruan Yuan enjoyed a leisurely morning nap and spent the afternoon strolling through a nearby park with her spirited dog, Simba. Adorned with a sun hat, she settled comfortably on a soft picnic mat, engrossed in sketching her design drafts. Simba, a lively little adventurer, frolicked nearby with uncontainable joy, its fluffy coat shimmered gold under the sun, her legs moving with remarkable speed. At times, it chased after colorful butterflies, barking excitedly yet always missing its mark.
its adorably clumsy antics eliciting laughter occasionally. It would curiously sniff the wildflowers in the grass, delicately touching the petals with its nose, and would run back to Ruan Yuan, affectionately nudging her leg and emitting soft whimpers, seemingly pleading for attention and affection. The warm sunlight bathed Ruan Yuan and Simba in a golden glow, painting a serene and beautiful tableau. The pair continued their leisurely stroll until the sun dipped below the horizon, signaling their return home. Upon her arrival, Ruan Yuan found that the dinner Jiku had ordered had just been delivered. She planned to take a shower before dining, but while changing her sanitary pad, she noted with concern the unusually low volume of her menstruation, which was a dark red hue, requiring merely a panty liner. A slight frown creased her brow, an uneasy feeling brewing within her, yet she ultimately chose not to dwell on it. However, when she opened the dinner box and was hit by the pungent odor of fish, a wave of nausea surged violently within her. Her stomach churned tumultuously, and her complexion turned pallid as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Before she could reach the bathroom, she succumbed to dry heaving. Rushing into the restroom, she experienced a spasm of intense vomiting, expelling even the fruit snacks she had consumed that afternoon, her throat burning fiercely. Afterward, Ruan Yuan, struggling to endure the discomfort, unsteadily covered her meal, securing it in a plastic bag and placing it by the door, unable to bear the lingering scent. Her mind was rife with confusion over her body's peculiarities, prompting her to input the symptoms of her recent vomiting into her phone's search app. The results uniformly indicated a pregnancy. Heavens, this felt like an outrageous jest. They had always taken precautions against conception, and besides, wasn't her period underway? Ruan Yuan combined her symptoms of menstruation with the vomiting in her search. Astonishingly, the results again revealed pregnancy, signs of a threatened miscarriage. Ruan Yuan was utterly dumbfounded, frozen in fear. She murmured to herself, "Please, don't jest with me like this, it's not funny at all." She knew she could not allow herself to be frightened without clarity. Otherwise, she would likely find no peace that night. Ruan Yuan promptly changed her clothes and ventured to the pharmacy outside her community to purchase a pregnancy test. Upon returning home, she hurriedly followed the instructions on the package. The minutes spent awaiting the results felt like an eternity. When she finally saw the two unmistakable lines on the test strip, her mind went blank, a loud buzz resonating in her head, rendering her utterly paralyzed with shock. She sank to the floor, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Jiku could never marry her. She was about to go abroad for her studies, and this childless arrival completely disrupted her plans. The haunting words "threatened miscarriage" echoed in her mind, leaving her in a state of utter confusion. What was she to do with this child? Should she disregard everything and give birth, bearing all the responsibilities and hardships alone? Or should she cruelly terminate it, as if this entire affair had never transpired? Ruan Yuan found herself engulfed in profound anguish and uncertainty. Meanwhile, Simba, who had been curled up in the corner of the living room, rushed over excitedly to greet Ruan Yuan as she lay back on the sofa. However, upon noticing her dazed expression and the tears streaming down her face, it immediately halted its joyful advance, tilting its head in confusion and concern. Cautiously, Simba approached Ruan Yuan, gently nudging her hand with its nose, emitting soft whines as if inquiring what was amiss. Ruan Yuan let her hand fall to the edge of the sofa, allowing Simba to nuzzle against her as she wept, murmuring, "Simba, he won't want us." Clutching her phone tightly, Ruan Yuan felt an urgent need to inform Jiku, demanding a decisive answer from him. Should they keep the child or not? Let Jiku make the choice. Having opened WeChat, she found herself staring at his profile picture, yet the courage to reach out eluded her. She remained in a daze for an indeterminate period until her gaze suddenly fixed on the red notification dot in the Discover section of WeChat. She instinctively clicked it, and Nzichin's Moments appeared at the top. Opening her post, titled "Old Place, Old Friends," revealed an image of a grand round table adorned with sumptuous dishes and fine wines. Nzichin's delicate white right hand rested on the table, beside it lay a long-fingered left hand, equally poised, yet distinctively different. Though the hands were not touching, they were in close proximity. A small black mole adorned the web of that left hand, unmistakably Jiku's. The image revealed no faces, only these two remarkably complementary hands. Chapter 30: A Pregnancy. A sharp pang of curiosity pierced through Ruan Yuan's heart as she found herself unable to resist the urge to click on Nzichin's profile, delving into her moments shared on social media. Nzichin's posts were few, the latest being a photograph taken at the airport on the day of her return. In the image, two suitcases sat in the airport terminal, one of which belonged to Jiku, coinciding with the day he also returned to the country. The post preceding it bore an IP address from Switzerland, accompanied by a cheerful selfie of An Ziqing clad in a skiing outfit. A blurred figure loomed behind her, unmistakably Ji Ku. The subsequent entry, dated a day later, featured a private dinner at a villa in Switzerland. 3 images in total, one of An Ziqing alone, and the other 2 capturing moments with Ji Ku's family, his mother, grandfather, and elder. Ruan Yuan refrained from scrolling further through An Ziqing's posts, regardless of whether they were intended for her eyes or not, and despite the ambiguous nature of Ji Ku's feelings towards An Ziqing. They were indeed a match made in heaven, intellectually and socially compatible. Most importantly, Ji Ku had tacitly permitted An Ziqing's proximity, showing no signs of rejection. As for Ruan Yuan, she was eternally relegated to the shadows, an unworthy figure. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks once more, as despair enveloped her. Why must she be burdened with a pregnancy? Was fate playing a cruel joke on her? She thought, I can't play this game anymore. I simply cannot reach such heights. That night, Ji Ku did not return home. At 2 in the morning, Ruan Yuan received a message informing her that he would be spending the night at his apartment, Blue Ocean Pavilion. It mattered not where he went. Ruan Yuan spent the entire night in restless solitude, awaiting dawn. At 6 o'clock, she rose to freshen up, and half an hour later, she boarded the subway, traversing half of Yuezhou to arrive at Renai Private Hospital for a checkup. The private hospital was relatively quiet, and she was among the first to consult the doctor as soon as they began their rounds, proceeding to have blood drawn and an ultrasound performed. When she handed over the results, which she could decipher to some extent, the female doctor congratulated her. Based on the date of your last menstruation, the baby is already over 2 months old. The ultrasound shows everything is normal within the gestational sac. Ruan Yuan had already comprehended the reality of her pregnancy upon seeing the results. She sat across from the doctor with an expression devoid of emotion, her gaze hollow. With furrowed brows and tightly pressed lips, she weakly inquired, Doctor, what about the bleeding? The doctor smiled patiently, explaining, Do not be overly concerned. After you return home, ensure you rest quietly in bed and closely monitor the bleeding. If the bleeding increases or turns bright red, you must seek medical attention immediately. Avoid unnecessary movement and refrain from strenuous activities. Maintain a nutritious diet and keep your spirits high. Return for an ultrasound in 3 months. If all is well, there should be no issues. I will prescribe some medication to support the pregnancy. Ruan Yuan merely nodded slightly, her eyes still vacant, her face betraying no hint of emotion. It was as if she was deaf to the doctor's words. Mechanically clutching the results tightly in her hands, her knuckles blanching from the pressure, she left the consultation room, feeling as though her soul had been stripped away, her demeanor despondent. Upon exiting the hospital, she wandered aimlessly, completely oblivious to the doctor's admonition against unnecessary movement. Ruan Yuan thought to herself that this baby must surely be a punishment for her aspirations beyond her reach. In such a life, what place could there be for this child? Was she to give birth and raise the child in secret, condemning it to a lifetime as a bastard? Absolutely not. Ruan Yuan would never allow her precious child to exist in the shadows, nor could she bear the thought of her offspring being forever deemed inferior. And Ji Ku, how would he choose once informed? Would he insist on her termination, or would he allow her to raise the child in secrecy? Regardless, there was no possibility of marriage between them. As she walked, a dull discomfort began to manifest in her lower abdomen. Suddenly, Ruan Yuan crouched down, weeping uncontrollably. She felt helpless and aggrieved, her future shrouded in uncertainty, as if the sky had collapsed around her. After a lengthy period of sobbing, she ceased when passers-by began to express their concern. Once clarity returned, Ruan Yuan, looking disheveled and pitiful, thanked those who had shown her kindness. She swiftly hailed a taxi back to her apartment. That evening, Ji Ku returned home before 6 o'clock, and Simba greeted him with unexpected enthusiasm. The dog bounded around his legs, wagging its tail and emitting soft whimpers. Unaware of Simba's unusual behavior, Ji Ku's gaze fell upon Ruan Yuan, who lay sleeping on the sofa, seemingly in a deep slumber, unresponsive to his arrival. He approached her, placing his hands on either side of her, trying to discern if she was merely pretending to sleep or genuinely unconscious. Yuan Bao. He called her name multiple times with no reply, then pressed his lips to her forehead to check her temperature. It felt normal, prompting a silent smile as he pinched her cheek, saying, What time is it? Aren't you getting up? Ruan Yuan finally stirred slightly amidst his repeated calls and gestures. She furrowed her brow, her eyes struggling to part, revealing a dazed and fatigued gaze, as though still lost in a nebulous dream. Don't make noise, she mumbled, her voice thick with sleepiness and nasal congestion. rolling over to evade Jika's disturbance. Yet, Jika was relentless, gently turning her to face him.
"It's 6 o'clock, get up for dinner."
Only then did Ruan Yuan slowly open her eyes, staring blankly at Jika for a while before finally focusing. Her complexion was pale, her eyes slightly swollen, and her hair disheveled across her face, exuding a sense of despondency and confusion. "You're back," her voice was faint, like a wisp of smoke, lacking any strength.
Jika, observing her state, felt a surge of concern and bewilderment. "Are you feeling unwell?"
Ruan Yuan remained silent for a considerable time, gradually closing her eyes again, attempting to mask her inner discomfort. She internally urged herself to muster strength, suppressing the complex and weighty emotions, striving to force a smile.
"I'm fine, I just stayed up late binge-watching a show." "Then why didn't you reply when I—"
Ruan Yuan pondered how to respond, her emotions gradually normalizing. She feigned nonchalance, saying, "I was watching on my tablet. I left my phone in the living room and didn't notice."
Jika frowned, clearly dissatisfied with her explanation, yet he chose not to press further. "From now on, no more late nights. You have plenty of time during the day to catch up on shows."
Ruan Yuan nodded, softly murmuring an agreement. Jika settled beside her, taking her hand.
"What do you want for dinner?" "I'll order."
Ruan Yuan withdrew her hand gently, replying, "I'd like vegetable porridge."
Jika sighed in resignation.
"Haven't you noticed you've lost weight again? Vegetable porridge won't do, let us choose something else." Of course she had lost weight. She could neither eat nor sleep, Ruan Yuan thought to herself. She bit her lip. "Then let us have lean meat porridge, please add some shredded ginger and vegetables." Chapter 31. The breakup. 2 days had passed, during which Ruan Yuan had predominantly spent her time either in bed or lounging on the sofa. Jika, engrossed in the affairs of his technology company, lacked the time to be by her side, coming home late each evening. Over these days, Ruan Yuan had searched incessantly for terms such as pregnancy, threatened miscarriage, and abortion. By her calculations, the child had been growing for at least 2.5 months. How oblivious she had been. The pressing concern now was that if she decided against keeping the child, she must act swiftly to undergo the procedure. Otherwise, after 3 months, the only option would be a dilation and curettage, by which time the baby would have developed, and how could she bear to make such a heart-wrenching decision? In these 2 days, she had ceased to cry at the mere thought of it. What she truly desired was a definitive answer from Jika, a response delivered directly from his lips. Regardless of the outcome, Ruan Yuan was prepared to shoulder the consequences herself. Yet, deep down, she had already arrived at a conclusion. She merely sought closure from Jika. That evening, when Jika returned home, Ruan Yuan was clad in her pajamas, quietly engrossed in a drama on the sofa. Though Jika had imbibed some alcohol, he was not inebriated. However, in that mildly tipsy state, his true nature often emerged, revealing an intense possessiveness over Ruan Yuan. He approached her, settled beside her, and then leaned in, kissing her fervently, allowing her no opportunity to catch her breath. Ruan Yuan was acutely aware that he mistakenly believed her menstrual cycle had commenced. They had abstained for a week. At this moment, Jika could hardly contain himself. Seizing a fleeting moment to breathe, she blurted out the line she had rehearsed countless times in her mind over the past few days, panting, "Jika, let us marry." Despite her mental preparation, the words she had long anticipated cut through her heart like a dagger when she heard them spoken aloud, inflicting a wound that would never fully heal. Upon hearing her declaration, Jika abruptly snapped back to reality, his desire instantly extinguished. He gazed at Ruan Yuan for an extended period, the passion in his eyes dissipating entirely. He spoke in a measured tone, "Ruan Yuan, you are only 21. He evaded her question. With an expressionless face, Ruan Yuan pressed on, "Will you marry me?" Ruan Yuan Jika grasped her arm tightly, yet he found himself unable to respond. He understood that his answer would undoubtedly shatter her hopes, yet, Ruan Yuan suddenly curved her lips into a faint smile, softly uttering, "Jika, let us break up." Her tone was calm and composed, her lovely visage even adorned with a smile. With her long, dark tresses cascading over her chest, she appeared deceptively sweet and innocent. Yet, in stark contrast to her usual demeanor, she radiated a sense of shattered beauty. In that moment, Jika felt an unsettling madness in Ruan Yuan. He found her thoughts utterly inscrutable, yet he was certain she was not jesting. But he had never contemplated separating from her, and an uncontrollable surge of anger welled up within him. He was enraged at his inability to provide her with a satisfactory answer, as well as at Ruan Yuan for pressuring him in such a manner. In a fit of anger, he raised his voice, "Isn't this arrangement perfectly fine? I can offer you everything except marriage." Ruan Yuan's smile remained, yet she fell silent for a moment before slowly posing three questions: a lifetime of love, or a lifetime as your mistress? What if a child were to come? Jiko lowered his gaze, rendered speechless that he could not furnish her with a satisfactory answer to any of her inquiries. At the moment he failed to meet her gaze, Ruan Yuan let out a silent scoff. He could not even respond to a single question. She had no desire to divulge the details of her pregnancy to him. Suddenly, Ruan Yuan rose from the sofa, casting down a few parting words. "If you cannot provide me with a future, then do not squander my youth. Jiko, do not deceive yourself, we have never been on the same path." Her voice was calm and lucid as she spoke these words, and after delivering them, she retreated to the bedroom. 5 minutes later, she emerged dressed, her canvas shoulder bag slung over her shoulder. Without uttering a single word, she strode directly toward the door. Just as Jiku was about to grasp her wrist, she turned to leave. Ruan Yuan had lost considerable weight recently, and the bones of her wrist pressed sharply against Jiku's palm. A pang of pain shot through his heart. He did not wish to break up, nor did he want to lose her. His concern and dependence on Ruan Yuan had grown exponentially. Even if his family pressured him into an arranged marriage in 3 years, Jiku had never contemplated separation. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and hoarse. "I will not break up with you. I cannot promise what the future holds, but I assure you, I will not marry anyone else." Ruan Yuan understood that this was the utmost commitment he could offer at present. "What if I say, oh, we must, immediately, and without delay, get married?" At this moment, her heart had turned to ice, and she continued to press him with unwavering resolve. She was unwilling to yield even an inch, for with a child growing inside her, she could not afford to waste another moment. She loved Jiko, but from this point forward, she intended to prioritize her own well-being. Ruan Yuan's gaze bore into him, etching the fleeting complexity of his expression into her memory. Jiko discerned her determination and coldness within her eyes, yet, he still could not acquiesce. He had made his final concession. The pride of Jiko precluded him from begging Ruan Yuan to stay. He could not forsake his family's expectations for her. After what felt like an eternity, Jiko appeared to reach a final resolution. His eyes reddened as he slowly uttered, "I'm sorry, I cannot marry you right now." Upon hearing this anticipated response, Ruan Yuan's lips curled into a smile, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. As she looked at Jiko, her voice quivered, "Jiko, do not seek me out in the future." On the balcony, Xianba began to yell, having heard the sound of the door. Ruan Yuan had purposely locked him outside, having prepared for this breakup drama for the past few days. How could she ever dare to hope for marriage with him? That was Jiko's line in the sand. Once she freed herself from Jiko's grasp, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. After taking only a few steps, Jiko once again pulled her back, this time enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Jiko buried his head in her neck, remaining silent for about half a minute before softly saying, "The house is yours. If you choose to leave, it will be my loss." As Jiko released her, Ruan Yuan felt as though perhaps he had never truly loved her. Genuine love should transcend obstacles, yet Jiko had never perceived it that way. To him, it had simply been a game, while she had foolishly invested her heart. Another sleepless night ensued, and as dawn approached, Ruan Yuan took a taxi directly to Renai Hospital, quietly awaiting the doctor's arrival. She had exhausted all avenues and lacked the selfless courage to bear this child alone. She still possessed her own future and could not bring forth a child forever linked to Jiko. Since this child was unwanted, she must resolutely let go. Chapter 32, An Eternal Regret. In the hospital lobby, the light cast a somewhat chilly glow. Ruan Yuan, clad in a delicate knitted cardigan with her long hair cascading around her, sat quietly on a bench, having kept vigil since 6 o'clock. As the seconds trickled by, her gaze remained vacant, staring blankly ahead, as she softly murmured, "I'm sorry." As time progressed, the number of people in the lobby gradually increased, and the noise grew ever louder. At 8 o'clock, the doctors finally commenced their shifts. Throughout this period, Ruan Yuan remained lost in her thoughts, feeling a sense of guilt as she silently communicated with the baby within her. Once the doctors began their rounds, Ruan Yuan promptly completed all necessary paperwork. However, just as she was about to enter the operating room, she was halted by the need for a signature from the family member of the patient. With no other options available, she reluctantly called Lin Zhou. Upon hearing Ruan Yuan's predicament, Lin Zhou was immediately engulfed by a sense of urgency. Without a second thought, she called in for leave and hurriedly made her way to Renai Hospital. As she rushed, her heart raced, constantly conjuring images of Ruan Yuan's helpless expression. When she finally arrived at the entrance of the obstetrics and gynecology operating room, she instantly spotted Ruan Yuan, whose complexion was as pale as a sheet of paper, and whose spirit appeared utterly exhausted. A tumult of emotions surged within Lin Zhou, anger at Ruan Yuan for making such a hasty decision, yet profound sympathy for her enduring this ordeal alone. She swiftly approached Ruan Yuan, grasping her hand tightly, her eyes brimming with concern. "What were you thinking? Why must you bear this all by yourself?" Lin Zhou's voice quivered with unshed tears, while Ruan Yuan merely reddened at the corners of her eyes, whispering, "Zhou, I still have my own life to live." Those words caused Lin Zhou's eyes to well up with tears. Letting out a resigned sigh, she lamented that she had anticipated a grim outcome, yet never expected such a painful price to be paid so soon. Both she and Ruan Yuan were acutely aware that Ruan Yuan's life should not be sacrificed for an illegitimate child.
After a moment of silence, Lin Zhou ultimately took pen in hand and signed the surgical consent form. Seeing Lin Zhou's signature, Ruan Yuan understood that there was no turning back. She had never truly possessed another choice. As she was wheeled into the operating room and lay upon the surgical table, her heart was heavy with sorrow, uncertainty, and fear. She tightly closed her eyes, attempting to calm herself, but tears betrayed her, streaming down her cheeks. Alongside her guilt and reluctance regarding the baby, she felt a surge of resentment towards Jiko. Ruan Yuan was uncertain whether she would regret her decision, but she knew she had to take responsibility for her future. As the anesthetic began to drip into her veins, her consciousness swiftly faded from clarity to oblivion. When the surgery concluded and she was rolled out of the operating room, her complexion was as pale as a blank canvas. Lin Zhou hurried to her side, her heart swelling with compassion upon seeing Ruan Yuan's frail state. She gently held Ruan Yuan's hand, offering soothing words. "It's all right, it's over now, everything is behind you." As the anesthesia began to wear off, Ruan Yuan awoke after what felt like a prolonged slumber, as if she had traversed through a lengthy dream, yet she could recall nothing of its content. Weakly, she opened her eyes to find Lin Zhou, tears glistening in her gaze. It dawned on her that her relationship with Jiko had irrevocably ended. 2 hours later, Ruan Yuan's intravenous antibiotics were completed. Perhaps due to the infusion of energy fluids, she sensed a gradual return of strength. Such a procedure was merely a minor one within the hospital, requiring no overnight stay. After collecting some medication from the outpatient pharmacy downstairs, Lin Zhou carefully assisted Ruan Yuan towards the exit. Throughout their journey, Lin Zhou's phone rang incessantly. Ruan Yuan mustered a faint smile, saying, "Just drop me off for a taxi. Look, I'm fine now, visit me when you have time." Ruan Yuan indeed felt much improved, yet Lin Zhou was left with no choice. This was the final day of shooting for their scene, and she had to leave for a business trip to film on location the following day. With her lips pressed together, Lin Zhou replied, "I must go attend to matters, but I'll come to see you later, no matter how late it is. I'll order some soup for you, and you must drink it. Don't make me worry again." As Lin Zhou spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears, her heart aching for Ruan Yuan. That wretched Jiko. Lin Zhou vowed to pray that he would never attain the love he desired. Earlier that morning, while waiting in the hospital, Ruan Yuan had already booked a flight to England for the day after tomorrow. There was no need for her to linger in emotional turmoil. Jiko would undoubtedly not return in the coming days, so she resolutely returned to the apartment he had purchased near the school. Upon entering the apartment, Simba, upon seeing her, excitedly circled around her. However, Ruan Yuan found herself devoid of any energy to engage, merely tearing open 2 packets of jerky for him. She collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted, and soon fell into a deep slumber. In this dream, Ruan Yuan slept soundly and deeply. She remained in slumber until 11 o'clock at night, when a series of urgent knocks echoed at her door, finally rousing her from her deep sleep. With bleary eyes, she rose to open the door, and as soon as it swung open, Lin Zhou burst in, laden with takeout boxes. Upon entering, she immediately began to scold, "Don't tell me you've gone the entire day without eating. Look, these 2 meals have sat untouched at the door. I knew you wouldn't take care of yourself properly. You truly baffle me." While Lin Zhou chattered away, her gaze lingered on Ruan Yuan, overflowing with concern.
Ruan Yuan gazed at Lin Zhou's worried expression and sighed softly, then forced a smile. I actually am feeling quite hungry after that long nap.
Who neglects their health in such a manner?
Lin Zhou looked at Ruan Yuan, her heart filled with compassion. She noticed that in just 2 weeks of absence, Ruan Yuan had become alarmingly thin. Unable to continue reprimanding her, Lin Zhou swiftly took the soup and dishes from the takeout boxes to the kitchen to heat them up. As Ruan Yuan quietly ate, she spoke with an air of indifference. "I've booked a flight to England for the morning after tomorrow, and I don't know when I'll return. If you miss me, just fly over. I'll earn enough from my work to cover your ticket." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhou quickly retorted, "Ruan Yuan, are you disregarding your health? If no one looks after you, you won't care for yourself.
You're really going to drive me mad. Can't you just take a few days to rest?"
If it weren't for Ruan Yuan's unique situation, Lin Zhou would have been tempted to scold her outright. Chapter 33. Farewell. Lin Zhou was aware that she would be leaving for abroad ahead of schedule, yet she could not disregard her health in such haste. Ruan Yuan found herself at a loss. The pain in her body was insignificant compared to the anguish in her heart. She realized that only by swiftly embarking on a new chapter of her life could she escape this torment. She grasped Lin Zhou's hand tightly at the dinner table and spoke with unwavering resolve. "Zhou, my ability to make this difficult decision is solely for my future. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself." Lin Zhou gazed into Ruan Yuan's determined eyes. Although her heart was still heavy with worry, she understood that she could not alter Ruan Yuan's choice and could only sigh in resignation. Having slept excessively during the day, Ruan Yuan engaged in a spirited conversation with Lin Zhou that lasted well into the night. They refrained from discussing the past, focusing instead on their hopes for the future. It was not until dawn broke, and weariness once again overwhelmed her, that Ruan Yuan gradually succumbed to slumber. Lin Zhou, needing to catch an early flight, waited until she was certain Ruan Yuan was sound asleep before quietly rising, carefully closing the door behind her as she departed. They had long agreed that there would be no farewells at the time of parting, for such gestures would only exacerbate their sorrow. Both understood that true friendship would not wane due to distance. They remained merely a plane ticket apart, and whenever there were holidays or spare funds, they would naturally reunite. Ruan Yuan was awakened at noon by the incessant ringing of the doorbell. With bleary eyes, she slowly rose and trudged towards the door. Upon opening it, she found a delivery person holding a bag emblazoned with the logo of a renowned soup shop from Yuzhou, his hand poised to press the doorbell once more. A resigned smile crept across Ruan Yuan's face as she extended her hands to accept the bag. Thanking the delivery person, she surmised that Zhou must have instructed him to ensure she was awake, concerned that she might sleep too long. This thought stirred a warm current in her heart. She silently reflected that she was not entirely alone. She had the deeply caring Zhou and an aunt who constantly thought of her. Recalling her aunt, Ruan Yuan's thoughts drifted back to a recent conversation. She had already informed her aunt about her plans to study abroad, but she had not anticipated leaving so abruptly, leaving no time to visit her aunt. As she savored the soup, she dialed her aunt's number. Upon learning that Ruan Yuan would be flying out the next morning, Wang Wenshu insisted on coming to bid her farewell. After a lengthy conversation filled with gentle persuasion, Wang Wenshu finally relented. In their final exchange, she repeatedly urged Ruan Yuan to take care of herself, to stay healthy, and to call her often. Each expression of love and concern brought tears to Ruan Yuan's eyes. That evening, Ruan Yuan quietly began to pack her luggage. Most of the items she intended to bring had already been sent to school, ready for her to collect the next morning. However, as she surveyed the belongings in the room, she found herself torn, uncertain about what to take with her. The clothes and jewelry here were all purchased by Jiko, most of which were delightful surprises he brought back from his business trips, with a few chosen together during their shopping outings. As she meticulously sorted through each item, a myriad of emotions surged within her. Every bag and piece of jewelry was imbued with bittersweet memories. The irises necklace in her hands was the first birthday gift Jiko had ever given her. He had spotted it in a magazine and promptly reserved it, ensuring it arrived just in time for her birthday. At that moment, Ruan Yuan had playfully teased Jiko, claiming that the timing was so fortuitous it saved him from needing to buy her a gift. Yet, how could the esteemed Jiko be one to scrimp on gifts? Subsequently, he insisted on taking her to the mall to select a luxurious watch. The expensive items he had procured were ones Ruan Yuan had scarcely used. She always felt out of place with such opulence, as if their vast differences in status rendered them incompatible. Gazing at the bed strewn with bags and jewelry, Wang Yuan felt as if a colossal stone were pressing down on her chest, suffocating her. Initially, she had intended to take a couple of items with her, thinking they might aid her in times of financial distress. However, that was no longer necessary. It was not pride. It was simply discomfort. Over the past few days, her feelings for Jiko had irrevocably shifted. A tempest of resentment filled her heart, questioning why all the suffering had to be borne by her alone, while Jiko appeared utterly unfazed, retreating without a care. The thought of the innocent child lost to fate twisted her heart with unrelenting agony. As she stared at the mountain of gifts, Wang Yuan slowly approached her bedside table, opened the drawer, and retrieved the bank card Jiko had linked to her mobile payment account, placing it on the bed. She then unlinked the card from her phone. Following that, she meticulously deleted all traces of Jiko from her device. Wang Yuan wept once more, tears streaming as she packed a suitcase, creating chaos in her home. Ultimately, as she looked at the devoted Simba, who had followed her everywhere these past 2 days, a pang of sorrow welled up within her. She resolved not to take Simba with her. The dog had never truly belonged to her. Wang Yuan called the pet center, requesting they come to pick up Simba for a bath and grooming. She added, "Please deliver Simba directly to Mr.
G tomorrow evening."
Simba seemed to sense her distress, circling her anxiously, emitting soft whimpers filled with reluctance and concern. Wang Yuan crouched down and embraced Simba tightly, whispering, "I'm sorry, Simba.
I can no longer take you with me."
Simba appeared to comprehend her words, its eyes glistening with tears as it nestled closer to her. In the end, due to Simba's resistance, the pet center staff had to take him away in a cage. The pitiful expression on Simba's face as he was carried off broke Wang Yuan's heart anew, prompting another wave of tears. She sobbed inconsolably on the living room carpet, her cries raw and desperate. With each tear shed over the past few days, her resentment toward Jiko only deepened. After concluding her weeping, Wang Yuan vowed to herself that this would be the last time she cried for Jiko. Henceforth, her life would be solely devoted to her own happiness and well-being. In the latter half of the night, Wang Yuan dozed off on the sofa. Less than 3 hours later, her alarm rang, prompting her to quickly rise, wash up, and dress. Within 10 minutes, she had left the apartment with her suitcase in tow. After taking a taxi to retrieve her belongings from school, Wang Yuan received a call from her younger brother, Sumo. He was already waiting at the airport, demonstrating remarkable courage for a boy on the brink of his college entrance examinations, as he had come to see her off. When Wang Yuan spotted him at the airport, dragging 2 suitcases behind her, she smiled, but the young man's eyes were already glistening with unshed tears.
As they embraced at parting, Sumo earnestly urged, "Sister, you must take good care of yourself. I'll be waiting for your return. Once I get into Haigang University, I'll be the first to share the good news with you." Wang Yuan had faith in his abilities. Her brother had always been quick to grasp whatever he set his mind to. Before leaving, she reminded Sumo, "You're about to turn 18, it's time to shoulder the responsibilities of a young man. Don't forget to check in on Mom." With that, Wang Yuan stepped through the security gate, her brother watching her depart. The moment the plane took off, an unexpected lightness enveloped her. The future appeared bright once more. Chapter 34 A Despondency. In recent days, Jiko has been engulfed in a profound sense of despondency. Averse to both tobacco and alcohol, he has taken to smoking, and each night, he insists on drinking to the point of dizziness before returning home. Gu Yanli has observed this change and surmises that Jiko must be at odds with Wang Yuan, otherwise, he would not have been drinking until the early hours for 3 consecutive nights, especially when he returned to the Blue Sea Pavilion. Noticing the cigarette between Jiko's fingers, Gu Yanli inquired with certainty, "Have you broken up?" After downing a large gulp of alcohol, Jiko cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Breaking up is just fine. It saves me from constant longing." Gu Yanli found this perplexing. Given how deeply Jiko had cared for Wang Yuan, how could he willingly part ways? Could it be that he had been jilted? Not wishing to exacerbate the situation, Gu Yanli offered a soothing remark, "A breakup was inevitable. After nearly 2 years together, the initial discomfort will fade with time." Good in what way? Jiko thought to himself, feeling utterly uncomfortable since the day he left the apartment. He was both angry and frustrated, bewildered by Wang Yuan's sudden shift in demeanor. They had never discussed their future, yet she was now pressing for marriage. If she insisted on marriage, why the need for a breakup?
Jiku has been out of sorts lately, unable to enjoy food or sleep, finding only solace in smoking and drinking. At that moment, his phone rang, and Jiku answered. The cheerful voice of a staff member from the pet center resonated through the receiver. Mr. G, are you available? I'm bringing Simba to you. Jiku furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt surfacing as he asked, did she send you? The staff member patiently explained, Miss Ruan asked us to bathe Simba last night and instructed us to deliver him to you tonight. Not wanting to pry further, Jiku provided the address of the bar, feeling a surge of unexpected joy. He couldn't help but wonder if Ruan Yuan was using Simba as an excuse to reconcile. This thought took root in his mind, gradually transforming his irritation into a flicker of anticipation. Within 20 minutes, Simba arrived at the bar. The staff member led the golden retriever inside. Jiku's gaze was instantly drawn to the fluffy creature, and a smile crept onto his lips. Upon spotting Jiku, Simba, who had initially appeared listless, instantly perked up with excitement. His eyes sparkled with joy, and his tail wagged exuberantly, as if recounting the grievances of being abandoned. Ignoring the leash, Simba dashed towards Jiku, with the staff member trailing behind in a hurry. As he ran, Simba barked joyfully, his voice brimming with elation. The patrons of the bar turned their heads, curiously wondering why a dog was being welcomed in such an establishment. When Simba reached Jiku, he squatted down to pet the dog, who nuzzled his hand, seemingly seeking comfort. Yet, amidst the happiness, there was a hint of sorrow in Simba's eyes. The dog looked up at Jiku with its moist eyes, softly whimpering, filled with a sense of grievance. Having raised Simba for 2 years, Jiku recognized the expression. He pondered if Ruan Yuan had been feeling down lately, neglecting Simba and causing the dog to feel so forlorn. With a pang of sympathy, Jiku gently stroked Simba's head and whispered, "All right, let's go find her." Simba appeared to understand his words, wagging his head and eagerly heading towards the door. In that moment, Jiku felt he had finally found a reason to return. He summoned a ride and, along with Simba, took a seat in the back, heading towards the apartment near the university. Upon unlocking the door with his fingerprint, Jiku was taken aback by the scene that greeted him. Every cabinet and drawer in the home stood wide open, the contents scattered haphazardly across the floor. Ruan Yuan and Jiku hurried into the bedroom. The bed was strewn with bags and jewelry, and clothing lay in disarray all around. At first glance, it appeared as if a thief had ransacked the place, but that was evidently not the case. Upon closer inspection, Jiku noted that all the items scattered about were gifts he had bought for Ruan Yuan. "TSK," he muttered under his breath, "what a temper." He dialed Ruan Yuan's number, but the automated response informed him, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Please try again later." After repeated attempts, including several calls via WeChat, he was met with the same lack of response. At that moment, Jiku felt utterly dumbfounded. Where could she have gone? Her belongings remained, yet the apartment was in chaos, and even Simba had been abandoned. In that instant, Jiku was at a loss regarding whom to contact to find Ruan Yuan. He worried about her safety and contemplated whether he should report her missing. With no other options, he called Gu Yanli, requesting Lin Zhou's contact number. Without even flipping through his contacts, Gu Yanli recited the number to him. Jiku hastily dialed, and after a prolonged ring, the call connected. "This is Jiku, where has Ruan Yuan gone?" he asked directly. On the other end, Lin Zhou let out a scoff before replying, "Young Master Ji, you two have broken up. Where she goes is no longer your concern." With that, she abruptly hung up, her last words dripping with disdain. Were it not for her many colleagues nearby, she would have unleashed a tirade upon him over the phone. From Lin Zhou's words, Jiku felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed Ruan Yuan was not in any danger. Could she have returned to the university? Glancing at the time, he decided to send someone to inquire at the school the following day. That night, Jiku remained in the apartment, methodically returning everything to its rightful place. As he tidied up, he realized that all the items in the home were his purchases. Ruan Yuan's favorite clothes and personal belongings were conspicuously absent. Even the study had been stripped of half its contents. Simba, too, seemed restless, pacing the room since their arrival, no longer whimpering but instead wandering aimlessly, sniffing about. After finishing the tidying, Jiku's agitation persisted. He collapsed onto the sofa, and it wasn't until dawn that he finally fell into a fitful sleep. Normally one to indulge in slumber, he found himself awake just 2 hours later, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of locating Ruan Yuan. Unable to rest, he called his assistant, instructing him to find Ruan Yuan by any means necessary. Early the next morning, Jike drove to the university entrance to wait. His assistant, efficient as always, soon delivered troubling news. An hour later, Jike learned that Ruan Yuan had gone abroad to study. As he sat in the driver's seat, smoking, fury ignited within him, and he slammed his hands against the steering wheel. Yet, almost immediately, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him, leaving him feeling as if there were no outlet for his frustration. Chapter 35 Shy was dumped. Jike remained seated in the car for an extended period, unable to fathom the situation, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. Thus, he pressed the accelerator and found himself once again at the Coastal Entertainment Club of UCU, and it was only 10 in the morning. Who would indulge in revelry so early? The establishment was in a state of closure, with only a handful of staff on duty. However, given Jike's status, the duty manager recognized him immediately, promptly unlocking the exclusive private room and personally attending to him. Upon entering, Jike sank into the sofa, perusing the drink menu on his tablet, indiscriminately selecting an array of items. The duty manager's eyes widened in disbelief at the order. Dozens of various bottles had been chosen. Surely, this would lead to disaster. Stealing a glance at the usually mild-mannered Jike, the manager noted his dark demeanor, brimming with pent-up rage, exuding an aura that suggested he might erupt at any moment. The manager dared not provoke him and swiftly retreated to call boss Yu. At that moment, Yuan was preparing to board a flight back to Uizhou. He instructed over the phone, just bring a few bottles of his usual drinks. Someone will be looking for him shortly. After finishing his call, he immediately dialed Gu Yanli, urging him to hurry over. Yuan understood that something must have transpired. Jike was typically measured in his actions, and ordering a plethora of alcoholic beverages so early in the morning was not in his character. Yet, despite his anxiety, he was helpless. As he was abroad and his flight was about to take off, he wouldn't return to Uizhou until evening. Upon hearing of Jike's unusual behavior, Gu Yanli felt compelled to rush over, regardless of the gravity of the situation. Within 20 minutes, just as Jike had downed 2 glasses of liquor, Gu Yanli arrived. Before entering, he instructed a server, bring him something to eat first. As he took his seat, Jike did not glance at him, merely scoffing. She has gone abroad. She left just 3 days after the breakup. She must have planned this all along. Gu Yanli replied solemnly, this indicates she had been contemplating the breakup for some time. If she can let go, what is there for you, as a grown man, to hold on to? Indeed. What do I have to cling to? Yet, I feel a heaviness in my chest that makes it hard to breathe. Jike proclaimed, taking another generous swig of his drink, clutching his chest as he muttered to himself. Gu Yanli had known him for over 20 years and had never seen him in such a despondent state. Being a man, he was not adept at offering comfort, and his mind raced with thoughts of what to do. If left unchecked, how much would Jike drink? Bringing in a group of women was out of the question. Jike's heart was clearly set on Ruan Yuan, and having An Ziqin show up would only complicate matters. Gu Yanli pulled out his phone and messaged their small group of 5, come over for drinks. Zhang Yizhou responded in an instant, early drinks, I'm still recovering from last night. Gu Yanli, stop with the nonsense and hurry over. Lin Che, I'm heading into surgery. I'll come by around noon. Just as he set down his phone, a server brought in a bowl of soup noodles prepared by the private chef. Gu Yanli moved Jike's drinks aside and gestured for the server to place the noodles in front of him. He handed Jike a pair of chopsticks, saying, you didn't have breakfast, did you? Eat some noodles, I'll drink with you. Jike accepted the chopsticks but suddenly became serious. If you have things to do, go take care of them. I'll just drink a few more sips and sleep. Gu Yanli replied, no rush. I'll wait until you finish your meal before taking you home. Jike raised an eyebrow, contemplating before responding, just leave me be. I'll lie here for a while. I have things to attend to this afternoon, and I know my limits. Though he claimed to know his limits, Gu Yanli noticed that Jike had only taken 2 bites of the noodles before returning to his drinks. His demeanor was one of profound despondency, each glass disappearing down his throat. Gu Yanli glanced at the alcohol, relieved that it wasn't particularly strong, and joined Jike in consuming a few drinks. Hoping to engage him in conversation, Gu Yanli found Jike suddenly unwilling to continue speaking. Perhaps he was simply tired. After a few more drinks, he indeed reclined on the sofa in the private room and fell asleep. The sight of the young master of the Ji family in such a state was a rare occurrence. Gu Yanli chuckled helplessly, glancing at his watch. By the time Jiku awoke, Lin Che and Jiang Yizhou would likely have arrived. He stood up, instructed the server, and returned to the company to sign a few documents before coming back. 2 hours later, but when Gu Yanli and Lin Che arrived simultaneously, Jiku was already drinking with Jiang Yizhou. Jiang Yizhou, somewhat oblivious, assumed Jiku was merely in a bad mood and kept pouring drinks for him. Upon entering, Gu Yanli frowned and snatched the drinks from both of them, declaring, "Stop drinking and go eat first." Jiku, however, snatched a glass back and downed it in one go, then lit a cigarette. His gaze was vacant and lost, radiating an aura of despair. Lin Che, confused, had just crossed paths with Gu Yanli at the entrance and had not been informed of the circumstances. From the looks of it, Jiku seemed to be drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Breaking the silence, he inquired, "What on earth happened?" After a brief pause, Jiku quietly replied, "I was dumped." Jiang Yizhou and Lin Che exchanged glances, their mouths agape, unsure of how to respond. It was the first time Jiku had been in a romantic relationship in front of them. They had heard he had dated someone while studying in the UK, but that relationship had ended in less than 6 months, and he had never mentioned it afterward, suggesting it hadn't meant much to him. But this Ruan Yuan, everyone knew how deeply Jiku felt for her. Although the prospect of marriage was dim, their relationship had always been strong. How could it have ended so abruptly, especially with Ruan Yuan being the one to end it? It was simply unbelievable. Lin Che recalled an encounter with Ruan Yuan at his hospital just a few days prior and spoke up. 3 days ago, I saw her in the hospital lobby. A woman was supporting her as she exited. She appeared quite frail. He added, I'm not familiar with her, so I didn't call out. Jiku's eyes widened, urgency flickering within them as he asked, what happened to her? What do you mean she looked frail? Lin Che replied, if you want to know, I can have someone check. Without hesitation, Lin Che called the relevant personnel at his hospital to inquire about her medical records. However, he was told to wait a moment, as the staff were on their lunch break, and results would likely come in around 2 o'clock. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yanli quickly arranged for everyone to have a meal first. They headed to a nearby Cantonese restaurant. In the private room, Gu Yanli ordered dishes according to Jiku's usual preferences. Within 20 minutes, just as the table was filled with food, Lin Che received a call from a colleague at the hospital. He answered, but after half a minute, he fell silent, and soon, several images arrived on his phone. As he glanced at Jiku, who hadn't touched his food and had already resumed drinking, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 36 A Bloodshed. Today, Lin Che felt as though he had become excessively talkative and involved. Observing Jiku's demeanor, he was uncertain about how he would react upon seeing these two images. Having known him for over a decade, Lin Che felt a sense of unease. Jiku lifted his gaze and noticed that everyone had paused their meals, particularly Lin Che, who appeared to be hesitating to speak, which struck him as peculiar. An unsettling sense of panic surged within Jiku, prompting him to ask urgently, what did the hospital say? In that instant, the others at the table turned their attention to Lin Che, awaiting his response. Life and death were inevitable, and Lin Che promptly shared the images directly in their group chat. Ding ding, the sound of WeChat notifications echoed simultaneously. It seemed they moved in unison, pulling out their phones to enlarge the images. Jiku, too, immediately retrieved his phone to view the pictures. As he opened the enlarged images, a sharp pain pierced Jiku's heart, causing his blood to rush back towards his brain, making his head feel as if it might explode. A tumultuous wave surged within his stomach, the searing pain intensifying as if countless daggers were recklessly stirring within. His complexion turned a ghastly white, devoid of color, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and despite clenching his teeth to suppress it, he found himself unable to contain the force. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently, and with a gasp, he expelled a copious amount of blood, the vivid crimson staining the table before him. Jiang Yizhou, seated beside him, was the first to react, rushing forward to support the swaying Jiku, panic lacing his voice, Jiku, what is happening? Don't scare me. Lin Che, equally startled by the sudden turn of events, fumbled to dial for emergency assistance. Gu Yanli hurriedly joined Jiang Yizhou in supporting Jiku, his expression dark and foreboding. Jiku leaned weakly against Jiang Yizhou, his gaze vacant. He could never have anticipated that Ruan Yuan had harmed his child. As they awaited the arrival of the ambulance, Jiku's consciousness began to fade. Eventually, the sound of the siren grew louder. Drawing near, medical personnel swiftly lifted him onto a stretcher, transporting him to the hospital. After an intense round of emergency treatment, Jika's condition was finally stabilized. Since he had yet to regain consciousness, he was admitted to the intensive care unit for further observation and treatment. The chief physician stated, "He is suffering from acute gastric hemorrhage caused by long-term alcohol abuse. His stomach has already begun to show signs of erosion and ulcers. He must undertake proper recuperation."
Gu Yanli interjected, "He only began drinking heavily in the past week. Could it be due to other issues?" After inquiring about Jika's recent lifestyle, the doctor concluded that the acute gastric hemorrhage was a result of drinking on an empty stomach. Outside the hospital room, Jiang Yizhou, Lin Che, and Gu Yanli exchanged somber glances, each weighed down by the gravity of the situation. Gu Yanli remarked, "This cannot be kept a secret. I must inform Grandfather Ji." Meanwhile, Jiko, enveloped in unconsciousness, struggled to reconcile the anguish of losing his child to Ruan Yuan. In the depths of his hazy dreams, he encountered the girl in the white dress, unwilling to open his eyes. Due to the urgent summons of his father, Jihong, Jika felt a surge of discontent. In the past half-month since returning home, he had flitted between several corporate roles without any sense of purpose, spending his days dining, drinking, playing basketball, and racing cars with friends. On this particular Saturday, Jiang Yizhou insisted on gathering everyone at the bustling Western restaurant on the 6th floor of the Four Seasons Plaza. Jiko had no interest in such crowded venues. He remained lazily entertained by his dog indoors, utterly reluctant to step out. However, Gu Yanli, filled with curiosity, wished to see the owner of the restaurant whom Jiang Yizhou had been pursuing. Thus, he drove directly to Jika's apartment to pick him up. Yet, as they neared their destination, an emergency arose involving Gu Yanli's top artist, necessitating his immediate attention. Jika was consequently dropped off at the entrance of the Four Seasons Plaza. The torrential rain fell heavily that day as he opened his black umbrella and slowly made his way towards entrance number 3 of the shopping mall. Suddenly, a small boy dashed past him. As Jika slightly raised his umbrella, he noticed that the boy had disturbed the loose tiles, splashing muddy water onto a girl in a white dress ahead of him. The pristine fabric of her dress was marred by the splatter, yet she did not turn around to scold. Instead, she merely furrowed her brow slightly, biting her lip, appearing somewhat vexed. Her flawless, unadorned complexion appeared somewhat cold in the rain, yet her elevated beauty left Jika momentarily spellbound. The girl's features were exquisitely sculpted, her jawline flowing into an elegantly shaped oval face. Her forehead was full, and her cheeks were round, exuding youthful vibrancy. The tips of her eyes elongated and curved upwards, with slightly deep-set sockets that invited intrigue. Her nose was straight and refined, lending her face an air of determination. Her lips were somewhat thin, forming a pronounced M shape, which further emphasized her delicate beauty, accentuated by a hint of mixed heritage. Having encountered numerous beautiful women in his life, Jika was well acquainted with their allure, given the company he kept. Yet, he had never encountered anyone who resonated so profoundly with him. The muddy splashes on her dress only added to her allure, as her tall, slender figure and long, fair legs drew attention, particularly against the backdrop of her soiled white dress. In that moment, a flicker of embarrassment crossed her face as she gazed down at the stains. Filled with helplessness, the previously cold aura surrounding her now bore traces of fluster and unease. Standing at the entrance of the mall, she appeared particularly endearing, unsure of how to proceed. Jika lingered for 3 minutes, captivated by her presence, driven purely by instinct. He removed his shirt and approached her, softly suggesting, "Tie this around your waist." Yet the girl stood frozen, her long, straight black hair cascading around her. Her eyes reflected surprise and confusion, widening slightly as her long lashes fluttered. Jika's reflection danced in her dark, shining irises, filled with a mix of curiosity and inquiry. Suddenly, an urge to tease her surged within Jiko, and he smirked, saying, "Take it. The dress is getting a bit wet." In truth, there was no real transparency. He merely wished to lighten the moment and extend his kindness. As soon as Jika's words left his lips, a blush crept across the girl's cheeks. She hurriedly accepted the shirt from Jiko, quickly wrapping it around her waist and tying a knot. As he observed her slender waist, Jika felt an impulsive desire to embrace her. At 23, he found himself grappling with the emergence of a somewhat lascivious instinct. Truly, it was a case of being smitten, a feeling he had never experienced before. With a subtle smile, he leaned towards her, then handed over his umbrella before hastily entering the mall. Chapter 37: A Hospitalization. When Jiku encountered the girl in the white dress for the second time, the fluttering sensation in his heart was even more intense than during their first meeting.
On that day, Jiang Yizhou organized a private party at his villa, unexpectedly leading Ji Ke to a chance encounter with Ruan Yuan once more. As Ruan Yuan entered Ji Ke's line of sight, his heart raced uncontrollably. She was being gently pulled in by her friend, her eyes reflecting a mixture of unease and shyness. Despite her lack of makeup, her natural beauty was captivating, making it hard to look away. She wore a simple white t-shirt paired with a blue denim skirt, her long legs exquisitely alluring. Her dark, straight hair was tied back in a ponytail, exuding youthful vitality, both enchanting and delightful. This unadorned appearance radiated a unique charm that drew Ji Ke closer once again. As their gazes locked, Ruan Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. In that moment, it felt as though time stood still. Ji Ke too smiled, unable to conceal his growing affection. At that instant, he could distinctly sense that a deep-seated emotion within him had been powerfully stirred, a feeling he had never experienced in his 23 years of life. It was a physical attraction, an impulsive yearning to draw nearer. When Old Master Ji and Ji Hong arrived at the hospital, Ji Ke remained in a state of unconsciousness. Lin Che's father, Lin Yuan, who had a personal connection with Ji Hong, rushed over to the family's hospital upon receiving the news. After understanding the situation, the three elders conducted a thorough interrogation of the younger generation, demanding to know what had compelled Ji Ke to drink to such excess. Gu Yanli, Jiang Yizhou, and Lin Che exchanged glances, each silently calculating how difficult it would be to voice the truth. Knowing they would certainly keep it to themselves, they all feigned ignorance, claiming that Ji Ke had merely been overwhelmed by work-related stress, leading to his recent drinking habits. The elders, however, were not easily convinced by such evasive answers. Fully aware that these children had been close since childhood, they would not divulge the facts even if they knew them. Ji Ke remained in a coma until nightfall, finally roused by Old Master Ji's long sighs of concern at his bedside. Following a meticulous examination by the doctor, it was confirmed that Ji Ke's vital signs had stabilized and he was no longer in critical condition, allowing for his transfer to a general ward for observation and treatment. Upon hearing this news, the tension that had gripped everyone began to ease slightly. Subsequently, a series of orderly procedures for transferring to a new room commenced. After over an hour of commotion, they finally reached the VIP ward where Ji Ke lay. At that moment, Ji Ke's eyes were filled with exhaustion and weakness. His face was pale, his lips devoid of color. He moved slightly, as if attempting to speak, but the soreness in his throat rendered him voiceless, leaving him to breathe softly. Old Master Ji stood vigil at his bedside, his heart aching at the sight of Ji Ke awakening. He grasped Ji Ke's hand tightly, his voice trembling as he said, "You truly frightened your grandfather." The old man's wrinkled face was etched with worry. Ji Hong, standing by, was initially consumed by anger, wishing to reprimand Ji Ke for neglecting his own health to such an extent. Yet upon seeing Ji Ke's frail condition, the harsh words he had prepared died on his lips. With a faint sigh, Ji Hong's tone softened, though still tinged with reproach. "What could possibly be so grave as to drive you to drink to the point of gastric bleeding? Do you intend to give this family a heart attack?" Although Ji Ke felt weak, his mind was clear. He simply lacked the strength to engage in conversation. He managed to raise his hand slightly, his voice hoarse and quiet. "Grandfather, I'm so tired. I want to sleep a bit more." Mistaking this for an indication that his son had upset his precious grandson, Old Master Ji quickly stood up, saying, "All right, you rest for a few hours. Your father and I will return home, and in the morning, we'll have the housekeeper bring you some porridge." This was hardly the time for questioning or reprimanding. Old Master Ji, always considerate and caring towards his grandson, hurriedly pulled Ji Hong away from the bedside. After the two elders left, several others finally entered the ward. Ji Ke cast a brief glance at them, forcing his strained voice to say, "I'm fine. As for my family, just don't say anything. Help me call Yi Fan and ask him to look into the address in London." Upon hearing this, the others realized that the matter was far from over. The child was already gone, yet he still desired more. Jiang Yizhou could not hold back, exclaiming, "You need to focus on your recovery. You've scared everyone half to death." As for Ruan Yuan, let it go. Gu Yanli, Jiang Che, and the newly arrived Yu Siyuan admired the audacity of this fellow, daring to speak up at such a moment, not understanding that it would be wiser to appease him first and address matters later. Indeed, Ji Ke's temper flared at Jiang Yizhou's words. He was so agitated that he attempted to rise from the bed, hoarsely shouting, "Who's letting her off? She'd better watch out." Jiang Che quickly went to restrain him, while Gu Yanli soothed his temper, saying, "My ancestor, you should prioritize your health. Settling scores can wait." Escape. It was only after hearing Gu Yanli's words that Ji Ku's fury subsided. His eyes retained a hint of stubbornness, but his emotions visibly softened. Perhaps due to his physical discomfort, he felt utterly drained, his head heavy and foggy, leaving him with no energy to continue the conversation. He lay back down, raising his hand slightly. You all should go back.
We can talk tomorrow. They took Jika's advice, realizing that it was best not to provoke him further, and prepared to leave. Just before they exited, Jika suddenly instructed, "Oh, by the way, could someone go to my apartment and bring Simba over for a few days?" Zhang Yizhou immediately volunteered to take on the responsibility of caring for the dog, and then they all gradually left the ward. Exhausted, Jika closed his eyes, striving to rest in the stillness of the environment to regain his strength. Yet, with his mind so alert, sleep eluded him. Thoughts of the ultrasound report and the consent form for the abortion flooded his mind. Jika's heart ached as if it were being torn apart. How could Ruan Yuan have been so heartless, silently choosing to terminate their child? How could she be so cruel? That night, Jika tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, until his body finally succumbed to exhaustion and he fell into a deep slumber. When he next opened his eyes, he found his mother, Kumin, sitting quietly by his bedside, gazing at him. Seeing him awake, she hurriedly picked up a straw cup filled with water and held it to his lips, saying, "Drink some water first. I'll feed you some porridge." As Jika looked at his mother's haggard face, he reflected it was only during a serious illness that they would be this concerned. Jika had always been healthy. Aside from a brief hospitalization as a child for drinking milk, he had never needed to visit a hospital, maintaining robust health throughout his life. Chapter 38 Irritability and Impatience. The sudden turn of events concerning Jika had genuinely alarmed the entire family. Even his father, Ji Hong, who was typically strict and never hesitated to voice his opinions, had spent an entire sleepless night at home. Not to mention the elderly Mr. Ji. Upon receiving the news last night, Kumin immediately boarded a flight to return. At such a moment, no matter how grave the situation, nothing could overshadow the importance of her son. Jika remained silent, merely furrowing his brow slightly, his only desire being to visit the restroom. Observing his demeanor, Kumin instantly understood and hurriedly assisted him to rise. Once they returned to bed, she had already prepared a bowl of congee, her face radiating maternal affection as she intended to feed him. However, Jika would not allow her to do so. Having lived for 25 years, he had never experienced the indulgence of being fed by his mother. He quickly reached out to take the bowl and began to drink it on his own. In truth, Kumin did not truly understand her son, nor could she fathom the reasons behind his current state. Yet, as a mother, her heart was undoubtedly filled with concern. She softened her tone and said, "What has happened, dear? Can you share it with your mother?" "It's nothing, just bring me another bowl," Jika replied, not bothering with a spoon, finishing the first bowl in 2 or 3 gulps. He was indeed hungry. Reflecting on his recent days, he realized he had been reckless, rarely consuming a proper meal while indulging in liquor at every opportunity. Noticing his evident reluctance to speak, Kumin's voice turned serious. "ACI, you are no longer a child. I promised you 3 years, yet in just a few days, you've brought yourself to the brink of a gastric hemorrhage." After a pause, feeling her tone may have been too harsh, she lowered her voice, "You have always exercised discretion. You may act as you please, but your health is not a matter to be trifled with. Did you know your grandfather's blood pressure spiked last night?" Upon hearing about the elder's elevated blood pressure, Jika straightened up and said earnestly, "Rest assured, I will take care of it from now on." He finished his second bowl of congee and lay back down quietly. Jika felt there was nothing more to say to them. He could not discern whether they genuinely cared for his well-being or merely fretted over the prospect of their sole heir's downfall. At that moment, Jiku even entertained the thought of disregarding everything for the sake of so-called responsibility. He had abandoned Ruan Yuan, yet she had forsaken their child. If they were to learn of this, would they feel sorrow, or would they deem the loss of that child a relief? A sharp pain pierced Jika's heart, a sense of suffocation overwhelming him. The woman had abandoned him after the surgery, showing no regard for her own health. Sitting beside the hospital bed, Kumin noticed her son closing his eyes and dared not speak further, for he was still unwell. She could only murmur, "I will go check on your grandfather first and return by noon." Jika remained silent, yearning only for a moment of tranquility. However, with the heir of the Ji family hospitalized, true peace was an elusive luxury. Barely had his mother departed when Nzichin and Songwei arrived, carrying a thermos. Knocking at the door. Jika frowned in annoyance, maintaining his silence and refusing to acknowledge their presence.
And Ziqin gazed at Jika's pallid face and indifferent demeanor, her eyes brimming with tears of concern. She softly inquired, "ACI, how have you come to this state?" Songwei gently patted Ziqin's shoulder and turned to Jiku, saying, "Young Master Ji, Ziqin wanted to visit you last night but was worried it might disturb your rest. She hastily prepared some kanji early this morning." Jiku coldly responded, "I am fine, I just had some kanji, please take this back with you." At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to discharge himself from the hospital. There was no sanctuary for quietude here, and he found himself irritated by everyone around him, consumed by a sense of irritability and restlessness. Ziqin, taken aback by Jika's frigid demeanor, felt her tears spill over as she called out, "ACI." Jika closed his eyes and softly stated, "I wish to rest now. Please leave." He paid no heed to their concern. Songwei sighed helplessly, pulling Ziqin away. "Let us go for now, let him be alone for a bit. We can visit again when he feels better." And Ziqin, filled with confusion over Jika's attitude, cast one last reluctant glance at him, but knowing he was unwell, she refrained from pressing further and followed Songwei out of the ward. The ward fell silent once more, yet Jiku felt no relief. He quickly took out his phone and sent a voice message in their group chat, his tone laced with impatience. "Who mentioned I was in the hospital? Lin Che, either arrange for me to change rooms, let me discharge myself, or ensure no one else comes." Meanwhile, Lin Zhou had returned to Yuezhou after completing exterior shoots in other cities. The setting sun cast a warm golden hue over the streets of Yuezhou, enveloping the city in a serene glow. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the appearance of Gu Yanli. The man with whom she had once shared a fleeting romance stood at her doorstep, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Gu Yanli exuded an air of confidence, yet he approached her with ulterior motives, seeking information about Ruan Yuan. A wave of intense aversion surged within Lin Zhou. She regarded Gu Yanli at her door with an expression filled with cold indifference and resolution, as if gazing at a complete stranger.
"Gu Yanli, who do you think you are? On what grounds do you believe I would divulge anything to you?"
Lin Zhou's voice was icy. These privileged scions were all cut from the same cloth. Scoundrels, without exception, having been deceived by Gu Yanli both physically and emotionally. She felt a sense of responsibility, yet had she known from the outset that he had a fiancée, she would have never entangled herself with him. Gu Yanli hastily attempted to clarify his intentions, but Lin Zhou had no desire to listen. Over the past 2 years, he had sought numerous opportunities to intersect with her life, attempting to offer her resources and compensations, yet whenever Lin Zhou discerned that the resources were linked to her, she resolutely declined. In the dimly lit corridor, their dialogue echoed, the atmosphere charged with tension and restraint. Gu Yanli found himself cornered at her doorstep, conversing through a narrow gap of less than 20 centimeters.
He lowered his voice, "Don't be so hostile, it has been 2 years already, isn't that enough?"
Lin Zhou scoffed, interrupting him, her words fierce, "How dare you say that? I no longer wish to have any relationship with you and will not disclose any information about Ruan Yuan, so give up on that notion."
Her resolve was unwavering, devoid of any compromise.
As she prepared to shut the door, Gu Yanli swiftly sidestepped, forcing half of his body inside, but he found himself trapped, unable to enter or exit. The corridor lights dimmed, casting elongated shadows of their figures. Chapter 39 of The Crown Prince Spits Blood and Exposes Himself. Gu Yanli, filled with indignation, clenched his teeth as he declared, "What do I have to be ashamed of? Our initial entanglement was mutually consensual, and that fiancée was not a choice I made willingly.
I have been wronged, let me in at once."
"Bah, you have no shame," Lin Zhou retorted angrily. She no longer cared whether this person was a titan of the entertainment industry. Having endured such a significant loss for nearly 2 years, she had reached her limit. If necessary, she would abandon the entertainment world altogether, as there had been little progress in her career during this time. Gu Yanli was taken aback by her fierce demeanor. Reflecting on their earlier interactions, she had always been soft and endearing, capable of bringing joy and playfulness, quite unlike the fierce figure before him now, who could even hurl insults. An inexplicable fury surged within him. The silence of the corridor was shattered by his rage. Gu Yanli, in a fit of desperation, attempted to grasp her chin with the intent of making her submit. Much to his surprise, Lin Zhou reacted swiftly, biting down hard on the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. The sharp pain forced him to retract his hand to assess the damage. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zhouer promptly slammed the door shut, the resounding bang echoing in the corridor, severing her connection with Gu Yanli. The sound reverberated, signifying her resolute decision. Ji Yanli glared at the bloodied imprint left by her teeth on his hand, a mix of anger and frustration bubbling within him. He had never anticipated such an intense reaction from Lin Zhouer. Lin Zhouer, open the door, he bellowed, his voice reverberating in the hallway with an unsettling sharpness. Inside, Lin Zhouer leaned against the door, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She understood that she could no longer be the weakling who allowed Gu Yanli to trample over her. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of her heartbeat. Gu Yanli continued to pound on the door, his efforts growing increasingly frantic, yet Lin Zhouer remained unmoved, biting her lip tightly, resolute in her decision to sever ties with him indefinitely. After approximately 10 minutes, the commotion outside subsided. Peering through the peephole at the now empty corridor, Lin Zhouer exhaled a long sigh of relief.
The news of Jichuan International Seoul Air, Jiku, being hospitalized after spitting blood spread like wildfire across the internet.
The media, akin to sharks sensing blood, fervently fanned the flames, causing the shocking revelation to sweep the nation with the ferocity of a tempest. The restaurant where the incident had occurred failed to provide prior communication, leading major news platforms to showcase eye-catching headlines alongside dramatic images of Jiku being rushed into an ambulance, garnering widespread public attention and fervent discussion. Once the news broke, it quickly spiraled into exaggeration, with reports claiming that the last remaining heir of the Ji family was on the brink of death. The stock of Jichuan Group plummeted as if struck by a violent earthquake, causing investors to panic and hastily sell their shares, plunging the market into chaos. In response, company executives convened an emergency meeting to implement crisis management measures. They swiftly released an official statement claiming Jiku had succumbed to exhaustion from work, aiming to stabilize investor confidence. In reality, Jiku's condition had long since stabilized. He merely required rest. After a week in the hospital, he had secretly been discharged and moved to the Ji family estate for recuperation. Jiku's thoughts were consumed with the desire to confront Ruan Yuan in England, yet given the current circumstances, he could not risk making a public appearance. Reluctantly, he had to suppress his plans to travel abroad for the time being. In this unpredictable moment, Ji Hong decided to hold a press conference in 2 days, allowing Jiku to publicly assert his health, thereby quelling the rumors and reducing future media scrutiny. It was worth noting that the last time this crown prince had been seen publicly was as a teenager, participating in a charitable donation event alongside the elder Ji.At that time, he had been merely 11 or 12, youthful yet already exuding an extraordinary aura. Although there had been prior media reports on the crown prince's activities, they had always been textual accounts, never capturing him in the flesh. Now, at the press conference, he shone like a brilliant star, radiating an irresistible charm. Tall and upright, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his perfect physique was nothing short of astonishing. Dressed in a well-tailored bespoke suit, he epitomized nobility and elegance. His features were finely sculpted, and the slight upturn of his lips always hinted at a subtle smile, embodying both youthful recklessness and the allure of a mature man. His short, neat hairstyle was thick and stylish, combining the simplicity of a buzz cut with a youthful vitality. Compared to a slicked-back style, it possessed a natural, effortless quality, lacking any forced maturity or gravitas. At the press conference, his every gesture exuded an innate aristocratic air, compelling all to be enchanted by him. As the sole heir of Jichuan International, his status was a source of envy for many. Jiku himself embodied wealth, power, and glory, becoming the object of admiration and aspiration for countless individuals. His every action was scrutinized, and his decisions had the potential to shape the trajectory of an entire business empire. However, following such a dazzling public appearance at the press conference, the media frenzy only intensified. Despite the stabilization of the company's stock prices, reporters remained stationed outside the corporate headquarters, the Ji family estate, and his Blue Sea Pavilion apartment. Over half a month had passed since Jiku attended the press conference, and since then, he had focused on Jichuan Group's affairs, dutifully appearing at the office from 10 to 5 each day. Recently, with his family exercising stricter oversight, Komin had even arranged for a personal assistant to monitor his daily activities before returning to Switzerland. The elder Ji had also decreed that he must reside at the family estate for the time being. This only added to Jiku's frustration. He was already grappling with the emotional turmoil stemming from Ruan Yuan's departure. Though he had previously maintained a habit of staying up late and rising late, it had been a voluntary choice. Now, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep, his mind consumed by thoughts of Ruan Yuan,
often staying awake until the early hours before finally dozing off, only to awaken at dawn. With his freedom of movement severely restricted, the prospect of traveling abroad seemed increasingly distant. Jiko harbored numerous grievances, yet he was acutely aware of the turmoil that resistance would unleash within the group. Deep down, he felt an overwhelming aversion to this constrained existence, yet outwardly, he had to maintain the facade of being the obedient scion of the Ji family. Chapter 40 A New Life. Jiko furrowed his brows, languidly reclining on the sofa in Zhang Yizhou's sports hall office. With an air of ennui, he idly played with Simba, his expression clouded with sorrow. Jiko let out a long sigh and mused, what are the odds of sneaking abroad without being exposed? Zhang Yizhou comfortably settled in a large chair, nonchalantly propping his legs on the desk, engrossed in a mobile game, and without lifting his gaze, replied candidly, not even 1%. If you wish to drag Ruan Yuan down with you, then by all means, go ahead. Simba lay nearby, having ignored Jiko ever since Ruan Yuan's departure. However, upon hearing Zhang Yizhou mention Ruan Yuan's name, Simba cast him a fleeting glance. Jiko reached out to stroke its head, but it turned away, presenting him with a cold, indifferent back. With a resigned smile, Jiko noted the dog's obstinacy. It had been 2 weeks, and it still refused to grant him a kind look. He softly called, Simba, yet Simba remained unmoved, as if ensconced in its own little world of emotions. Jiko sighed softly, withdrew his hand, and leaned back against the sofa, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling, his heart heavy with frustration. If not for his family's concerns, he could hardly endure another day. Every thought of Ruan Yuan decisively terminating their child made his heart bleed. He pondered how he could expediently and justifiably venture to England. Meanwhile, Zhang Yizhou seemed entirely absorbed in his gaming realm, blissfully unaware of Jiko's melancholic state. Consequently, the office was enveloped in a languid yet slightly sorrowful atmosphere. Standing on the unfamiliar streets of London, Ruan Yuan dragged her suitcase with a heart filled with both anticipation for the future and a tinge of anxiety. She had finally arrived at the location of her dreams, the Central St. Martin's College of Art and Design. On the very day she disembarked, she utilized online rental information to secure a modest apartment in the vicinity of the school, opting for a short 4-month lease. Given her limited finances, she prioritized safety and cleanliness above all. The 1-bedroom, 1-bath, 1-kitchen apartment was small yet cozy. The walls bore signs of age, slightly yellowed, while the wooden floor creaked softly underfoot, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Though the window was not large, it allowed warm sunlight to stream in. Outside lay a tranquil alley, occasionally graced by hurried passers-by. The furnishings were simple: a single bed, a writing desk, and a chair, forming her little sanctuary for the days to come. Ever since her arrival, her life had settled into a simple yet orderly rhythm. Each morning, as the warm sunlight gently illuminated her, she would gradually awaken from her slumber. Due to health reasons, she planned to rest for a month before diving into her studies, thus not rushing her academic pursuits. Each day, she prepared herself a modest breakfast, whether it be a cup of hot milk paired with a slice of bread or a plate of vegetable salad. By midday and evening, she would attempt to cook simple British dishes or simmer a pot of soup. Though the flavors were far from remarkable, they sufficed for her needs. Typically, after her meals, she would sit at the table, pen in hand, sketching design drafts, immersing herself in her own world. She translated her thoughts onto paper, each stroke imbued with hope for the future. At times, she would ponder over a minor detail for hours, relentlessly revising her work. When fatigue from drawing set in, she would rise and slowly approach the window, quietly observing the few pedestrians outside, allowing her mind a brief respite. In the afternoons or evenings, Ruan Yuan would take leisurely strolls, yet, during these walks, she often found herself reminiscing about Simba, who had been her companion for 2 years, wondering if it too missed her. Occasionally, she would wander the streets of London, absorbing the city's rich history and culture. The venerable architecture exuded quintessential British charm, with splendid sculptures and stately columns seemingly narrating tales of the past. In the cafes lining the streets, people leisurely sipped their coffee while engrossed in books, a leisurely lifestyle that felt refreshingly novel to Ruan Yuan. In the parks, vast stretches of grass and vibrant flowers uplifted her spirits, prompting her to find a quiet spot to sit and quietly admire nature's beauty. The culture of England, both traditional and modern, captivated her, while the fashion trends on the streets infused her with a sense of vitality and innovation. Each time she encountered something novel, she would contemplate how to incorporate elements of British culture into her designs, enhancing the depth of her creations. In this unfamiliar city, devoid of familiar friends and family, she relied solely on herself. Nevertheless, Ruan Yuan remained undaunted, for this was the path she had chosen, and she resolved to rely on her own strength, no matter how arduous the journey.
However, since her arrival in England, perhaps due to the unfamiliar environment coupled with her health issues, her headaches had intensified. She had undergone a medical examination, yet the results were inconclusive. At times, when the headaches became debilitating, concentrating on her work felt impossible, and sleep eluded her. Aside from enduring the discomfort and forcing herself to rest, there was little else she could do. In this small apartment, despite the solitude and loneliness, Ruan Yuan found solace. She understood that she was progressing toward her dreams. With each step holding significance, she yearned for her health to improve so she could secure a short-term job, enabling her to supplement her living expenses while better integrating into the city and embarking on her academic journey. Occasionally, she would think of Jiku, and the thought of him would pierce her heart, especially regarding the child she had relinquished. Yet, life must go on. She could not dwell in the past. Lin Jiawei video called her almost daily, and each time the call connected, the first question was invariably, "What did you eat today?" Ruan Yuan felt somewhat helpless. Having already been slender, she had lost another 2 pounds since arriving abroad, not to mention the 4 or 5 pounds she lost before her departure. Standing at 170 centimeters, she weighed merely around 90 pounds, which was indeed quite thin. Ruan Yuan did not force herself to gain weight. If she was slender, so be it. She merely hoped to avoid illness, for medical expenses abroad were exorbitant. With 1/3 of her study abroad costs still pending, she needed to rely on part-time work to earn money. In the latter half of the month, her headaches persisted, often leaving her unable to concentrate on her designs, and the drafts she produced left her dissatisfied, let alone the submissions for Chuxin jewelry. Thus, Ruan Yuan had no choice but to keep drawing, revising endlessly until she reached a level of satisfaction before allowing herself a break. There was no alternative. For the sake of her livelihood and tuition, she had to exert herself even more. A month passed by at a leisurely pace. Ruan Yuan stood at the entrance of a nearby restaurant, inhaling deeply as the sunlight bathed her in warmth, invigorating her spirit. After a period of rest, her health had improved significantly, and now, her eyes sparkled with vitality, and she brimmed with excitement for the future. Ruan Yuan had transformed her long, lustrous hair, cutting it to shoulder length, adopting a sleek bob. This change not only made her hair easier to manage but also rendered her appearance refreshingly vibrant and spirited. Chapter 41 Song Muji. The opportunity to work at this restaurant was introduced to her by the landlord's sister. Now, she has been here for a week. During this time, she has quickly acclimated to the bustling pace of daily life. As soon as she steps into the restaurant, Ruan Yuan becomes engrossed in her tasks. With deft hands, she arranges the cutlery and meticulously wipes the tables until they gleam. This Western restaurant is nestled on a street in England that exudes European charm. Outside, colorful flowers bloom on the flower beds, adding a vibrant splash of color to the street. Passers-by meander along the thoroughfare, elderly individuals leisurely strolling, children laughing and playing, and busy professionals hurrying to their destinations. The restaurant's exterior is steeped in antiquity, featuring wooden doors and windows adorned with exquisite carvings, exuding an air of elegance. Upon entering, warm lighting cascades down, creating a cozy and inviting ambience. The wooden floorboards emit soft sounds with each step, and in one corner of the restaurant stands an old piano, occasionally played by guests, filling the air with melodious tunes. The culinary offerings here are nothing short of exquisite. Succulent, juicy steaks are paired with fresh vegetables and rich black pepper sauce, leaving a lasting impression. The pasta, smooth in texture with a robust meat sauce, provides a profound sense of satisfaction with every bite. Additionally, a variety of refined desserts, such as chocolate cake and fruit tarts, are delectably sweet without being cloying, making them irresistible. When the first batch of customers arrives, Ruan Yuan immediately greets them with a warm smile and cheerfully exclaims in fluent English, "Welcome." She patiently introduces the dishes to the guests and recommends the most delectable options based on their preferences. Even during the busiest moments, Ruan Yuan feels no fatigue. She finds fulfillment in her work and enjoys interacting with diverse groups of people. Balancing heavy plates with steady steps, she serves each dish with precision, ensuring that every plate is placed securely before the guests. If faced with a discerning customer, Ruan Yuan remains calm, drawing on her previous experience in the service industry to resolve any dissatisfaction with her gentle tone and professional demeanor. During a brief respite, Ruan Yuan leans against the wall, catching her breath. At that moment, her colleague, Ellie, approaches with a smile and says, "Ruan Yuan, you did great, you handled that difficult customer with ease."
Ruan Yuan chuckles softly and replies, "It's all about experience. The more you encounter, the better you become at handling it."
The two engage in light-hearted conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes and challenges from their work. Ellie shares some tips on managing chaotic situations, and Ruan Yuan listens attentively, feeling a deep sense of appreciation and gratitude. Another colleague, Tom, strolls over, jokingly remarking, "Hey, are you two slacking off? Better watch out for the boss." Ruan Yuan and Ellie exchange amused glances, wave him off with laughter, and promptly return to their duties. Through her interactions with her colleagues, Ruan Yuan feels the warmth and camaraderie of this unfamiliar team. They support one another in navigating the demands of their work. Though a bit weary, she feels a profound sense of satisfaction. She understands that by working diligently over the next 3 months, she can recoup the expenses incurred by arriving in England early, effectively preserving her tuition budget. Living abroad entails numerous expenses, yet these months allow her to earn a salary, forge friendships, and enjoy provided meals, thus saving on 3 months' worth of living costs. This job at the restaurant is conveniently located just a 20-minute walk from her rented accommodation, and Ruan Yuan is quite content with her employment. Once school commences, she plans to forfeit her rental agreement in this job, moving into student housing, which she eagerly anticipates. She is acutely aware that her primary focus must be on her studies. During her school days, she intends to devote her free time to sketching designs, submitting them to Chushin Jewelry for publication fees, an endeavor that not only generates income but also accumulates valuable creative experience. As the night descends upon London, the city sparkles with radiant lights. During the dinner rush, Ruan Yuan busily navigates between tables in the restaurant. Dressed in a crisp uniform, her hair neatly tied back, she reveals her fair neck, her face adorned with a warm and professional smile. Ruan Yuan possesses an exquisite beauty, characterized by a perfectly oval face and a graceful jawline that defines her features. Her full forehead and rounded cheekbones enhance her youthful allure. She embodies a striking beauty, with a hint of mixed heritage that leaves a lasting impression. When not smiling, she emanates an air of aloofness that discourages approach, yet when she beams, it feels as though spring has arrived, melting away the chill around her and replacing it with warmth and brightness. At this moment, Song Muji enters the restaurant with a group of classmates. Their lively banter, laced with Cantonese dialect, resonates warmly in this foreign land. Ruan Yuan's ears perk up at the familiar tones, and she instinctively glances toward the group. Song Muji stands tall, his short hair neat and spirited. His features are sharply defined, with arched brows and bright eyes. His high nose complements his slightly upturned lips, creating a welcoming smile. He exudes a confident charm, effortlessly showcasing a fashionable aura even in simple casual attire. Approaching with a dish in hand, Ruan Yuan overhears them conversing in Cantonese, and a wave of inexplicable familiarity washes over her. "Handsome, here's your dish," she cheerfully remarks in Cantonese. Song Muji pauses momentarily, looking up at Ruan Yuan, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. A delightful sensation surges within him, as if his heart skipped a beat at encountering a warm light in this foreign land. "You're also from Canton? What a coincidence!" His tone is imbued with unexpected joy, and his gaze lingers on Ruan Yuan for a few extra seconds, filled with curiosity and fondness for this suddenly familiar girl. Ruan Yuan nods, her smile growing even brighter. "Yes, it's truly a rarity to meet a fellow Cantonese here." The two naturally fall into conversation. Song Muji is captivated by Ruan Yuan's vivacity, while she is equally intrigued by this high-achieving student pursuing a dual degree at Imperial College London. "You're studying computer science at Imperial, how impressive!" Ruan Yuan exclaims, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Song Muji chuckles modestly, "Oh, it's nothing special, I just really enjoy this field. What about you, how did you end up working here?" Ruan Yuan lets out a gentle sigh before breaking into a smile. "I arrived a few months early and thought I'd earn a bit of pocket money." After exchanging a few more words, Ruan Yuan returns to her duties. When she approaches the table again, Song Muji musters the courage to ask, "Could I have your phone number? Since we're both from Canton, it would be great to meet up sometime." Ruan Yuan is taken aback, but being from the same hometown fosters a sense of closeness and trust. Seeing the sincerity in Song Muji's eyes, she happily agrees. They exchange phone numbers, quietly planting a seed of hope in this foreign land. Chapter 42. The student's sister Ruan Yuan had departed 3 months ago. Jike's days in the homeland had become exceedingly dismal. Each night felt like an interminable torment, as his insomnia worsened, leaving him taut with anxiety and increasingly irritable, prone to sudden outbursts of anger. Ruan Yuan's silent departure struck him like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into his heart. The child she had forsaken became an unspeakable agony within him, resentment accumulating like an unshakable shadow. Now, Jika's daily life was under constant supervision, alcohol was off limits, yet tobacco became his sole outlet for venting his frustrations. During this period, his craving for cigarettes burgeoned like rampant weeds, to the point where they rarely left his grasp. The individuals tasked with overseeing him were, in truth, merely monitoring his every move, which only compounded the resentment swelling within him. As for the family business, he initially feigned interest, but soon devoted all his energy to his technology company. This enterprise shone like a brilliant star, standing out in its industry. His technical team comprised exceptional graduates from Cambridge, brimming with vitality and creativity, tirelessly innovating and recently launching a new smart product. This creation was the culmination of their efforts over the last 6 months, its unique design and formidable capabilities distinguishing it amidst a sea of competitors. The company promptly applied for a patent, laying a solid foundation for the product's future development. Shortly, this smart device was set to hit the market, and the entire team was filled with confidence in its potential. Yet, amidst the flurry of activity and triumph, Jika remained ensnared by his complex feelings for Ruan Yuan. Resentment and longing intertwined, churning within him like an ever-enlarging snowball. Today marked the birthday of Yusayan, who hosted a banquet at his hospitable residence, inviting a host of friends to dine. After 3 months of absence from such gatherings, the young heir finally made an appearance. Everyone was aware of Jika's breakup with Ruan Yuan, but only a handful knew that his gastric hemorrhage from excessive drinking was linked to her. While many acknowledged his amicable relationship with the university student, few would believe that he could be so profoundly wounded by matters of the heart. Most assumed he had simply grown weary and moved on. Thus, the young heir's newfound single status ignited a flicker of hope among the many young ladies who had long admired him. Particularly in Ziqing, she was elated to learn of his split with Ruan Yuan. From the moment she discovered their relationship during her studies abroad, a discontent had festered within her. Now that they had finally parted ways, it felt as though a cloud had lifted. And Ziqing had never truly believed Jika would fall for Ruan Yuan, for they had known each other since childhood, and Jika had never demonstrated any enduring affection for anything specific. In her memory, Jika was always one to have fleeting passions. His interests were manifold, from childhood toys to various adult hobbies, none of which managed to hold his attention for long. As for Ruan Yuan, she deemed her merely one among many attractive women, wholly unworthy of her dear Asaya. Furthermore, Ruan Yuan could never compare to the profound bond Ziqing shared with Jiko, forged over countless cherished moments that no one could ever replace. However, she lacked the courage to openly express her feelings for Jiko, fearing that a rejection might disrupt their existing harmonious relationship. Ziqing did not wish to jeopardize their friendship due to a momentary impulse, so she buried her emotions deep within her heart for the time being. Today, at the large round table occupied by 20 or 30 guests, Ziqing regretted arriving late after spending time selecting an outfit and applying makeup, missing the chance to sit beside Jiku. She berated herself for her tardiness while casting furtive glances at him, hoping to catch his attention. Yet, Jika seemed oblivious to her presence, engaged in casual conversation with those around him. Recently, Jika had not shunned socializing, but he found the noise and chaos tiresome. The vibrant nightlife, blaring music, and raucous crowds only served to irritate him. He would much prefer to play basketball and work up a sweat. Nevertheless, on this occasion, as it was his close friend's birthday, he felt obliged to attend. A friends he had not seen in a while expressed concern for his well-being, and Jiku responded with polite smiles. When the topic shifted to his technology company, he spoke with more enthusiasm. He had always been diligent and focused when it came to his enterprise, offering unique insights into various technical projects and operations. As drinks circulated around the table, everyone raised their glasses, while Jika consistently opted for yogurt in return. He was well aware of his fragile stomach and had no intention of subjecting himself to self-inflicted pain that would leave him bedridden for weeks. Yet, some thoughtless individuals, oblivious to the atmosphere, spoke without restraint. A childhood acquaintance of Jiku, who had since forged a friendship with Jiang Yizhou, inquired, "Ji Xiao, I heard you broke up with that student sister.
Does this mean something good is on the horizon for our Xiajie?"
At this utterance, silence enveloped the room. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, all eyes fixated on Jiku and Ziqing. Ziqing wished fervently for the ground to swallow her whole. Who was this fool? She could hardly contain her desire to silence him. Her ears flushed crimson, and her heart raced uncontrollably as she anxiously awaited Jika's response. In the large private room, silence lingered for nearly half a minute. Jiku had just distinctly heard the derisive way the man referred to Ruan Yuan as the student's sister.
While the term itself was not inherently derogatory, the man's tone conveyed unmistakable disdain, which Jiko perceived clearly. His expression darkened instantly as he coldly articulated, "Who permitted you to call her the student's sister, and who said I would be with Nzichin?" The man, realizing his comment was ill-timed, understood that his relationship with Jiku had not yet reached a level where such jests were appropriate. However, having already spoken, he felt he had not crossed any serious boundaries, and thus, he summoned his courage and continued, "Ji Xiao, it's not just me, that's how everyone has referred to her these past 2 years. Moreover, your connection with Nxiajia is evident to anyone with eyes. I did not speak unwarrantedly." Chapter 43 Yi Fan vs Lin Shijika's expression darkened progressively with each word uttered by the man, the fury in his eyes unmistakable. Suddenly, he realized that over the past 2 years, the disdainful remarks directed at Ruan Yuan from these individuals extended far beyond the mere phrase student girl. It was quite possible that Ruan Yuan herself was aware of such circumstances. He abruptly rose to his feet, a powerful surge of anger rendering those around him speechless. It is well known that the Crown Prince has always maintained impeccable manners. Although he seldom displays a smile to strangers, he never loses his temper in front of acquaintances. Indeed, Jika had never before erupted in anger among friends, especially not on the occasion of Yu Xian's birthday. Standing rigidly at his seat, his voice icy and deliberate, he declared, "She is not a student girl. She is my girlfriend, Ruan Yuan. Apart from her, who among you has ever seen me with another woman?" Jiku was acutely aware that his self-identification as Ruan Yuan's boyfriend might seem somewhat ludicrous. However, deep within, she had always been his. He vowed to investigate each person who had slandered Ruan Yuan, ensuring they received a profound lesson. After he left this table, the private room remained enveloped in silence, with no one daring to respond. Jika let out a cold laugh, his tone casual, "If no one has anything to say, then let us continue dining. Why are you all just staring?" With that, he nonchalantly resumed his meal. The group felt a lingering unease. Although Jika had not publicly berated anyone or overturned the table, they had never before witnessed such a solemn expression on his face. His close friends were inclined to indulge him today, as he had pent up frustration that needed an outlet. Yet, to their surprise, he maintained his composure, likely mindful of the significance of Yu Xian's birthday. Nzichin, witnessing the rapid escalation and subsequent decline of the tension, felt a pang of heartache. Jika's words made it abundantly clear that he would never entertain any notion of a relationship with her. Moreover, he had audaciously referred to Ruan Yuan as his girlfriend. Had they not broken up? Nzichin felt an inexplicable humiliation weighing her down, as though she were a mere jest in this setting. Yet, if she were to rise and leave now, would that not be even more embarrassing? Thus, she could only endure the discomfort and finish her meal in silence. Once the banquet concluded, everyone proceeded to Yu Xian's coastal venue. Jiku also drove himself there, but he entered a private room of his own. Awaiting him inside were his assistants, Lin Qi and Yi Fan. Both had met Jiku while studying in the UK and assisted him in various matters at the company, proving to be his most capable aides. Yi Fan possessed remarkable professional acumen and a solid foundation of knowledge. He approached tasks with efficiency and clarity, swiftly identifying key issues in even the most complex situations, and promptly taking decisive action. Any official business entrusted to him by Jiku was invariably executed with finesse. As a fellow alumnus from Cambridge, Yi Fan had demonstrated exceptional talent and leadership skills during their studies, earning Jiku's admiration. However, his financial background was modest. He funded his entire education through scholarships and diligent work. The platform and support provided by Jiku were precisely what he needed. With Jiku's regard, Yi Fan flourished, unleashing even greater potential in his work. As for Lin Qi, his background was somewhat intricate. Their acquaintance abroad had stemmed from an unexpected circumstance. 5 years Jika's senior, Lin Qi had gone to the UK purely to escape trouble. He harbored a complex background in Hong Kong, possessing extensive connections and resources. Having experimented with various pursuits in his youth, initially, Jiku had merely inquired, "Do you have any cases pending?" Lin Qi had responded calmly, "Not at all." Jiku had smiled faintly, "Then there are no issues. You can work with me. Guangdong is no less than Hong Kong." Lin Qi was not only astute but also adept at analyzing various pros and cons in convoluted situations, consistently offering Jiku sound advice. Moreover, he was exceptionally skilled, capable of handling numerous adversaries with ease. Lin Qi had always maintained a low profile while working alongside Jiku, never required to report to the office regularly,
and consistently completed the tasks assigned to him with remarkable efficiency. At this moment, the three men sat on the sofa in the private room, with Jiku extracting a cigarette and lighting it. He squinted slightly, his expression becoming somewhat hazy amidst the swirling smoke. His long fingers held the cigarette delicately, bringing it to his lips for a puff, causing the glowing ember to brighten momentarily. Subsequently, Jiku exhaled a plume of smoke, his tone flat yet laced with a hint of menace. Those individuals in the adjacent room, who have previously insulted Ruan Yuan, I want you to investigate thoroughly, find them, check the surveillance, and report back to me.
Although words cannot be taken back, debts must still be settled. Lin Shi understood that this was a task he was entrusted with, and he promptly nodded in response. What about the situation in the UK? Jiku raised his gaze. I will handle that myself. It has been quite some time since I visited the London office. I can conveniently delegate that company's matters to my father, justifying my trip. Yi Fan interjected, if you're leaving us behind in Guangdong, then let me bring my assistant along. It would be beneficial to have someone help you run errands. That's unnecessary, Xiang Nan is already there, and he will manage everything efficiently, Jiku replied calmly, his tone remaining steady yet imbued with an air of command. He then turned to Lin Shi and inquired, what have you uncovered about that man who was seen by her side last time? Lin Shi inhaled deeply, feeling somewhat anxious. He had yet to inform Jiku that this man had been pursuing Ruan Yuan with remarkable fervor, frequently seeking her out. Nevertheless, he had compiled all the necessary information without omission. Lin Shi maintained his composure as he replied, he is Song Muji, the son of President Song from Xin Yuan Technology. Currently, he is pursuing a joint master's and doctoral program at Imperial College, graduating next year, and he is of the same age as you. Lin Shi refrained from mentioning the man's pursuit of Ruan Yuan, deciding it was best for Jiku to discover that on his own in London. After all, one could never tell when Jiku might explode and jeopardize his own and Yi Fan's safety. Indeed, the significance of Ruan Yuan in Jiku's heart had been abundantly clear to both him and Yi Fan over the past 2 years. Lin Shi silently prayed that this matter would not incite any major upheaval and that the Crown Prince could maintain his outwardly impeccable image. As it stood, Jiku was commendable in every regard, yet he harbored a rebellious streak. On the surface, he appeared to adhere to conventions, but he was acutely aware of his own motives. Moreover, anyone who dared wrong him would inevitably face his retribution. Jiku never forgot his identity and responsibility. Despite any grievances he held against his parents, he had never openly defied them. While studying at Cambridge, he established his own technology company, always opting for a low profile to circumvent any familial interference. Chapter 44 At Curson Technology. At the height of its success, the London-based technology company was summoned back home by his father, Ji Hong, and he complied without a hint of dissent. Meanwhile, the company had already established a solid foundation in both technology and management and was now unveiling a series of innovative and disruptive tech products. This caused a tremendous stir within the industry, garnering not only the admiration of numerous clients but also attracting a plethora of investors. The company's market share was steadily expanding, positioning it as a leader in London's tech sector. The technologies developed by the company found widespread application across various fields, making remarkable contributions to the advancement of the industry. Simultaneously, the team was continually growing, drawing exceptional talents from around the globe and fostering a vibrant and creative work atmosphere. This was also the reason why Jiku's Guangdong Technology Company achieved immediate acclaim. The talent resources at his disposal had already formed a formidable network. These elite individuals hailed from diverse fields, each possessing unique expertise, akin to the intricate components of a precision instrument, working in close collaboration to unleash tremendous energy. Among them were technical wizards capable of overcoming the most complex challenges. Jiku also had his own elite management team, who meticulously organized the company's operations, along with creative pioneers who consistently introduced new development ideas and opportunities. Under Jiku's leadership, they coalesced into an unstoppable force, propelling Guangdong Technology Company to rapid ascendance amidst fierce market competition, emerging as a remarkable new star in the industry. Jiku understood well that relying solely on his family would hinder his ability to breathe freely. Only by continuously cultivating his trusted talents and delegating real power could he secure an independent future. He would not abandon his family responsibilities, nor would he forsake a life of freedom. Despite appearing leisurely, Jiku was tirelessly striving for a life of autonomy. However,
Ruan Yuan's departure disrupted his usual calm composure, even igniting an unprecedented impulse within him to act recklessly. The following day, Ji Ke candidly addressed his father, Ji Hong, in his office, presenting all the factual evidence on his tablet. Dad, Curson Technology in London has already gone public since the domestic tech companies commenced operations.
Upon hearing this, Ji Hong's eyes widened in astonishment, his surprise evident. He was indeed familiar with the company. A smart product released in the latter half of last year had caused quite a stir globally. The product, with its exceptional performance and innovative design, quickly captured the attention of numerous consumers. After a moment of silence, Ji Hong slowly replied, "You certainly kept this under wraps. Now, tell me, why didn't you inform me earlier?" Ji Ke, for once, wore a serious expression before his father. Our Jichuan Group is involved in numerous sectors, yet we lag behind in intelligent technology. The future belongs to the era of smart technology, and I aspire to achieve something through my own efforts, rather than relying on family support from the outset. Now that the time has come, I believe it's appropriate to share this with you. Ji Hong nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, for he realized that despite his son's seemingly unreliable demeanor, Ji Ke had consistently accomplished the tasks assigned to him over the past 2 years. It was merely his attitude towards his father that needed adjustment. Ji Hong generously praised, "Well done, you truly embody the spirit of our Ji family. What are your plans moving forward?" Ji Ke smiled. At present, we have professional managers overseeing operations, and the entire management and technology of the company are quite mature. Previously, I would visit every 2 to 3 months, but this time, due to illness, I was delayed. I plan to go in the next few days to assess the progress of various projects and further strategize for future development. Ji Hong nodded thoughtfully. Very insightful. When you go, pay close attention to market dynamics and competitors, continually innovating and enhancing the company's core competitiveness. Ji Ke responded earnestly, "I understand, Dad. I will closely monitor market changes to ensure the company remains at the forefront of the industry. Additionally, I intend to return with a group of technical and managerial talents, gradually reallocating resources back home." Ji Hong smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent, bringing resources into the country is a great initiative. Go ahead and pursue it. If you need assistance from Jichuan Group, just let us know. We indeed underestimated you before. The realm of intelligent technology is certainly worthy of in-depth exploration and substantial investment. Now that you have made a solid step in this field, both your mother and I will provide even more attention and support." Ji Ke's gaze was resolute, yet he felt as though he and his father were on entirely different wavelengths. "Rest assured, Dad. I will do my utmost." 2 days later, Ji Ke flew directly to London. At the airport, the CEO of Curson Technology, Xiang Nan, awaited the arrival of the heir, but upon his arrival, Ji Ke mentioned nothing regarding company affairs. He simply took the car keys from him and drove away in haste. Ji Ke had not come to inspect company matters. His mind was wholly consumed with finding Ruan Yuan. After waiting for over 3 months, his patience had reached its limit. The situation with the child pricked at his heart like a thorn, impossible to swallow or extract. It lodged itself firmly in his throat, leaving him sleepless night after night. As Ji Ke's vehicle approached the apartment rented by Ruan Yuan in London, night had just fallen, and the entire neighborhood seemed to be shrouded in a veil. The apartment was located on a narrow, somewhat worn street, where the street lamps cast a dim, golden glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. The surrounding buildings bore weathered exteriors and antiquated windows, exuding a sense of time-worn charm. Tall sycamore trees lined the roadside, their leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. Ji Ke sat in the car, quietly observing the scene outside his window. His mood was at an all-time low, the cigarette in his hand flickering with a faint red glow in the darkness. Amidst the swirling smoke, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with vexation. Ji Ke was uncertain whether his heart longed for her more or resented her more. He did not know how Ruan Yuan would react upon seeing him. A profound sense of unarticulated oppression weighed heavily on his heart, as if a massive stone were pressing down on his chest, leaving him breathless. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette, then exhaled slowly, attempting to dissipate his inner turmoil with the smoke. Yet, that sense of gloom lingered like a shadow, constantly haunting his thoughts. As he gazed toward Ruan Yuan's apartment, his heart was a tumult of contradictions and unease. Chapter 45 of the encounter. This evening, after finishing her work, Ruan Yuan strolled home slowly under the escort of Song Muji. Since their first meeting a month ago, he had frequently visited the restaurant where she worked. Not only was Song Muji remarkably charming, but he was also quite loquacious. Their conversations flowed effortlessly,
as he occasionally shared amusing anecdotes and insights from his life, his witty remarks often eliciting laughter from Ruan Yuan. He interacted with her colleagues with great politeness and exemplary manners. Even on days when he did not dine there, he would appear punctually to accompany her home after her shift. Ruan Yuan was not obtuse. She had an inkling of Song Muji's fondness for her. However, as he had never explicitly voiced his feelings, she found it difficult to reject him outright. She mused internally that with only 3 days left before she would move into her school dormitory, their interactions would inevitably diminish, so it might be best to regard him simply as a friend. She felt she could not offer him anything more profound. As they walked home, Song Muji continued to recount various tips for international students upon the commencement of school and some amusing incidents that had occurred in London. Ruan Yuan listened intently, occasionally posing questions, to which he always responded with patience and thoroughness. Whenever she heard one of his humorous tales, she could not help but giggle. To an outsider, they clearly resembled a young couple deeply in love. Upon reaching the foot of her apartment building, they paused as they prepared to part ways. With a smile gracing his face, Song Muji remarked, "With the school year approaching, I likely won't have time to visit you in the coming days. When you move back to school, allow me to escort you there." Ruan Yuan smiled in reply, "There's no need for that, I won't have much luggage. My classmate will be arriving in a couple of days, so you needn't make a special trip." Seeing her reluctance, Song Muji shifted his approach, saying, "Then, before school starts, permit me the opportunity to treat your classmate to a meal. We are all from Guangdong, and it would be good for us to get acquainted, ensuring mutual support once the term begins. Moreover, it is always beneficial to broaden one's circle of friends in a foreign land." Ruan Yuan hesitated momentarily. She was not keen on allowing Song Muji to become too involved in her academic life, yet she also felt it would be impolite to refuse outright. Thus, she softly replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but let me first consult my classmate's opinion. If he agrees, we can arrange a time." A glimmer of hope flickered in Song Muji's eyes as he nodded. "All right, I shall await your news." After a lingering gaze at Ruan Yuan, he turned and departed. Ruan Yuan sighed softly as she watched his retreating figure and then ascended the staircase to her apartment. Meanwhile, in a sleek black sports car, Jika seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. He fixed his gaze on the direction of Ruan Yuan and Song Muji, as if he could pierce through the very fabric of their connection. He had just managed to restrain himself from exiting the vehicle to confront the grinning man, yet jealousy surged within him like rampant weeds. The image of Ruan Yuan with another man, especially one where they seemed to share laughter, pushed him to the brink of madness. Ruan Yuan belonged to him, she was his Ruan Yuan. In a fit of fury, Jika slammed his fist against the steering wheel, causing the horn to emit a jarring sound that echoed his tumultuous emotions. As Ruan Yuan prepared to ascend the stairs, she was suddenly startled by the sharp blast of a horn. Turning in confusion, she caught sight of a black sports car with glaring headlights. Its brilliance was blinding, rendering it impossible for her to discern the occupant within. Furrowing her brow slightly, she dismissed it as the impatience of a careless driver and continued her ascent. The dimly lit corridor amplified the sound of her footsteps in the stillness. Upon reaching the door to her room on the second floor, just as she inserted the key, a shadow suddenly darted behind her. Before she could react, a powerful force yanked her into the room, and the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Panic surged within her as she prepared to scream, only to be silenced by a familiar pair of lips crashing onto hers. Jika's eyes were bloodshot with rage, and he kissed Ruan Yuan with an intensity that seemed to channel all his anger, jealousy, and longing into that singular moment. Ruan Yuan struggled fiercely, but Jika's arms were like iron bands, refusing to release her. The kiss was fervent and possessive. As their lips met, a strong scent of smoke enveloped her. Even in that moment, Ruan Yuan recognized him. It was Jika, wide-eyed with terror. A torrent of complex emotions surged within her: shock, anger, and panic. She would not permit Jika to assert such dominance over her. Regaining her composure, she bit him fiercely. Her teeth clamped down, and the metallic taste of blood quickly spread between them. Jika winced in pain, instinctively loosening his grip on Ruan Yuan. He touched his injured lip gently, a flash of agony and fury crossing his face. Ruan Yuan glared at him, her breathing heavy with indignation. "Jika, you." Her voice trembled with anger, her cheeks flushed and eyes glistening with unshed tears, her gaze resolute. She had never envisioned that Jika would find her here, leaving her at a loss for words. The tranquility of her heart was shattered by his sudden intrusion, and the painful memories she had sought to suppress surged forth like a tidal wave. The happiness of the past, the mockery of his friends, the disparity of their statuses, and the specter of the lost child all flooded her mind. She recalled the moment she had forced Ji-Ku into a marriage proposal. His responses echoed in her ears, each word a dagger that continued to pierce her heart. The sense of helplessness she had felt on the operating table resurfaced, making her breath feel burdensome. Ruan Yuan stared at Ji-Ku, her eyes brimming with a tumult of emotions: resentment, sorrow, and a barely perceptible longing. Ji-Ku, having lived 25 years without ever losing control, found himself utterly consumed by rage and jealousy in this moment. He had never imagined Ruan Yuan would be with someone else, and the sight of her laughing with that man had struck him to his core. Moreover, the unresolved anguish surrounding the child weighed heavily upon him. Ji-Ku retrieved his phone, locating the photograph of the consent form for the surgery. Chapter 46. Never let us meet again. He leaned against the door panel behind Ruan Yuan with one hand, while the other held up his phone for her to see. Ji-Ku's eyes were still bloodshot. In a steady voice, he said, "Ruan Yuan, who gave you the right to take away my child?" Ruan Yuan's body trembled violently, her eyes instantly brimming with panic and heartache. Yet, that fear was soon replaced by stubborn defiance. She lifted her chin slightly, glaring at Ji-Ku without any sign of submission, and exclaimed, "What right do you have to question me? Did you not clearly state that you never intended to marry me? Why should I bear this child for someone with whom I have no relationship?" Ji-Ku's expression darkened further, the veins on his forehead twitching slightly, as he raised his voice in a roar. "How can you be so selfish? This is my child. Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant?" Ruan Yuan let out a cold laugh, enunciating each word. "Selfish, inform you, you never even considered giving me a future." She then fixed him with a piercing gaze, her voice dropping to a whisper. "To tell you, only to let him be born as an illegitimate child?" An illegitimate child? How could Ji-Ku's offspring possibly be deemed as such? Ji-Ku was momentarily taken aback before he bellowed, "Then you have no right to unilaterally decide to abandon him." "I did it for his sake. You are utterly unworthy of having him." Ruan Yuan's defiance matched his intensity. Having already chosen to evade a relationship that demanded too much compromise, she found herself unafraid of Ji-Ku's accusations. What did it matter if they became enemies? The worst outcome was already a reality. There were indeed words Ji-Ku could not counter, yet he still could not let go or accept the situation. His gaze turned icy, and through clenched teeth, he said, "Ruan Yuan, your heart is truly ruthless." A flicker of pain crossed Ruan Yuan's eyes, quickly overshadowed by anger. "Ruthless? Ji-Ku, what right do you have to label me as such? You never once thought of giving me a future." Ji-Ku's chest heaved violently, his voice trembling with rage. "I admit my previous words were excessive, but you cannot so easily determine the fate of our child." "Easily?" Ruan Yuan scoffed as if hearing the greatest joke. "Do you know how agonizing it was for me to make this decision? I struggle every day, but I cannot allow him to be born into an incomplete family, facing endless scrutiny." She was right, he had never promised her a future. Ji-Ku fell silent for a moment, his anger somewhat subsiding, and then he slowly began, "Have you ever considered that perhaps—" Ruan Yuan shook her head, tears welling in her eyes as she fought to keep them from spilling in front of him. At this point, it was too late for words. She had never intended to use the child as leverage. Before Ji-Ku could finish, Ruan Yuan interrupted him. "Ji-Ku, don't demean yourself. I am self-aware." After this declaration, both fell silent, the air thick with tension and pain. Even on the day of their breakup, they had never argued with such fervor. Ji-Ku, usually gentle in temperament, never held on to trivial matters, handling significant issues alone, his actions sometimes domineering yet always steady and reassuring. However, during their 2 years together, it seemed there was little worth arguing about. Those days were filled with joy and harmony. At tea times, Ruan Yuan even felt that they were so in sync they were practically a perfect match. Yet, that so-called harmony was merely a fragile facade, easily shattered by the disparity of their realities. Ruan Yuan gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar Ji-Ku before her, and calmly said, "Enough, let us release each other. No matter what feelings you bring to question me, we cannot return." The echoes of their recent argument reverberated within the room, the atmosphere thick with tension and anger. They resembled two wounded beasts, tearing at one another without mercy. Continuing the quarrel seemed futile, leading only to endless bitterness and pain. In truth, Ji-Ku had nearly uttered a thought that was snatched away by Ruan Yuan's retort. He had intended to say, if you had informed me beforehand, perhaps we could have married. However, in that moment, he was certain Ruan Yuan would no longer cherish such a notion. She had likely lost hope the moment she heard him declare he could never marry her. Ruan Yuan had never contemplated using the child as a bargaining chip. Perhaps she had long known the answer and merely wished to hear herself say it aloud. She declared they could not return. Could it truly be irreversible? The mere thought of losing her forever, or one day seeing her with another man, caused Jiku immeasurable heartache. No matter how beautiful the future might be, without her, Jiku felt as though his entire existence had transformed into a shade of dreary gray. He stared at Ruan Yuan for what felt like an eternity, his gaze unfocused. Finally, Jiku's eyelashes fluttered, and he spoke softly, "What if I want to start anew?" A flicker of emotion crossed Ruan Yuan's eyes, but it quickly hardened into indifference. She lacked the courage to be hurt again. Safeguarding herself was paramount. Ruan Yuan lifted her chin slightly, her gaze unwavering as she said firmly, "Jiku, it is over between us. As I said before, do not seek me out in this lifetime." As Jiku absorbed Ruan Yuan's words, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Her declaration was resolute, even including this lifetime. His body trembled slightly, and he opened his mouth, wishing to say something, only to find himself at a loss for words. In the end, Jiku cast Ruan Yuan one last penetrating look, turned, opened the door, and walked away slowly. His footsteps were heavy and slow, his silhouette appeared so lonely and despondent, as if he had lost the most vital part of his life. Ruan Yuan watched Jiku's retreating figure, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within her. She knew she had made the right decision, yet her heart still ached with a twinge of pain. She stood silently at the doorway, watching as Jiku's form gradually faded from her sight. Then, silent tears began to fall from the corners of her eyes. Jiku, like a soulless shell, aimlessly drove through the streets of London. The alerts from his email chimed one after another, yet he remained oblivious. His thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, Ruan Yuan's resolute visage and her final cold words playing like a haunting refrain in his mind. How could something once so beautiful end up in such disarray? He strained to recall every moment they had shared, the sweetness of their past seeming to have just occurred, yet in reality, he was engulfed by endless pain and despair. The car sped along the highway. Jiku felt as though he had been stripped of consciousness, mechanically gripping the steering wheel. He cared not where he was headed. The flame of anguish within him burned fiercely, leaving his heart devoid of even a moment's peace. Chapter 47. As sweet dreams at long last, the vehicle shuddered violently before coming to a complete halt by the roadside, having utterly exhausted its fuel. Jiku stared blankly at the dashboard, as if awakening from a dream. He pushed open the car door and stumbled out, surveying his surroundings, only to discover that he had arrived at the banks of the Thames. Overwhelmed by a sense of anguish, he randomly purchased some alcohol from a nearby convenience store and then made his way to the riverside, where he sat despondently. The water flowed quietly, and the city lights cast shimmering reflections upon the surface, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Jiku trembled as he opened a bottle of wine, tilting his head back to take a generous swig. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, yet it paled in comparison to the bitterness that gnawed at his heart. He gazed into the river, and memories of his time with Ruan Yuan began to flood back, vivid and relentless. In those days, they were brimming with happiness, seldom arguing, and each day was filled with joy. Yet now, all of that had dissipated into mere mirage. Ruan Yuan had forsaken him, leaving him to drown his sorrows in drink. Jiku continued to consume bottle after bottle, but the despair within him showed no signs of abating. He felt as though his world had crumbled, his future shrouded in darkness, devoid of hope. As the night deepened, the wind by the river grew increasingly biting, yet Jiku remained oblivious, ensnared in the abyss of his own despair. When Xiang Nanyu received a call from the police station in the dead of night, his heart tightened sharply upon learning that Jiku had been discovered passed out on the steps by the Qingwu River and that a passerby had reported it. He hurriedly rose and rushed to the station. Throughout his journey, his mind was a tumult of anxiety. He could not fathom how Jiku, typically so composed and unflappable, could find himself in such a state of drunken disarray by the Thames. The moment he entered the police station, he immediately spotted the familiar figure. Jiku sat there quietly, his exquisite attire now appearing somewhat disheveled, his hair slightly tousled. A flush of intoxication colored his cheeks, and his gaze was vacant and hollow. Xiang Nanyu quickly approached Jiku, softly calling out, "Jiku." Jiku slowly lifted his head, and upon seeing Xiang Nanyu, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Xiang Nanyu sighed softly, assisted Jiku to his feet, thanked the police, and then departed the station with him. Stepping outside, the cool night breeze offered Jiku a modicum of clarity. Xiang Nanyu regarded him with concern and confusion, inquiring, what happened to you, how did you end up like this?
Jiko remained silent, trudging along without a word.
Xiang Nanyu shook his head in exasperation, trailing beside him, inwardly reflecting, it is indeed a rare sight to witness you in such a disheveled state. Supporting Jiko, Xiang Nanyu slowly made his way to the parking area. Jiko's steps were unsteady, his weight nearly resting entirely on Xiang Nanyu. The latter carefully shielded him, apprehensive that he might falter and fall. Upon opening the car door, he gently situated Jiko in the passenger seat and secured his seatbelt. At that moment, Jiko's eyes fluttered shut, as if he were already drifting into slumber. Witnessing his princely friend in such a vulnerable state, Xiang Nanyu felt a pang of sympathy. As he started the vehicle, they glided through the quiet streets of the night, the only sounds within the car being their shared breaths. Occasionally, Xiang Nanyu would glance back at Jiko, ensuring his well-being. Jiko's face appeared soft under the dim glow of the streetlights, though his furrowed brow betrayed the unrest stirring within him. Finally arriving at Jiko's apartment in London, Xiang Nanyu once again took great care in helping Jiko to his feet, guiding him step by step toward the master bedroom, and gently laying him down on the bed. He removed Jiko's shoes and tucked him under the covers. In that moment, Jiko appeared fragile and helpless, as though forgotten by the world, evoking deep compassion. The slight furrow of his brow and tightly closed eyes seemed to conceal an ocean. Xiang Nanyu, who had been friends with Jiko for 8 years, felt a swell of confusion and pity. They had embarked on their academic journey together in London, pursuing their master's degrees while launching a startup from their undergraduate days. Xiang Nanyu had never witnessed this side of Jiko before. He was typically sunny and self-assured, facing setbacks with nothing more than a frown. Xiang Nanyu pondered to himself, could it be that something had happened to Jiko's family? Jiko's dreams unfolded like a dazzling carousel, each scene a heartwarming vignette of his time with Ruan Yuan. In these dreams, every moment was imbued with endless warmth and tenderness. They strolled hand in hand along sun-drenched streets, took Simba for walks in the nearby park, and Ruan Yuan's laughter rang out like the chime of silver bells. After a year, having completed a major project at his tech company, he took Ruan Yuan on a trip to Yun City. The sky in Yun City was a brilliant blue, with clouds resembling cotton candy. They explored the ancient streets together, stepping into quaint little shops. Ruan Yuan would often linger, exclaiming playfully, "Wait, I want to look a little longer." They kissed by Blue Moon Lake, surrounded by sunshine and breathtaking scenery. With Ruan Yuan by his side, time seemed to stand still. In that moment, Jiko felt an overwhelming sense of carefree joy, cherishing the thought of spending a lifetime with Ruan Yuan. The beauty of the dream was so profound that Jiko found himself reluctant to awaken. As the dream unfolded, Ruan Yuan held a pregnancy test in her hands, beaming with delight, as she joyfully announced to Jiko, "Isi, you're going to be a father." At that moment, an indescribable joy surged within Jiko. Ignoring the objections of his family, he resolutely took the household registration book and married Ruan Yuan. Although his parents initially reacted with anger, it was merely a fleeting emotion. When the family saw the twin ultrasound report from the second checkup, their astonishment turned to joy. Jiko's mother, Komin, even abandoned her duties in Switzerland to return home and care for Ruan Yuan. Not Jiko's father, Jihong, though gruff and reluctant to express his sentiments, began quietly renovating the nursery in their ancestral home. His grandfather beamed with happiness every day, and the entire family demonstrated their anticipation for the new life on the horizon through their actions. Yet, dreams are but dreams. During his lunch break, Xiang Nanyu brought a meal for Jiko. Upon entering the room, he found Jiko still deep in slumber. Gently placing the lunchbox down, he repeatedly called out, "Time to wake up and eat, young master." After several attempts, Jiko finally stirred awake. Groggy and disoriented, he was soon overtaken by a wave of irritation and frustration, snapping, "Who told you to wake me up?" Xiang Nanyu was undeterred, retorting, "I brought you food out of kindness, and you still won't appreciate it. Just moments ago, it had all been a dream." Yet the sensations felt so vivid, he had truly experienced the joy of anticipating a baby with Ruan Yuan, along with the sweetness of their secret marriage. Chapter 48. The beginning of the semester. Jiko sat up, his visage marred by displeasure. "Are you really going to complain about ruining my beautiful dream? I kindly brought you, the esteemed young master, some food, and you repay my kindness with anger. Pray tell, what dream of yours have I disrupted?" Xiang Nanyu crossed her arms, suspecting that his dream must surely be related to his peculiar behavior yesterday. "Mind your own business." Jiko turned his head away, unable to suppress his vexation. "Hey, don't be ungrateful. I am concerned for you. Just take a look at yourself. You should really see how disheveled you were last night." Xiang Nanyu shot him a sidelong glance.
See what?
Chico retorted mercilessly, his irritation palpable. He longed to sink back into slumber, to remain ensconced in that dream, never to awaken. After their exchange, Xiang Nanyu observed Chica's sullen demeanor and inquired, "What on earth is the matter?
You've been off since you disembarked yesterday."
At first, Chico remained silent, his lips tightly sealed, his expression somber as if he were lost in a world of his own. After a considerable pause, he lowered his head slightly and muttered, "I was dumped." His tone was laden with dejection and melancholy. Xiang Nanyu was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, as if she had heard the most astonishing news.
"So you do have your moments.
You're not jesting, are you?" Haha. Chico maintained a stern countenance, glaring at her.
Are you even human? Xiang Nanyu could hardly contain her mirth. Who would have thought the prince would find himself on the receiving end of a breakup? Remember back in school when you callously ended things with that girl, you acted as if nothing had happened afterward. Chico, unable to tolerate her teasing any longer, rose and pointed towards the door. "The food has arrived, you may leave now." Realizing Chico was genuinely irked, Xiang Nanyu hastily stifled her laughter, but before she could utter another word, he had already pushed her out of the house. Once alone, Chica sank into profound contemplation. A sudden realization struck him, sharp and piercing like a dagger to his heart, causing him great pain. He began to reflect, had he been mistaken from the very beginning? Why could he not marry Ruan Yuan? They were so well matched, each harboring deep affection for the other. Wasn't marriage merely a matter of a certificate? Even if his family later questioned the union, could they truly compel him to divorce? His feelings for Ruan Yuan were different from those of his parents. They were genuinely in love, and their happiness was assured. What a misstep it had been! His stubbornness and prejudice, his lack of faith in marriage, and his undue emphasis on familial expectations had led to not only his separation from Ruan Yuan but also the loss of their child. In that moment of clarity, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. What did social standing matter? Without Ruan Yuan, nothing else held value. To hell with inheriting the family business. Did he truly fear he could not provide for Ruan Yuan? Why should he bear such immense pressure and responsibility when they conceived their child? Did anyone ever ask him if he wanted any of this? And now, his heart was solely occupied with thoughts of Ruan Yuan, yearning for her return to his side. The new semester at St. Martin's School of Art commenced amidst a flurry of anticipation. Ruan Yuan and Chen Su, former university classmates from their homeland, found themselves reunited in this foreign land, embarking on their master's journey in jewelry design. On the first day of classes, sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, casting a warm glow on the desks. Ruan Yuan arrived early, choosing a seat by the window. Before long, Chen Su entered the room, his face lighting up with a radiant smile upon seeing her. He hurried over and took a seat beside her. "Ruan Yuan, I can't believe we're actually in the same class." Chen Su exclaimed excitedly. Ruan Yuan smiled in return. "I suppose they placed us together since we're both from the same hometown. It's nice to have someone to look out for." Chen Su chuckled at her remark. Just then, the classroom fell silent as the professor for the course took to the podium. Ruan Yuan and Chen Su quickly quieted down, focusing on the lesson. The professor elaborated on cutting-edge concepts and techniques in jewelry design, and both Ruan Yuan and Chen Su listened attentively, diligently jotting down key points in their notebooks. During the break, they engaged in a discussion about the lecture. "This professor is truly exceptional. I need to digest what I've learned today. It's been so beneficial," Ruan Yuan remarked. Chen Su nodded in agreement. "However, to apply this knowledge in practical design, we'll need to practice extensively. Could I borrow your notes? I didn't quite catch everything." After their afternoon classes concluded, they ventured out together to familiarize themselves with the campus. Strolling along the tree-lined paths, a gentle breeze caressed them, bringing a refreshing chill. "This campus feels even more artistic than our university back home," Chen Su mused. "Indeed, everywhere you look, there are creative sculptures and decorations," Ruan Yuan replied, her attention captivated by a unique sculpture. Over the next 2 days, Ruan Yuan and Chen Su acclimated to the environment of St. Martin's School of Art, their studies proving to be both busy and fulfilling. On the second day, as Ruan Yuan was gathering her belongings to leave the classroom with Chen Su, her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was a call from Song Muji. She frowned slightly, hesitating before answering. Hello, Ruan Yuan, this is Song Muji. Are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you and your classmate to dinner. His voice resonated from the other end.
Ruan Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort and attempted to decline.
I'm sorry, but I'm a bit tired today and not really in the mood to go out.
We had agreed that I would treat your classmate to dinner, Song Muji replied with a smile in his voice.
I didn't realize you weren't feeling well.
I am already parked outside St. Martin's Academy. Upon hearing that he was waiting at the school entrance, Ruan Yuan glanced at Chen Su, unable to refuse any longer. She relented.
All right then, but we can't stay out too late. We have class tomorrow.
Before long, Ruan Yuan and Chen Su arrived at the academy's entrance, where they indeed found Song Muji's white SUV parked. Upon seeing them, he promptly exited the vehicle to greet them. Song Muji exuded a gentle and refined demeanor, providing a sense of tranquility and comfort. This was his first meeting with Chen Su, and he conducted himself with poise, speaking in a warm and courteous manner, epitomizing gentlemanly grace. Earlier, Song Muji had proposed that he would extend his hospitality once Ruan Yuan's classmate arrived, and now, the three gathered in an elegantly appointed restaurant, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Song Muji engaged in conversation with Chen Su, inquiring about his initial impressions of St. Martin's Academy and his experiences in this foreign land. Chen Su responded politely, sharing his observations from the past few days. Meanwhile, Song Muji's gaze frequently lingered on Ruan Yuan, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection, emotions he carefully concealed.
Chapter 49. And unable to let go, Ruan Yuan had long sensed Song Muji's affections, yet she deliberately maintained a certain distance from him. During their conversation, her words were well chosen. She neither appeared overly intimate nor lacked in politeness. She smiled as she responded to Song Muji's inquiries, skillfully steering the discussion towards other topics to avoid any potential awkwardness. The meal unfolded in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Song Muji continually sought topics to discuss, striving to cultivate a more harmonious ambience. At times, he would talk about trends in jewelry design, while at other moments, he shared amusing anecdotes from his work. Ruan Yuan and Chen Su actively participated in the dialogue, contributing their own perspectives. As they savored the delectable dishes, they engaged in cheerful conversation, and before they realized it, 2 hours had swiftly elapsed. Ruan Yuan glanced at the time and remarked, Song Muji, it's getting late. We should head back, we have classes tomorrow. Although Song Muji felt a twinge of reluctance, he understood the importance of not delaying their studies, so he replied, all right, then I'll see you back. In September, the nights in London grew cooler, and on the streets, people donned fashionable autumn attire. Some wore trench coats, while others had already wrapped themselves in scarves. Song Muji drove Ruan Yuan and Chen Su back to the university. As they prepared to part ways, he said to Ruan Yuan, let's gather again when we have the chance.
Ruan Yuan smiled and nodded, yes, thank you for your hospitality today.
As they walked towards the dormitory, Chen Su spoke first, why don't you give it a try? Having known Ruan Yuan for 4 years at university, he understood her well. Chen Su was acutely aware that Ruan Yuan's trip abroad likely meant she had severed ties with that princeling for the best, as their disparities in status were too great to forge a lasting connection. Throughout the meal, it was evident that Song Muji harbored feelings for Ruan Yuan. Through their conversation, Chen Su found him to be quite admirable, possessing sound values and exuding gentlemanly charm. In Chen Su's recollection, before meeting Ruan Yuan, her stunning looks seemed unattainable, yet, after getting to know her, he viewed her as an ordinary student, just like himself, striving to learn and in need of a partner who could provide emotional support. However, Ruan Yuan was undoubtedly more industrious. Her intelligence was accompanied by a remarkable diligence, which explained why the faculty adored her so much. Although Ruan Yuan was both beautiful and exceptional, Chen Su had never harbored any inappropriate thoughts. He was always self-aware, thus, he regarded Ruan Yuan as both a brother and a close friend. Now that she had ended her relationship with the princeling, it was only fitting for her to seek a man of equal merit, and Song Muji appeared to be quite suitable. In his sophomore year, Chen Su had a crush on a girl, but his feelings remained buried deep within, leading to her being pursued away by a younger student from a lower grade. He was filled with regret and sorrow at that time, and even now, he still thought of her. Hence, Chen Su believed that when certain people appear in your life, one should seize the opportunity. Otherwise, once missed, it is truly lost forever. Walking side by side with Ruan Yuan along the tree-lined path of the university, she understood what Chen Su was alluding to as she sighed softly, I never considered developing a new relationship so soon. I have no romantic inclinations towards him.
Chen Su understood as well. After being with the princeling for 2 years, it was unrealistic to move on so quickly. He responded with a smile, then just spend some time together.
Who knows, you might spark something. I think he's quite a catch. Ruan Yuan shot him a glance. Just look at his car and attire, are you sure? Having spent the last 2 years with Jiko, she had become acquainted with many high-end items. The Porsche that Song Muji drove was worth no less than 3 million yuan in China, and that watch Jiko had gifted her a similar brand started at 1 million. It was evident that Song Muji was likely a scion from a wealthy family in China, albeit not from the same social circle as Jiko and the others. Chen Su pondered over Song Muji's outfit and chuckled wryly. It seems you have a knack for attracting the affluent.
Ruan Yuan shot him a disapproving look. I don't find such talents appealing.
True wealth is what one possesses oneself.
Just then, they arrived at the fork in the road leading to the male and female dormitories, and Ruan Yuan smiled, saying, "Good luck, future great designer." Since Jiko had been brought back by Xiang Nan after a drunken episode, he had spent 2 days in seclusion in his London apartment, reflecting deeply on his relationship with Ruan Yuan and his feelings for her. Ultimately, he concluded he could not let go, yet Ruan Yuan's attitude was clearly one of establishing boundaries, and pursuing her at this juncture would be futile. Jiko did not dare to push her further. He had been Ruan Yuan's first love for 2 years. He firmly believed that she would not so readily accept another, thus, it was best to allow both parties some time. On the third day, the London sky appeared somewhat overcast. Jiko awoke from his slumber, his gaze instantly regaining its clarity. Yet he swiftly rose, freshened up, and meticulously groomed himself. Today, he donned a casual yet stylish suit that accentuated his well-built physique. He deliberately paired it with a dark tie to add an air of gravitas. After a brief adjustment in front of the mirror, his eyes reflected a newfound steadiness and wisdom. He then strode purposefully towards the garage, slid into his technologically advanced car, and started the engine, which roared to life. He expertly maneuvered the steering wheel, speeding towards his tech company in London. Jiko's tech firm was a testament to his hard work and perseverance. He had founded this company during his junior year, investing his own funds while Xiang Nan contributed through technical equity. Gradually, they assembled their own technical team. Initially, the company's research focused on updating existing market technology products, and through relentless effort, they accumulated ample experience, and the team expanded. Today, they had launched a series of irreplaceable patented products that were in high demand on the market. Their office had transitioned from a rented workspace to the independent Kuxin building. This edifice not only marked their success but also served as a new starting point for pursuing their technological dreams. Every corner of this building encapsulated the team's wisdom and sweat, bearing witness to their arduous journey filled with trials and triumphs. Standing proudly in a bustling area of London, Kuxin building boasted a modern facade, with its vast glass curtain walls shimmering brilliantly under the sun. Inside, the spacious and bright lobby was adorned in a simple yet grand style, and the futuristic lighting design made one feel as though they had entered a world of tomorrow. Chapter 50 of the Red Mole. Jiko drove slowly into the parking lot of the Curson building. After parking his car, he strode with a measured pace towards the elevator lobby. Along the way, the employees he encountered paused to greet the enigmatic leader with respect, saying, "Good day, Mr. G." "And morning, Mr. G." Jiko responded with a slight nod and a faint smile. The high-speed elevator moved smoothly and quietly, taking him directly to the top floor via the executive lift. As Jiko approached the southern office, the assistants on the top floor had already begun to frantically engage with their mobile devices. Within the company, long-serving employees were well aware of the princely status of this heir from a prominent family in Huaguo. Their elusive boss not only possessed the fortune of a noble birth but also boasted a strikingly appealing appearance and physique that rendered him a living embodiment of a wealthy CEO from a novel. Having not made an appearance for 6 months, it was evident that the high-level meetings and gatherings over the next couple of days would be plentiful. Consequently, the youthful female employees in the Curson building were secretly contemplating what attire and makeup to don for the following day. Some considered wearing simple yet elegant business suits paired with exquisite silk scarves to project a professional yet stylish image. Others planned to don their previously stowed-away slip dresses, topped with a tailored jacket, exuding both grace and charm, ready to shed the jacket during the outing to reveal a hint of allure. Xiang Nanyu, upon seeing Jiko enter the office, couldn't help but smile mischievously and remarked, "Hey, you finally remembered you have a company to run." Xiang Nanyu, a Chinese expatriate in the UK, had studied alongside Jiko for 2 years and co-founded a business with him for 5 years after Jiko returned to the homeland. Their bond had long transcended the typical shareholder and employer dynamic. During those early entrepreneurial days, they had shared everything, from meals to living quarters, solidifying a friendship that had blossomed into an unbreakable brotherhood. Thus, their private interactions had always been relaxed and unrestrained. Upon entering the office, Ji-ko promptly seated himself across from Xiang Nanyu's desk, retorting without hesitation, "If I hadn't shown up, I feared you might attempt a coup." Xiang Nanyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his boss was indeed regaining his competitive spirit since it was within the company, and considering the rarity of his boss's presence, Xiang Nanyu knew he must seize the opportunity to make the most of it. He quickly shifted from banter to seriousness, stating, "I am your loyal minister. Since you are here, I shall immediately notify the executives to convene a meeting so they can report on the post-holiday work situation, after which we can deliberate further." Ji-ko had no objections. Now that he was back, it was only natural to engage in some business. Moreover, he intended to recruit some technical and managerial talent during his visit. Thus, over the subsequent week, apart from a flurry of meetings, there were numerous work-related gatherings. Yet, amidst the bustling schedule, Ji-ko remained preoccupied with thoughts of Ruan Yuan. Each evening, during the hours following classes at the St. Martin's School of Art, Ji-ko would drive to the school's entrance, waiting in anticipation. He knew Ruan Yuan resided on campus, yet there would surely be opportunities for her to leave. During that week, he spotted Ruan Yuan exiting the school twice. The first instance was when she got into Song Muji's car alongside her former classmate Chen Su, only to return 2 hours later. The second occasion was when she ventured out alone to purchase some daily necessities from a nearby supermarket. He noticed that she had cut her hair and lost some weight since their last encounter. Ji-ko had always preferred her with long hair, as it framed her gentle demeanor beautifully, while a ponytail lent her an air of lively playfulness. Over the past 2 years with her, Ji-ko had learned how to dry her hair, and he found her soft and delicate strands utterly captivating. Nevertheless, Ruan Yuan looked stunning even with her short hair, so enchanting that Ji-ko felt an overwhelming urge to whisk her back home. The day after Ruan Yuan returned to school and got into Song Muji's car with Chen Su, Ji-ko's heart twisted with pain, for that fellow clearly harbored ulterior motives towards Ruan Yuan. Fortunately, she was accompanied by Chen Su that day. However, once a man harbors intentions of pursuit, his fervor only intensifies. Ji-ko could not bear the thought of Ruan Yuan being under someone's watchful eye, so he promptly arranged for someone to keep a long-term watch over her, ensuring her safety in the process. Only in this manner could he find some solace during his return home. Ji-ko had been in London for half a month. Since the second time he spotted Ruan Yuan leaving school to buy daily necessities, he had not been able to see her exit the gate again. He speculated that Ruan Yuan must be a diligent student at school, dedicating her time outside of classes to her design projects. Fortunately, after that day, Song Muji did not make any further appearances, which alleviated Ji-ko's concerns considerably. However, he was acutely aware that Ruan Yuan's tuition fees might not yet be fully covered. Just before returning home, he had arranged for a substantial scholarship to be anonymously sponsored at St. Martin's, specifically aimed at rewarding outstanding students in the jewelry design program. He thought to himself that she was such a hard-working individual, surely she would earn this recognition. On the day Ji-ko returned home, Zhang Yizhou made a special trip to the airport to welcome him. Autumn had already set in domestically, yet the heat lingered in Yezhou. Zhang Yizhou was clad in a white t-shirt adorned with a prominent logo, paired with dark denim jeans, and wore a watch worth several million, exuding fashion and charm with an air that screamed "I am expensive." He had always been flamboyant and carefree, seeking nothing more than daily joy and contentment. Before Ji-ko's departure for London, Zhang Yizhou would visit to play basketball almost every other day, yet since Ji-ko's absence, he suddenly found himself missing his friend dearly. Thus, upon hearing the news of Ji-ko's return in their group chat, Zhang Yizhou hurried to the airport to greet him. At that moment, the two distinguished individuals walked through the airport terminal. Ji-ko, ever the embodiment of modesty, never adorned himself in logo-laden attire, opting instead for custom pieces or minimalist designs from esteemed brands. Yet even in his simple black t-shirt and pants, his princely aura was unmistakable. As they approached the passage connecting the airport to the parking lot, Ji-ko's attention was suddenly captivated by a jewelry advertisement featuring a ring from Chuxing Jewelry. However, it was not the advertisement itself that drew him in, but rather the small red mole on the finger depicted. The ad showcased a delicate, slender hand adorned with a diamond ring, and a tiny red mole graced the thumb of that hand. Ji-ko stood before the billboard for an extended moment, recognizing that it was Ruan Yuan's hand without a doubt. He and Ruan Yuan both shared a small mole at the base of their thumbs, his being a dark mark on his left hand, while hers was a red mark on her right, positioned almost identically. Jika stood quietly before the advertisement, his gaze filled with affection and tenderness. He instinctively reached out his right hand to overlap with the one in the advertisement, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. In that fleeting moment, Jiko felt a plan begin to take shape within his heart. Chapter 51. Returning home. As Jang Ijo observed the scene before him, he found himself perplexed. Since being rejected, this individual had remarkably altered his habits and preferences, rendering him utterly incomprehensible through the lens of ordinary reasoning. After picking up Jiko, Jang Ijo, without exchanging pleasantries, pressed the accelerator and whisked him away to the coastline.
Although Jiko was somewhat reluctant, he was nonetheless drawn to the venue.
As anticipated, the private room was filled with familiar faces, though the numbers had significantly dwindled. Those present were all individuals with whom genuine connections had been forged. Jiku was acutely aware of who was notably absent, those who reveled in gossip. Following Jika's departure to London, Yifan had painstakingly identified and confronted those who had previously spoken ill of Ruan Yuan by seeking information and scrutinizing videos. When Yifan relayed the findings to Jiko over the phone, Jiko was consumed with a desire to return immediately and vehemently silence those individuals. However, at that time, he found himself in London, lingering after school in hopes of catching one last glimpse of Ruan Yuan before his departure, which made him loath to return hastily. Thus, he instructed Yifan, from this day forth, wherever I, Jiko, may be, those individuals shall forever steer clear. Consequently, only 7 or 8 attendees graced today's welcome banquet. In truth, those who often spoke disparagingly of Ruan Yuan were well known to Jika's close friends, yet they refrained from involvement, recognizing that as grown men, they had little inclination to engage in such trivial matters. Previously, his friends had assumed Jiko's affection for Ruan Yuan was merely a fleeting whim, fully aware that a lasting outcome between them was unlikely. However, after the couple's breakup, Jika's unusual behavior prompted his friends to truly grasp Ruan Yuan's significance in his heart. It was during Yifan's investigations that Jiang Yizhou and Gu Yanli also played crucial roles in providing evidence to I in the private room. Upon Jika's entrance, everyone hesitated, unsure of how to break the silence, and no one stepped forward to lighten the mood.
The mature and composed Yu Siyuan finally spoke. Everyone's been waiting for you, shall we head to dinner first?
Jika cast a glance at the group. He bore no ill will towards them, yet it was evident that they felt somewhat guilty.
He deliberately lowered his voice and asked, "Have you all been involved in this?"
A row of men seated on the sofa, their expressions synchronized, hastily shook their heads, their demeanor suddenly appearing rather comical. Yu Siyuan stifled a laugh as he interjected, "None of us would be so petty as to discuss that. We simply heard it before and chose not to intervene."
Jiko understood that he could hardly blame them.
The fault lay with his own attitude. Everyone believed that there was no future for him and Ruan Yuan, a sentiment he himself had publicly echoed by declaring he would not marry. Who could he fault for that? Jiko approached the sofa and settled down, lifting a beer in a gesture of camaraderie. "Let us not be timid. I am the principal architect of my own misfortune. Even I did not foresee the extent of my own unraveling." After taking a hearty swig of beer, he continued, "Thus, one must always leave room for maneuver.
I am now tasting the bitter fruits of my actions."
The others raised their glasses in solidarity, and Gu Yanli cautiously probed, "Is there still hope?" Jika's expression was impassive, but his words struck a chord of surprise among the attendees. "No hope? I want her back to sing the complete song for me." The implication was unmistakable. Regardless of Ruan Yuan's stance, the young heir was unwilling to let go. Yu Siyuan chimed in, "Can your family handle this?" Jika maintained his indifferent tone, "We'll think of a way slowly. After all, I am the only one in the family capable of taking over. If gentle persuasion fails, we'll resort to more forceful measures."
Upon hearing this, Jiang Yizhou felt a surge of admiration.
If only he could adopt such a bold approach, perhaps his impending arranged marriage could be averted. After enjoying a sumptuous meal with his friends, Jika made his way directly back to the old residence of the Ji family. The night had deepened, and a slight chill had settled in the September air. The elder Ji had retired early, while the study on the second floor remained aglow with warm yellow light. Jika's father, Ji Hong, had long been living apart from his mother, Komin, and Jiku was unaware of whether his father had taken a mistress over the years, nor had he ever felt compelled to investigate. Nevertheless, whenever his father was not away on business, he would generally return to the old residence, which brought Jiku a modicum of comfort, for it suggested that his father still harbored some attachment to the family home. Jiku often pondered whether they had ever considered nurturing their relationship or if they simply did not require the emotional sustenance that accompanies marital bonds. He lightly tapped on the door and, upon hearing come in, slowly entered. At that moment, his father, Ji-hong, was engaged in a phone conversation with the head of a foreign branch. Jiku refrained from interrupting and quietly settled onto the sofa, casually flipping through magazines on the coffee table as he patiently awaited his father's attention. Approximately 5 minutes later, Ji-hong concluded his call. He observed his son's unusually composed demeanor, which starkly contrasted with his typical carefree attitude. A flicker of satisfaction warmed Ji-hong's heart. He cherished his son, yet his lack of attention over the years had left him unsure how to communicate. Upon seeing Jiku return from London, the familiar mischievous spark seemed to have vanished, prompting Ji-hong to offer a gentle smile as he inquired, "You're back. Did you need something?" Jiku responded with a faint smile, "Dad, I came across some exceptional advertisements for gold jewelry at the London airport. Given that our family's GAI jewelry is a time-honored domestic brand, have you ever considered expanding the gold line internationally?" Ji-hong raised an eyebrow, surprised by his son's sudden interest in the jewelry business. He was eager to hear his son's perspective and replied thoughtfully, "GAI jewelry primarily focuses on traditional craftsmanship and gold ornaments, built on artisanal skills. For 60 years, our brand's value has rested on the traditional techniques employed by our artisans. The reason we have not expanded the GAI gold line internationally is twofold. First, we have not placed significant emphasis on the overseas gold jewelry market. Second, we do not intend to easily disseminate our domestic craftsmanship. Moreover, our family's primary focus has been on shipping and harbor operations, hence we have not prioritized the jewelry sector." Though Jiku had not directly managed the family business over the years, he was still well-versed in its operations. With a serious expression, he articulated, "That makes sense. The history of gold craftsmanship in our country is rich and imbued with cultural significance. Precisely for this reason, we should strive to promote it abroad, should we not? We could establish specialty stores while continuing to process the products domestically. After all, contemporary wedding traditions have increasingly favored gold, making it quite popular." He paused momentarily, then mustered the courage to suggest, "Dad, may I have a chance to try my hand at this?" Chapter 52. Taking over the beloved today, Ji-hong was genuinely astonished by his son. When he had initially brought him back from London, the old man had extolled him with numerous commendations. After returning to the country, he had reluctantly taken over the company. How had he suddenly experienced such a revelation? Ji-hong's heart was not only filled with astonishment but also with myriad questions. Nevertheless, considering that his son was progressing in a positive direction, and given that he had managed his own technology company with remarkable adeptness, Ji-hong was confident in his capabilities. The family business rightfully belonged to him, and it was indeed time to gradually entrust it to him. But he relaxed his brow, contemplated for a moment, and then spoke, "Very well, you will eventually take over, so I shall delegate to you the responsibility of making all decisions regarding GAI jewelry. However, you must promise me that, given your inexperience in this industry, all significant decisions must be discussed with the core members of the company before being finalized." Jiku, receiving his father's delegation of authority, beamed with a radiant smile, "Thank you for your trust. I will undoubtedly seek your counsel when needed." This lad had spent half a month in London. How had he suddenly transformed so remarkably? Ji-hong found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this change. He cleared his throat and remarked, "All right, you should go rest now, it is getting late." After Jiku departed from the study and ascended to the third floor, he pondered the notion of managing GAI. Thus, Jiku devoted an entire 3 months to diligently acquiring knowledge about the gold market, from design to management. What had prompted him to choose gold as a topic of discussion with his father, Ji-hong? It was, in fact, due to a moment of inspiration when he had seen Ruan Yuan modeling for a jewelry advertisement. GAI Jewelry possessed its own diamond processing factory and had established exclusive stores abroad quite some time ago, while also undertaking numerous OEM projects for domestic brands. Jiku was well aware that the gold series of GAI jewelry had not yet been fully expanded. It is essential to understand that some jewelry brands may appear to be large in scale but may not necessarily own their factories. However, GAI Jewelry boasted a prestigious brand history spanning 60 years. They not only had their own gold refining operations but were also formidable in design, processing, and inspection. Most importantly, the OEM operations for Chuexan jewelry were managed by GAI.
Although Chu Xian was a relatively well-known domestic jewelry brand with numerous stores in the market, in reality, its products were produced through OEM processes, as the brand focused more on design styles, brand management, and the expansion of sales channels. After seeing that advertisement at the airport, Jiku had instructed his team to investigate the connections between Ruan Yuan and Chu Xian. It turned out that she had started submitting designs to Chu Xian for remuneration a year prior, and even now, as she enrolled in St. Martin, she continued to submit her designs without interruption. At this moment, Jiku sat in the office of the GAI Jewelry headquarters, his eyes fixed on the computer screen as he perused all the finished jewelry pieces designed by Ruan Yuan. A slight smile graced his lips as he couldn't help but muse, truly, she is my Ruan Bao. Undoubtedly, according to market research, every jewelry design released by Ruan Yuan had sparked an immensely enthusiastic response. The styles of her jewelry were innovative and diverse, whether for simple everyday wear or extravagant evening events. They catered to the varied needs of consumers. The necklaces, with their exquisite chains and unique pendants, formed a perfect match. The pendants were either delicate and petite, radiating a charming glow like brilliant stars, or grand and magnificent, exuding nobility and luxury. Most notably, there was the Golden Marriage Phoenix Crown series of jewelry she submitted before going abroad. The pure gold necklace emanated a gentle yet dazzling brilliance, with a pendant shaped like a meticulously crafted lotus blossom, its petals layered beautifully. The bracelet featured a wide design, its surface adorned with traditional auspicious patterns, such as dragons and phoenixes symbolizing good fortune and flowers blooming in abundance. The edges of the bracelet were embellished with petite rubies, adding a vibrant splash of color, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. The wedding gold rings were simple yet grand. The ring faces bore no excessive embellishments, save for delicately carved patterns along the edges. The men's ring was robust and stable, instilling a sense of security, while the women's ring was more slender and refined, evoking tenderness. Together, the two rings perfectly illustrated the complementarity and harmony found in love, akin to a match made in heaven. The most striking piece was the golden phoenix crown, crafted entirely from pure gold. The crown's exquisite design featured a phoenix poised to take flight at the apex, its feathers meticulously outlined with fine gold threads, each feather embellished with resplendent gems that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors under the light, while the phoenix's eyes were two sizable rubies. Cascading from the sides of the crown were strings of golden tassels adorned with petite pearls and gems, producing a melodious sound when swayed by a gentle breeze. The rear of the crown was layered with golden petals, and the craftsmanship of the entire piece was exceedingly intricate, with each detail having been painstakingly sculpted and polished. The entire process, from design to completion, consumed countless hours of effort and time. It was not merely a piece of jewelry but a cultural legacy, bearing the weight of thousands of years of Chinese history and cultural heritage. It was said that during the sample production of this phoenix crown, Chu Xian's design director, Su Li, had specifically visited GAI's factory for half a month to supervise, ensuring that the final product would achieve perfection. Jiku gazed at the crown, his eyes lingering upon it for an extended period. He envisioned Ruan Yuan adorned in the crown and bridal attire, and he couldn't help but think how breathtakingly stunning she would appear. After returning from London, Jiku spent most of his time residing in the apartment where he and Ruan Yuan had once shared their lives, aside from the occasional stay at the old residence. This apartment held nearly 2 years of cherished memories, and every corner seemed to echo with Ruan Yuan's presence. Beside him was a special companion, Zimba, who had developed a deeper affection for Ruan Yuan. Zimba appeared to be solely enamored with this familiar environment. While it would frolic happily during outings, it would exhibit signs of anxiety and unease if left at the old residence for several days or entrusted to Jiang Yizhou. One day, upon returning to the apartment, Jiku opened the door, and Zimba merely lazily lifted its eyelids before promptly lowering its head, completely indifferent to Jiku's presence. Having grown accustomed to the dog's disdain over the past few months, Jiku did not take offense. Instead, he slowly approached Zimba, crouched down, and gently stroked its head. Chapter 53 Meeting with Su Li. He spoke with an enticing tone, "Would you care for some jerky?" However, Zimba gently shook his head, evading Jiku's hand. With a soft sigh, Jiku understood that Simba was missing Ruan Yuan ever since her departure. Simba frequently sank into such emotional lows. He stood up, retrieved the jerky from the dog's storage cabinet, tore open the packaging, and once again crouched down, softly saying, "I know you miss her." "I do too. Let us wait for her return together, shall we?" Simba seemed to comprehend Jiku's words, his ears twitching slightly, yet he offered no further response. Jiku smiled wryly, returning to his own affairs.
Although he felt sympathy for Simba's unusual emotions, he found himself too preoccupied to comfort him, primarily because he was perpetually longing for Ruan Yuan as well, who would comfort him in turn. During this period, Jiku often fell asleep in the apartment surrounded by items imbued with memories. He had meticulously arranged all of Ruan Yuan's belongings in their original places. Sometimes upon returning home, Jiku experienced a fleeting illusion that they still lived together, merely that he had returned home first. The sticky notes in the dining table drawer, Jiku had collected in a large transparent glass jar. He had counted them. There were exactly 200. Each note, filled with reminders penned in Ruan Yuan's handwriting, he had read repeatedly. Moreover, with each reading, Jiku could vividly recall the events of the day each note was written and the expression on Ruan Yuan's face at that moment. He was thoroughly acquainted with Ruan Yuan's general situation in London. Every few days, someone would deliver news to him. Song Muji had been notably subdued, having dined with Ruan Yuan and Chen Su only once in 3 months. Jiku speculated that his beloved Yuan was deliberately avoiding him. Otherwise, it was improbable that they would meet only once in 3 months, and even then, with Chen Su in tow. During this time, Jiku was exceedingly busy, yet he was immersed in the affairs of GAI Jewelry while also having brought back numerous technicians from London, launching new projects for his tech company. One could say he was so occupied that only sleep remained a luxury, with opportunities to socialize with friends becoming exceedingly rare. Jiku found this lifestyle quite agreeable, as it alleviated much of the time he would otherwise spend longing for someone. However, the stillness of the night proved somewhat arduous. Jiku's next plan was to invest in Chuxin Jewelry. He yearned to draw closer to Ruan Yuan, seeking a connection between them. The investment discussions had largely been settled, with no objections from the core shareholders of GAI. Although Chuxin Jewelry did not rank among the top 10 in the country, its marketing strategies in recent years had proven extraordinarily successful. They had opened exclusive stores in various 3rd and 4th tier cities across the country, maintaining stable sales figures. Furthermore, their design team was formidable, consistently launching a plethora of new products each quarter, which attracted numerous young wage earners. Chuxin Jewelry was certainly eager for the investment, as GAI had been a venerable brand for 60 years in the domestic market, ranking at the forefront of gold jewelry. Moreover, Chuxin lacked its own processing facilities and relied heavily on GAI. With GAI's investment, Chuxin Jewelry appeared to have found a more robust backing, ensuring stronger support in production and gaining more resources and opportunities for brand promotion and market expansion. For Jiku, this was not merely a business decision, but a significant step toward approaching Ruan Yuan. He anticipated that through collaboration with Chuxin Jewelry, he could create opportunities that intertwined with Ruan Yuan's path. Frequently, during moments of busy work, he would envision Ruan Yuan's life in London, his longing intensifying. This yearning became the driving force propelling him forward, granting him greater courage and resolve in the commercial battlefield. Upon successfully investing in Chuxin Jewelry, Jiku, as a shareholder, arranged a meeting with the design director, Suli. He was aware that Suli had maintained a connection with Ruan Yuan, and their relationship had evolved into one of both mentorship and friendship. Jiku sat in the spacious and bright conference room of Chuxin's headquarters, his demeanor tranquil as still water, resembling a stern and majestic sculpture. Dressed in a meticulously tailored dark suit, he exuded an air of composure and gravitas. Yet, within his deep-set eyes flickered a glimmer of elusive anticipation. Before long, Suli entered with a light step. She wore an impeccably tailored professional outfit, a black blazer paired with a crisp white shirt, simple yet elegant. Each stride she took was steady and assured, her gaze radiating confidence and professional acuity. "Mr. G, it's a pleasure to meet you," she said, slightly bowing, her tone appropriately respectful. Jiku merely nodded slightly, then gestured for her to take a seat. "Director Su, I have summoned you today to discuss an important plan." Suli immediately straightened, directing her full attention toward Jiku. Although her mind brimmed with questions, unsure of why this esteemed shareholder would seek her out for business matters, she understood her position as an employee and silently awaited clarification. "Please proceed, Mr. G. I intend to establish a branch of Chuxin Jewelry in London, expanding our brand into that market." Jiku's words flowed steadily, his tone resolute and unwavering. Suli was momentarily taken aback. Drawing upon her professional acumen, she quickly deliberated before responding. "Mr. G, this plan is somewhat audacious. We have yet to expand abroad. The competition in the London market is exceedingly fierce, and we must prepare ourselves thoroughly." Jiku nodded slightly, his expression remaining austere. "I am aware. I will assign leaders from other GAI series abroad to assist you. Additionally, I require you to invite Ruan Yuan to join the design team in London, allowing her to work part-time while studying. A profound wave of confusion flickered in Su Li's eyes, and she could not help but voice her thoughts.
Ruan Yuan?
Mr. G, I don't quite understand why we should invite her. Jika's gaze sharpened slightly, yet his voice remained calm and composed. Director Su, you need only follow my directives. Ruan Yuan is a significant person to me. I have studied her work, and she is an exceptionally promising designer. As for other matters, you do not need to inquire further. Despite her myriad of uncertainties, Su Li acknowledged the command of this major shareholder and nodded in agreement.
Understood, Mr. G. I will do my utmost to invite Ruan Yuan to join our London design team.
Jika let out a subtle sigh of relief, the fleeting softness in his gaze vanishing almost imperceptibly.
Excellent, I will entrust this matter to you.
Remember, do not disclose that I sent you to extend the invitation.
Su Li nodded once more. I understand, Mr. G.
Once the meeting concluded, Su Li departed the conference room, her heart filled with questions. Meanwhile, Jika remained seated, gazing out the glass window, a fleeting hint of tenderness crossing his otherwise austere visage. Chapter 54. A fiery little pepper. In the past 6 months, the entertainment scene in Guangdong province has remained abuzz with excitement, while the tumultuous relationship between Lin Zhou and Gu Yanli continues to unfold amidst the clamor. Following their previous intense confrontation, Lin Zhou had presumed that Gu Yanli would vanish from her life, but to her astonishment, this overbearing and shameless man seemed unwilling to let her go so easily. Not only did he refuse to avoid her, but he also made it a point to linger within her line of sight from time to time. On this particular day, Lin Zhou was preparing for an audition for a period drama. The audition took place in an elegant theater, where the autumn breeze rustled through the streets outside, causing golden leaves to cascade down, as if bestowing an air of poetic charm upon this dream-filled locale. Dressed in a delicate pale green ancient costume, the ethereal fabric billowed gracefully, as though imbued with an otherworldly essence. Her long hair, as dark as ink, was casually pinned up, with a few strands gently swaying in the breeze. Her bright, animated eyes sparkled like autumn waters, rendering her akin to a fairy who had stepped out from a realm of enchantment, radiating an unearthly beauty. Just as she was wholly engrossed in preparing for her performance, she suddenly felt a burning gaze fixated upon her. Lin Zhou furrowed her brow slightly and looked up, only to find Gu Yanli seated at the judges' panel, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. The theater's lights cast an enigmatic glow around him, as if enveloping him in a shroud of mystery. A surge of anger welled up within Lin Zhou. She silently gritted her teeth, wondering how this man could be so persistent. After the audition concluded, Lin Zhou hastily changed out of her costume, eager to leave, only to be intercepted by Gu Yanli's assistant.
Miss Lin, Mr. Gu requests your presence, the assistant said respectfully. Lin Zhou scoffed. I refuse to go, I have nothing to discuss with him. The assistant's expression turned awkward. Miss Lin, Mr.Gu has stated that if you do not attend, you can forget about securing this role. Lin Zhou's heart tightened. She was particularly fond of this role and felt confident about it. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided to meet Gu Yanli, curious to see what tricks this insufferable man had up his sleeve. Upon entering Gu Yanli's dressing room, she found him leisurely seated on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. Upon noticing her entrance, Gu Yanli lifted the corners of his mouth in a slight grin. Long time no see, he remarked. Lin Zhou maintained a stoic expression as she replied, not so long, just a week. Gu Yanli chuckled lightly. Oh, so you remember so clearly. Lin Zhou's temper flared. Listen, if I don't get this role today, I won't let this go. Gu Yanli rose and slowly approached her. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, do enlighten me on how you intend to make me pay. As he spoke, his warm breath brushed against Lin Zhou's ear, causing her face to flush crimson. She abruptly pushed him away. Are you out of your mind? You, a married man, shouldn't stand so close. Gu Yanli, amused, replied, when did you ever see me married? Lin Zhou was too exasperated to entertain him, having built up a resistance to his advances. That's only a matter of time. I don't have time for your nonsense. If you have business, speak, if not, I'm leaving. Gu Yanli grasped her arm firmly. Don't go, have a meal with me, and I'll help you secure the role.
He had employed such tactics before, and Lin Zhou'er found him utterly shameless, devoid of any sense of guilt, resorting to the same tricks that had previously deceived her. No, he was even bolder now, more brazen in his propositions. Lin Zhou'er forcefully shook off his hand, her face contorted with impatience.
Let go, I'm not interested. Yet Gu Yanli persisted, how can you be so busy? Do you truly not wish to see me?
Lin Zhou'er rolled her eyes and continued to struggle against his grip.
Indeed, I do not wish to see you. A faint smile crept onto Gu Yanli's lips.
Ah, I find myself in stark contrast to your sentiments.
Lin Zhou'er glared at him.
No matter how much she liked the role, she could forgo it if need be. She was resolute.
Gu Yanli, how could I have never noticed how shameless you are? You had a fiancée and yet lured me into your bed. I could have exposed you, but I didn't. You should count yourself lucky, yet here you are, brazenly flirting with me. What gives you the audacity to think I would fall for your tricks again?
Gu Yanli had never been so openly insulted, and though he had harbored feelings of guilt over the past 2 years, this woman had never granted him the opportunity to atone. Since their last encounter, he found her fiery spirit even more appealing, reigniting his desire to pursue her, all while offering her some resources. However, her words struck a nerve. At the age of 27, he had never been so belittled before. Angered, he retorted, Lin Zhou'er, you are crossing the line. You are merely an aspiring actress, and here I am offering you opportunities, yet you are truly ungrateful. Shaking with anger, Lin Zhou'er seized the moment when he was caught off guard, biting down hard on the arm he had grasped, before swiftly turning and fleeing the room. The door slammed shut behind her with a resounding thud, echoing her fury. Gu Yanli watched her retreating figure, fuming. This girl seemed to have developed a penchant for biting. The last mark had taken weeks to fade. He seethed, vowing that the next time he encountered Lin Zhou'er, he would ensure she lost a tooth. In the past few months, Ruan Yuan had been diligently studying while also living a joyful life. In November, London's weather had turned somewhat chilly, with people clad in thick sweaters and coats. On campus, the leaves had gradually turned yellow and begun to fall, lending a serene beauty to the surroundings. Ruan Yuan had earned enough to cover her tuition and no longer faced the financial constraints she once did. She had participated in 2 design competitions at school, both yielding commendable placements, and to her delight, the prize money was substantial. She consistently submitted her work to her original intent, managing to send in 2 submissions per month, with the compensation from these pieces sufficiently covering her tuition shortfall. Ruan Yuan frequently communicated with Director Su, and their relationship had blossomed into one of mutual respect and admiration. In her eyes, Su Li was a beacon of light guiding her along her career path. Ruan Yuan felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered a benefactor before even embarking on her professional journey. Thus, when Su Li proposed opening a design department in London and invited her to join the Original Intention Company, Ruan Yuan accepted without hesitation. She decisively signed her name on the 3-year contract drawn up by the behind-the-scenes figures, not out of blind trust, but rather because she was still a student in need of both financial support and experience. Chapter 55 Yi Ziang. For her, the exceptional design platform Chuxin felt like an incredible stroke of luck. Director Su remarked over the phone, feel free to express any requests.
Ruan Yuan sincerely responded, I consider myself very fortunate.
Even though my current works are commendable, I could not have progressed so smoothly without your guidance. Director Su. My decision to sign was not solely based on my trust in you. After all, I am merely a novice designer, still fresh out of the academic realm, lacking in experience. I require time and practical exposure to refine my skills, and Chuxin is already a splendid platform for me. Upon hearing these words, Su Li felt a warm glow in her heart. The child was both astute and refreshingly candid. Moreover, her design talent was remarkably exceptional, both personally and professionally. Su Li held a strong affinity for her. The address for Chuxin's branch in London has been confirmed, temporarily leasing an office building in the business district, which is currently undergoing renovations and is expected to open in 2 months. Conveniently, the company is located just 7 to 8 subway stops from Ruan Yuan School, making it quite accessible. Yet, serene life often encounters minor interruptions. Her mother, Su, repeatedly called to express her discontent upon learning that Ruan Yuan had decided to pursue her master's degree in London without consulting her. The crux of her complaints revolved around the fact that Ruan Yuan should have commenced working immediately after her undergraduate studies, yet instead, she had taken the initiative to venture into graduate school and had silently moved to distant London. The ringing of the phone often shattered the tranquility of the dormitory. After each round of admonitions, Susu would insist that Ruan Yuan maintain regular contact with her stepfather's son, Yi Ziang, in order to foster familial bonds with her stepfather's family. Ruan Yuan felt a twinge of resistance. She truly wished to avoid entanglements with her stepfather's child, desiring instead to preserve her peaceful existence. Her mother remarked that Yi Ziang, having also studied in London, was currently employed at a law firm. Ruan Yuan recalled her somewhat eccentric older brother. After graduating from elementary school, she had spent a fortnight in Hong Kong, and although Yi Ziang had never bullied her, he had never intervened when he witnessed his sister, Yi Zhenjin, tormenting her. He had always regarded her with a detached indifference, his expression perpetually frosty. Ruan Yuan, then 11, remembered him as a tall, pubescent boy of 16, undoubtedly possessing his own opinions, yet he maintained a demeanor of aloofness and estrangement. Ruan Yuan mused inwardly about how unapproachable he had seemed at 16. What was he like now? As Ruan Yuan matured, she gradually came to understand many things. When her mother married, her stepfather had recently divorced, and it was entirely normal for his two children to harbor grievances against her. However, understanding did not equate to a desire for excessive interaction. The winter in London was a stark contrast to the milder climate of Guangdong, far colder than she had anticipated. The heavy clothing she had brought was insufficient, prompting her to purchase additional winter garments. As a southern girl had little opportunity to don down jackets, the campus lights appeared somewhat hazy under the gentle drizzle, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity. At dinner time, as Ruan Yuan prepared to go to the cafeteria with Chen Su, Yi Ziang, her stepfather's son, unexpectedly reached out to her, stating that he was waiting for her at the school gate. It had been over a month, and Ruan Yuan had almost forgotten about this encounter. In truth, she had never intended to make contact, yet here was her stepbrother seeking her out. With a slight furrow in her brow, Ruan Yuan felt a reluctance, but since he had come to the school, she found it difficult to decline her. Upon reaching the school gate, she immediately spotted his tall figure. Yi Ziang was dressed impeccably in a dark suit, topped with a long black coat, his hair neatly slicked back, exuding an air of gentlemanly sophistication. He stood there quietly, seemingly out of place amidst the surrounding clamor, his every gesture radiating elegance. As the sky darkened and a light drizzle fell, Ruan Yuan chose not to use an umbrella. Striding closer, his eyes were drawn to her strikingly beautiful features. She was stunning, devoid of any makeup, clad in a long white down jacket, with a burgundy scarf wrapped around her neck, her long hair cascading over the scarf, appearing even more lustrous. She embodied youthful vitality while emanating a cool demeanor that deterred casual approach. Ruan Yuan approached him slowly, easily recognizing Yi Ziang amidst the crowd. Although they had not seen each other in a decade, his facial contours remained unchanged. He was merely a touch more mature than at 16, a memory she still vividly held. She spoke in a calm tone, "Mr. Yi, I appreciate you coming all this way." Yi Ziang gazed at Ruan Yuan, his heart stirred. He had not anticipated that she would blossom into such a poised young woman, her exquisite beauty momentarily rendering him speechless. He inclined his head slightly, responding with courtesy, "You are too kind. Please, call me Brother Yi. I heard from Auntie that you were in London, and I had been meaning to come see you. Should you require anything here, feel free to reach out to me at any time." His voice was steady, tinged with concern, exuding the essence of a gentleman. Ruan Yuan felt a flicker of confusion. How had he transformed so dramatically? She offered a faint smile, not feeling familiar enough to address him as brother. Thus, she candidly replied, "Thank you, but I believe I won't trouble you." Her smile was subtle yet reminiscent of a sunbeam in spring, instantly illuminating Yi Ziang's eyes. She slightly raised her chin, exuding a sense of stubborn independence. Yi Ziang raised an eyebrow, maintaining his gentle tone, "Auntie and Dad have entrusted me with your care. London is, after all, unfamiliar territory for you. I have spent 6 years here, and I know it better than you do. Life here differs vastly from that back home, and you may encounter various challenges. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me." A flicker of worry crossed his gaze, quickly masked as he preserved his polite demeanor. Ruan Yuan pondered internally, was he genuinely this kind-hearted? After a moment of silence, she gently bit her lip in contemplation. Yi Ziang's demeanor had indeed shifted, now exuding warmth and chivalry. While she felt no necessity to reach out to him, she also could not flatly reject him verbally. Thus, she responded, "All right, if I need assistance, I will get in touch." Yi Ziang observed her, a smile forming on his lips, and cheerfully remarked, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me take you out for a meal." Ruan Yuan gently shook her head. My classmates are waiting for me, perhaps next time. Yi Ziang nodded slightly. Very well, save my number, and remember to reach out. His eyes were earnest, his gentlemanly charm evident. Ruan Yuan looked at him, softly saying, Sure, I will, I shall head into school now. With that, she turned and walked away at a leisurely pace. However, Yi Ziang called after her, Wait a moment. He hurried forward, offering her an umbrella. Ruan Yuan smiled politely, directly refusing, Thank you, but the rain is quite light, I don't need an umbrella. She continued on her way toward the school. As she walked, Ruan Yuan mused to herself, how remarkable it was that boys indeed transform significantly as they mature. This polite demeanor was imbued with much more warmth than a decade ago. Yi Ziang watched her retreating figure, a swirl of complex emotions rising within him. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, merely watching as she gradually faded from view. He abruptly realized that the once timid and slight girl he had known had blossomed into such a radiant presence. Chapter 56 An unexpected incident. In the days that followed, the streets of London were often drizzled with fine rain, the air imbued with a damp chill. Since that fateful day when Yi Ziang first crossed paths with Ruan Yuan, he frequently made his way to the school. He did not impose any insistence on inviting Ruan Yuan out. Rather, he brought along delicacies and everyday necessities. Each time he delivered a gift, he had an irresistible reason for her to accept. At times, he would claim it was a request from Ruan Yuan's mother, Su Su. At other times, he would say it was a gift from a client, items that young girls would adore, yet which he had no use for himself. By virtue of their relationship, he could be considered Ruan Yuan's elder brother. Moreover, the items he brought were not extravagant, so Ruan Yuan graciously accepted them. In December, Londoners had begun donning thick winter attire, wrapping themselves in scarves and donning hats as they hurried through the streets. On one such day, Song Muji, who had not been in touch for quite some time, dialed Ruan Yuan's number. His voice, warm and amiable, resonated through the line. Song Muji mentioned that he had returned to his homeland a few months prior and had spent quite a while in Guangdong province, bringing back some local delicacies. He invited Ruan Yuan and Chen Su to join him for a meal, hoping to catch up with them. Now, Song Muji was self-aware. He recognized Ruan Yuan's deliberate aloofness during the initial months of the semester, understanding that perhaps there was no prospect for them. Thus, he did not press the matter, thinking it better to cultivate a friendship and allow things to unfold naturally. Upon hearing that Song Muji's invitation included both herself and Chen Su, Ruan Yuan contemplated the fact that they had not met in a long while. Consequently, she gladly accepted and subsequently made her way to the designated restaurant with Chen Su. The establishment was tastefully adorned, with warm yellow lighting gently cascading over each table, creating an inviting ambience. Guided by the staff, they found the table that Song Muji had reserved in advance, where he had been waiting for some time. Once the three gathered around the table, Song Muji enthusiastically began to introduce the local specialties of this Cantonese sweet sausages handmade by my family, far more delectable than what you would find in stores, made with trustworthy ingredients and easy to carry. And these honey-glazed jerky. As he spoke, Song Muji handed over the neatly packed bags to Ruan Yuan and Chen Su. The two expressed their gratitude in unison. Chen Su chuckled, saying, To be honest, I truly miss this taste. I find the local cuisine a bit hard to adjust to. They dined together each day in the school canteen, where Chen Su would always pile his plate high with food, amusing Ruan Yuan with his exaggerated claims. She burst into laughter, teasingly remarking, Chen Su, I never noticed you were having trouble adjusting at every meal. Seeing Ruan Yuan's playful side brought a smile to Song Muji's face as he replied, I was just like that back then, yearning for the flavors of home, yet still relishing every bite. Just then, the dishes began to arrive at their table. However, an unexpected incident was about to unfold. As the server approached with a sizzling hot iron plate of steak, a lady passing by nearly stumbled into her, causing the hot plate to tilt precariously towards Ruan Yuan. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Ruan Yuan was momentarily frozen in place. At that moment, Yi Ziang happened to be dining at the same restaurant with a colleague. As he walked toward his reserved table, he caught sight of Ruan Yuan and was about to greet her when he witnessed the precarious situation unfolding before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ziang dashed forward like a gust of wind. His focus zeroed in on the dangerously tilting iron plate that was about to crash down on Ruan Yuan. In a moment of instinctive reaction, Yi Ziang leaned forward, arms outstretched, and just as the plate was about to fall, he forcefully pushed it aside. His palm landed firmly on the searing hot surface, and he swiftly redirected it away from Ruan Yuan. The plate was propelled by his force, swaying in the air before crashing down onto the vacant floor beside them. Yet, the moment the scorching metal met his hand, it emitted a sizzling sound. He gasped in pain, but his eyes remained fixed on Ruan Yuan, ensuring she was unharmed before he finally registered the excruciating burn coursing through his hand. Ruan Yuan had yet to react when someone had already pushed the hot plate out of the way. Upon realizing it was Yi Ziang who had intervened, she noticed his hand was red and beginning to blister from the burn. Her face turned pale, and her heart sank. She quickly stood and rushed to his side, grasping his arm with urgency and pulling his hands close to inspect the damage. Looking at his blistered palm, she repeatedly muttered, "Brother Yi, how could you push it away with your bare hands?" Yi Ziang, suppressing the pain, managed a smile. "Fortunately, you weren't burned." Meanwhile, Chen Su and Song Muji, who had been engrossed in conversation, only realized what had transpired when they saw Yi Ziang's actions. Aware that Yi Ziang was someone Ruan Yuan knew, Song Muji swiftly grabbed his bag and urged Ruan Yuan, "Let us go, I'll take you to the hospital. We must not delay. Otherwise, it could leave a scar." Ruan Yuan immediately supported Yi Ziang as they made their way outside, her heart heavy with guilt. She anxiously exclaimed, "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hurt." Yi Ziang furrowed his brow slightly but feigned nonchalance. "Don't say that.
I would have intervened for anyone."
On the streets of London, Song Muji drove hastily. Ruan Yuan sat in the back seat, gently lifting Yi Ziang's injured hand, her brow furrowed in concern. Dressed in a black down jacket and a white scarf, her eyes were filled with worry. Yi Ziang looked at her delicate face, enveloped by the white scarf, and despite the tension, warmth filled his heart. He reassured her, "It's just a minor injury, the medical facilities in London are excellent, it won't leave a scar." Ruan Yuan glanced at his burned hand, fully aware that it would likely scar, and shot him a reproachful look, muttering, "You're not a doctor."
Upon arriving at the hospital, after examination, the doctor remarked, "The burn is somewhat severe.
It requires treatment and bandaging, and you must take care to avoid infection."
Ruan Yuan anxiously inquired, "Doctor, will it leave a scar?" The doctor frowned, replying, "If it doesn't heal properly, there might be some marks. However, the priority now is to treat the wound." After hearing this, Ruan Yuan turned to Yi Ziang, guilt-ridden, saying, "It's all my fault, what if it leaves a scar?" Yi Ziang comforted her, "It's all right. I am a grown man, a scar is nothing to worry about." In the treatment room of the hospital, the doctor meticulously tended to Yi Ziang's burns. Ruan Yuan stood nearby, her eyes fixed intently on him, her hands nervously twisting together. Chapter 57. A bachelor party. As the doctor meticulously cleansed the wound with antiseptic, Yi Ziang winced, drawing in a sharp breath, while beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. The doctor began to apply burn ointment, and Ruan Yuan's gaze followed the doctor's every movement, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In her youth, she too had suffered a scald on her leg from boiling water, an experience that had caused her skin to peel instantly. The excruciating pain still lingered in her memory, and even now, faint scars remained on the inner thigh. The fact that Yi Ziang had endured such suffering for her sake filled Ruan Yuan with an overwhelming sense of guilt. Once the doctor had finished tending to the wound, Yi Ziang's hands were enveloped in thick gauze. Ruan Yuan carefully adjusted the bandages, her voice laced with concern as she admonished, "Brother Yi, you must take great care of your hands during this time, but if you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know." Observing her earnest expression, Yi Ziang teased, "Well, I do have a request at the moment. I'm rather thirsty, could you fetch me a glass of water?" Without hesitation, Ruan Yuan nodded and dashed off to procure water for him. Watching her hurried departure, a smile crept onto Yi Ziang's lips, his eyes radiating affection. Earlier, when Song Muji had brought them to the hospital, Ruan Yuan had been uncertain about how long they would be there, prompting her to ask him and Chen Su to leave first. It was only now, as they exited the hospital together, that Yi Ziang recalled his car was still parked at the restaurant they had just left. He extended his gauze-wrapped hand and remarked, "In my current state, I cannot drive. Allow me to call a cab for you to return to school while I take a taxi home." Ruan Yuan longed to suggest, "I can drive you back to school first," but after a moment's contemplation, she refrained. In her heart, she resolved to visit him with a gift in a few days, as his injury was a consequence of his bravery in saving her. In the days that followed, Ruan Yuan, burdened by guilt, visited Yi Ziang several times.
Sometimes, she would seize the opportunity during her lunch break to dine with him at the restaurant downstairs from his office. At other times, she accompanied him to the hospital for dressing changes. The emotional distance that had once existed between them had faded entirely, transformed by the bond of gratitude for his life-saving act. Ruan Yuan mused that, after all, they could be considered family, both strangers in a foreign land. Moreover, Yi Xiang's gentlemanly demeanor and considerate nature, treating her with the affection of an elder brother, allowed her to embrace the notion of having this half-brother in her life.
The Coastline stands as the premier entertainment venue in all of Yuzhou.
Today, the largest private room within its walls is hosting Jiang Yizhou's bachelor party. Several days prior, Jiang Yizhou had meticulously orchestrated this celebration, instructing his guests to indulge freely, with an abundance of drinks and beautiful women, though he made an exception for the young Master Ji. Why was Ji exempt from this revelry? It was certainly due to the earlier incident that had left everyone alarmed when he had suffered from a gastric hemorrhage after drinking too much, making them wary of pressuring him to drink again. Furthermore, in recent months, his demeanor had grown more somber, rendering him less approachable, causing his peers to tread lightly around him. Among their group, aside from Yu Siyuan, who had married young and subsequently divorced, Jiang Yizhou was the first to step into the sacred institution of marriage. Yu Siyuan's marriage, at least, had been a union of prominent families, with the couple having known each other since childhood, only to part ways due to incompatible personality styles. In contrast, Jiang Yizhou had only met his bride on 3 occasions. Once during a meeting arranged by their parents, once at their engagement, and once more for their wedding photos. Tomorrow marked the day of Jiang Yizhou's wedding, and as he indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, Gu Yanli jested, "With the way he's drinking tonight, will he even recognize his bride tomorrow?" Jiang Yizhou paid no heed to Gu Yanli's playful banter. Even without the alcohol, he could hardly recall his bride's features. Standing atop the sofa, a glass in one hand and gesturing animatedly with the other, Jiang Yizhou boisterously declared, "Tonight, we shall revel to the fullest.
None of you shall leave until we do."
Gu Yanli chuckled, shaking his head as he advised Yu Siyuan and Lin Che, "Take it easy tonight, keep an eye on him to avoid any mishaps." Clad in a light blue casual shirt, Yu Siyuan reclined on the sofa, taking a sip of his drink. Let him enjoy himself. Once he is married, his freedom will be curtailed. Dressed in black, Ji Ke shot them a glance. "You all drink, I'll handle the aftermath." Jiang Yizhou then seized the microphone, exclaiming, "Let us play a game of dice.
The loser must drink, and those who cannot handle it shall remove an article of clothing."
In such a frenzied atmosphere, excitement surged as friends rallied around in enthusiastic support. The group settled in a circle, the sound of dice clattering within the cup filled the air. As the first round commenced, Jiang Yizhou, brimming with confidence, shook the cup and slammed it onto the table, shouting, 5 sixes. One of the wealthy young men hesitated before countering, 6 sixes.
The challenge escalated as the next player raised the stakes.
After several rounds, someone finally revealed their dice. The result was insufficient, and the unfortunate soul grimaced as they downed a full glass of wine. As another round began, everyone became increasingly cautious. Dressed in a sleek black jacket, Gu Yanli scrutinized his dice, furrowing his brow as he declared, 4 fives. Yu Siyuan smiled lightly, 5 fives. Lin Che pondered briefly before stating, 6 fives. Without hesitation, Jiang Yizhou boldly proclaimed, 7 fives.
Gasps filled the room.
The groom was indeed audacious. Some chose to reveal their dice, and Jiang Yizhou's gamble paid off. The loser, resigned, downed a large glass of red wine, their face instantly flushed. With each game, the atmosphere grew more vibrant. A young lady, having lost multiple rounds, steeled herself and drank several glasses, her cheeks reddening as she hesitated before removing her shawl. The crowd erupted in cheers, the excitement reaching new heights. Clad in a pink dress with a white shawl, her beauty was accentuated as she shed the outer layer. A young gentleman, not wishing to remove his shirt, stubbornly downed another glass, nearly choking.
Jiang Yizhou roared with laughter, "If you can't handle it, just take it off. What is a big man afraid of?" The gentleman, after losing yet again, could no longer bear the drink and removed his t-shirt, revealing a well-defined torso. His cheeks were slightly flushed, a hint of embarrassment evident, yet he feigned nonchalance, waving his hand, Continue, I refuse to believe I can keep losing." The sight of his bare torso sent the crowd into fits of laughter, the energy in the room escalating further. Observing the young man, Jiang Yizhou laughed heartily, holding the microphone aloft, "Well done, not bad for a little muscle, keep it up."
Another round commenced, and this time, Gu Yanli found himself on the losing end. With a resigned smile, he downed a glass and turned to Jiang Yizhou, saying, "You, my friend, are truly deserving of the title of groom. Your enthusiasm tonight is commendable." Jiang Yizhou, having long accepted the reality of his impending marriage, replied smugly, "Of course. Since I cannot choose, I might as well indulge myself." The game continued, laughter and gasps intertwining, the private room pulsating with an exhilarating atmosphere. Some, having lost several rounds, began to shed their jackets and loosen their ties, the scene both chaotic and joyous. Meanwhile, the young ladies of noble birth, amidst the playful taunts, blushed as they made small concessions, such as removing an earring or loosening a bracelet or necklace. After all, these were women of stature and refinement, left with no choice but to comply in a playful manner, even if it meant removing their shoes in stages. The thought of shedding garments was out of the question, and they resolved to playfully refuse. Chapter 58. The self-inflicted peach blossom and Ziqin was also present at the scene today, her mind a tumult of thoughts. She wore a simple white dress, complemented by a light blue knitted cardigan, exuding an aura of gentleness and elegance. Ever since Jiku had expressed his stance at the dining table last time, and Ziqin felt a profound sense of embarrassment, coupled with the disheartening realization that, unbeknownst to her, the bond between herself and Jiku had grown considerably distant. In the past half-year, although they would occasionally gather, and Ziqin no longer dared to engage with him as intimately as before. On one hand, she found it difficult to shamelessly pursue him. On the other hand, Jiku had changed. He was no longer the cheerful and talkative person he once was, and nowadays, if something did not concern him, he would hardly even lift his eyelids. Typically, when conversing with him, his responses were dictated by his mood, and he now radiated an air of coldness and indifference, not just in Ziqin, but ever since Jiku had warned those who had orchestrated tales involving him and Ruan Yuan to steer clear of him. Their circle of friends had also become hesitant to engage with him as they once did. Even mentioning Ruan Yuan's name was a taboo from the moment Jiku entered the private room, and Ziqin's gaze was firmly fixed upon him. Her eyes were a tapestry of entangled emotions. Confusion, loss, and longing, her heart a chaotic knot that left her utterly at a loss. Once, they had been inseparable childhood friends, sharing the joyous moments of their youth. Those beautiful memories unfurled in her mind like a splendid tapestry. Yet now, the distance between them felt like an insurmountable chasm that could not be crossed. Ziqin clutched her glass tightly, her knuckles turning pale, as she bit her lower lip, pondering for what seemed an eternity. Finally, as if summoning tremendous resolve, she straightened her back and took measured steps toward Jiku. When she stood before him, a forced smile stretched across her face, yet it appeared painfully rigid and bitter. And Ziqin spoke softly, "ACI, how have you been lately?" Jiku, engrossed in his phone, merely lifted his eyelids, his gaze devoid of warmth as he replied indifferently, "Quite well." The effort it took to muster the courage to speak to him only to be met with such aloofness caused her heart to plummet. She feigned a smile, striving to spark a conversation. "I heard you've taken over GAI Jewelry. I haven't congratulated you yet." Jiku extinguished his cigarette and casually flicked the ash, responding nonchalantly, "Thank you." In that instant, and Ziqin felt as if something was lodged in her throat, rendering her utterly uncomfortable. She could scarcely fathom how she and Jiku had drifted to such a state of estrangement. As the daughter of the Yin family, she possessed her own pride, and it pained her to accept this muddled transformation in her relationship with Jiku. She ruminated internally, realizing that there had been no misunderstandings or disputes between them. Why then had they arrived at such a juncture? Taking a deep breath, and Ziqin resolved to clarify matters with Jiku. She silently vowed today, she must bring clarity to the situation. It could not continue to linger in ambiguity. Thus, she stood tall and spoke candidly, "ACI, what has happened between us? Why has it come to this?" Jiku merely furrowed his brow, a flicker of impatience crossing his face as he replied decisively, "You mustn't harbor feelings for me. It was never a possibility from the start." And Ziqin's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, the moisture threatening to spill over. She did not aspire to be with Jiku romantically at this moment. She merely wished to restore their former friendship. To her dismay, his response was so direct and resolute, disregarding even the most basic remnants of their childhood affection. Her lips trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. "ACI, how can you treat me this way? I only wish to return to our previous relationship." The atmosphere in the private room was boisterous, filled with laughter and chatter, yet their conversation went unnoticed by the crowd. Jiku had long since come to terms with his feelings after Ruan Yuan's departure. If Ruan Yuan had a male childhood friend, he too would feel jealousy and possessiveness. Moreover, he had learned from a few friends that Ziqin genuinely harbored feelings for him. He sensed her unusual demeanor since her return, but initially chose to overlook it out of nostalgia for their childhood bond, and now, Jiku would not grant anyone the opportunity for misinterpretation. He decisively severed any notions of Ziqin drawing closer to him. After a brief silence, Jiku raised his gaze, speaking with earnestness. In the past, I had no romantic interests, and for the present, if you are willing, we can be ordinary friends. However, if you disrupt this dynamic, then friendship will be unattainable. And Ziqin felt as though his words pierced her to the core. She longed to articulate a response, yet found herself rendered mute. How cruel! It seemed evident that his recent transformation was all for Ruan Yuan, willing to go to such lengths for her. She had not even had the chance to confess her feelings before being completely sidelined, relegated to a position where even friendship felt out of reach. Ziqin's body felt as if all strength had been sapped, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, unable to bear the weight of her emotions, she covered her face and fled the private room in tears. The cacophony of laughter and revelry echoed around her, yet Jika's heart remained as tranquil as a still lake, undisturbed by the surrounding festivities. He occasionally engaged in casual conversations with those who approached him, but soon returned to sipping his light fruit wine. He had come to realize the pitfalls of excessive drinking, maintaining a level of sobriety despite the ever-present cigarettes. In the stillness of the night, when sleep eluded him, he would hold Ruan Yuan's pillow close and open the door to allow Xian Ba to join him for companionship. In these moments, lost in thought, he would unknowingly drift off to sleep. The exuberant bachelor party continued until the early hours of the morning, marking the conclusion of Jiang Yizhou's single life. Before dispersing for the night, friends gathered to pat Jiang Yizhou on the shoulder, offering early congratulations on his impending marriage. Their expressions bore a hint of mischief, relishing the spectacle of the occasion. Remarkably, Jiang Yizhou showcased an exceptional tolerance for alcohol, having consumed the most without any signs of inebriation, his spirits notably high. He chuckled, responding to his friends, "Be sure to rise early tomorrow. Don't delay my wedding preparations." Being a close friend of over a decade, Jiku lingered until the very end. After returning to his modest apartment and freshening up, he received a series of photographs from his bodyguard in London. As he opened each image, his brow furrowed in concern, and he promptly dialed back, his voice sharp with urgency. "How long has it been? Why have you only sent this to me now?" Fury would not resolve the matter, so Jiku instructed them to swiftly investigate the man's background and report back immediately. Once the call ended, he found himself restless, unable to sit still. He could accept a temporary separation but could not tolerate the thought of Ruan Yuan being available to others. Author's note: thank you to every reader who has made it this far. Please subscribe, urge for updates, and leave a 5-star review. Dear readers, there is no need to spend. Your daily support through likes brings me immense joy. I am profoundly grateful for everyone's affection. Chapter 59. The aggrieved Simba. Jiku did not bid farewell to anyone, nor did he accompany anyone. He had independently booked a flight to London, departing at 6 in the morning. Just before his departure, he sent a boarding photo to the brother group chat, accompanied by a message: "Happy wedding. I have an urgent matter and cannot attend." Within 5 seconds, Jiang Yizhou called. Jiku answered. Jiang Yizhou, irate, exclaimed, "Jiku, you are utterly inconsiderate, a friend who forgets his comrades for the allure of beauty, abandoning me on my wedding day." Jiku replied nonchalantly, "Bugatti Chiron, arriving in 3 days." Jiang Yizhou stifled a laugh. "Now that's more like it." Jiku did not forget to extend his blessings and reminders: "Happy wedding. Cherish it." After hanging up, Jiku noticed several messages in the group chat. They had all risen early for Jiang Yizhou's wedding. Yuan, in such a rush? Guyanli, what's going on with you? Lin Che, what's the matter? Jiku smiled bitterly, replying, "Heading to London, I miss her terribly." After sending the message, he activated airplane mode on his phone and closed his eyes to rest. 3 days later, when Ruan Yuan received the news about the opening of the London Chuxin, she was at the hospital, assisting Yi Xiang with the removal of his bandages. She quietly observed the doctor's actions with a hint of anxiety. As the bandages were slowly peeled away, Yi Xiang caught sight of the scar on his arm and furrowed his brow slightly. Ruan Yuan, noticing the scar, which spanned 7 to 8 centimeters, hurriedly inquired, "It's still scarred, is there any way to expedite its removal?" The doctor gently shook his head, stating, "As it stands, the removal of scars requires time. There is no particularly swift method. Some scar ointments can be applied, and with physical therapy, the scar will gradually fade, but complete eradication may prove difficult.
The doctor then suggested, you might consider visiting a skin management center. Ruan Yuan followed up with, how does the skin management center treat scars?
The doctor patiently explained, such centers typically employ specialized equipment, like laser therapies, which can stimulate collagen regeneration in the skin, aiding in scar reduction. However, the specific treatment plan must be tailored to the actual condition of the scar. Ruan Yuan nodded slightly, relieved simply to have a solution. Ye Ziang, however, dismissed her concerns, saying, don't worry, it's just a scar.
It won't have much impact.
Ruan Yuan disagreed, asserting, you're a prominent lawyer, your image is crucial. Once I find a reliable skin management center, I'll take you there.
Ye Ziang chuckled helplessly, all right, I'll heed your advice. He then asked with concern, since you're working at the design firm, can you manage school as well?
Ruan Yuan paused for a moment before responding, no problem. We agreed during the contract signing that I would prioritize school until graduation, submitting work regularly each month. I'll do my best to coordinate my time for both. Over the past month and more, Ruan Yuan had grown quite familiar with Ye Ziang. Perhaps due to their newfound sibling-like bond, she felt at ease around him, treating him as both a brother and a friend. Ye Ziang nodded slightly, a warm smile gracing his face as he said, that's good.
Don't overexert yourself. If you truly can't manage, make some compromises.
Ruan Yuan smiled, assuring him, I understand, don't worry.
Ye Ziang replied, all right, let us go eat. Afterward, I'll drive you to school. At the school gate, in a sleek black sports car, Jiko's gaze was fixated on a particular scene. Ye Ziang was driving Ruan Yuan back to school. This woman, whom he longed for day and night. Upon exiting the car, she stood by the window, smiling gently at the occupant inside, saying something before pausing, awaiting a response. Jiko, sitting in the car across the road, felt a wave of complex emotions wash over him. In that moment, the yearning he had endured for months found a glimmer of relief, yet, simultaneously, a tide of jealousy surged within him. Witnessing Ruan Yuan smile at Ye Ziang ignited an unnameable fury in his heart. He bit down on his lip, his hands unconsciously gripping the steering wheel, knuckles whitening. Jiko had received Ye Ziang's information prior to boarding the flight. Initially, seeing the details had provided him with a measure of comfort. However, after witnessing that scene and scrutinizing the expressions in the photos of Ye Ziang and Ruan Yuan, a fiery rage enveloped him. This lecherous brother was indeed audacious. How could Ruan Yuan smile so radiantly at him? A whirlwind of speculation and unease flooded Jiko's mind. He was tempted to leap from the car immediately. His expression darkened further. Jiko inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the impulse surging within him. He understood that acting rashly would only alienate Ruan Yuan, resulting in a loss greater than the gain. Just then, Simba, seated in the back of the sports car, caught sight of Ruan Yuan through the window. It wagged its tail excitedly, nearly leaping from the back seat to the front. Its eyes sparkled with delight, and it emitted a series of eager whines, seemingly urging Jiko to descend and seek out Ruan Yuan. Simba was oblivious to Jiko's tangled emotions. It simply knew that the person it had missed for so long was nearby, yearning to rush to her side and experience her caress and gentle words. However, at that moment, Ruan Yuan had already turned to walk towards the school, and Ye Ziang's car was gradually pulling away. As Ruan Yuan receded into the distance, suddenly, a familiar bark echoed. That sound seemed to possess a certain magic, instantly tugging at the strings of Ruan Yuan's heart. She paused momentarily, instinctively halting her steps to glance back, yet, all she saw was an empty street and the retreating vehicles. The familiar bark felt like a mere figment of her imagination. As Simba barked anxiously, Jiko hastily rolled up the window and drove away. As Simba, feeling aggrieved, pawed at the window, protesting its owner's actions. Its eyes were filled with disappointment, and it emitted soft whimpers. It could not comprehend why its master would not allow it to greet Ruan Yuan, nor why they had to leave in such haste. Jiko's countenance remained dark, his emotions still tumultuous, as he murmured, just wait a moment, she surely will miss you. Hearing its master's words, Simba barked twice. It ceased pawing at the window, though the grievance in its eyes remained undiminished. It let out a soft huff, expressing its discontent. Then, it returned to the window, gazing longingly outside, filled with reluctance. Chapter 60 Inauguration of the original intention. On the streets of London, although the weather in January is dreary and cold, the sun occasionally breaks through the clouds,
casting its golden rays upon the ancient and charming architecture, imparting a rare warmth to the city. Today marks the grand opening of the Original Intention Jewelry Design Company. Alongside the unveiling of its flagship store, they shine like two brilliant pearls poised to illuminate this fashion capital. With the support of beloved ones, the opening ceremony is bustling with excitement, as individuals from various sectors gather to extend their congratulations. Fashion journalists, equipped with cameras, weave through the crowd, capturing every remarkable moment. Colleagues, filled with curiosity and anticipation, eagerly await a glimpse of this new enterprise's allure. The designers dispatched from the headquarters exude an extraordinary elegance, clad in fashionable dark overcoats paired with simple turtlenecks, their eyes reflecting a passion and dedication to design. The newly hired London designers, infused with local fashion sensibilities, don vibrant scarves complemented by classic trench coats, engaging in lively exchanges that spark creative inspiration. Amidst the throng, one figure stands out distinctly: Ruan Yuan. Today, she is adorned in a simple yet elegant little black dress, complemented by a tailored tea-brown cashmere coat. The coat is open, subtly revealing her slender silhouette. The neckline of the black dress is uniquely designed, showcasing her graceful neck and delicate collarbones, radiating an aura of elegance and allure. Her shoulder-length black hair cascades smoothly, with slightly curled ends adding a playful vibrancy. Ruan Yuan has chosen to wear a light makeup today, her exquisite features accentuated by brows like distant mountains, eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, and lips adorned with a soft rose hue, rendering her irresistibly enchanting. Dangling from her ears are petite earrings designed by the Original Intention Jewelry Company, their diamond brilliance sparkling under the sunlight, harmonizing beautifully with her refined features. On her wrist, she wears a slender bracelet, another piece from the same company, embodying simplicity without sacrificing grandeur. Her feet are elegantly encased in black high heels, the heel height perfectly balanced, enhancing her stature and grace with every step she takes. Ruan Yuan, possessing a wealth of work experience and remarkable adaptability, confidently assists the company staff in welcoming the esteemed guests of the day. She greets each congratulator with a warm smile. The design director, Su Li, who had been delayed due to matters back home, arrives early on this momentous day. Upon seeing her, Ruan Yuan beams with a sweet smile and rushes to embrace her. There exists a familiarity and warmth between Su Li and Ruan Yuan, akin to longtime friends, the ease of their rapport emanating naturally. Yet, beneath this closeness lies a peculiar sentiment reminiscent of a generational gap. "Ruan Yuan, you look absolutely stunning today," Su Li exclaims, grasping Ruan Yuan's hand and enveloping her in a gentle hug. Ruan Yuan smiles softly in return. "You look beautiful as well. It must have been exhausting, flying all night." Su Li shakes her head, responding, "Not at all, I could not possibly miss such an important occasion." As they converse, they admire the exquisite arrangements of the venue. The opening ceremony is adorned with elegance and grandeur, showcasing the masterpieces of the Original Intention Jewelry Company. The dazzling jewels shimmer enchantingly under the sunlight, while promotional posters on the walls of the flagship store. In Chinese culture, auspicious timing is highly regarded, particularly in Guangdong, a tradition that remains unaltered even abroad. The ceremony officially commences as the host takes the stage, warmly welcoming each guest with fervent enthusiasm. Following this, the branch's leader delivers a speech, outlining the developmental journey and future aspirations of the Original Intention Jewelry. Their address, filled with passion and confidence, instills a sense of the company's strength and potential in everyone present. Next, invited models gracefully ascend the stage to showcase the brand's recent classic creations. Their captivating performances bring forth the unique and vibrant charm of each piece of jewelry. The grand finale features the much-acclaimed Fenghuan Wedding Gold series, which, amidst a chorus of enthusiastic applause, instantly becomes the focal point of the event. The resplendent gold adornments, particularly the exquisitely crafted phoenix crown, exemplify the exceptional quality of the Original Intention Jewelry. A domestic model, draped in a splendid wedding dress, adorned with the dazzling phoenix crown and the entire Fenghuan Wedding Gold series, steps forward as if she has traversed through time from ancient eras. Each intricate detail of the crown radiates a mysterious and enchanting glow, the golden craftsmanship narrating a legendary tale, transporting onlookers into a dreamlike realm of traditional Chinese weddings, evoking deep admiration and lingering memories. This series represents not merely a collection of jewelry but also a testament to the inheritance and innovation of traditional Chinese culture, adding a unique hue to contemporary weddings. Today's showcased pieces vary in style, ranging from minimalist elegance to opulent intricacy and creative flair, each leaving a lasting impression. Ruan Yuan gazes upon her own design from the Fenghuan Wedding series showcased on stage, her heart brimming with joy and fulfillment. She had never anticipated this design would achieve such acclaim on the competitive domestic gold market, a triumph largely attributed to the vigorous promotion by Original Intention Jewelry. Ruan Yuan understands that this creation is not just the culmination of her efforts but also reflects Su Li's trust in her and the company's unwavering support. As the showcasing segment concludes, reporters swarm around the designers for interviews. Ruan Yuan, amidst the questioning, responds with a smile, her words imbued with a fervent love for jewelry design and hopeful aspirations for the future. Her replies are concise yet impactful, leaving a profound impression of her talent and charm on the journalists. Following the ceremony, guests eagerly enter the flagship store to admire the jewelry on display. The store's decor mirrors the event's grandeur, with jewels glimmering captivatingly under the lights. Ruan Yuan and Su Li enter the store together, exchanging insights on jewelry design with the guests. Throughout this experience, Ruan Yuan meets numerous fashion industry professionals and peers. She recognizes that collaboration and communication are vital in the realm of fashion. Continuous learning and innovation are essential to thrive in this fiercely competitive industry. As time passes, the opening festivities gradually draw to a close. Standing at the entrance of the store, Ruan Yuan observes the ebb and flow of the crowd, filled with reflection. Today's event has been a resounding success, instilling her with greater confidence for the future. She understands that while her chosen path is fraught with challenges, it is equally rich with boundless opportunities. As long as she remains steadfast and dedicated, her dream of becoming a renowned designer is well within reach. Chapter 61 Greetings, Mr. G. The opening event has concluded. That evening, at a luxurious hotel in London, a dazzling thank you banquet commenced. The banquet hall was adorned magnificently, with brilliant lights illuminating the opulent decorations, casting a radiant glow. Guests, clad in elegant attire, gracefully navigated the crowd, engaging in soft conversations, creating an atmosphere that was both lively and refined. Ruan Yuan had changed into a strapless evening gown in a delicate nude pink, chosen by Su Li, the soft hue complementing her skin, resembling exquisite porcelain, exuding an enchanting allure. Her short hair was elegantly styled into an updo, with a few playful strands cascading down her cheeks, adding to her femininity. Her exquisite earrings shimmered under the lights, harmonizing beautifully with her gown. She slightly lifted her chin, revealing her slender neck, her posture graceful, and the strapless gown perfectly accentuated her slender waist and flawless curves, irresistibly drawing the gaze of onlookers. At that moment, as Ruan Yuan conversed with several designers, Su Li approached her, accompanied by a gentleman. The man possessed features as intricate as a work of art, clad in a meticulously tailored bespoke suit, his tall stature and broad shoulders elegantly filling out the suit's silhouette, exuding an air of noble grace. His brows arched like sharp blades, and the small mole at the corner of his eye remained charmingly striking. His bright eyes, slightly upturned at the outer corners, bore a distant, melancholic gaze, akin to a bottomless icy pool. Deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and sharply defined features suggested he had been sculpted with great care. His thin lips held a sharpness, curving in a way that conveyed a roguish charm, reminiscent of a carefree scion. As Su Li approached Ruan Yuan with a smile, she introduced, Ruan Yuan, this is Mr. Ji Ko, a shareholder of our company. The moment Ruan Yuan spotted him approaching, her gaze froze, her expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Her heart raced like a startled deer. How could he be here? How had he become a shareholder of the company? The very person she had forced herself to forget now stood before her. Ruan Yuan struggled to maintain her composure, though her expression still betrayed a hint of unnaturalness. Mr. G, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a company executive, did not acknowledge her recognition. He offered a slight nod and extended his right hand, his tone calm as he said, Hello, Miss Ruan, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and indeed, you possess an extraordinary aura. Ruan Yuan remained in a daze for a considerable time, until Su Li gently draped her arm around her shoulders, prompting Ruan Yuan to regain her senses. Since he was a shareholder of the company, it would be inappropriate for her to voice any sentiments publicly. She swiftly adjusted her demeanor, extending her hand for a gentle handshake with Mr. G, striving to maintain a calm voice, Mr. G, it is an honor to meet you. Her fingers trembled slightly, as she continuously reminded herself to stay composed. Their hands brushed lightly before parting, yet an electric current seemed to surge through them in that fleeting moment. As their eyes met, they both perceived the complex emotions reflected in each other's gaze. Mr. G narrowed his eyes slightly, the smile at the corners of his mouth growing more pronounced. Miss Ruan's design talent is indeed remarkable, especially that stunning Chinese gold wedding series.
I am certain you will deliver even more outstanding work at the London branch of our company.
Ruan Yuan pondered whether this was mere coincidence or a deliberate act on his part. She suppressed her discomfort, managing a forced smile. You flatter me, Mr. G. I will endeavor to design each piece to the best of my ability. Internally, Ruan Yuan contemplated why Mr. G had chosen to invest in the company. What was his true intention? Mr. G regarded Ruan Yuan, a hint of gentle warmth flickering in his gaze. May I inquire what plans Miss Ruan has for the future? Ruan Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, she offered a perfunctory reply. I hope to continuously improve in the design field and create more exceptional works for the company.
However, her inner thought screamed, why should it matter to him? Mr. G smiled, nodding, quite commendable. I look forward to your remarkable contributions.
Ruan Yuan bit her lip softly, intentionally posing the question, may I ask why you chose to invest in our company, Mr. G? Mr. G's lips curled into a knowing smile. Naturally, it is the professionalism and excellence of the design team at the company that drew me in. Ruan Yuan was momentarily speechless, unable to decipher the implications behind his words, yet she sensed an underlying message. She raised her chin slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. Mr. G certainly possesses discerning taste. Mr. G chuckled softly, fixing his gaze upon Ruan Yuan. Indeed, I have always had a keen eye. Ruan Yuan furrowed her brow, her tone growing cooler. Then I wish you a prosperous investment in our company.
Mr. G's smile remained enigmatic. I appreciate your well wishes. May all your aspirations come to fruition.
Ruan Yuan turned her gaze away, no longer wishing to look at Mr. G, feeling disinclined to engage further in idle chatter.
She intended to seek out Su Li, who had already been called away by someone. Mr. G made no effort to detain her, merely watching her retreating figure with a subtle smile. Their conversation appeared casual, yet it was fraught with tension. Ruan Yuan maintained her composure, though her inner turmoil surged. She had never anticipated her professional path would intertwine with Mr. G's. However, the contract with the company had already been signed, and with Su Li, her mentor, also involved, she could not possibly backtrack. Setting aside the fact that she lacked the funds to cover any breach of contract, how could she possibly reconsider her decision mid-course? Throughout the latter half of the banquet, Ruan Yuan secluded herself in a nearby lounge, her mind in disarray. The scene of Mr. G's sudden appearance in her line of sight, along with their earlier dialogue, replayed incessantly in her mind. She attempted to calm herself, yet her thoughts only grew more chaotic. When the ball concluded, Su Li approached her with an invitation for dinner the following evening. Ruan Yuan readily accepted. This was her chance to treat Su Li to a meal, and she intended to select a restaurant with an elegant ambience and exquisite cuisine. The two of them strolled arm in arm, affectionately making their way out of the venue. As they reached the hotel entrance, a sleek black Lamborghini came to a stop at the door. The vehicle rolled to a halt, and the window slid down, revealing Mr. G's handsome visage. His gaze lingered on Ruan Yuan and Su Li for a moment before he smiled. Director Su, Miss Ruan, allow me to give you a ride. Surprised to see Mr. G inside the car, Su Li hesitated briefly before smiling and replying, Mr. G, I am staying at this hotel, so there is no need for your trouble. Why not take Miss Ruan back to her school? Ruan Yuan initially intended to decline, but Su Li had already made the decision for her. She felt it inappropriate to refuse, especially since she was eager to inquire about the implications of Mr. G's investment in the company. Ruan Yuan was certainly not naive enough to believe that Mr. G was merely making a financial investment. The G family had extensive business interests and would not be so invested in the jewelry sector. At that moment, the lights at the hotel entrance cast a soft glow upon the ground, enveloping the area in a gentle halo, while the night breeze softly caressed, bringing with it a hint of coolness. Chapter 62 of This Home Cannot Be Without Simba. As soon as she entered the car, Ruan Yuan spotted Simba, the golden retriever, dozing in the back seat. The one sleeping Simba, perhaps alerted by the noise or the scent of Ruan Yuan, immediately opened its eyes. Upon seeing Ruan Yuan, it excitedly barked twice before eagerly squeezing into the front passenger seat. Ruan Yuan was both surprised and delighted. This dog had been her companion for 2 years, and she had missed it dearly since arriving in London. Watching Simba wiggle from the back seat to her feet, she quickly reached out to stroke its head. Simba affectionately nudged her hand with its nose, its tail wagging joyfully as if recounting the elation of their reunion. Under the dim glow of the car's interior light, Simba's eyes sparkled brightly when it looked at Ruan Yuan,
its gaze was filled with a mix of grievance and barely concealed happiness. Ruan Yuan's heart melted at the sight of this familiar figure. She continued to stroke Simba's head while softly cooing, "Good boy, Simba, I'm here, and I've missed you so much." Simba nuzzled Ruan Yuan's hand, its tail wagging vigorously as if responding to her soothing words. Driving the car, Jiku occasionally glanced at the touching reunion between the girl and the dog. A subtle smile crept across his lips, and a flicker of tenderness crossed his eyes, though a tinge of bitterness stirred within him. At that moment, he felt a pang of envy, perhaps even jealousy, toward the dog, for he wished dearly to be in Simba's place, to be held by Ruan Yuan, and to hear her express how much she longed for him. Simultaneously, Jiku felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. Bringing Simba along had been a calculated move. He had deliberately brought the dog from home, fully aware of Ruan Yuan's attachment to it, hoping to create more opportunities to connect with her. As Ruan Yuan tenderly stroked Simba's head, which was now playfully nuzzling against her, she turned to Jiku, her expression a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Thoughts swirled through her mind. Seeing Simba again filled her with joy, but what was Jiku truly after? Why had he brought Simba to London? "Jiku, what do you mean by this?" Ruan Yuan's tone was cool, her brow slightly furrowed as she questioned him. Outside the car, the night grew increasingly profound, as if it too awaited an answer. Jiku cleared his throat, his demeanor calm. "Nothing particularly special, just bored on this business trip. I couldn't leave Simba at home, so I thought I'd bring him along for a change of scenery." Ruan Yuan clearly found it hard to believe that Jiku, the esteemed scion, would concern himself with a dog while away from home. She scoffed, "Do you think I would believe that? What do you think my ulterior motives could possibly be?" Jiku countered, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ruan Yuan fell silent for a moment before speaking candidly, "I don't care what your motives are. In any case, we have broken up. Since you now hold shares in the company, you are my boss, and our relationship is strictly that of employer and employee." Her directness took Jiku by surprise, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He understood Ruan Yuan's nature. Though she appeared gentle and compliant, she was, in fact, very stubborn. Once she made a decision, it was difficult to alter. Yet Jiku could not resign himself to being merely defined by his role as her employer. However, for now, being confrontational would only backfire. "Fine, let him be the boss." After a moment of silence, Jiku feigned confusion before accepting her terms with a composed tone. "Employer and employee? Very well, then, let it be so." Ruan Yuan looked at Jiku, surprise flickering in her eyes. She had expected some form of entanglement given his grand gesture of investing in the company, yet she was taken aback by his swift concession. However, this did not alleviate the complexity of her emotions. Instead, it stirred an inexplicable turmoil within her. "However, Ruan Yuan," Jiku's tone grew deliberately serious, "you are on holiday now, and I hope you will dedicate more effort to your work at the company. After all, it is a new venture in London and requires impressive outputs. If the performance here falters, it will be difficult for me as well." His sudden shift to a serious tone as her employer caused Ruan Yuan to furrow her brow, contemplating his words. After a lengthy pause, she finally replied, "Rest assured, I will be diligent and responsible in my work." Only by maintaining a professional distance could she keep her emotions in check. Jiku turned his gaze to Ruan Yuan's profile, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of. He nodded slightly, his tone laced with appreciation and reflection. "I trust in your professionalism and sense of responsibility. I also look forward to your outstanding contributions at the company." Ruan Yuan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. She was aware that in her professional life, she could not afford any negligence. As for Jiku, she would strive to maintain a distance, ensuring her emotions did not spiral into chaos again. Throughout the journey, Ruan Yuan remained silent, gazing out the window, her hand gently stroking Simba while her mind was still clouded with doubts about Jiku's intentions. But what could she do? This was the power of capitalism. Approximately half an hour later, the car arrived at the entrance of Ruan Yuan's school. The lights at the school gate illuminated the ground, creating a serene atmosphere. Just as Ruan Yuan opened the car door, ready to step out, Simba, fearful of being left behind, clamped onto her skirt, its furry head rubbing against her leg, its large eyes filled with reluctance and pleading. Ruan Yuan found it both amusing and exasperating. She gently patted Simba's head, exclaiming helplessly, "Simba, stop it, you can't come in with me, we'll have another chance to meet again." Yet Simba was relentless, refusing to let go of her skirt. Ruan Yuan furrowed her brow, feeling quite put upon. At that moment, Jiku observed Ruan Yuan's predicament and, after a brief contemplation, suggested, "How about you take Simba to a hotel for the night? We can sort it out tomorrow." His tone was casual, and after a moment's pause, he added, "I'll come to pick him up tomorrow morning." It seemed he was implying that she and Simba could spend time alone together. Ruan Yuan bit her lip, hesitating slightly. She glanced at Simba, then at the entrance of the school, before finally nodding. "I suppose that's the only option." In truth, seeing Simba again filled her with joy. She had thought she would never have the chance to see him again. Had their relationship not soured, she would have proactively requested Simba from Jiku. Now, being able to spend a night alone with Simba was a blessing, providing her with the opportunity to pamper this affectionate big dog. Thus, Jiku drove them to find a hotel. However, finding a pet-friendly hotel near St. Martin's School of Art proved to be quite the challenge. It was already 11 at night, and the car meandered along the streets at a leisurely pace. Ruan Yuan stared out the window, her face etched with exasperation. Simba lay quietly at her feet, its head drooping, as if aware of the trouble everyone was experiencing regarding its accommodation. Jiku focused intently on the roadside, scanning for hotel signs. Whenever he spotted a hotel that looked promising, he would stop to inquire whether dogs were allowed. Chapter 63 A World for Two. With Simba, the car had traveled approximately 10 kilometers away from the school when they finally discovered a charming hotel that welcomed pets. As they stepped out of the vehicle, Ruan Yuan continuously coaxed Simba, saying, "Simba, you must not be so willful next time." Though her tone bore a hint of reproach, it was laced with affection. Simba hung his head, seemingly aware of his misstep, occasionally reaching out with his paw to gently scratch Ruan Yuan's leg, as if seeking her forgiveness. The hotel was nestled in a tranquil neighborhood, surrounded by lush trees and a picturesque environment. Its exterior exuded a rustic elegance, enveloping visitors in a serene ambience. Upon entering the lobby, the spacious and bright area imparted a sense of comfort and relaxation. The marble floors gleamed like polished glass, and opulent chandeliers hung from the ceiling, creating an atmosphere of luxury and ease. The front desk staff greeted them with warmth and friendliness, their smiles welcoming. After escorting Ruan Yuan and Simba to their room, Jiku inquired, "Would you like something to eat? I can have it brought up." "Simba hasn't eaten much this evening." Jiku had booked a suite for her, which undoubtedly contained provisions, but Ruan Yuan wished to avoid entanglements with him. She promptly declined, stating, "No need, there should be food in the room, just find something for him to nibble on. Come pick him up before noon tomorrow." Watching her close the door, Jiku felt a pang of disappointment, yet he was immensely grateful for having brought the dog along. It truly was not in vain. He stood at the door for a moment, quietly listening to the sounds within, before finally turning to leave. Jiku owned a residence in London but chose not to return home. Instead, he rented a room adjacent to hers. After entering the hotel with her dog, Ruan Yuan kept murmuring, "Simba, you rascal, you absolutely cannot behave like this again, otherwise, I might genuinely get angry." While speaking, she busied herself searching for food for Simba in the room. She unearthed a bag of bread, hurriedly tore open the packaging, and broke the bread into small pieces, offering them to Simba. "Here, make do with some bread to tide you over." Although Jiku typically indulged Simba with steak, jerky, and premium dog food, to Simba, the bread Ruan Yuan provided seemed the most delectable. Simba wagged his tail incessantly, gleefully circling Ruan Yuan as he excitedly devoured the bread, savoring each bite. Observing Simba's adorable antics, Ruan Yuan's irritation dissipated somewhat. After Simba finished his meal, Ruan Yuan treated him to a fragrant bath. Warm water cascaded over Simba as Ruan Yuan gently lathered his fur. Simba occasionally shook himself, splattering water around, but Ruan Yuan remained unperturbed, even laughing as she continued washing him. Once finished, she wrapped Simba in a large towel to dry him off. Subsequently, she retrieved a hairdryer, setting it to a low speed, and gently blew his fur dry. Simba lay comfortably on the floor, contentedly whining as he relished Ruan Yuan's care. As she dried his fur, Ruan Yuan spoke, "I know you miss me, but you can't stay by my side for long anymore, Simba. Be a good boy and don't make things difficult for me." Uncertain if dogs could comprehend her words, she recognized she could no longer afford to be entangled with Jiku. If she were to knowingly repeat her mistakes, it would lead to irreparable consequences. Having finally glimpsed a bright future, she could not afford to soften her resolve. Despite her thoughts, Ruan Yuan was acutely aware that, regardless of Simba's mischief, she would never neglect him. After finishing with Simba, she let out a resigned sigh and went to freshen up. The following day at 11 o'clock, a crisp knock echoed through the room. Ruan Yuan hurried to open the door, and as it swung open, she was taken aback to find Jika standing outside. Initially startled, she quickly realized she was clad in a bathrobe, tightening the neckline as a flicker of surprise mingled with discomfort crossed her expression. Jika held a change of clothes in one hand while the other carried takeout from a restaurant. For a brief moment, his gaze lingered on Ruan Yuan, and his demeanor appeared slightly awkward. Noticing the designer handbag containing women's clothing he held, Ruan Yuan paused, a complex expression flitting across her face. After a moment, she pursed her lips and said, "I need to head to school shortly. You're responsible for taking care of him." Jika nodded slightly, his expression filled with understanding. He self-awarely waved the jerky, Simba's favorite treat, in front of Ruan Yuan, smiling as he remarked, "I made things difficult for you last night. After you finish eating, you can slip away quietly." Ruan Yuan had initially intended to decline Jika's offer of clean clothes and a meal. However, this time, Jika's demeanor was gentlemanly and courteous, devoid of any signs of entanglement, which put her at ease. Indeed, a prince of his stature, showered with affection and privilege, would hardly go to such lengths for a fleeting romance, only to chase her to this place. She regarded Jika quietly, her gaze filled with complexity, her mind swirling with thoughts. He seemed to have undergone a significant transformation, no longer the person she remembered. The fervor and entanglement had dissipated from his eyes, replaced by a calm and detached composure, as if he had entirely severed their previous ties and was merely here for work-related matters. Though the thought stirred discomfort within her, Ruan Yuan could not deny that this was the best conclusion. During their meal, Ruan Yuan received a call from Yi Ziang. As the call connected, Yi Ziang's warm voice came through. "Yuan, how did the company lunch go yesterday?" Ruan Yuan smiled slightly, responding with ease, "It went quite well. Everything was great." After a brief pause, Yi Ziang continued, "How about we go out for dinner tonight, to celebrate your official start at work?" Ruan Yuan's face broke into an apologetic smile as she cheerfully replied, "I'm sorry, I have dinner plans with Director Su tonight. Let us reschedule." Yi Ziang's voice on the other end noticeably faltered, but he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, saying, "All right then, let us plan for another day. You focus on what you need to do." Ruan Yuan smiled, "Let us leave it at that then, goodbye." After hanging up, she resumed her meal, occasionally feeding Simba. Jika observed her during the call, his gaze filled with a blend of longing and complexity. His eyes were fixated on Ruan Yuan's profile. Watching her carefree and joyful expression, a wave of indescribable emotions surged within him. Jika lowered his gaze, deep in thought. That evening, Ruan Yuan had arranged to dine with Sulia. The restaurant, recommended by her local classmates, was situated in a bustling area of the city. Its understated yet luxurious decor radiated an elegant atmosphere upon entering. The soft lighting bathed the spacious interior, crafting a warm and romantic ambience. The walls were adorned with exquisite oil paintings, lending an artistic touch to the entire space. Chapter 64 Dining with Suli. The dining table was adorned with exquisite cutlery and fresh flowers, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled comfort. The attentive waiter warmly approached, guiding them to a windowside table. From this vantage point, they could gaze upon the enchanting nightscape of London, the radiant lights twinkling like a myriad of stars. That after Ruan Yuan and Suli took their seats, the waiter presented the menu, which boasted an array of delectable dishes, each accompanied by stunning images and detailed descriptions. Ruan Yuan, referencing her prior research, ordered several signature dishes. Suli smiled gently and remarked, "Don't order too much, I've been watching my weight lately." Ruan Yuan nodded, her expression cheerful as she replied, "You are far from overweight. You look just perfect." Subsequently, she added a light salad and a glass of juice to her order. Suli shook her head lightly, a touch of warmth in her gaze. As one matures, metabolism tends to slow down, so it's essential to be mindful. However, you are young, and there's no need for excessive dietary restrictions. Simply maintaining a healthy lifestyle will suffice. As for me, I hope to make some adjustments to enhance my physical condition. While awaiting their meal, Ruan Yuan and Suli engaged in conversation. Ruan Yuan's face radiated a relaxed smile as she looked at Suli, her eyes filled with respect and gratitude. "Director Su, I truly appreciate your ongoing support and assistance," Ruan Yuan expressed earnestly. Suli chuckled softly, gently patting Ruan Yuan's hand. "Oh, you needn't be so formal. I have always believed in you. Your designs are exceptionally talented. With diligence, you are bound to achieve great success. Moreover, your intuition is remarkable. You grasp concepts with such ease, which is a rare gift."
Suli's tone was imbued with encouragement and expectation. The dishes arrived promptly, the steak was cooked to perfection, crisp on the outside and tender within, emanating an irresistible aroma. The salad was fresh and delightful, while the juice was refreshingly cool. As they savored the culinary delights, they continued their conversation. As someone with experience, Suli looked at Ruan Yuan and said earnestly, "In jewelry design, you must pay close attention to detail. Every nuance can influence the quality of the entire piece, just like this steak. Mastering the cooking time is a crucial detail. A slight miscalculation can significantly diminish its flavor. Additionally, you must continually learn and innovate to keep pace with the times. The market is ever-changing, and consumer demands evolve constantly. We must perpetually introduce new ideas to meet their needs." Ruan Yuan listened attentively, nodding occasionally. "I will, Director Su, your advice is invaluable to me. I will certainly focus more on these details and strive to learn and innovate." Suli held a genuine fondness for Ruan Yuan. The young woman was immensely gifted and industrious. Since they had agreed verbally to submit 3 pieces of work each month, Ruan Yuan had never failed to deliver. As a professional, Suli understood that the spark of inspiration is not always present, yet, Ruan Yuan's submissions were not only consistent in quantity but also exceptional in quality. Each piece was brimming with unique creativity and distinct style. Whether it was the fluidity of the lines, the harmony of colors, or the expressiveness of themes, Ruan Yuan's work showcased her profound design foundation and keen artistic sensibility. Even amidst her busy schedule of work and study, she diligently completed her tasks, a testament to her dedication that few could fathom. Ruan Yuan's submissions were not merely assignments, they were the embodiment of her passion and commitment to design, with every detail meticulously crafted and every idea infused with her heart and intellect. After finishing their meal, Suli set down her cutlery and wiped her mouth, looking at Ruan Yuan as she said, "I will be returning to my country tomorrow. The London branch of our company has a professional manager appointed by General Manager G. If you have any concerns, feel free to reach out to me or seek assistance from the manager. Remember, do not hesitate to address any issues promptly, it will facilitate smoother operations." A hint of reluctance crossed Ruan Yuan's face. "You're leaving so soon?" "Director Su, rest assured, I will work diligently. I will certainly consult you whenever I encounter difficulties." Suli smiled and stood up. "Well then, let's conclude our day here, make sure to get some rest." Ruan Yuan stood as well, accompanying Suli out of the restaurant. As they descended in the elevator, Suli finally voiced a lingering curiosity. "Ruan Yuan, you and General Manager G." Before she could finish, Ruan Yuan hurriedly interjected, a hint of unease in her tone, "Director Su, I assure you, my relationship with him is not even that of friends. Please don't worry, I will not allow it to affect my work." Suli, 20 years Ruan Yuan's senior, though not privy to the specifics, could sense the general situation. Noting Ruan Yuan's reluctance to discuss the matter further, Suli refrained from probing, silently wishing that this beautiful and talented girl would not suffer from matters of the heart. After all, with someone of G's stature, achieving a favorable outcome would be exceedingly challenging. Until she saw Suli off in a taxi, Ruan Yuan stood watching the vehicle grow distant, her mind awash with thoughts. As the school holiday commenced, most of Ruan Yuan's classmates had embarked on their journeys home. Chen Su had initially intended to remain and spend the holiday with Ruan Yuan, yet as the only son in a modestly comfortable family, he faced relentless urging from his elders. Reluctantly, he purchased an expensive flight ticket and returned home with his luggage. Just after Ruan Yuan bid farewell to Chen Su, she received a call from the administrative department of her company. The administrative staff formally informed her, "In light of the school holiday, we are notifying you to report to the company for work tomorrow. During the holiday period, company matters shall take precedence, and you may shift your focus back to your studies once the term resumes. Additionally, the company provides accommodations for employees. We have rented several floors of single apartments in the office building. If you wish to move in, please feel free to apply, and we will make appropriate arrangements." Upon hearing this, Ruan Yuan felt quite pleased with the benefit. She was indeed eager to reside in the company's designated apartment. Although the office building of the company was not far from the school, commuting daily still consumed over half an hour. Moreover, she would be the only one left in the dormitory during the break, which felt somewhat lonely, and moving into the nearby company apartment would save time and allow her to interact more with her colleagues, a win-win situation. Thus, Ruan Yuan decided to relocate to the single apartment arranged by the company. When she first stepped into the one-bedroom apartment, her eyes sparkled with delight. The living room was tidy and bright.
The soft, light gray sofa was invitingly comfortable, and on one side of the room was a large window, through which sunlight streamed in, illuminating the space warmly. A cozy single armchair was placed by the window, and Ruan Yuan envisioned herself sitting there during her leisure time, reading books, sketching, and relishing the tranquility. Chapter 65. The neighbors of the studio apartment. Upon entering the bedroom, one is greeted by a spacious double bed that occupies the central position of the room. A row of wardrobes stands ready to accommodate Ruan Yuan's belongings, offering ample space for her attire. Although the kitchen may be modest in size, it is well equipped. The pristine white cabinetry is neat and orderly, and all essential appliances, including a stove, microwave, and refrigerator, are readily available. With such a well-appointed kitchen, she can certainly indulge in the occasional preparation of simple culinary delights in the future. The apartment boasts a prime location, being merely a 10-minute walk from the office building of the Chuxin Jewelry branch. Surrounding the apartment are numerous conveniences, including supermarkets, coffee shops, and restaurants, ensuring that all of life's necessities are at her fingertips. Having just finished unpacking her belongings and tidying up the space, Ruan Yuan settled onto the sofa for a brief respite when her phone rang. Upon checking, she discovered it was a call from Yi Ziyang. After connecting, his warm voice echoed through the line. Yuan, are you done with your tasks? Shall we dine together? Ruan Yuan had agreed the previous day to join him for a meal, and it was the perfect opportunity to inform him of her recent move and her impending return to work the following day. She readily accepted his invitation. An hour later, Ruan Yuan arrived at the address provided by Yi Ziyang. He led her to a Cantonese restaurant in London, owned by fellow countrymen. The establishment exuded an antique charm. The wooden tables and chairs emitted a subtle fragrance, while exquisite landscape paintings adorned the walls, creating a tranquil and elegant atmosphere. Once seated, the attentive waiter promptly presented the menu. Yi Ziyang, with a smile, remarked, I anticipated that you might miss the flavors of home, so I brought you here. The Cantonese cuisine here is truly authentic. He proceeded to order a plethora of traditional dishes and engaged Ruan Yuan in conversation about her recent experiences. In no time, the table was laden with a delightful spread. Yi Ziyang picked up a piece of white-cut chicken and gently placed it in Ruan Yuan's bowl, saying, Give this a try. I am certain it will suit your palate. Gazing at the array of familiar dishes, Ruan Yuan felt her appetite awaken. With a smile, she confessed, looking at this feast, I realized just how much I have longed for these flavors. They ordered classic Cantonese dishes, including white-cut chicken, a barbecue platter, steamed pork ribs with black bean sauce, honey-glazed char siu buns, and a nourishing soup. Savoring the familiar tastes, Ruan Yuan felt a wave of happiness wash over her. It has been ages since I enjoyed such authentic Cantonese cuisine. It truly brings back memories. Observing her contentment, Yi Ziyang affectionately remarked, If you enjoy it so much, we shall return here next time. However, Ruan Yuan was reminded of the scars on his hand, and her brow furrowed in concern. I have been so busy these past few days that I haven't had the chance to inquire about skin care clinics. Once I start work, I will ask my colleagues in London for recommendations. Yi Ziyang looked at her and smiled, Do not dwell on it. Once you settle into your routine, we shall go together. After finishing their meal, Yi Ziyang gallantly pulled out her chair, and they exited the restaurant together. He drove her back to the apartment, and the atmosphere in the car was serene and warm. Occasionally, he would glance at Ruan Yuan, his eyes filled with concern. Before long, the car came to a halt outside her apartment building. Yi Ziyang switched off the engine, exited quickly, and courteously opened the door for her. He cautioned, If you encounter any difficulties at work, do not hesitate to let me know, my law firm is quite nearby. Ruan Yuan smiled and nodded before turning to enter the building. Yi Ziyang lingered at the foot of the stairs for a while, watching her silhouette fade from view before he felt relieved enough to return to his car and drive away. Across the street, Jika sat in his car, observing the scene with gritted teeth, mumbling to himself, This foolish girl, can't she see that your brother has ulterior motives? He then started the engine and drove into the underground parking garage. The following morning, Ruan Yuan made her appearance in a sharp professional ensemble. The fitted light blue blouse complemented her black pencil skirt, while a black cashmere coat added an air of sophistication. She completed the look with a pair of black high heels, exuding elegance and confidence befitting a career woman. Her shoulder-length hair was neatly tied into a low ponytail, and her exquisite features bore no makeup, still hinting at a touch of morning drowsiness. As she sleepily stepped out of her apartment, her gaze fell upon a fluffy golden figure by the elevator, causing her eyes to widen in disbelief. Ruan Yuan's expression was one of utter astonishment as she beheld Xian Ba, wagging its tail and obediently lying beside the elevator, occasionally glancing toward the open door of the neighboring apartment. Ruan Yuan questioned her own consciousness, pondering if she were still dreaming. With slightly parted lips and a furrowed brow, she murmured to herself, "Am I dreaming? How is it that Xian Ba is here so early in the morning?" Upon hearing her voice, Xian Ba excitedly dashed to her side, circling her joyfully with its tail wagging even more vigorously. Ruan Yuan knelt down, gently stroking Xian Ba's head, her mind swirling with questions. "How did you end up here?" At that moment, Jiku emerged, clad in a casual woolen overcoat that perfectly matched his demeanor, exuding a unique charm with a slightly laid-back air. His hair remained stylishly tousled, and his handsome face bore an expression of calm composure, tinged with a hint of casual nonchalance. As he sauntered out from the adjacent apartment, upon spotting Ruan Yuan, he slightly lifted his chin and greeted her in a remarkably natural tone, "Good morning."
Witnessing this, Ruan Yuan felt a surge of irritation. What an astonishing coincidence! It could not be anything but intentional. Her eyes widened, and her beautifully crafted features flushed with anger. She pointed an accusatory finger at Jiku and exclaimed, "Jiku, what are you doing here? How did you end up living next door? What are you up to?" Jiku narrowed his eyes slightly, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his coat, a faint smile gracing the corners of his mouth. He replied at a leisurely pace, "I have been assigned here for the past 2 weeks. This is the accommodation arranged by the company. I moved in days before you arrived. What purpose could I possibly have?" "Designer Ruan, do not let your imagination run wild." Ruan Yuan, irate, raised her chin defiantly, her brows knitted tightly together, glaring at him as she retorted, "I'd be a fool to believe you. You, the esteemed heir of the Ji family, how could you possibly deign to reside in such a humble apartment?" Jiku appeared unfazed. "I lived in a small apartment next to the school for 2 years, didn't I?" Ruan Yuan's face flushed with indignation. She had not anticipated Jiku's audacity, but how could they live next to each other? With a domineering tone, she declared, "Are you moving out, or shall I?" Jiku raised an eyebrow, contemplating inwardly. "Move, how naive of you." However, he replied gently, "Finding a suitable place to move so quickly is quite the challenge. I will only be here for about 10 days before returning home. At most, we can adjust our schedules to avoid each other. Besides, with me here, you can take care of Xian Ba for a few more days." Chapter 66, the initial report. As Ruan Yuan observed the swaying Simba, her irritation diminished slightly. Upon recalling that Jiku was her superior, she felt it inappropriate to be overly assertive. After a moment of hesitation, Ruan Yuan sighed in resignation and said, "Very well, I shall return to the university for now, and I will come back after you leave." This statement instantly ignited a sense of urgency within Jiku. He endeavored to mask his inner turmoil, replying, "There is no need for that. Our schedules do not align. Today is merely an exception due to the meeting at Shushinda. I will be occupied at Kursan Technology for several days, and it is rare for you to encounter me." Noticing her continued silence, Jiku persisted, "Kursan is quite busy as well, and I was just contemplating who should take care of Simba." Upon mentioning Simba, and seeing the dog rubbing against his feet, Ruan Yuan's heart softened once again. In a firm tone, she asserted, "Then you must move out in 10 days. A fleeting, barely perceptible glimmer of triumph crossed Jiku's eyes, yet his expression remained sincere as he nodded in agreement, saying, "Rest assured, I must return home for the new year." After giving him a disdainful glance, Ruan Yuan pressed the elevator button. At that moment, she noticed Jiku fastening a leash onto Simba and remarked, "If you wish for me to take care of Simba in the future, simply ring the doorbell and leave him tied up at my doorstep. There is no need to wait for me to come out." Jiku secured the leash, stifling a laugh at the absurdity of her treating him as if he were delivering a dog. However, having only just convinced her to tolerate his presence next door, he could not afford to provoke her further. Thus, he could only acquiesce, "All right, but how will I know if you are home?" With an indifferent expression, Ruan Yuan calmly replied, "I will hang a decoration on the door in the evening. If the decoration is there, it means I am home." Jiku stood quietly behind her, holding Simba, as they awaited the elevator together. At that moment, he gazed at Ruan Yuan, his eyes reflecting a mixture of helplessness and a hint of fondness. As the morning sun bathed the streets of London, despite the chill in the air, the sunlight enveloped the city in a warm glow. Ruan Yuan walked briskly towards the company,
her thoughts still preoccupied with her first day of reporting to work. Casually glancing back, she was taken aback to find Jika leisurely trailing behind her, holding onto Simba. This scene struck Ruan Yuan as utterly bewildering. Typically, Jika traveled either in a luxury car or drove himself. Today, he was walking to the company with Simba in tow. Jika followed her unhurriedly, dragging Simba along, who appeared to be relishing a leisurely stroll, as if on vacation. The dog sniffed this and that, exploring every mysterious corner along the way, occasionally barking at some inconspicuous spot. Then, as if suddenly reminded of something of great importance, Simba dashed ahead for a few steps, his short legs propelling him in a comical manner before he hurriedly caught up with Ruan Yuan, his antics eliciting a suppressed chuckle from her. Ruan Yuan stole a glance at Simba at her feet, stifling her laughter. She felt a sense of confusion. How could this person, who sometimes exuded an air of seriousness that deterred close proximity, also appear so carefree and unrestrained, lacking any semblance of a boss's authority? Ruan Yuan chose to ignore him, occasionally reminding Simba not to run into the street. Jika did not initiate conversation, merely trailing behind her at a leisurely pace. Throughout their walk, Ruan Yuan felt increasingly uneasy. Although the man followed closely, his lack of response left her uncertain about how to act. Meanwhile, Jika's heart was at ease, with her ahead and Simba by his side. This was the very scene he had often envisioned in his dreams over the past 6 months. He walked with a slight smile, following her at a languid pace. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at the Chushin Jewelry Design Company in London, situated in a modern building within the commercial district. The office was spacious and bright, featuring a minimalist yet stylish decor through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The breathtaking cityscape of London unfolded. The office showcased an array of exquisite jewelry designs, reflecting the company's strength and creativity. New colleagues were either immersed in their work at the computer or engaged in quiet discussions regarding design proposals. Upon seeing Jika and Ruan Yuan enter together, everyone greeted them with, "Good morning, Mr. G." Jika maintained a calm demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement before leading Simba directly to his office. Most of the staff were longtime employees from Guangdong Chushin, well aware of the young heir's status. They had grown accustomed to seeing him bring his beloved dog to work over the past few days. Jika's assistant followed him into the office and promptly relayed, "Notify everyone that a meeting will take place in half an hour." The assistant nodded and swiftly exited to convey the message in the office lobby. Once inside, Simba excitedly explored the office, circling around before settling into a cozy corner. Jika sat at his desk, contemplating the view outside. In the spacious and bright office lobby, administrative staff member Xiaoyi was diligently organizing documents when she noticed Ruan Yuan approaching. Her face instantly lit up with a warm smile as she hurried over. "Ruan Yuan, you've arrived, welcome." Xiaoyi spoke with a cheerful and friendly tone, guiding Ruan Yuan to her pre-prepared desk. "This is your workspace, and all the necessary supplies have been arranged for you." Within the office of London Chushin Jewelry, there were over 20 employees, nearly 20 of whom had been dispatched from the mainland. Communication primarily took place in Mandarin, while the newly hired foreign designers had yet to arrive. Xiaoyi then cleared her throat and raised her voice to address the colleagues in the lobby. "Everyone, please pause your work for a moment. This is Ruan Yuan, a graduate student from Central St. Martin's, and our new partner in the design team. Although she has just joined us, she has already produced remarkable works within our company. I believe her presence will infuse our team with fresh energy and creativity. Let's all extend our support and work together to elevate our company's endeavors." The colleagues, already aware of Ruan Yuan's impressive portfolio, ceased their tasks and turned their curious gazes toward her. Some smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, while others whispered amongst themselves about this young, talented new colleague. Feeling a bit bashful, Ruan Yuan's cheeks flushed as she smiled and waved at everyone, softly saying, "Hello, everyone. I am Ruan Yuan, and I look forward to your guidance." Chapter 67. The meeting. Half an hour later, the conference room was filled to capacity. Jika strode in with his long legs, his expression somewhat muted yet imbued with an unusual degree of seriousness and focus. Upon taking his seat, he addressed the assembly directly. "Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's meeting is to delineate the focal points of our forthcoming endeavors." His voice resonated with a newfound steadiness, echoing throughout the room. Instantly, all ears perked up, and the attendees listened intently to the heir's directives. Jika continued, "We find ourselves in London, the vanguard of fashion and art. Now that our company has just launched, it is imperative that we achieve remarkable performance to secure our foothold. The jewelry market in London is a veritable tapestry of diversity, marked by fierce competition. This city attracts the world's premier designers and brands, showcasing an array of styles that dazzle the senses. However, we must carve out our own niche amidst this sea of red. He paused briefly, allowing his gaze to sweep across the room, before resolutely continuing. My vision is for our design department to concentrate on the aesthetics of domestic gold jewelry in the upcoming phase. We will adeptly harness traditional craftsmanship, seamlessly merging our rich cultural heritage with cutting-edge modern design. Gold has, since ancient times, stood as an unequivocal symbol of wealth and nobility, while traditional craftsmanship embodies profound historical significance, showcasing unparalleled artistry. We aim to allow the vast consumer base in London to deeply appreciate the unique and captivating allure of our traditional techniques, establishing a realm that resonates with our original intentions through distinctive designs and exquisite craftsmanship.
At this moment, the design director nodded slightly, interjecting, "Mr.
Gee, this concept is indeed forward-thinking. The London market certainly necessitates unique elements to invigorate it, and the fusion of our traditional craftsmanship with contemporary design will undoubtedly attract significant attention. Our design team possesses the necessary strength and creativity to realize this objective." Another executive concurred. Indeed, this innovative design direction aligns perfectly with contemporary consumers' pursuit of traditional culture while also showcasing our company's unique style. I am confident that with exceptional pieces, we will achieve remarkable success.
Ruan Yuan, seated at the corner of the conference table, listened to Jika's discourse while inwardly pondering how has this engineering-minded individual suddenly become so knowledgeable about the jewelry industry. It appears he has indeed done his homework behind the scenes. She was also profoundly in agreement with Jika's vision. In her heart, gold jewelry has always held a distinct allure. Integrating traditional craftsmanship is akin to dusting off a precious pearl, allowing it to radiate its resplendent brilliance. She understood that traditional craftsmanship encompasses not merely exquisite skills but also a cultural legacy distilled over time. The delicate patterns and intricate carvings all narrate ancient tales. Ruan Yuan felt a deep sense of endorsement and admiration for Jika's concept. This was not merely a business decision, it was a cultural exchange and collision. In this cosmopolitan metropolis of London, allowing Western consumers to experience the charm of our traditional craftsmanship is undoubtedly a thrilling adventure. This endeavor could not only present new opportunities for the company but also showcase the prowess of Chinese jewelry design to the world. Ruan Yuan began to mentally sketch out her design plans. She envisioned using traditional auspicious motifs as the foundation, such as the rui, bats, phoenixes, and dragons, reinterpreted through modern design techniques. In terms of materials, she considered incorporating colorful gemstones alongside gold to enhance the jewelry's contemporary appeal. Simultaneously, she planned to focus on meticulous craftsmanship, paying attention to every detail to ensure that each piece becomes a work of art. She recognized that this endeavor was not just about preserving and innovating traditional craftsmanship but also about presenting the unique charm of Chinese jewelry design on the international stage. However, the current reality posed challenges, as the company only had its offices and direct stores in London, with the factory still located domestically. Ruan Yuan resolved to discuss with Su Li the possibility of delegating a master craftsman skilled in traditional techniques to come over. The craftsman could impart the essence and skills of their craft, collaborating with the designers to spark further creative inspiration. As the day's work drew to a close, night had fallen. At this moment, the streets of London were aglow with lights. Employees of the Chuxin Jewelry Company gathered in a cozy private room of a Chinese restaurant, laughter and joy resonating in the air. Inside the room, soft lighting illuminated every smiling face. Colleagues sat around a large round table, savoring delicious dishes while engaging in cheerful conversation. Ruan Yuan sat among them, smiling as she listened, her eyes sparkling with ease and delight. She occasionally nodded and softly chimed in, her demeanor effortlessly warm and approachable. Throughout the meal, Jiku exhibited no particular attention toward Ruan Yuan. However, Xin Ba remained at her feet, eagerly accepting her offerings. Observing this, colleagues teased, "Mr. Ji's dog seems to favor the young beauty." Jika merely smiled faintly, his expression enigmatic and difficult to decipher. As the gathering neared its conclusion, everyone departed with satisfied smiles. After the meal, Ruan Yuan prepared to head home, but Xin Ba instinctively followed her. With a sigh of resignation, Ruan Yuan grasped Xin Ba's leash and began to walk back, while Jika leisurely trailed behind. The restaurant was conveniently located adjacent to the company building, making the 10-minute walk home. On the way, the night in London was serene and beautiful, the streetlights twinkling like stars. Throughout the journey, Jiku remained largely silent, until Ruan Yuan paused to wait for Xanba, at which point he inquired, "How was your first day at work, are you adjusting well?" Ruan Yuan replied curtly, "It's all quite good." Upon arriving at the base of their apartment building, they spotted Yi Xiang quietly leaning against his car. His figure appeared somewhat desolate beneath the streetlights, his gaze fixed intently upon Ruan Yuan. Upon noticing Yi Xiang, Ruan Yuan handed the leash to Jiku and promptly greeted him warmly, "Brother Yi, what brings you here?" Yi Xiang offered a slight smile, raising the bag in his hand. "Auntie sent some specialty foods from Hong Kong. I brought them for you." As Yi Xiang lifted the bag, he only then noticed the man accompanying Ruan Yuan. In that instant, Jiku and Yi Xiang's eyes met, both menace expressions revealing a hint of wariness and scrutiny. Jiku's gaze was imbued with a trace of coldness, while Yi Xiang's eyes seemed to evaluate the significance of this suddenly appearing man in Ruan Yuan's life. Ruan Yuan accepted the items, smiling as she said, "Thank you for making the trip so late." Yi Xiang reached out, intending to affectionately ruffle her hair. However, before his hand could make contact, Ruan Yuan instinctively turned her head away. Subsequently, she smiled at Yi Xiang, saying, "It's getting late, you should head back. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Chapter 68 Yi Xiang's thoughts. Yi Xiang's hand awkwardly lingered in the air, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flashing across his eyes, quickly concealed beneath a veneer of composure. He managed a slight tug at the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that was somewhat forced as he uttered, "All right, then, make sure to rest early. We shall be in touch." Ruan Yuan waved him goodbye, and as she turned, Jiku seamlessly took the handbag from her grasp, subsequently handing her the leash for Simba. Ruan Yuan passed him the handbag, took hold of the leash, and trotted after the impatiently bounding Simba, making her way towards the apartment building with swift strides. The two exchanged no words, yet this scene was captured in its entirety by Yi Xiang, who had yet to board his vehicle. Once inside the car, he remained silent for an extended moment before finally starting the engine and driving away. Dragging his weary frame back to his apartment, the door clicked shut behind him, seemingly isolating him from the clamor and chaos of the outside world. He irritably yanked off his tie, tossing it aside with a gesture imbued with pent-up frustration. As he sank slowly into the softness of the sofa, his body enveloped by its cushions, he felt no semblance of comfort. Instead, his mind was a tempest, swirling with complex and forbidden emotions regarding Ruan Yuan. He recalled their first encounter on a sweltering summer day, when she had just graduated from elementary school and arrived in the port city, her frail figure appearing so delicate and helpless. In those days, she was reticent, quietly enduring the bullying from her younger sister, yet, her gaze bore an indomitable spirit, perhaps the very reason she never returned to the port city thereafter. Each time he witnessed his sister tormenting her, he merely looked on with indifference, far from lacking compassion, but rather burdened by the recent divorce of their father, who had swiftly remarried Ruan Yuan's mother, Su, instilling in him an inexplicable aversion toward Ruan Yuan. At that time, he never imagined that this little girl would one day stir tumult within his heart. Their recent encounter in London, however, had utterly shattered his perceptions. Ruan Yuan seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis, matured into a woman whose beauty was captivating to the point of being mesmerizing. Over the past 2 to 3 months, every smile and frown of hers had enchanted him, ensnaring his heart like a spell. Yi Xiang had never found himself so enamored by a woman. This sensation compelled him to draw near, to possess her, even at the cost of everything. Yet, reason doused his fervent emotions like a bucket of cold water. She was the daughter of his stepmother, and an insurmountable ethical chasm separated them. With his eyes closed, he succumbed to an endless internal struggle. He understood that such feelings were taboo, destined to be condemned by society, yet, his heart remained uncontrollably drawn to Ruan Yuan, each cell within him crying out in longing for her. "How can I possibly like her?" Yi Xiang murmured, his voice laden with anguish and conflict. "This is wrong, terribly wrong." He attempted to convince himself to relinquish this forbidden affection, yet the moment her visage crossed his mind, his resolve crumbled into dust. And the man who had just returned home with Ruan Yuan felt like a thorn, deeply embedded in his heart. Their synchrony was unmistakable, and the man's gaze towards him was tinged with disdain and coldness. Who was this man? What extraordinary bond did they share? Did Ruan Yuan harbor feelings for him? The mere thought of Ruan Yuan potentially liking someone else caused Yi Xiang's heart to ache unbearably. A few days later, as the workday concluded,
Yi Ziang invited Ruan Yuan to dinner. Meeting her directly at the foot of the office building, Ruan Yuan contemplated declining the offer, considering that Simba was waiting for her to take him out for a stroll, but recalling their previous conversation, she felt it inappropriate to back out. Yi Ziang intentionally brought her to the Cantonese restaurant they had visited last time, hoping the familiar setting might lend him a semblance of peace. Once seated, an undercurrent of tension enveloped the atmosphere.
Yi Ziang hesitated several times, ultimately broaching the subject with subtlety. Who was the man you walked home with the other night?
His gaze, seemingly casual, was in fact intently fixed on Ruan Yuan's reaction. Ruan Yuan momentarily froze, then swiftly masked the truth, casually responding, Jiku was merely my colleague, we both reside in the company's single apartments. Yi Ziang felt a wave of relief wash over him, the oppressive gloom that had weighed upon him dissipating considerably. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he pressed on, the man seemed quite decent. Do you have any plans to date? Upon uttering this question, his heart began to race involuntarily, anxiously awaiting her reply.
Ruan Yuan answered without hesitation, no. She then turned the question back to him, what about you, do you have a girlfriend? Yi Ziang paused for a moment before responding, no, but there is someone I like. The admission left a bitter taste in his mouth. To harbor feelings for his father's stepdaughter, this taboo emotion, how could he dare to voice it? Most importantly, he was uncertain if Ruan Yuan held any affection for him. Ruan Yuan regarded him as a brother, her smile encouraging as she said, you're not getting any younger. If you like someone, go for it, don't let someone else snatch her away. My classmate Chen Su once had a crush on a girl but didn't pursue her, and in the end, a junior swept in. Yi Ziang felt a tumult of emotions rising within him. How he longed to pursue his affections for Ruan Yuan as freely as she suggested, yet, their relationship felt like shackles, binding him tightly. He thought, if only they were not bound by such ties, he would undoubtedly confess his feelings and embrace her tightly. However, reality was cruel, and he could only bury his emotions deep within, enduring the pain and helplessness alone. Yi Ziang's gaze dimmed, a bitter smile tugging at his lips, as he silently sighed. After dinner, Yi Ziang proposed, it's still early, shall we go watch a movie? Ruan Yuan, recalling Simba, frowned slightly and gently declined, Brother Yi, I'm a bit tired today and would like to head back. Seeing the fatigue etched on Ruan Yuan's face, Yi Ziang refrained from insisting further and drove her back to the apartment. As she was about to exit the car, he furrowed his brow slightly, concern flickering in his eyes as he softly remarked, has your mother mentioned anything? This year, I won't be returning to the port city for the spring festival. Since you're here, they'll be making a trip. Ruan Yuan was taken aback. Su had never mentioned this during their phone conversations. It had been nearly a decade since she last saw her mother, and now she would have the chance to see her thanks to Yi Ziang. Yet, she felt no anticipation, only a sense of reluctance regarding Su's impending visit to London. Forcing a smile, her expression marked by resignation, she replied, all right, I understand. Yi Ziang, aware of the distant relationship she had with her mother, sighed softly, a sympathetic smile gracing his features as he said, we'll see how it goes when they arrive. Chapter 69. Ill intentions. Ruan Yuan, dragging her slightly weary body, slowly made her way into the apartment. Upon reaching her doorstep, she was turning the key when the lock emitted a faint click. Just then, a cheerful woof suddenly rang out from behind her. Simba, wagging his tail joyfully, dashed through the door like a whirlwind, rushing into Ruan Yuan's home instantly. A gentle smile blossomed on Ruan Yuan's face, alleviating some of her fatigue in that very moment. As she entered, she softly called for Simba. Upon hearing her call, Simba promptly rushed over. Ruan Yuan crouched down, tenderly stroking Simba's head, and softly remarked, Simba, do you possess the gift of keen hearing, always waiting for my return? After speaking, Ruan Yuan stood up and returned to the doorway, glancing sideways at the neighboring apartment. The door remained ajar, yet there was no sign of Jiku. Ruan Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief, secretly grateful, as she had no desire for further interaction with Jiku. However, with Simba present, she found it impossible to completely avoid contact. Thus, Ruan Yuan stepped inside, took out a piece of paper, and quickly jotted down a note saying, Simba will be staying in my room tonight. Then, she approached Jiku's door and carefully affixed the note, making sure to minimize any sound. After completing this task, Ruan Yuan swiftly turned and hurried back to her own room to avoid an encounter with him. Once Ruan Yuan had entered her own home, Jiku, who had been quietly waiting in the adjacent room, slightly curved his lips into a faint smile.
He slowly exited his apartment, his gaze landing on the note that Ruan Yuan had just placed. After studying it for a while, he extended his hand, gently tearing off the note and tenderly tucking it into his jacket pocket before turning to head towards the elevator. Having just finished her evening routine, Ruan Yuan sat on the sofa, weaving a pendant. Beside her, Simba was savoring a piece of jerky. At that moment, a video call request from Lin Zhou'er suddenly chimed in. Ever since Ruan Yuan arrived in London, they had been having several video calls each week. However, this time, it had been a week since they last connected. Ruan Yuan smiled as she clicked to answer, and Lin Zhou'er's excited face appeared on the screen. "Ah Yuan, how have you been lately?" she exclaimed.
Ruan Yuan responded with a smile, "Not bad, I've started working at Chuxin, how about you?"
Lin Zhou'er proudly lifted her chin, beaming as she said, "I've just landed the role of the second female lead in a period martial arts drama, and I'm currently at the film studio." Surprise flickered in Ruan Yuan's eyes. "You seem quite pleased with this project."
"Congratulations!" Lin Zhou'er squinted her eyes in delight.
"Yes, the novel this drama is based on is incredibly popular. Although I'm just the second female lead, the role is quite challenging. I have a feeling this drama will be a huge hit."
"As for my own popularity, that remains to be seen." Ruan Yuan chuckled, "If it's challenging, it's bound to succeed, our Zhou'er is about to shine." Just as Ruan Yuan spoke, Simba unexpectedly dashed into the frame.
Perhaps recognizing the familiar faces on the phone, Simba pressed his large face close, curiously staring at the screen. Lin Zhou'er widened her eyes, exclaiming in disbelief, "Wait, am I seeing this correctly?
How is Simba in London, and right beside you?"
With a soft sigh, Ruan Yuan explained, "Well, it's a long story. Jiku is also in London. He is now a shareholder of Chuxin and my neighbor, so Simba often comes over to my place."
Lin Zhou'er frowned, saying, "Jiku?
That scoundrel, how could he invest in Chuxin? He must have ulterior motives." Ruan Yuan gently shook her head, replying, "Not necessarily. Aside from leaving some food at my doorstep, he hasn't done anything else. He seems to be just a straightforward boss and an ordinary friend." Lin Zhou'er was unconvinced that Jiku would suddenly venture into a different industry and come to London. She angrily asserted, "Don't be deceived by appearances. He would never invest in Chuxin without reason." Ruan Yuan smiled, reassuring her, "I know. Rest assured, I won't fall into the same trap twice. If things get too complicated, I'll just save up a bit and terminate the contract." Seeing that Ruan Yuan still retained her clarity of thought, Lin Zhou'er felt relieved.
The two chatted back and forth for a while longer before reluctantly ending the video call. That night, Jiku did not, as usual, knock on the door to retrieve the dog.
However, early the next morning, a crisp knocking sound echoed. Ruan Yuan opened the door to find Jiku standing there, offering her a breakfast. He then inquired, "I've been busy at Curson Technology these past few days.
Should I leave Simba here with you, or would you prefer I keep him locked up at home?"
Ruan Yuan pondered for a moment, slightly furrowing her brows before responding, "Perhaps it would be better to leave him here.
It's closer to the company, and I can return at noon."
Jiku nodded, still extending the breakfast towards her. However, Ruan Yuan did not accept it. As she prepared to close the door, she remarked, "You don't need to buy me breakfast or leave things on my doorstep.
It's inappropriate." With that, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. "Wow, how cool."
Jiku sighed helplessly, gazing at the breakfast he had painstakingly prepared for over half an hour. He then turned and walked towards the elevator. The two had been living here for nearly a week. Aside from the first day when they walked to work together, Ruan Yuan had been deliberately avoiding him whenever she left the house. Even if they occasionally crossed paths, their interactions remained courteous and polite. The company, it was needless to say, her smiles were reserved solely for Simba. Jiku had attempted to knock on her door for a conversation, but upon seeing him through the peephole, she had given no response whatsoever. He had even purchased various treats and hung them at her door, but even by the next day, those bags remained untouched, still hanging there. During this week, their relationship truly resembled that of distant neighbors or an unacquainted boss and employee. Yet, throughout this week, the happiest one was undoubtedly Simba. Jiku was filled with envy and frustration towards this golden retriever. Not only was it well taken care of, but it also received affectionate cuddles from Ruan Yuan. Watching Simba prance joyfully before him, Jiku felt an inexplicable surge of frustration. He had already spent nearly 10 days in London. With the year-end approaching, calls urging him to return home bombarded him like a barrage of cannon fire. one after another.
However, he and Ruan Yuan had made no progress whatsoever. That little woman had clearly drawn a line between them. If it weren't for the fact that he had brought Simba along this time, Jiko could confidently assert that she wouldn't even give him a glance, let alone engage him in conversation. Although he could now see her every day, Jika's desires extended far beyond mere sight. He longed to embrace her, to kiss her, to share a bed with her, to whisk her back home. At this moment, Jiko lay on the sofa in the Curson Technology office, dressed in a casual windbreaker and jeans, with his long legs sprawled out on the sofa. He bore no semblance of a boss. Jiko's brows were tightly knitted, his gaze revealing signs of agitation and unease, encapsulating a man burdened with heavy thoughts, enveloped in an atmosphere of low pressure. Chapter 70. The Su family's Xiang Nani had long since grown accustomed to his black face. As for the matters between him and Ruan Yuan, Xiang Nani had pieced together a rough outline of the underlying story through a series of probing questions, akin to squeezing toothpaste. He sighed inwardly. If you don't cause trouble, you won't meet with disaster, yet you have foolishly brought a child into the fray, making your pursuit of her exceedingly challenging. Although he entertained such thoughts, he did not voice them. As Jiko, both his boss and brother, it was only natural to encourage him in his romantic endeavors. Thus, Xiang Nani offered his advice. In my opinion, you ought to abandon your boiling frog approach. Instead, orchestrate a grand scene of royal abduction, binding her to your side. As he spoke, he animatedly gestured with his hands, imagining himself as the formidable protagonist in a tale of passion. Jika shot him a disdainful glance, his face darkened with irritation. If you can't speak wisely, then please remain silent. Silence was not an option for Xiang Nani. He crossed his arms defiantly. What good does it do to moan and groan here? Jika furrowed his brow, irritatedly rubbing his temples. If I had a solution, would I still be here with you? A spark of inspiration flickered in Xiang Nani's mind. How about employing a strategy of feigned suffering? Pretend to be ill or injured to elicit her sympathy and rekindle old flames. This tactic might have worked in the past, but Jika knew Ruan Yuan too well. She had truly given up on their relationship. Jika scoffed. That tactic is futile now. With no further options, Xiang Nani expressed his exasperation. What exactly do you intend to do? Just sitting here waiting is hardly likely to win her back. Jika sat up, massaging his forehead. I do have a notion, but the crux lies in how to persuade her to return home. Xiang Nani rolled his eyes. Return home? You haven't even wooed her back yet, and you think she'll come back with you? You're dreaming. Too weary to engage further, Jika glared at him. Get lost, go wherever you need to be, just don't linger before me. Xiang Nani chuckled in irritation, gesturing around their surroundings. Boss, this is my office. Jika dismissed him with indifference, closing his eyes in frustration. You do remember I'm the boss, so hurry up and leave. I need to lie down. In January, London seemed shrouded in a veil of grey, the biting cold wind slicing through the air like a sharp blade, compelling one to wrap their thick coat tightly around themselves. The airport terminal bustled with people, a cacophony of voices and hurried footsteps intertwining. Outside the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, planes ascended and descended, carrying the hopes and longings of travelers to distant lands. On this day, Ruan Yuan's mother, Su Su, her stepfather Yi Zhangwen, and her stepsister Yi Zhenjin, all arrived together in London. Yi Xiang had arrived at the airport early, awaiting their arrival. Tall and striking, he possessed an air of composure and wisdom in his gaze. Dressed in a long black overcoat with a high collar and a grey scarf wrapped around his neck, he stood out distinctly in the crowd. Before long, Su Su, Yi Zhangwen, and Yi Zhenjin emerged, pushing their luggage ahead of them. Despite being 45, Su Su remained an exceptionally beautiful middle-aged woman. Her skin was fair and delicate, and though fine lines adorned the corners of her eyes, they did little to diminish her allure. She bore a striking resemblance to Ruan Yuan, her bright and enchanting eyes retaining their charm. Clad in an elegant beige overcoat cinched at the waist with a matching belt, she accentuated her slender figure. Her hair was neatly styled in an updo, adorned with a delicate hairpin, exuding an undeniable grace. Yi Zhangwen presented the image of a refined businessman, dressed in a well-tailored dark wool suit, impeccably pressed without a crease in sight. He operated several renowned traditional herbal medicine shops in the harbor city, establishments that had been passed down through generations and continued to thrive through the test of time. While the family may not be extraordinarily wealthy, they were well known in the harbor city, enjoying a stable clientele and a solid reputation. Yi Zhenjin donned a fashionable short skirt paired with a fluffy outer coat, her long legs on display. Her face bore a meticulously applied makeup, her lips painted a vibrant hue,
However, her expression was one of irritation, her brow slightly furrowed, pouting as if dissatisfied with everything around her. Yi Ziang approached them with a warm smile. Dad, Auntie, Jinjin, you must be exhausted from the journey. Yi Jinjin mumbled, brother. This wretched place is freezing. Outside the airport, the cold wind howled mercilessly, indeed stinging their faces. Accustomed to the harbor city's year-round average temperature of around 20 degrees, they found the sudden chill difficult to bear. Susu smiled at her, adjusting her fluffy coat. Jinjin, let your brother take us to eat first, it won't be cold at the restaurant. Yi Zhangwen looked kindly at his daughter. All right, no more complaints.
Let's go eat. Everyone's hungry.
Yi Ziang swiftly pushed the luggage ahead, leading them toward his car. As they walked, he remarked, London's winters can be quite chilly, especially after being accustomed to the harbor city's climate. However, after spending years here, I've grown accustomed to it. In fact, the cold has its own merits. Yi Ziang drove his family to a local British restaurant, the interior of which was beautifully decorated, with soft lighting creating a warm ambience. The gentle glow illuminated the wooden tables and chairs, fostering a cozy atmosphere. Outside, pedestrians hurried along the streets of London, vehicles flowing ceaselessly. As they dined, Yi Jinjin critiqued the food. This is awful.
Not even close to the restaurants in the harbor city. Susu gently encouraged her. Jinjin, if this doesn't suit your taste, I'll cook for you at home tomorrow.
Yet, Yi Jinjin continued to grumble. Yi Zhangwen, accustomed to indulging his daughter, allowed her to express her dissatisfaction as long as it wasn't a major issue. Susu, having long since grown accustomed to placating her, remained unfazed by the complaints. Yi Ziang quietly observed his family's indulgence toward his sister, feeling a twinge of helplessness. At that moment, his thoughts drifted to Ruan Yuan. He pondered how she had managed to navigate her childhood without her parents by her side. After their meal, they returned to Yi Ziang's London apartment. The spacious and bright apartment, nearly 200 square meters, was decorated with a warm touch. The living room boasted a soft sofa and large windows, allowing sunlight to pour in, creating a sense of warmth. Artworks adorned the walls, adding a touch of culture to the space. Outside, the cityscape of London unfolded, with ancient architecture juxtaposed against modern skyscrapers. Having lived in London for many years, excelling in both his studies and career, Yi Ziang had earned enough to purchase this apartment. With his family visiting, there was no need for them to stay elsewhere. The apartment was more than sufficient for their needs. Chapter 71 Home Feast. As soon as Susu exited the airport, she began to lament that Ruan Yuan had not come to greet her, exclaiming, how could a Yuan be so inconsiderate? We traveled such a long distance. Susu furrowed her brow slightly, her face betraying her displeasure. Yi Zhangwen attempted to console her, saying, do not be upset, perhaps Ruan Yuan is genuinely occupied with work. However, Yi Jinjin scoffed, she probably did it on purpose. Yi Jinjin pouted, her expression one of discontent. Yi Ziang, well aware that his sister had never had a fondness for Ruan Yuan, was determined not to allow Yi Jinjin to bully her any further. He frowned slightly and advised, Ruan Yuan only just started working at this company during her time off. She truly cannot get away. Yi Jinjin, you should not always hold such a strong grudge against her. Susu herself was not particularly bothered. After years of separation from her daughter, she had grown accustomed to it. Her primary grievance was that Ruan Yuan had not shown her any respect. Even with Yi Zhangwen present, Ruan Yuan did not make an appearance. The more she dwelled on it, the angrier she became, prompting her to call Ruan Yuan immediately. When the call connected, Susu suppressed her irritation and said, Yuan, we have arrived in London, come to Ziang's house for dinner tomorrow night. Upon hearing her mother's insistence, Ruan Yuan thought to herself. After nearly a decade apart, it seems unavoidable. Though reluctant, she could only acquiesce. Mom, I will come over after work tomorrow. The following day, after work, the city was aglow with lights, and the cold wind howled outside. With a heart full of mixed emotions, Ruan Yuan arrived at Yi Ziang's home as promised. Since the age of 4, she had been sent back to her grandmother's house by Susu. A year later, when her grandmother passed away, she had moved in with her aunt. At the age of 11, she had spent a fortnight in the port city, and after that, she had never seen Susu again. After nearly 11 years apart, she had nearly forgotten what Susu looked like. Standing at the doorstep now, her feelings were tumultuous, as if she were about to step into a foreign world. To her, Susu was now merely Yi Jinjin and Yi Ziang's mother. They were the true family. As the door opened, Susu's familiar yet strange visage appeared before her. Gazing upon her tall and graceful daughter, Susu was deeply moved.
Girls change so much as they grow. My daughter has truly blossomed.
With exquisite features and fair skin, she resembled a blooming flower. While her appearance mostly mirrored Susu's, her demeanor and the personality Susu had gleaned through phone calls strikingly resembled that of her late father. A complex array of emotions flickered in Susu's eyes: surprise, nostalgia, and a hint of guilt. The two women did not engage in overly affectionate gestures, nor did they express the exhilaration of a long-awaited reunion. Susu merely raised the corners of her mouth slightly and smiled. "Come in." Ruan Yuan felt an indescribable sensation in her heart. She softly called out "Mom" and entered the house, carrying a gift box. Upon hearing the door open, Yi Zhangwen emerged from within, his face beaming with a warm smile, his eyes radiating kindness and affection. He looked at Ruan Yuan and said, "A Yuan has arrived. Indeed, you have transformed, growing more like your mother. Your mother has prepared a feast, eagerly awaiting your arrival." The fragrant aroma of food wafted through the air. Susu had prepared an extensive array of Hong Kong-style dishes, each dish a feast for the senses. Stepfather Yi Zhangwen, with a beaming smile, warmly invited Ruan Yuan. "A Yuan, come sit down, there is no need to stand on ceremony here." Ruan Yuan knew that Yi Zhangwen was a decent person, albeit overly indulgent of his own children. Towards her, this stepfather had always been polite and courteous. Yi Zhangwen was already seated at the dining table, her gaze fixed on Ruan Yuan the moment she stepped inside. Watching Ruan Yuan's captivating beauty, jealousy ignited fiercely within her. Yi Zhangwen pouted slightly, her face etched with displeasure, and greeted her with a tone laced with sarcasm. "Long time no see, A Yuan." Observing Yi Zhangwen's caustic demeanor, Yi Ziang quickly urged everyone to take their seats. "A Yuan, don't just stand there. Please sit down and eat." As Ruan Yuan slowly took her seat, her gaze fell upon the table laden with food, and an indescribable bitterness surged within her. She could no longer recall the taste of her mother's cooking, yet now, her mother had bestowed all her affection upon another's child. In the years they had been apart, she had convinced herself that it did not matter, viewing this person as a mere afterthought. However, upon truly seeing Susu at that moment, a tumult of complex emotions crashed over her like an overturned bottle of flavors. Susu, equally unfamiliar with Ruan Yuan, filled the silence with mundane questions during the meal. "Is your new job busy? You seem to be taller than Zhangwen. How is the weather in London?" Ruan Yuan responded in a subdued manner, and the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Yet, as Susu conversed with Ruan Yuan, she naturally continued to serve Yi Zhangwen, offering her dishes and peeling shrimp. Despite the years of separation, Ruan Yuan could easily imagine how her mother would unreservedly dote on Yi Zhangwen. Just 1 year apart in age, Yi Zhangwen had been raised by Susu, and their mother-daughter bond was evident. Why Yi Zhangwen seemed to harbor an innate animosity towards Ruan Yuan. She slightly lifted her chin and provocatively remarked, "A Yuan, studying abroad in London must cost quite a bit. Is it all funded by your mother?" When she spoke, her gaze held a hint of challenge, her lips curling into a sly smile. The moment those words left her mouth, an uncomfortable tension enveloped the table. In truth, Susu had contributed a total of 300,000 for Ruan Yuan's university education, and she was entirely unaware of Ruan Yuan's study abroad plans, let alone having funded it. However, the mention of 300,000 made it seem as though she had secretly provided Ruan Yuan with substantial financial support. A wave of anxiety washed over Susu. She feared Yi Zhangwen might be displeased or overthink the situation. She had not anticipated Zhangwen speaking so thoughtlessly. This was not merely putting Ruan Yuan in a difficult position but also herself. As Susu's expression shifted slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of reproach, though she hesitated to unleash her frustrations in front of everyone. She nervously glanced at Yi Zhangwen, attempting to decipher his thoughts from his expression, secretly lamenting how Zhangwen could be so inconsiderate, and pondering how to remedy this situation. Unable to admonish Yi Zhangwen directly, she instead chastised Ruan Yuan for not staying in the country and for choosing to study abroad at such a high cost. Thus, in an attempt to rectify the situation, Susu's expression darkened as she sternly addressed Ruan Yuan. "Look at you, making decisions without consulting anyone, running off to study in London without even informing me or uncle. As a girl, where did you acquire the funds for this study abroad?" Her eyes brimmed with reproach and her tone carried an accusatory weight. As her words hung in the air, she felt it necessary to add, "What is the purpose of a girl studying so much? A bachelor's degree is more than sufficient to enter the workforce. Ultimately, a girl should seek a good match. Why must you spend so much money to study abroad? Your father and aunt studied just as much, yet it was of no use."
Chapter 72.
The breakup. Susu's words struck like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into Ruan Yuan's heart. Her expression was indifferent, her gaze devoid of warmth, as if she were reprimanding an ignorant child. At that moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant became exceedingly tense, heavy with an oppressive air. Ruan Yuan bit her lip tightly, her complexion turning pale in an instant, her eyes flashing with anger, grievance, and defiance. She could hardly believe that her mother would utter such words. She could speak of herself, but it was utterly unacceptable to speak ill of her father and aunt. The turmoil within Ruan Yuan resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Known for her good temper, she was no longer the timid girl who had once remained silent when Yi Zhenjin had cut her hair. Taking a deep breath, Ruan Yuan boldly retorted, "How can you speak of them in such a manner? It is only natural for you to nurture your own daughter. Your affection for others' children is entirely voluntary. You know full well that I have never asked you for money since I came to London, so on what grounds do you criticize my father and aunt?" Susu was acutely aware that her daughter was far from the weakling she appeared to be, yet she was taken aback by Ruan Yuan's audacity to confront her in front of the family. Whether she was genuinely enraged or merely putting on a show for her stepfather was unclear. At that moment, Susu's eyes were red-rimmed with suppressed tears as she sobbed, "Ruan Yuan, you've grown up now, started working, and earned money, so you think you're something special? Although I haven't been there to raise you, every month's living expenses were provided by me. After all the education you've received, is this how you treat your mother? Don't you have any conscience?" Susu's voice trembled slightly, her face a portrait of grievance and sorrow, tears welling in her eyes as if they might spill over at any moment. She bit her lip tightly, disappointment and heartache evident in her gaze, as if she were profoundly let down by Ruan Yuan's actions. The tension in the restaurant escalated, with Yi Zhenjin furrowing his brow, his eyes filled with concern, unsure how to mediate between the mother and daughter. He spoke in a deep voice, "Susu, perhaps you should say less." Meanwhile, Yi Zhenjin watched the scene unfold with a sense of schadenfreude, secretly relishing the spectacle. Ruan Yuan observed Susu's demeanor, incredulous that she would use her years of living expenses as a point of contention, as if she were a mere 3-year-old who understood nothing. The flames of anger ignited within Ruan Yuan, the grievances she had held for so long surging forth like a tidal wave. Though she had never demanded acknowledgement for her years of suffering from Susu, the latter's words felt like an affront. This time, Ruan Yuan would not shy away. She refused to retreat. Raising her chin slightly, her eyes filled with defiance, she met Susu's gaze without fear. She did not lose control of her emotions nor raise her voice. Instead, she spoke in a calm and detached tone. "To be precise, I was raised on my father's money. After his passing, you sold his house and took his savings and insurance money. Was that not sufficient to support me until I graduated from university? Reflect on your own conscience. Since I was 4, how much of your attention have you truly given me? Where was your heart all those years?" Ruan Yuan's gaze was steady and resolute, as if she were merely stating an objective truth. After speaking, she slowly rose from her seat, casting a tranquil glance over the table's occupants, her expression devoid of emotion. "Do not presume that I grew up on your money. I owe nothing to anyone. Since all of this is feigned sincerity without any emotional foundation, there is no need for pretenses before me. My growth was not merely a product of financial support. What I lack cannot be compensated by anyone." With that, she picked up her bag and swiftly made her way to the door. "Ruan Yuan, who taught you this?" Susu stood up as well, at a loss for words, seething with anger, suspecting that her daughter had learned about her father's money from her aunt. Ruan Yuan stepped outside with determined strides, showing no hesitation or regret. She no longer wished to be entangled with such a mother. It was long overdue. Ruan Yuan's resolute words and departure rendered the atmosphere in the restaurant suffocatingly tense. Susu was left speechless, fully aware that Ruan Yuan's assertions were rooted in truth, leaving her with no ground to stand on. Yi Zhenjin observed the charged scene, letting out a deep sigh of resignation. His brow furrowed, worry and discomfort evident in his expression. Caught between his stepmother and sister on one side and the person he cared about, Ruan Yuan, on the other, he felt utterly conflicted. Rising gently, Yi Zhenjin exclaimed, "I'll go see her off." After descending the stairs and walking a short distance, he finally spotted Ruan Yuan by the roadside. She stood there quietly, her back to him, clad in a cream-colored down jacket with a khaki scarf, standing out against the dreary weather. Yi Zhenjin approached slowly, his eyes filled with pity and concern. Tentatively, he reached out as if to comfort her by placing a hand on her shoulder, but hesitated and withdrew. In a soft, helpless tone, he said, "Yuan, please don't be angry. After all, she is your mother." Her words may have been harsh, but she does care about you. Ruan Yuan abruptly turned around, her eyes brimming with resentment and fury.
She bit her lip. Mother, has she ever regarded me as her daughter?
Seeing Ruan Yuan's heart-wrenching expression, Yi Ziang felt a pang of sorrow and lowered his head slightly, speaking softly. Ruan Yuan, I understand your grievances, but she is an elder.
Can we try to understand her?
Ruan Yuan shook her head vigorously, tears glistening in her eyes. I cannot understand. She can criticize me, but she has no right to speak ill of my father and aunt.
Recognizing Ruan Yuan's steadfastness, Yi Ziang realized he could not sway her.
Helplessly, he let his hands fall, wishing to embrace her. Then let me drive you home, he offered. Ruan Yuan defiantly turned her head away, wiping the corners of her eyes. No need, I can go back by myself. With that, she turned and walked towards the roadside, hailing a taxi. Yi Ziang stood rooted in place, watching the taxi disappear into the distance, his heart heavy with worry and sorrow. He furrowed his brow and let out a long sigh before turning back upstairs. Exhausted in body and spirit, Ruan Yuan returned to her apartment. As the door creaked open, Xianba joyfully bounded over, tail wagging furiously. However, Ruan Yuan paid him no mind. Her mind echoed with Su Su's hurtful words and years of pent-up resentment. She walked directly to the sofa and collapsed into it, staring vacantly ahead. The more she thought about it, the more discomforting it became. Su Su's words were like sharp thorns, deeply embedding themselves into her heart. Her feelings of grievance surged like a flood breaking through a dam, and she could no longer contain her tears. They flowed freely, like pearls strung on a broken thread, her shoulders trembling slightly. Since returning from Hong Kong after graduating elementary school, she had not cried over Su Su. Though they had not spent much time together over the years, she had long recognized that her mother was an exceedingly selfish person. In pursuit of her own marital happiness, Su Su would unhesitatingly disregard the feelings of her own daughter. Chapter 73. Lin Zhou were injured at the tender age of 11. Ruan Yuan came to a profound understanding of this truth. Yet, despite her awareness, who among daughters would not yearn for the love and care of their own mothers, the grievances she had silently harbored over the years weighed heavily on her heart, as she bore the anguish of this absent affection alone. Such emotional outbursts could be ignited by merely a few hurtful words from Su Xu. In that moment, Ruan Yuan felt a pain so intense it rendered her breathless. She numbly slid from the sofa to the carpet, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Ruan Yuan bit her lip, striving to stifle her sobs, yet the sorrow within her surged like an unstoppable tide. Xianba, sensing her distress, barked incessantly by her side, as if protesting on her behalf. In the adjacent room, Jiku was quietly perusing domestic emails when he suddenly heard Xianba's uncharacteristically persistent barking. A frown creased his brow, and a flicker of concern surged within him. Hastily setting down his laptop, Jiku strode to Ruan Yuan's door and knocked. The sound of his knuckles rapping against the door echoed loudly in the still corridor. After an extended period of knocking, Ruan Yuan finally opened the door, her eyes reddened and filled with despair. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, her complexion pale, and her gaze was awash with helplessness and sorrow. Upon seeing her in such a state, Jika's heart tightened with empathy. Without hesitation, he opened his arms and enveloped Ruan Yuan in a tight embrace, his hand gently stroking her hair in a tender and comforting manner. His eyes brimmed with concern and worry as he whispered in her ear, "What happened? Who has wronged you?" His tone was laced with urgency. Ruan Yuan's tears began to flow once more, her cries resonating in the air, while Jiko held her close, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within him. He was uncertain of the cause behind Ruan Yuan's distress, yet he felt a profound ache in his heart. In the 2 years they had been together, he had never witnessed Ruan Yuan so vulnerable and heartbroken. In that moment, Ruan Yuan was oblivious to whether the embrace was appropriate. Instead, she cried out loud, feeling even more aggrieved. She clutched Jika's shirt tightly, as if it were her sole lifeline. Thus, Ruan Yuan wept in Jika's arms for a considerable time, her tears soaking his clothing. Perhaps it was in this moment of utter fragility that Jika's presence offered her warmth and solace. After a prolonged period of weeping, as her sobs gradually subsided and her rationality began to return, Ruan Yuan finally registered that this warm and familiar embrace belonged to Jiku. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and in a flurry of embarrassment, she pushed him away. Quickly wiping her tear-stained face, she hoarsely declared, "I'm fine." With that, she seized the opportunity while Jiku was caught off guard and shoved him out the door. Jiku, still processing the sudden turn of events, found himself unceremoniously ejected, yet the pang of concern lingered heavily in his chest. He understood that Ruan Yuan could not have collapsed emotionally without reason. prompting him to dial the bodyguard's number. In a corner of the film studio, sunlight cascaded over the ancient architecture as Lin Zhou immersed herself in the filming of a period fantasy drama. Clad in a delicate lavender gown, her flowing skirts evoked the image of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her long, inky hair was elegantly pinned up with exquisite hair accessories, with a few strands cascading delicately by her cheeks, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Today, her meticulously crafted makeup accentuated her striking features, particularly her eyes, which sparkled with a resolute brilliance akin to icy stars. In this production, Lin Zhou portrayed a highly skilled Avenger, currently suspended in the air, preparing for a fierce combat scene. At the director's cue, she seamlessly transitioned into character, her face radiating focus. With the sound of the scene marker, she soared gracefully through the air, her sword glinting menacingly as she wielded it with flair. However, at that moment, the wire suspending her suddenly malfunctioned. The taut steel cable emitted a shocking bang. Lin Zhou, who had been poised elegantly in mid-air, instantly lost her balance. A flicker of shock crossed her eyes, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear. Like a kite severed from its string, her body plummeted downward. The wind rushed past her ears, tangling her hair in its wake. Desperately, she flailed her arms, seeking something to grasp to halt her descent, but all around her was an abyss of nothingness. As her fall accelerated, time seemed to elongate. She could vividly perceive the terrified faces of onlookers below, their mouths agape in horror, their gasps piercing the air. The ground rushed towards her, and she could even discern the minute particles scattered across its surface. In that critical moment, she closed her eyes in despair, bracing for the impending agony and the unknown. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the film studio. The unexpected calamity sent the crew into a frenzy, all rushing towards Lin Zhou. She lay on the ground, her face pale and contorted in pain. A sharp agony radiated from her lower leg, swiftly followed by a terrifying numbness, as if that region had lost all sensation. A foreboding premonition surged within her, a voice insisting that her leg bone was likely fractured. The searing pain intertwined with the subsequent numbness made it painfully clear that she was gravely injured.
Call for an ambulance. When the director arrived and noted her distressing condition, he shouted urgently, his voice tinged with desperation. The entire crew was thrown into chaos, frantically preparing to transport Lin Zhou to the hospital. Meanwhile, at a business banquet, Gu Yanli was engaged in lively conversation with several partners when his phone rang. Noticing that the caller was the director of Lin Zhou's drama, an unsettling feeling welled up within him. Upon answering, he learned of Lin Zhou's accident and that she was en route to the hospital. Gu Yanli's complexion drained of color, his heart constricting painfully. "I will be there immediately," he exclaimed before hastily explaining to his business associates that he had an urgent matter to attend to, swiftly departing the gathering. Gu Yanli raced to the hospital, his footsteps hurried and frantic, his expression was grim, brows furrowed, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. As he stepped into the hospital, the sterile scent of disinfectant assaulted his senses, yet it did little to alleviate the anxiety gnawing at his heart. With a sense of urgency, Gu Yanli scanned the crowd, and upon learning that Lin Zhou was in the treatment room, he strode purposefully in that direction. Chapter 74 Heartache. When Gu Yanli arrived outside the treatment room, he was met with Lin Zhou's heart-wrenching cries of pain emanating from within, causing his own heart to ache in sympathy. This girl, usually so cheerful, must be grievously injured to be screaming in such agony. Gu Yanli's expression darkened progressively, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead in anger. His gaze was fixed on the door of the treatment room, as if he could see the circumstances inside through the barrier. The director of the film crew had just returned from a phone call and, upon noticing Gu Yanli's presence, quickly called out, "Mr. Gu." Gu Yanli turned, his eyes brimming with fury and anxiety. "What on earth is happening? What did the doctor say?" The director answered cautiously. "The doctor stated that her calf bone is fractured. They need to first reset the bone and wait for the swelling to subside before proceeding with surgery, which will require the assistance of steel pins and plates. The swelling may take anywhere from 3 to 6 days to diminish." Upon hearing this, and listening to Lin Zhou's anguished cries, Gu Yanli felt as though his heart was being twisted in a vice. He turned to the director, speaking in a low, stern voice, "The staff from the wire team must be thoroughly investigated. If it turns out that their negligence caused this, they shall never work in this industry again." Such a significant incident demanded accountability. Moreover, when Lin Zhou first joined the crew, Gu Yanli had specifically instructed everyone to take good care of her, and the director certainly could not afford to offend him. The director hurriedly responded, "Yes, I will take care of it."
At that moment, Gu Yanli noticed a doctor in a white coat exiting the treatment room. He quickly approached the doctor, urgency lacing his tone.
"Why is she still in pain? Why hasn't she been given any medication?" The young doctor, startled by Gu Yanli's imposing demeanor, stammered, "Should we administer some anesthetic?" Upon hearing that anesthetics could be used, Gu Yanli erupted in anger. If anesthetics can be used, why wasn't it administered earlier? Quickly, get her the medication.
The young doctor felt somewhat aggrieved. While it was indeed possible to use anesthetics for fracture reduction, it was generally unnecessary in routine cases. Typically, fractures induce intense pain, and if a patient requires realignment, most doctors opt not to use anesthesia, as the early swelling around the joint is often not pronounced,
allowing for swift realignment without the risk of secondary injury or allergic reactions from local anesthesia. However, given the fierce insistence of a family member, the young doctor hurried to comply with his request for anesthesia. As they waited, Gu Yanli's anxiety grew unbearable, akin to an ant on a hot pan, restless and fidgety. He repeatedly checked the time on his phone and occasionally glanced toward the treatment room. Tormented by Lin Zhou's cries, moving to a nearby corridor, Gu Yanli dialed Lin Che's number. "Lin Che, she has a fractured calf bone. The doctor says they need to wait for the swelling to go down before surgery. She is in severe pain and is undergoing realignment. Can she be transferred to another hospital?" His voice was filled with urgency and unease. Lin Che, recognizing his concern, reassured him, "Don't worry, I will arrange for an ambulance and the chief physician to take her. Once the swelling subsides, I'll ensure a specialist performs the surgery." Hearing Lin Che's words eased Gu Yanli's taut nerves slightly. Yet, the thought of the doctor's actions in the hospital reignited his anger. These doctors were utterly incompetent, he seethed internally. How could they proceed with realignment without first alleviating Lin Zhou's excruciating pain, causing his own heart to ache alongside hers? However, when he stepped back into the treatment room, the sounds of her suffering continued unabated. Gu Yanli's fury flared once more as he stormed inside. The doctor had just completed the last of his tasks when Gu Yanli pointed an accusatory finger at him, shouting, "Are you even a doctor? Can't you think of a faster way to alleviate her pain?" The doctor, intimidated by Gu Yanli's ferocity, hesitated to speak, stammering, "I have already administered a local anesthetic, we just need to wait a few minutes for it to take effect." Lin Zhou lay on the hospital bed, her complexion as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead incessantly. The agony radiating from her calf rendered her nearly numb, as if countless ants were gnawing at her bones, or as though she were being mercilessly struck with a heavy hammer. Clenching her lips tightly, she attempted to withstand the pain through sheer will, but it surged over her in relentless waves, pushing her to the brink of despair. As Gu Yanli burst in, his voice raised in reprimand, Lin Zhou recognized the familiar sound, providing her with a semblance of comfort. Yet, the pain was so overwhelming that she could not focus on anything else. She slowly opened her eyes and gazed at Gu Yanli, her voice weak. "Gu Yanli, please don't let the crew inform my mother. I don't want her to worry." Her voice was hoarse and feeble, filled with a sense of vulnerability. Gu Yanli immediately bent down, his expression one of unmasked concern as he gently grasped Lin Zhou's hand, reassuring her softly, "Rest assured, I will instruct the crew not to inform her." Within an hour, as Lin Zhou dozed in a haze, she was quietly transferred by professional personnel using a stretcher to Renai private hospital, owned by Lin Che's family. She felt as though she were in a dream, being gently lifted, with everything around her blurring into obscurity. When she finally regained consciousness, she found herself in a cozy VIP room. The room was exquisitely arranged, with soft lighting casting a warm glow over the pristine sheets, instilling a sense of tranquility. Having dozed off briefly, Lin Zhou felt slightly better, likely due to medication, as the pain had noticeably diminished. However, her right calf was immobilized, rendering her unable to move. She turned her head slightly and saw Gu Yanli watching her intently from beside her bed. He was dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, the collar of his shirt disheveled, his hair slightly tousled, and his eyes betraying his exhaustion. Reflecting on their previous tense encounters, Lin Zhou couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. What a twist of fate, how is it him again? Yet, she remained resolute, not wishing to engage further with him. In a weak voice, she said, "Gu Yanli, thank you for transferring me here, you should go and rest now." Her tone was flat, devoid of any emotion. Gu Yanli, relieved to see her awake, expressed his concern, "How are you feeling? Is there any improvement?"
Lin Jiu'er nodded slightly, much better than before. Furrowing his brow, Gu Yanli replied, his voice laced with concern, just hang in there a bit longer. The doctor said that once the swelling goes down, they can perform the surgery. For now, focus on resting and don't think about anything else. Chapter 75. A mother-in-law. Lin Jiu'er gently nodded, yet resolutely insisted, Gu Yanli, please leave, just help me find a caregiver. Her tone was unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. The girl remained as stubborn as ever, and Gu Yanli felt both helpless and troubled. He understood that he could not afford to bicker with a patient. With a sigh, Gu Yanli spoke softly, very well, as you wish. However, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me. After meticulously arranging all the necessary details for Lin Jiu'er's hospitalization and care, Gu Yanli trudged slowly toward the parking lot, burdened by a heavy heart. His expression was somber, brow furrowed, with a sense of agitation looming over him like dark clouds. Once seated in his car, he slammed the door shut, producing a dull thud. Gu Yanli gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. The feeling of anguish, as if he wished to bear her pain himself, lingered stubbornly in his heart. This was the first time in his life he had experienced such emotions, particularly directed towards a woman. Reflecting on his past with Lin Jiu'er, it had merely been a matter of infatuation. He had found her vivacious, intriguing, and undeniably beautiful, and had approached their interactions with a playful mindset. Even when his fiancée had intervened and caused a rift, he had felt only a twinge of guilt, devoid of deep concern for her well-being. However, over the past few months, in their ongoing battles of wits and repartee, he had noticed a marked change in Lin Jiu'er's demeanor. Her once boisterous and unruly nature had evolved. She now treated him with blatant disregard, daring to speak her mind without a shred of hesitation. Yet, it was precisely this audacious version of Lin Jiu'er that had unwittingly captured Gu Yanli's heart, prompting him to think of ways to tease her each day. Lin Jiu'er's unexpected injury today had truly granted Gu Yanli a rare taste of profound heartache. Distracted, he drove aimlessly, disinterested in returning home. With a sudden press of the accelerator, his car sped towards the Coastline Entertainment Club owned by Yu Si-yuan. Upon arriving at the private room on the coastline, Gu Yanli wore an impassive expression as he summoned the waiter and ordered an array of alcoholic beverages. He sought to numb his senses with alcohol, hoping to temporarily escape his inner turmoil. Yet, drinking alone proved to be a rather dreary affair. Thus, Gu Yanli retrieved his phone and messaged the group chat, tagging everyone, "Let us go out for drinks." Zhang Yizhou was the quickest to respond, "On my way." Lin Che inquired, "Have you arranged everything at the hospital?" Yu Si-yuan asked, "What is wrong with you?" Far away in London, Jiku expressed his confusion, "Who is in the hospital?" Gu Yanli replied, "Lin Jiu'er, she has a fractured calf." In a restaurant in London, snowflakes danced gracefully from the sky like ethereal sprites. They tapped gently against the glass windows, producing a soft rustling sound. Outside was frigid, yet within the restaurant, warmth enveloped the patrons like springtime. The ambient lighting created a cozy and inviting atmosphere. Jika sat at a windowside table, tilting his head slightly as he observed the middle-aged woman before him, who bore a striking resemblance to Ruan Yuan. Upon entering, Su had removed her coat, revealing an exquisite qipao that accentuated her graceful figure, exuding an air of sophistication. Her makeup was meticulously applied, her hair styled with precision, radiating the allure of a mature woman. However, a glint of shrewdness and avarice in her eyes rendered her presence somewhat unsettling. Jika scrutinized Su quietly, inwardly reflecting on the reasons behind Ruan Yuan's distance from her mother. Ruan Yuan was innocent and kind-hearted, while Su emanated a sense of worldliness. Noticing the young man's aristocratic demeanor and his expensive attire, particularly the watch adorning his wrist, one that would be hard to acquire even in Hong Kong, Su felt an unease. His deep and penetrating gaze seemed capable of discerning the very depths of one's soul. Every movement he made radiated an air of nobility and elegance, yet accompanied by a youthful, dandy charm that commanded an involuntary respect. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Jika's scrutiny, Su was the first to break the silence. "Are you Ruan Yuan's boyfriend?" Jika slightly raised his chin, deliberately revealing his identity. "Indeed, I am Jiku, the sole heir of the Jichuan group." He was aware that Ruan Yuan's mother was selfishly influential and would undoubtedly investigate his background. Jiku aimed precisely for this reaction. Su's heart raced at the mention of the Jichuan group, a conglomerate with a global reach and a dominant presence in southern shipping and port operations. However, she remained skeptical. Could this young man truly be the heir of the Jichuan group? Without verification,
A seed of doubt lingered in her mind. How could her daughter, Ruan Yuan, possibly be involved with such a prominent figure? It seemed utterly implausible. Despite her inner doubts, Su could not afford to display any lack of deference. She replied, Ruan Yuan has never mentioned anything about having a boyfriend. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? Jike's gaze grew colder as he spoke deliberately, nothing of particular significance. As Ruan Yuan's mother, I should show you respect, yet reflecting upon the lonely years she endured, I find it difficult to extend the courtesy typically reserved for a mother-in-law. He paused momentarily, brow slightly furrowed. I merely wish to remind you that if you do not love her, I shall. If I ever learn that she suffers at your hands, then you might as well prepare for the closure of Yi Jingwen's herbal shops in Hong Kong. Feel free to test me, and see if I possess such capability. His final words were unmistakably a threat, leaving Su momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Shock and fear filled her heart. She had not anticipated such assertiveness from this young man. Fully aware of the Jichuan Group's formidable power, she recognized that if he truly were the heir, dismantling Yi Jingwen's herbal shops would be but a trivial task. Su's expression turned exceedingly grim. Though apprehensive of the young man, she could not afford to relinquish her authority as an elder. Striving to maintain her composure, she remarked, even if you are Ruan Yuan's boyfriend, even if you are the heir of the Jichuan Group, speaking to me in such a manner is rather inappropriate. Su had intended to suggest he lacked proper upbringing, but considering his status, she chose her words with caution. Upon hearing her response, Jike could not help but chuckle softly. Appropriate? My appropriateness is reserved solely for those worthy of my concern. Ruan Yuan is unaware that I arranged this meeting with you. Should you doubt my identity, feel free to investigate. With that, he stood to leave, but before taking his leave, he glanced back to add, by the way, about the incident from 6 months ago when I was nearly driven to despair by Ruan Yuan's distress, there should be plenty of reports online. A search of my name will yield images. In regard to Ruan Yuan's mother, Jike should have approached her with respect, yet, recalling Ruan Yuan's tearful visage from the previous night, he found it impossible to foster any feelings of reverence towards her. Over the course of their 2-year relationship, Jike had gained some understanding of Ruan Yuan's family dynamics. Whether as a mere observer or as Ruan Yuan's partner, he could only conclude that Su was utterly unworthy of the title of mother. Chapter 76. I wish to take leave. Over the years, how much hardship has Su caused Ruan Yuan? If Ruan Yuan possessed the temperament of her close friend Lin Jor, they would have likely fallen out long ago. In dealing with such a person, there is no need for politeness. Even if it were his mother-in-law, Jike would remain unafraid. After exiting the restaurant, Jike hurriedly pressed the elevator button. He felt compelled to inform Ruan Yuan about Lin Jor's injury. After all, in this world, Lin Jor is one of the few individuals whom she genuinely cares about. At this moment, it was the afternoon work hours, and sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the Chuxing company, casting light upon the desk, yet failing to penetrate Ruan Yuan's slightly weary heart. The warmth of the office enveloped her as she donned a simple white professional ensemble, her dark, tousled hair casually pinned back, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks, lending her an air of softness. She sat at her workstation, her gaze somewhat vacant, her face still bearing traces of fatigue, evidently a result of a poor night's rest. Her thoughts drifted, still immersed in the melancholy of the previous evening, rendering her workday a haze of confusion. Just then, Jike's assistant notified her to come to the office, and Ruan Yuan was momentarily taken aback. She pondered what matter Jike could possibly want to discuss, but as they were in the company, it was likely a professional matter. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself and made her way to Jike's office. The embrace from the previous night lingered vividly in her mind, and with a flutter of apprehension, she arrived at the door, gently knocking. Upon hearing Jike's response, Ruan Yuan pushed the door open and stepped inside. She found Jike seated in his spacious, well-lit office, clad in a dark coat, his posture upright, and his gaze contemplative. After entering, she took a few steps forward, standing at least 3 or 4 meters away from the desk, her expression respectful as she inquired, "Mr. Ji, what instructions do you have for me?" Noticing her guarded demeanor, Jike couldn't help but chuckle, his lips curving into a slight smile as he furrowed his brow in mild exasperation. "Come here." A wave of trepidation washed over Ruan Yuan. She inwardly questioned his intentions, yet, her legs remained rooted in place, a glimmer of defiance in her eyes as she replied, "Please speak directly, I can hear you." With no other option, Jike picked up his tablet, searching for news of Lin Jor's injury, and raised it with one hand for her to see.
Ruan Yuan stood too far to discern the details clearly, her brow furrowing in unease. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped closer. Upon reading the headline, her expression shifted dramatically, her eyes filled with astonishment and anxiety. Panic surged within her, and she exclaimed, "How could Joer be injured? Is it serious?" After thoroughly reading the article, without a moment's deliberation, she declared, "I wish to take leave." Jika had anticipated her reaction, intending to smile, but deemed it inappropriate at that moment. He replied in a low voice, "Please go to the administration to process your leave request." Ruan Yuan swiftly completed her leave request for an indefinite period. Unbeknownst to her, the ease with which she secured such an extended leave was due to Jiku's discreet arrangements. As soon as her leave was finalized, she eagerly retrieved her phone, her fingers gliding rapidly across the screen as she booked a flight to Yuzhou for the following day. During this time, she incessantly attempted to reach Lin Joer by phone, yet no one answered on the other end. Anxiety gnawed at her. She was uncertain whether Mother Zhang was aware of Joer's predicament and hesitated to inquire, fearing it might unnecessarily distress her elders. With a heavy heart, she packed her suitcase, each item she placed inside amplifying her concern. While packing, Ruan Yuan called her aunt, Ruan Wenshu. When the call connected, she spoke urgently, "Aunt, I'm flying back to Yuzhou tomorrow. Joer has sustained an injury on set, and if Mother Zhang learns of it, it would be troubling for her to worry alone at home. Please keep an eye on her." Upon hearing Ruan Yuan's words, Ruan Wenshu's brows knitted tightly, her eyes filled with worry. She quickly reassured, "Do not worry, I will certainly keep a watchful eye." Having been neighbors with Zhong Shui for 20 years, their bond was quite close. Having watched Joer grow up, Ruan Wenshu felt a pang of compassion upon hearing the news of her injury. "These two mother and daughter truly have it hard," she lamented. Ruan Yuan's heart ached further at her words. Joer finally landed a role in a place she cherished, and now this unfortunate incident has occurred. After a brief exchange, Ruan Wenshu added with concern, "Yuan, please ensure your safety on your journey home. Your brother is still at school, so do contact him once you land." Ruan Yuan acknowledged her aunt's words before hanging up and returning to her packing. Once finished, she glanced at her beloved pet, Xian Ba, who was joyfully playing nearby, a wave of reluctance washing over her. She knelt down to gently stroke Xian Ba's head, murmuring, "Xian Ba, I cannot take you with me." It seemed Xian Ba understood her words. The tail that had been wagging joyfully slowed, and his big eyes brimmed with confusion and reluctance, emitting soft whines. Subsequently, Ruan Yuan led Xian Ba to the neighboring door and gently knocked. The door opened swiftly, revealing Jiku's strikingly handsome face. He wore a white shirt, the collar slightly unbuttoned, exposing his alluring collarbone and a glimpse of his chest, exuding an effortless blend of languor and charm. The unexpected sight made Ruan Yuan feel a touch awkward, her ears flushing crimson. She chastised herself for focusing on such details at that moment. Jiku's deep gaze remained fixed on her, and he was acutely aware of her slight discomfort, having deliberately left his buttons undone when answering the door. Yet, he maintained his composure, asking, "Looking for me?" A wave of unease washed over Ruan Yuan, and she spoke somewhat awkwardly, "I have a matter to discuss. I cannot take Xian Ba with me for the time being. Please find a way to coax him inside." Xian Ba was attached to Ruan Yuan, persistently rubbing against her legs and nudging her, as if aware of her intention to leave him behind. Jika said nothing further, fully aware of her destination. He turned and retrieved Xian Ba's favorite treats, crouching down to softly call for him. Initially, Xian Ba remained unmoved, gazing longingly at Ruan Yuan, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of his beloved snacks, sniffing the air before hesitantly stepping inside the room at Jiku's coaxing. Once he was inside, Jiku quickly shut the door and turned to Ruan Yuan, feigning ignorance, "Are you returning to your country?" Ruan Yuan, unwilling to engage in further conversation, simply muttered an affirmative, quickly turning to retreat to her own space. Chapter 77. Sumo. As Ruan Yuan had just sent off Xian Ba and was preparing to freshen up, her phone rang with a call from Su Su. The moment the call connected, Su Su began to berate her with fervor. "Ruan Yuan, you have certainly grown bold. The other day at Xiang's house, you spoke so recklessly, and even goaded your boyfriend into confronting and threatening him." Upon hearing the phrases threatening and boyfriend, the image of Jiku instantly flashed through Ruan Yuan's mind. Rather than responding with anger, she calmly replied, "Have I uttered a single erroneous word? At this juncture, you still dare to instruct me with such arrogance. It seems you have never considered that you might be in the wrong. If that is the case, what more is there for us to discuss?" Having already inquired about Jiko's identity in the afternoon and verified it online, Susu had initially intended to extend an olive branch with this call. However, Ruan Yuan's words from the previous night had left her feeling unsettled, and she inadvertently soured the atmosphere from the outset. Hearing Ruan Yuan's unyielding retort, Susu feared that her boyfriend might pose a threat to Yi Jingwen's herbal shop, thus softening her tone. So, is Jiko truly your boyfriend? Ruan Yuan was unaware of what Jiko had conveyed to her and presumed it was unlikely to be anything favorable. With little time to ponder, she responded, I do not know what he has told you. If you are feeling discontented, you may certainly seek him out. Seek out that prince? How could she possibly do that? Susu quickly interjected, how could I dare to approach him? Where did you even meet this prince? Ruan Yuan, let me remind you, we are, after all, mother and son. You should persuade him to be lenient and not jeopardize your uncle's shop. It appeared Jiko had leveraged his status against her, and since she feared him so, yet still spoke in a tone of threat, Ruan Yuan seized the opportunity. Let your actions dictate my feelings. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, her heart, already wounded beyond repair, could not be mended. Without waiting for Susu's response, Ruan Yuan continued, do not call me again, I have grown accustomed to your absence over the years. With that, she decisively hung up the phone. Jiko, you truly have a wide reach, Ruan Yuan muttered to herself. Though she spoke thus, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over her, as if someone had finally avenged her grievances. At that moment, she longed to knock on the door next door and inquire why he had acted in such a manner, yet, given their current lack of connection, speaking too much might only complicate matters. It would be best to remind him the next time they met, urging him to refrain from meddling in her family affairs. Regardless, it was certainly inappropriate for him to approach her mother. Jiko and Ruan Yuan were on the same flight back to Yuezhou. However, Jiko occupied first class and traversed the VIP passage dressed in a black turtleneck sweater layered beneath a deep gray cashmere coat. He stood tall and poised, further accentuating his elegant and distinguished demeanor. As he strode down the VIP corridor, each step seemed imbued with an innate nobility. Jiko's expression was largely inscrutable, his brow occasionally furrowing as if pondering something of great significance. Surrounding him were dedicated staff members guiding his way, rendering the entire scene one of opulence and order. Meanwhile, Ruan Yuan had already reached the economy cabin, clad in a khaki long coat paired with a white turtleneck sweater and black jeans. Her hair was casually tied into a ponytail, a few strands framing her face and lending her an air of youthful freshness. A hint of fatigue and worry lingered in Ruan Yuan's gaze. She had been unable to reach Lin Zhou by phone, her concern for her friend's well-being weighing heavily on her heart. Throughout the flight, she occasionally glanced out the window, her thoughts wandering far away. At that moment, she remained blissfully unaware that Jiko was on the very same flight back to Yuezhou. The journey from London to Yuezhou required 13 hours, and by the time the plane touched down in Yuezhou, it was already 8:30 in the evening. The winter in Yuezhou was pleasantly temperate, maintaining a spring-like warmth throughout the year. Even though it was the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, the locals donned light attire, often accompanied by a thin jacket. As Ruan Yuan disembarked the plane, she was immediately enveloped by the familiar warmth. In the first instance, she changed into a pair of thin jeans and a short-sleeved top in the restroom, complemented by a knitted cardigan. Returning to this familiar locale, her spirits lifted slightly. However, Ruan Yuan was taken aback when she spotted someone waiting for her. Upon exiting the airport hall, a handsome and radiant figure caught her eye. Su Mo, having exerted himself in the final stages of his senior year, successfully gained admission to his dream institution, Haigang University. Now, he was a first-year student. Due to the appreciation shown by his professors, he was required to remain on campus during the winter break to assist with various tasks, thus he had not yet returned home. When his mother called to inform him that his sister Ruan Yuan was returning to the country, he was filled with joy. He promptly checked the flight information from London to Yuezhou for that day and arrived at the airport early to await her, eager to surprise his sister. Su Mo was dressed in a white pullover sweatshirt, blue jeans, and white sneakers. His thick, dark hair was slightly tousled, adding to his youthful vitality. With distinct facial features and bright, expressive eyes, he flashed a radiant smile that revealed a set of pearly white teeth, exuding an aura of sunny charm. Upon seeing Ruan Yuan, he was utterly elated, his eyes sparkling with delight. Su Mo hurried over, eagerly taking the luggage from Ruan Yuan's hands, his happiness evident. Sister, you're finally out. Ruan Yuan, upon spotting Su Mo, felt a surge of joy within her. She gently patted his shoulder, smiling as she said, You little rascal, how did you know I was coming back today?
Suemo proudly declared, "I went to great lengths to uncover your flight information.
When Mom told me you were returning today, I resolved to wait at the airport until I saw you." His eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement at seeing Ruan Yuan. Originally, Suemo had been planning to save up from his part-time job each month, intending to visit his sister in London next summer. However, he never anticipated that she would return home for the new year, a surprise that left him overjoyed beyond measure. The reunion between the siblings was filled with elation as they walked and chatted, making their way out of the airport, with an endless stream of conversation. Suemo animatedly recounted his experiences from the past 6 months at university, sharing snippets from his life at school. Ruan Yuan listened intently, occasionally smiling or nodding, her eyes brimming with pride and affection. When Jiku and Xianba emerged from the VIP passage, they immediately spotted Ruan Yuan and Suemo engaged in lively conversation from a distance. A faint smile graced Jika's lips, a sense of warmth swelling within him as he observed the close bond between the two siblings.
Concerned that Xianba might behave petulantly upon encountering Ruan Yuan, Jiku promptly pressed the elevator button, making his way directly to the underground parking garage on the second floor. Chapter 78. Some pits are best jumped only once. Suemo accompanied his sister to a bustling Cantonese-style eatery to satiate their hunger. The establishment was imbued with the rich aroma of cooked delicacies, a veritable hub of lively chatter and clattering dishes. Suemo, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Sister, the food here is absolutely delectable. A classmate brought me here once. You simply must try it." Ruan Yuan surveyed her familiar surroundings, the well-known streets, the quaint shops, and the ebb and flow of the crowd, each element evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Yet, her gaze drifted slightly, her thoughts wandering far beyond the present. She had visited this place several times with Jiku, but now everything had changed. Taking a seat with Suemo, she ordered some local delicacies. The weather in Canton was pleasantly warm, reminiscent of spring, providing utmost comfort. As they sat at an outdoor table, feeling the gentle breeze, her spirits began to lift. However, the thought of Lin Zhouer's predicament swiftly dampened her appetite. Ruan Yuan hastily consumed a few bites before rising to say, "I really need to head to the hospital. I cannot bear the thought of not seeing her soon." Suemo nodded in agreement. "Sister, I will accompany you to see Zhouer. I can catch a ride back to school later." With that, he and his sister gathered their luggage and hailed a taxi to the hospital. In the serene corridor of Renai Private Hospital, the stillness was palpable, as if one could hear the faintest breaths. Gu Yanli held in his hands a nourishing broth from a renowned Cantonese establishment, accompanied by an assortment of health supplements designed to promote bone growth, their exquisite packaging glimmering softly under the lights. He walked with measured steps into the patient room, placing each item delicately on the nightstand beside Lin Zhouer's bed. Lin Zhouer lay upon the bed, clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown that made her appear somewhat fragile. Her long hair cascaded carelessly over the pillow, her complexion pale yet her delicate features retained their beauty. With a complex expression, Lin Zhouer gazed at Gu Yanli's retreating figure, a torrent of unspoken emotions swirling within her. The memory of that day in the treatment room, when Gu Yanli had anxiously shouted at the doctor, remained vividly etched in her mind. He had subsequently busied himself with arranging her transfer to a better facility, securing the finest doctors and accommodations. Over the past couple of days, he had made twice daily visits to attend to her, demonstrating remarkable thoughtfulness. Lin Zhouer found herself at a loss to comprehend why he had undergone such a transformation, becoming gentle and meticulous, taking it upon himself to handle everything. Did he pity her? Yet, she was resolute in not wanting to owe Gu Yanli any favors. She did not wish to appear weak or dependent on anyone's assistance, especially not his. Currently, with her leg immobilized, she was unable to move. She watched as Gu Yanli prepared the soup, bringing it over with the intent to feed her. Lin Zhouer frowned slightly, resisting the urge to let him grow too close. Her tone was somewhat brusque as she stated, "You can set it down, I'll drink it myself shortly." Gu Yanli narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze still tender, yet his tone bore a hint of authority. "You cannot move, so do not be stubborn. The soup has cooled, it will be finished in no time. I rarely have the chance to care for someone, so you might as well enjoy it." As she listened to his words, Lin Zhouer inwardly grumbled, "Who would cherish your care?" She bit her lip in frustration, feeling helpless, yet she remained steadfast in her refusal to let him feed her. Then, she deftly shifted the topic. "You invested in that play, didn't you? The director mentioned that for the next couple of months, they will be filming other characters, so I want to hold up the production. I'll follow the treatment regimen and return to work as soon as I can."
She thought it imperative not to let her injury hinder the entire production team and did not want Gu Yanli to perceive her as pitiable or fragile. Upon hearing her words, Gu Yanli felt a pang in his heart. It was the first time in half a year that he had witnessed this obedient side of Lin Zhou, yet it was an obedience that inexplicably pained him. He opened his mouth, but could not find the words to comfort her, and instead placed the soup on the bedside table. "I'll set it here, do remember to finish it." Suddenly, Lin Zhou recalled the matter of her hospital expenses. She spoke earnestly. "How much have you covered for my medical bills? I'll transfer it to you." Her expression was earnest and resolute. She did not wish to be indebted to anyone, especially not to Gu Yanli. She already felt uncomfortable with how much he had gone out of his way for her. Gu Yanli felt momentarily choked by her insistence. For the past few days, every time he visited, Lin Zhou had found some reason to send him away. Now, she even wanted to settle accounts for her medical expenses. As the esteemed Gu, how could he accept such a trivial sum from her? Yet, he quickly thought of a rationale and stated firmly, "This is a work-related injury. It will be reimbursed, the production team will compensate you, so there is no need to transfer me anything." Lin Zhou considered his words and realized he had a point. She feigned a yawn, her tone laced with fatigue. "I'll drink the soup and then rest. You can go attend to your matters." In truth, she longed to say that he needn't visit her anymore, but given how much he had helped her, she found it difficult to voice her objections. Gu Yanli had no pressing matters, he simply wished to remain by her side a while longer. Yet, barely 5 minutes had passed before Lin Zhou was urging him to leave. These past few days had been emotionally taxing for him as well. He only wanted to stay close and see her recover swiftly. Yet just then, he received a message on his phone, and upon reading it, he saw that Yu Xian informed him that Jika had arrived, and they were waiting for him at the kanji shop. Glancing at Lin Zhou, a flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes, but he ultimately said nothing and silently turned to exit the room. Ruan Yuan and her brother arrived at the hospital, where the lobby of the private institution was spacious and bright, adorned with comfortable and welcoming decor, yet the faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. The evening lobby was eerily quiet, with only a few hurried doctors and nurses passing by, alongside anxious family members of patients. The pristine white tiles gleamed under the lights, creating a somewhat blinding glare. Ruan Yuan furrowed her brow, involuntarily recalling her own harrowing experience at this hospital earlier in the year, a memory that felt like an unshakable nightmare each time it flickered in her mind. She forced herself to cast it aside, unwilling to dwell on even the minutiae. At this moment, she quickened her pace, pressing the elevator button, eager to dispel those unwelcome recollections and longing to see Lin Zhou as swiftly as possible. Over the past few days, she had been concerned about Lin Zhou's condition but had been unable to contact her. It was only through the news that she learned of Lin Zhou's hospitalization. They made their way directly to the orthopedic ward's reception desk, politely inquiring about Lin Zhou's room number. The nurse at the desk smiled and provided the information, and after expressing her gratitude, Ruan Yuan and Su Mo proceeded toward the patient room. Chapter 79I have returned. Before reaching the hospital room, Ruan Yuan caught sight of Gu Yanli approaching her. Clad in a tailored black suit, Gu Yanli stood tall and imposing, his countenance austere, yet his gaze bore a subtle hint of melancholy. He walked slowly, as if he were merging with the surroundings. The corridor's walls were as white as snow, and the dim lighting cast a solitary shadow around him. The moment Ruan Yuan laid eyes on him, her emotions became a tangled web. Due to Gu Yanli's previous association with Lin Zhou, Ruan Yuan had harbored a sense of disdain for him over the past 2 years. Although they had often dined together in the past, she never took the initiative to engage him in conversation. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind. What could Gu Yanli be doing here? Is he visiting Zhou? As Gu Yanli raised his eyes, he too noticed Ruan Yuan. He paused for a brief moment, then a faint smile graced his lips as he greeted her. "You've returned. Lin Zhou is in room 302. She has been rather immobile these past few days, so do take good care of her." His tone was calm, and his eyes sincere. Initially reluctant to acknowledge him, Ruan Yuan felt it would be impolite to ignore his courteous demeanor. She slightly lifted her chin, her eyes reflecting a hint of detachment as she replied, "Of course, thank you." With that, she took Sumo's hand and continued toward the hospital room. Upon entering, Ruan Yuan spotted Lin Zhou reclining on the hospital bed, dressed in a light blue hospital gown. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and her complexion appeared pale. At that moment, she was sipping soup from the bedside table with a straw, a sight that was both pitiable and amusing. Ruan Yuan and Su Mo stepped into the room, yet Lin Zhou remained oblivious, engrossed in her soup, unable to suppress a chuckle. Ruan Yuan teased, "Well, it seems your little life isn't as dire as I imagined, considering I rushed back in such a hurry." Her tone bore a hint of jest, although her eyes were filled with concern. The worries of the past few days began to dissipate as she beheld her friend. Upon hearing Ruan Yuan's voice, Lin Zhou was both astonished and overjoyed. Her eyes lit up instantly, yet soon her lips pouted, tears brimming at the corners as she plaintively exclaimed, Yuan, you're back. I feel as if I'm dying from the pain." Her voice was soft and laced with a whimper, evoking deep sympathy from anyone who heard it. Seeing Lin Zhou in distress, Su Mo hurried over. "Sister Zhou, are you still in pain?"
Lin Zhou blinked at Su Mo and continued to pout, seeking sympathy.
Ruan Yuan approached, her heart aching to embrace her friend, but upon glancing at Lin Zhou's injured leg, she refrained. With a sigh, Ruan Yuan gently took the soup bowl and began to feed her.
Noticing Lin Zhou still looked forlorn, Ruan Yuan softly reassured her, "I've returned, and you still aren't happy?" Then, Ruan Yuan's gaze shifted to Lin Zhou's immobilized leg, and she asked earnestly, "What did the doctor say? Will there be any lasting effects?"
Upon the mention of her leg, Lin Zhou felt a fresh wave of pain, tears threatening to spill. In that moment, the typically tough girl revealed a rare and vulnerable side. She replied in a soft voice, "It will take 2 to 3 months to fully recover, but walking won't be affected in the future." Seeing her resemble a distressed child, Ruan Yuan changed the subject. "Was this soup sent by Gu Yanli?" A hint of skepticism gleamed in her eyes. Lin Zhou immediately returned to her usual self, her eyes widening as she hurried to explain, "He is our investor, here to show concern for his employees." Her tone was resolute, as if emphasizing that it was merely a professional courtesy.
Ruan Yuan remained unconvinced, arching an eyebrow. "Really?"
Lin Zhou felt a flicker of guilt but reassured herself that she was unaffected, steadying her resolve. "Of course, how could I possibly have any further entanglements with him?"
Observing Lin Zhou's reaction, Ruan Yuan felt a pang of doubt but chose not to press further. Noticing Su Mo standing nearby with a smile, Lin Zhou praised him. "Su Mo, you've become even more handsome. I heard you got accepted into Haigang University. That's impressive. Why didn't you reach out to me when you came to Uezo?" Su Mo's eyes shimmered with bashfulness as he replied with a grin, "I was afraid Sister Zhou would be too busy and I didn't want to disturb you." Thus, the three of them engaged in light-hearted banter, the atmosphere transforming into a warm and familiar camaraderie. After an hour of cheerful conversation, Ruan Yuan accompanied Su Mo downstairs to catch his ride back to school. Once Su Mo departed, Ruan Yuan returned upstairs to keep Lin Zhou company. Upon her entrance, Lin Zhou handed her a keycard, saying, "You can stay with me tonight, but starting tomorrow, you'll be at my house. There's a caregiver here, so you don't need to stay." Ruan Yuan smiled with affectionate indulgence, accepting the card. "All right, I'll do as you say. Let me help you clean up a bit first, you rest." As a professional airport greeter, Zhang Yizhou always managed to arrive promptly at the airport. Just moments ago, in the underground parking lot, Jiko, pushing a suitcase and leading Xianba, jested as he got into the car, "Doesn't your wife care about you? Letting you out at this late hour?" Zhang Yizhou grinned broadly, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, and replied casually, "We have an understanding. As long as we don't put a green hat on each other, we can do as we please." That was quite a low standard, and it's no wonder he lived as if he were unmarried, wandering about freely. Jika felt speechless, yet as a friend, he offered some sage advice. "Marriage isn't a trivial matter. Don't take it lightly. If you think she is a good person, then invest some time in cultivating your relationship." Zhang Yizhou, however, was utterly indifferent, lacking any lofty aspirations. To him, having a wife or not made little difference. His current lifestyle was already the epitome of his dreams, and he relished every moment. Still chuckling, Zhang Yizhou remarked, "Don't worry. She doesn't care for me either. There is no emotional connection between us." Everyone has their own way of living, and Jiku chose not to press further, leaving it at that. He glanced back at the drowsy Xianba and said with a smile, "Let us take it to the pet center first." Dachen Jikanji, nestled in a corner of the old street, though modest in size, exuded a rich atmosphere steeped in history and everyday life. The weathered sign swayed gently in the breeze, whispering tales of the past. Inside, the warm and soft lighting illuminated the wooden tables and chairs, adorned with vintage photographs, transporting patrons back in time.
At that moment, a group of individuals sat in the private room of Chen Jikanji. The walls of the room were decorated with quaint artwork, and the air was fragrant with the aroma of kanji. As Gu Yanli entered, everyone's eyes were fixed upon him. Jika tilted his chin slightly, a teasing glimmer in his gaze. Gu Yanli's hair was somewhat tousled, and his eyes revealed a trace of exhaustion and despondency. Seeing him in such a state, Jika, drawing from his own experiences, quipped, "Looks like it's time for you to start repaying your debts." Chapter 80. Your mother has returned. In recent days, Gu Yanli had been engulfed by a profound melancholy. He yearned to treat her with greater kindness, yet she remained impervious to his affections. At this moment, he was devoid of the spirit to jest with his companions. Once seated, he wore a troubled expression and inquired, "Do you think I have truly fallen in love with her?" Yu Siyuan, Jiang Yizhou, Lin Che, and Jiku were momentarily taken aback by his words. After a brief contemplation, Yu Siyuan furrowed his brow and replied, "Are you really that slow on the uptake? Over the past 6 months, I've observed your relentless pursuit of her. If you weren't genuinely fond of her, why would you exert such effort?" Jiang Yizhou, equally intrigued, asked, "So, what are your thoughts?" Gu Yanli's eyes reflected a mix of confusion and uncertainty as he slowly articulated, "Seeing her brings me joy. When she is absent, she lingers in my thoughts. Her pain feels like my own, even more so." "You're finished," the group chimed in unison upon hearing his words. Gu Yanli, too, acutely felt the weight of his predicament. He continued, "What am I to do? She completely ignores me, severing all ties. Just a while ago, we would engage in playful banter, and now she treats me with the utmost formality." Jika shot him a look of exasperation, laced with a hint of resignation. "You brought this upon yourself. Now you must bear the consequences. Just keep pursuing her." "How do I pursue her? Teach me," Gu Yanli implored, genuinely desperate for guidance. Despite being a seasoned player in matters of the heart, now seeking advice from Jiku, who was far less experienced. Lin Che, devoid of sympathy, couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Did pursuing a partner truly function like a contagious disease, spreading amongst them? Of course, Jika had no sage advice to offer, as he himself had yet to make any progress in his own romantic endeavors. However, he spoke earnestly to Gu Yanli, "You need to clarify your intentions. If you desire a resolution, pursue her by any means necessary, but if you have no thought for the future, then do not flirt with her. Lin Zhou cannot withstand any more heartache from you. Though she may appear carefree, her temper is quite fierce." He then added, "Most importantly, do not let your pursuits interfere with my relationship with Ruan Yuan, or our bond shall come to an abrupt end." Gu Yanli was momentarily stumped by Jika's words. While the initial advice seemed sound, the latter was entirely inconsiderate. But had he even contemplated the future, what resolution was he to seek? Was it not merely marriage? How could he possibly wed Lin Zhou when he was already engaged to another? Yet, could he truly abandon his feelings? Gu Yanli found himself plunged into deep contemplation, spurred by Jika's remarks. "I am the hospital." Ruan Yuan awoke from a night spent on the sofa, her body aching. Rising early, she ventured to the hospital's cafeteria to procure breakfast for Lin Zhou. Upon her return to the ward, she found Lin Zhou already awake, with the doctor just finishing his rounds. Ruan Yuan placed the breakfast on the bedside table and proceeded to adjust the height of Lin Zhou's bed. Concerned for her, Lin Zhou urged, "After breakfast, you should return to my apartment for some rest and a shower. I have a caregiver here, nothing will go amiss." As Ruan Yuan helped her open the container of kanji, she replied, "All right, I will bring my belongings over. By the way, what did the doctor say?" Lin Zhou, cradling the bowl in her hands, began to eat. "The doctor mentioned the swelling has mostly subsided. Starting tonight, I must fast, with surgery scheduled for tomorrow morning." The mention of steel pins and plates sent a shiver of fear through Ruan Yuan. Worried for Lin Zhou, maintaining a calm demeanor, she said, "I'll come to keep you company tonight. It would be troublesome to rush here early in the morning." Understanding she could not dissuade Ruan Yuan, Lin Zhou acquiesced. Ruan Yuan then recalled the matter of her phone and promptly asked, "Where is your phone? I attempted to call you multiple times while in London, but there was no answer." Lin Zhou sighed, "I must have lost it in the chaos when I arrived at the hospital." Ruan Yuan continued, "And what did you tell your mother?" Lin Zhou replied, "I used the caregiver's phone to inform her that my phone was missing and that I wouldn't have time to purchase a new one in the next few days." Ruan Yuan nodded, "Then I will take you to see a new phone shortly."
But with your injuries, can we truly keep this from Mom Joan?
Lin Zhou answered matter-of-factly, "Of course not, I'll explain everything once I'm discharged. If she finds out now, she might faint from worry and only complicate matters." The bond shared between them, mother and daughter, was one of profound depth, nurtured over many years. Though Lin Zhou had grown up in modest circumstances, her mother, Zhang Yu, had always indulged her, fretting over even the slightest injury, let alone a surgery. Ruan Yuan mused that once Lin Zhou was discharged, she, too, would need to return to London.
By then, she would feel reassured once Mom Joan arrived. After finishing breakfast, Ruan Yuan wheeled her suitcase out of the hospital.
That night, Ji Ke did not return to the old residence but opted instead for the apartment he shared with Ruan Yuan. As he lay on the soft bed, enveloped by the familiar surroundings, it was the only place where he felt at ease. However, early the next morning, while still lost in slumber, his phone rang abruptly. Frowning, he groggily reached for his phone, only to see it was a call from his father, Ji Hong. With a resigned sigh, he answered. Ji Hong's voice resonated through the receiver, steady and commanding, "Your mother has returned. She is already at the old residence. Finish up and come back quickly." Ji Ke felt a pang of confusion. Why had his mother returned so early this year? It was only the 21st day of the 12th month, while in previous years, she wouldn't arrive until New Year's Eve. Reluctantly, he rose to wash up. Standing before the mirror, he examined his somewhat fatigued visage. He donned a simple black t-shirt paired with dark jeans and drove his usual black car towards the old residence. The journey took approximately half an hour. Upon entering the living room of the old house, he was greeted by his mother, Kumin, clad in a black professional suit, her hair neatly styled, her gaze sharp and commanding. She exuded the aura of a formidable career woman.
Seeing Ji Ke return, a faint smile graced her lips. "Did your father call you? I heard from Grandpa that you just got back last night. Why not sleep a little longer?" Ji Ke respectfully addressed her. "Mother, you have returned."
Yet internally he thought, if I slept longer, you would all surely be displeased. Just then, Ying Jia, the housekeeper, emerged from the kitchen with a cheerful expression, dressed in a simple blue apron, her hair speckled with gray and her face lined with wrinkles. Her eyes radiated warmth and affection.
"Ah, Ci, you're back.
Breakfast is ready. I made your favorite sticky rice chicken." Ji Ke quickly approached, placing a hand on Ying Jia's shoulder, grinning as he said, "Ying Jia, it's a good thing I don't live here, or you'd surely spoil me rotten." Ying Jia chuckled heartily. A little extra weight is a sign of good fortune.
Though everyone referred to her as Ying Jia, she was nearing 70.
Having worked for the Ji family since her teenage years, she had watched Ji Hong grow up and had cared for Ji Ke as well. In this household, Ying Jia was more than just a servant. She was a cherished member of the family. Chapter 81. An unexpected encounter with An Ziqin. For Ji Ke, his childhood was nurtured entirely by Ying Jia and Xiang Biao. In his heart, these two elders had become akin to family. However, Kumin, witnessing the apparent distance between herself and her son, coupled with his close rapport with Ying Jia, could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Nevertheless, having toiled in the business world for decades, she had mastered the art of maintaining a composed demeanor. Ji Ke turned to his mother, Kumin, and inquired, "Mom, where is Grandpa?" With a smile, Kumin replied, "Ziqin's grandfather set off early this morning to go fishing with your grandfather. We crossed paths earlier today." Ji Ke nodded in understanding and urged, "Mom, do sit down and eat a bit more." Kumin had already had her breakfast, so she settled beside Ji Ke and asked, "I heard from your father that you took over GAI in London. What prompted this sudden interest in the jewelry industry?" With a mouthful of glutinous rice chicken, Ji Ke mumbled, "It's somewhat sudden, I suppose, yet I find this line of work quite satisfactory and I've learned a great deal." Kumin nodded in agreement. "It's good to familiarize yourself. You'll have to take over eventually." Ji Ke remained puzzled about his mother's early return to the country and directly asked, "Have you wrapped up everything over there? Why did you come back so soon this year?" Kumin smiled and explained, "I wanted to return early to spend more time with you. I'll handle matters over there using the computer for now." Ji Ke was acutely aware that the situation was far from simple, as such an occurrence had never arisen in the past 26 years. However, he chose not to dwell on it, finishing his last bite of breakfast before declaring, "I'm off to QXIN Technology now. I'll return tonight to have dinner with you and Grandpa. I'll have someone bring XIN back shortly." Ruan Yuan took a taxi directly back to Lin Zhou's apartment. After a lengthy day of travel, compounded by a torturous night spent on a hospital sofa, she was utterly exhausted and desperately in need of rest. After a refreshing shower, she collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. When she finally stirred awake, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Slowly rising, Ruan Yuan rummaged through her suitcase for clothes. Ultimately, she settled on a pair of simple wide-leg blue jeans paired with a soft, white cotton t-shirt, the slightly loose fit enhancing her casual comfort. She gathered her shoulder-length hair into a low ponytail, allowing a few strands to cascade gently beside her cheeks, lending her an air of effortless elegance. Once ready, she grabbed a cardigan and set out to the mall to purchase a phone for Lin Zhou'er. Entering the mall at a leisurely pace, her gaze flitted across the various mobile phone stores. Eventually, she located their preferred brand and stepped inside. The store showcased an array of mobile phone models, and as she meticulously compared different options, Ruan Yuan was suddenly struck by a familiar voice. Her body stiffened momentarily, a wave of distaste washing over her. Gradually lifting her head, Ruan Yuan's eyes fell upon the source of the voice, spotting An Ziqing and Song Wei approaching her direction. The weather had turned pleasantly cool, and An Ziqing was clad in a flowing white dress, the lightweight fabric swaying gently with her movements. Her long hair was elegantly styled, with a few curled strands framing her face, exuding grace and allure. Her meticulously applied makeup accentuated her high cheekbones, and her eyes gleamed with a haughty confidence. Song Wei, on the other hand, donned a chic beige suit, simple yet sophisticated. At that moment, An Ziqing and Song Wei noticed Ruan Yuan as well. Their eyes met, and a flicker of surprise flashed across Ruan Yuan's expression, quickly replaced by an air of composure. She had no intention of greeting them, she merely cast a brief glance before returning her focus to selecting a phone. Internally, she mused, fate has a peculiar way of bringing enemies together. I never expected to encounter them here. An Ziqing, taken aback by Ruan Yuan's unexpected return to the country, was engulfed by feelings of confusion and unease. She pondered whether Ruan Yuan had come back with GKE. An Ziqing's sentiments towards Ruan Yuan had escalated beyond mere jealousy, they had morphed into a deep-seated resentment. Had it not been for Ruan Yuan, she would not have found herself in such a predicament with Ji Ku. This indignation was something An Ziqing could not easily swallow. Approaching Ruan Yuan with Song Wei in tow, a heavy cloud of perfume enveloped them. Ruan Yuan frowned slightly, a sense of distaste bubbling up within her. She raised her head, her expression revealing her dissatisfaction. An Ziqing wore a smug smile, her exquisite makeup radiating under the store's lights. Her eyes sparkled with provocation as she resolved to abandon the pretense of civility with Ruan Yuan, deeming it unnecessary. Tilting her chin slightly, she spoke in a condescending tone. Did you return with Ji Ku? Or Ruan Yuan chose to ignore her, her attention fixated on the phone in her hand. She picked it up and addressed the sales clerk. Please fetch me this model with 512 gigabytes of memory. Her tone remained calm, unaffected by An Ziqing's presence. The clerk acknowledged her request and promptly went to retrieve the phone from the back. An Ziqing, incensed by Ruan Yuan's dismissive attitude, pressed on. Ruan Yuan, don't get too comfortable, you and Ji Ku will never have a happy ending, just wait and see. It won't be long. Her voice dripped with menace and certainty. Irritated, Ruan Yuan thought to herself, ignoring her only seems to escalate the situation. With a stern expression, she responded, if you like him, go after him. There is no need to take your frustrations out on me. You don't act innocent, you should know your place. That you're not even worthy of being their family's maid. An Ziqing retorted, momentarily taken aback by Ruan Yuan's words before launching into her sarcasm. Her eyes blazed with anger and jealousy as she sought to vent her frustrations on Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yuan lifted her head, a flicker of anger igniting in her gaze. An Ziqing, don't overstep your bounds. Ji Ku and I have already broken up. What is your obsession with it? An Ziqing scoffed, even after breaking up, you're still clinging to him. You're just a poor girl. What makes you think you deserve to be with Ji Ku? Taking a deep breath, Ruan Yuan resolved not to engage in further verbal sparring. She stifled her rising anger and, upon seeing the sales clerk return with the phone, made her way to the counter to settle the bill. Her movements were swift as she completed the payment, eager to avoid any further entanglement with An Ziqing. Yet, An Ziqing was not one to back down easily, trailing behind her and continuing to taunt, your audacity is impressive. Despite everything I've said, you show no reaction whatsoever. Her tone brimmed with derision and dissatisfaction. Having completed her transaction, Ruan Yuan accepted the bag and, as she passed by An Ziqing, remarked, I'm not as thick-skinned as you. No wonder Ji Ku has no interest in you. Her words dripped with disdain and scorn, and with that, Ruan Yuan briskly exited the store. Chapter 82. Zhongyu and Ruan Wenshu. Ruan Yuan was not devoid of anger. Rather, she understood that allowing herself to be consumed by it was not in her best interest. The disparity in status between her and Ji Ku had long been evident. Now that they had parted ways, there was no need for an outsider to continue to meddle. It was no surprise that Nzichin was not favored by Jiku. She possessed neither the grace of a noble family nor the maturity expected, exuding an air of pettiness. As she walked, Ruan Yuan quietly reflected that it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary outings these days to spare herself from trouble. As dusk fell, the golden hues of the setting sun streamed through the hospital windows, casting a warm orange glow upon the white walls of the corridor. Ruan Yuan hurriedly traversed the hallway of the orthopedic ward, carrying the meal she had procured from the cafeteria. Her eyes were filled with concern as she contemplated Lin Zhou's upcoming surgery the following day. At that moment, upon hearing a familiar voice and catching sight of two middle-aged women at the reception desk, she was taken aback.
Goodness, is that not Mother Zhong and her aunt? What brings them here?
A wave of panic washed over her, but she quickly realized that the truth could no longer be concealed. Steeling herself, she approached the two elders with haste.
Mother Zhong, aunt, what brings you here?
Ruan Yuan inquired, her tone laced with surprise. Zhongyu and Ruan Wenshu turned to her, Zhongyu's face etched with anxiety and her eyes brimming with worry.
Yuan, we heard that Zhou was injured. How could this child endure such a significant ordeal without informing me? It has been distressing.
Zhongyu's voice carried a note of reproach, yet it was overshadowed by her deep concern. Ruan Yuan guided the two elders to a quieter section of the corridor outside the orthopedic ward. Zhongyu, still fraught with worry, implored, Yuan, please take me to see Zhou. What has happened to her leg? Ruan Yuan gently patted Mother Zhong's hand, reassuring her, she was merely concerned that knowing would cause you distress, which is why she chose to keep it from you. When you visit her in the ward, please try to remain calm. She is to undergo surgery tomorrow, and it is vital that she maintains a tranquil state of mind. Rest assured, the operation will not have lasting effects.
With 2 months of proper care, she will be just fine.
Ruan Yuan spoke softly, hoping to ease Mother Zhong's worries. Tears welled in Zhongyu's eyes as she expressed, this child possesses such a kind heart, bearing the weight of such a predicament alone.
As her mother, it pains me deeply.
Her voice quivered, reflecting her anguish. Ruan Yuan embraced Zhongyu gently, continuing to comfort her. Please do not cry in front of her. Zhou would be heartbroken to see you distressed. Just trust that the chief surgeon of the orthopedic department will perform the operation. For them, it is but a minor procedure, and with proper postoperative care, she will be well. Zhongyu nodded, her sobs subsiding. I understand. Her leg is of utmost importance now. As her mother, I should not burden her with my concerns. Only then did Ruan Yuan smile gently and release Zhongyu. Turning to her aunt, Ruan Wenshu, she allowed a flicker of joy to illuminate her eyes, her lips curving into a faint smile. It had been a year since the two had last met, and Ruan Yuan had missed her aunt dearly, yet this was not the moment for reminiscence. Ruan Wenshu returned her smile, her eyes filled with affection as she patted Ruan Yuan's back lightly, saying, Yuan, let us go. We must see Zhou. Ruan Yuan nodded and led the two elders toward the hospital room. Upon reaching the door of Lin Zhou's ward, Ruan Yuan gently pushed it open. Inside, Lin Zhou reclined on her hospital bed, clad in a patient gown, her leg elevated and encased in a cast. Upon seeing her mother and aunt, Ruan Yuan enter, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, quickly followed by an expression of grievance. Zhongyu rushed to the bedside, grasping Lin Zhou's hand, tears streaming uncontrollably. Zhou, my child, her voice trembled, filled with maternal concern. Lin Zhou fought back tears, attempting to sound brave as she said, Mom, I'm fine, I was just about to call you after the surgery. Zhongyu, gazing at her daughter with sorrowful eyes, replied, My dear, how could you endure such a calamity without informing me? It breaks my heart even more. Lin Zhou squeezed her mother's hand reassuringly, Mom, please do not worry, the doctor assured me that after 2 months of recuperation, I will be alright, and it will not adversely affect my leg. Zhongyu tenderly stroked her daughter's hair, seeking solace in her words, Good, good, as long as you are well, I can rest easy. The embrace between mother and daughter gradually eased the atmosphere. They then engaged in light-hearted conversation, with Zhongyu inquiring about the specifics of the surgery and sharing tidbits from home, while Lin Zhou recounted her experiences on set. The mood brightened, and smiles finally adorned their faces. Observing the tender interaction between Lin Zhou and Zhongyu, Ruan Yuan stood quietly to the side, her heart stirred by the scene. She and Ruan Wenshu listened attentively, occasionally interjecting a comment. After a while, Ruan Yuan noticed that the meals she had brought were insufficient for 4 people. She took her aunt's hand and said, Zhou, you and Mother Zhong should eat in the ward. I will take Aunt to the cafeteria to finish our meal and return shortly. The cafeteria at Renai Private Hospital was spacious and bright, filled with the tantalizing aroma of food. Ruan Yuan walked alongside her aunt through the bustling crowd dressed in an elegant khaki long dress. Ruan Wenshu wore her thick, lustrous black hair in a low bun, with a few stray strands framing her face, adding an extra touch of grace. Time had left faint traces on her visage, yet her arched brows and the gentle upward curve of her lips still revealed remnants of her past beauty and elegance. Ruan Wenshu's eyes brimmed with affection as she frequently glanced at Ruan Yuan, as if she could never tire of admiring her. The two chose a selection of homely dishes and settled into a quiet corner. Ruan Yuan gazed at her aunt, concern evident in her eyes. "Aunt, you must be hungry, please eat quickly." Ruan Wenshu smiled and nodded, warmth swelling in her heart as she looked at her niece. As they dined, Ruan Wenshu initiated the conversation. "Yuan, how have you been adjusting to life in London?" Ruan Yuan swallowed her food, her eyes sparkling as memories of her time in London flashed through her mind. With a cheerful tone, she replied, "Aunt, I am doing splendidly. My life and studies in London have been fulfilling, the teachers are exceptionally talented, and the courses are quite challenging. I have acquired a wealth of knowledge and made numerous friends from around the globe." Listening intently, Ruan Wenshu beamed with pride, gently patting Ruan Yuan's hand. "That is wonderful to hear. You have always been academically inclined since childhood. I am confident you will achieve great things." Then, Ruan Wenshu inquired, "What did your mother say when she learned about your studies in London?" At the mention of her mother, Ruan Yuan's gaze fell slightly, a complex emotion crossing her face as memories of her mother's words resurfaced, causing her appetite to wane. She sighed. "Not long ago, she and my stepfather's family visited London, and we had dinner together. The atmosphere was rather uncomfortable." Ruan Wenshu furrowed her brow, concern etched across her features as she looked at Ruan Yuan. "Yuan, do not be too hard on yourself. She is, after all, your biological mother. It is always best to maintain harmony." Chapter 83 Dog Operations. Ruan Yuan found it difficult to recount the unpleasant details to her aunt, not wishing to burden her with worry. Now that she had matured, she felt capable of processing things on her own. With a wry smile, she remarked, "Aunt, please don't fret. Isn't it quite alright that she hasn't been around all these years? Besides, I can now support myself." Determined not to let her troubles overshadow the joy of dining with her aunt, Ruan Yuan swiftly adjusted her demeanor. She picked up her chopsticks once. "After Jo's surgery, we can all go out for a meal together. You'll be here for a couple of days, so it would be lovely for the three of us to catch up. As for the new year, I won't be returning with you." Ruan Wenshu had just taken a 2-day leave, and she nodded with a smile. "All right, then the day after tomorrow, I'll take you both shopping for some clothes." Ruan Yuan chuckled softly. "Aunt, I'm not a child anymore. I have a salary now, let me treat you both." In Ruan Yuan's eyes, her aunt was akin to a mother. Though she did not fully endorse her aunt's choices, she could empathize with her struggles and dilemmas. Ruan Yuan understood that everyone has their own life trajectory and burdens, and her aunt was no exception. Despite her reservations about her aunt's decisions, she respected her autonomy, for love encompasses not only agreement but also understanding and acceptance. The spacious cafeteria bustled with patrons, a cacophony of clattering utensils, animated conversations, and footsteps merging into a lively symphony. Yet, amidst this clamor, the intimate exchange between the aunt and niece nestled in a corner remained undisturbed. Jika sat in the office of Kuexayan Technology, his pen tapping rhythmically against the desk. For the better part of the afternoon, he pondered whether he and Lin Zhou could be considered friends. If they were friends, it was only natural to pay her a visit. As the clock neared 5, he pressed the intercom button and instructed his assistant Yifan, "Yifan, please fetch a bouquet and some health supplements, and place them in my car in half an hour." Before long, Yifan had prepared the flowers and health products and notified him by phone. Thus, Jika left work early, driving his sleek black G-Class slowly towards the hospital. On the way, he retrieved his phone and dialed Guyanli. A somewhat muted voice answered. "What is it?" Jiku inquired, "In which ward is Lin Zhou?" Upon learning of Jika's intention to visit Lin Zhou, Guyanli replied, "Wait for me at the hospital entrance. I'll be there shortly." Without hesitation, Jika retorted, "Don't bother coming. Have you thought it through? Don't show up and ruin the mood for everyone." Guyanli scoffed on the other end, "What, if I haven't thought it through, I can't visit her." Jika shot back, "Flirting with no future is nothing short of a scoundrel's act. You cannot treat Lin Zhou that way anymore. be careful, or she may never acknowledge you again.
Gu Yanli let out a hollow laugh. Hey, aren't you just reflecting on yourself?
Unfazed, Ji-ko replied with unwavering conviction, I'm not you.
Just wait and see.
Gu Yanli recognized that Ji-ko was serious this time, yet he felt ill-equipped to take a similar path. Nevertheless, he found Ji-ko's assertions irksome and quickly retorted, but honestly, you and Ruan Yuan have broken up.
What business do you have with her friend in the hospital?
Ji-ko despised any mention of his breakup with Ruan Yuan. Frustrated, he snapped, mind your own business, I do what I please, and abruptly hung up the call. As Ji-ko gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, a sense of unease crept over him. He wondered if his presence would displease Ruan Yuan, yet he felt the need to seize any opportunity to be near her. After all, even though he was in Yuezhou, a day without seeing her left him restless. Having known Lin Zhou for nearly 3 years, he considered her a friend. Visiting her in the hospital was merely a normal gesture. Taking a deep breath, Ji-ko steadied his emotions. The black vehicle soon arrived at the hospital. Holding the flowers and health supplements, he strode into the inpatient building with a composed demeanor.
His striking stature and handsome features drew many admiring glances. At the orthopedic ward's reception desk, Ji-ko paused, leaning slightly forward to politely inquire of the nurse, Excuse me, could you please tell me which ward Lin Zhou is in? The young nurse, engrossed in her paperwork, looked up abruptly at the sound of his melodious voice. Upon meeting Ji-ko's handsome visage and refined aura, her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced. After a moment's daze, she collected herself and stammered, She's in room 302.
The warmth ward. Ji-ko nodded slightly, thanked the nurse, and then strode towards room 302 with long, confident steps. The nurse watched him depart, secretly marveling, this must be a colleague of Lin Zhou from the entertainment industry. The aura of these stars is indeed extraordinary, but which star is he? Is he a newcomer? Ji-ko's long legs halted at the entrance of room 302, and he politely knocked on the door. Hearing a voice call come in, he pushed the door open. To his surprise, the room was quite crowded, causing him to pause momentarily. Upon recognizing him, Ruan Yuan's expression shifted to one of surprise mixed with a hint of embarrassment. She thought to herself, what on earth is he doing here? Lin Zhou, lying in the hospital bed, widened her eyes at the sight of Ji-ko. Ji-ko noted the presence of 2 older individuals. One bore a slight resemblance to Ruan Yuan, likely her aunt, Ruan Wenshu, while the other, dressed modestly with a concerned gaze, must be Lin Zhou's mother. Seeing everyone staring at him, Lin Zhou cleared her throat and asked, Ji-ko, what brings you here? Ji-ko first offered a shy smile, then naturally stepped inside, raising the flowers and health products slightly as he spoke, I heard you were injured, so I came to check on you. He then turned to Ruan Wenshu and Zhang Yu, introducing himself with utmost politeness, Good day, esteemed elders.
I am Ji-ko, a friend of Lin Zhou and Ruan Yuan. At that moment, Ruan Yuan wished to shoo him away. What kind of friend is he? Has he nothing better to do than to show up in front of her aunt? Ruan Wenshu and Zhang Yu observed Ji-ko's warm smile with a sense of admiration, both thinking, this young man is truly handsome. Zhang Yu smiled and said, Thank you for visiting Zhou, young man. Ji-ko returned the smile, we are all friends. It's the least I could do. He then turned to Ruan Wenshu, courteously addressing her, you must be the aunt. As he spoke, he felt a sharp gaze upon him and quickly added with a smile, Ruan Yuan's aunt. Chapter 84. Let us reconcile. Ruan Yuan could no longer endure the presence of that insufferable individual. She swiftly tugged at Ji-ko's short-sleeved shirt and, gritting her teeth, murmured, This is Zhou's mother, Mama Zhong, and this is my aunt. Ji-ko, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? I'll take you to the hospital cafeteria for a bite. Zhang Yu and Ruan Wenshu observed the peculiar demeanor of the 2 children, who seemed rather unfriendly towards their guest, and found it somewhat odd. However, Lin Zhou quickly chimed in, Yes, Yuan, why don't you take Ji-ko to grab something to eat? I want Mama to wash my hair. Ruan Yuan glanced at Lin Zhou and replied, Alright, it might be a bit difficult for Mama Zhong alone, so I'll have my aunt assist you. Do take care of your leg. With that, she pulled Ji-ko toward the door. Despite being tugged along, Ji-ko made sure to cling to the doorframe, calling back to the others inside, Zhou, make sure to rest well. Auntie, goodbye. As he waved slightly, sincerity shone in his eyes. Ruan Yuan led Ji-ko into a safety corridor within the hospital. Outside, the sky had turned dark, and the corridor was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few emergency lights casting a faint glow. Remembering Ji-ko's earlier self-introduction to her aunt in the ward, a fierce anger ignited within Ruan Yuan. Jiko, what are you doing here? Looking at the furious Ruan Yuan, Jika had initially intended to blurt out to see you, but the words morphed into, I came to check on Lin Zhou. I heard her leg needs surgery, so I wanted to show my concern. The corridor was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing, as if the entire world had shrunk to just the two of them. Ruan Yuan's frustration intensified as she recalled her encounter with An Ziqin while purchasing a phone earlier that afternoon. She glared at Jiku, her brow furrowed. What does her surgery have to do with you? Are you doing this on purpose? While abroad, Jiku had been careful not to upset Ruan Yuan, always acting with gentlemanly restraint. He had endured enough. After 9 months apart, Jiku was unwilling to prolong the uncertainty any further. Regardless of the consequences of being with her, he no longer wished to ignore them. He would shoulder whatever burdens came his way, and now that he was back in the country, whether by gentle persuasion or more forceful means, certain matters had to be addressed plainly. A slow simmering would no longer suffice. He needed to appease Ruan Yuan while she was in Yuezhou. The two stood face to face in that narrow corridor, so close that they could feel each other's breath. After Ruan Yuan's question lingered in the air, Jiku paused, lost in thought for nearly a minute, as the atmosphere around them felt increasingly heavy with silence. On purpose? After gathering his thoughts, Jiku lifted his gaze to meet hers, his expression becoming serious as he fixed his eyes intently on Ruan Yuan. The air in the corridor seemed to freeze, creating an oppressive stillness. Before Ruan Yuan could react, he continued to stare at her, inching closer, leaning in. Jiku whispered into Ruan Yuan's ear, his voice low and sultry, I did it on purpose. I wanted to see you. His warm breath brushed against her left ear, carrying a hint of tobacco scent, his tone deep and alluring. Ruan Yuan shivered slightly, a complex mix of emotions washing over her: panic, resistance, and an almost imperceptible flutter in her heart. The atmosphere enveloped her like a spell, rendering her motionless. Already flustered by the intensity of his gaze earlier, Ruan Yuan felt her heart race even faster at his declaration, I wanted to see you. They had long since ended things. What was Jiku playing at? She wished to ignore any teasing from him, preferring to keep her distance from GKE. In the nearly year-long absence of seeing him, Ruan Yuan had believed her life to be calm and beautiful. Even when thoughts of him occasionally crossed her mind, she could swiftly adjust her emotions, burying any lingering feelings deep within her heart and continuing her life as usual. However, his recent series of bold actions continued to disrupt her peace. First, he took over Beloved, then invested in Original Intention, and even made a point to appear in London, becoming her neighbor. Furthermore, he had sought out Su Su when he was struggling with his own feelings. In that moment, Ruan Yuan realized that Jiku had never truly let go. Stunned for a few seconds, she finally uttered, You're insane. Don't cause a scene here. We broke up a long time ago, and prepared to leave swiftly. However, Jiku, having resolved to put everything on the line, would not allow her to escape so easily. He grasped her arm tightly and swiftly enveloped her in an embrace. The safety corridor was silent, with only their intertwined breaths filling the air. At that moment, the temperature in the corridor seemed to rise, causing Ruan Yuan's heart to race in agitation. She hadn't anticipated Jiku's assertiveness. Although this long-awaited embrace felt familiar, it only fueled her frustration. Her face flushed, she glared at him and protested, Jiku, let go of me. Stop being so childish. Yet Jiku held her even tighter, his expression resolute, brow slightly furrowed, his voice deep and earnest, I want to let go, Yuan Bao. I don't wish to release you anymore. Ruan Yuan, filled with both anger and urgency, retorted, What do you want? It's impossible for us now. Jiku's gaze ignited with fervor as he slowly raised his hands to cup Ruan Yuan's face. His demeanor was intensely serious, his tone sincere and urgent, Yuan Bao, let us reconcile. Let it be a reconciliation with the purpose of marriage. I promise you, no matter who tries to come between us, we will never part ways. Ruan Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, tears quickly welling up in her eyes. She could hardly fathom that such words would come from Jiku. Had this been a year ago, she would have been utterly moved, but now, Ruan Yuan fought to hold back her tears, fully aware of her situation. Continuing a relationship with Jiku, no matter how determined he seemed, would likely not withstand the opposition from his family. Moreover, she had no intention of looking back, unwilling to gamble her already scarred heart on an uncertain future. In that moment, Ruan Yuan could only resort to the most hurtful words to pierce him. Jiku, don't you think it's too late? After our breakup and losing a child, you only now know to make me a promise. Isn't that utterly repulsive?
She knew that the mention of the child would strike a chord with Jiku. Observing his expression darken at her words, she continued, "Stop dreaming, we will never reconcile in this lifetime." Jiku was deeply wounded by her words, not only by the painful reminder of their lost child but also by the implication that they would never be together again. His eyes turned a fierce red, anguish etched across his face. No matter how much Ruan Yuan provoked him, the thought of a future devoid of her presence suffocated him. He refused to accept a life without her. Since gentle methods had failed, he would resort to more forceful ones. Author's note: thank you to each and every one of you who have read this far. I kindly request subscriptions, encouragement for updates, and 5-star reviews. My dear readers, there's no need to spend money, simply showing your support each day makes me incredibly happy. I am immensely grateful for everyone's affection. Chapter 85. We can never go back. Jiku declared fiercely, even if we never reconcile, let us remain entangled for a lifetime, regardless of whether we are apart or together, it is always about the two of us. His breath grew increasingly hurried, emotions surging within him like a volcano on the brink of eruption. In the next moment, Jiku abruptly lowered his head and, with an overwhelming sense of dominance, pressed his lips against those he had long yearned for. Ruan Yuan's eyes widened in shock, a wave of astonishment and panic flooding her heart. She had never anticipated such a provocative outburst, yet, Jiku persisted relentlessly. Feeling the warmth of his lips, Ruan Yuan instinctively struggled, pushing against Jiku's chest with all her might, but he held her firmly, rendering her efforts futile. His kiss was fervent and untamed, imbued with an insatiable desire and possessiveness, as if seeking to consume every breath she took. Ruan Yuan's heart raced like a drum, her mind a blank slate. This kiss, both familiar and foreign, threatened to shatter her rationality. She could feel the heat of Jiku's lips, a warmth that seemed capable of melting her very being. As Ruan Yuan fought against him, Jiku's tongue deftly pried open her lips, exploring every inch of her softness, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Gradually, her struggles weakened. A torrent of complex emotions surged within her: anger, helplessness, and an undeniable thrill. Tears streamed down Ruan Yuan's cheeks, falling upon Jiku's hands. Sensing her tears, Jiku's heart tightened. He slowly withdrew from her lips, gazing at her tear-streaked face, filled with guilt and heartache. Gently, he wiped away her tears with his thumb, his voice hoarse. "Yuan Bao, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I love you, I truly cannot bear a life without you." Ruan Yuan, with her wide eyes locked onto his, let her tears fall silently, shaking her head as she choked on her words. "Jiku, we can never go back. It is too late, far too late." With that, she forcefully broke free from his embrace and dashed towards the exit of the emergency exit. Her figure quickly vanished into the dimly lit corridor, leaving Jiku standing there, lost and forlorn. Yet, unbeknownst to them, at the staircase of the emergency exit, someone had been capturing every moment of their passionate yet foreboding encounter. An unseen lens quietly observed it all, seemingly waiting to unleash this dramatic moment into an unknown realm, sparking an unpredictable storm. As Jiku departed that morning, he had promised Komin to return to the old residence for dinner. However, at this moment, Ruan Yuan's words had extinguished his initial enthusiasm, leaving him enveloped in a sense of desolation. He emanated an air of hopelessness and solitude, his handsome features marred by a slight frown, his eyes brimming with melancholy and disappointment. With his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his jeans, he drove towards the coastline, burdened by his thoughts. The dimly lit bar on the first floor of the coastline exuded a mysterious and languid atmosphere, with soft music playing in the background. Jiku sat alone at the bar, the surrounding clamor seeming irrelevant to him. Before him stood vibrant cocktails, which he consumed one after another, as if attempting to drown his sorrows in the liquid. The duty manager felt a surge of caution the moment Jiku stepped through the door. After all, the last time the young master had indulged excessively, it had resulted in a hospitalization due to alcohol poisoning, all of which had transpired within these very walls. Observing Jiku's sullen demeanor as he entered alone and ordered numerous drinks, the manager's nerves tensed. He silently thought to himself, "I must keep a close watch. If anything were to happen again, as merely a junior manager, I would find it difficult to account for." As Jiku downed several drinks, the manager's concern deepened. He quickly dialed his boss, Yuan, seeking a lifeline. At that moment, Yuan was engaged in discussions on the third floor, and upon receiving the news, a wave of exasperation washed over him. He felt that managing these entertainment and dining establishments left him no respite, constantly worrying about these individuals, one after another, with an unending list of concerns. His mind was already a tangled mess, yet he had to attend to Jiku's situation first. Yu Siyuan hurried down to the bar, standing silently behind Jiko. Observing the troubled man before him with a twinge of sympathy, without hesitation, he picked up Jika's glass and downed its contents, speaking in a deep voice. If you keep drinking like this, do you intend to spend another fortnight in bed? Jiko had only consumed a few cocktails, and he was far from intoxicated. His mind was clear, yet Yu Siyuan's words prompted a flurry of contemplation within him. Despite his frustration, he knew he could not simply abandon his thoughts. Spending another fortnight in bed was not an option. After all, in 2 weeks, Wang Yuan could be gone. Jika slightly turned his head to look at Yu Siyuan, then patted his shoulder, saying, "Your manager deserves a raise. Don't worry, I haven't drunk much. I'm heading out now." Yu Siyuan smiled helplessly, secretly relieved that Jiko was still lucid. He watched Jika's retreating figure, feeling a myriad of emotions. In this world, everyone has their own story, each striving for their own unwavering passion, and what of himself? Was he not also a man ensnared by love in this intricate and chaotic world? As the lights brightened with the onset of night, the clock struck 9. Jiko exited the coastline and drove back to the old residence. The grand door of the old house slowly creaked open, and a joyful figure burst forth. Xan Ba wagged its tail excitedly, rushing towards Jiko. Its eyes sparkled, emitting cheerful sounds, as if expressing its joy. Jiko gazed at the creature, a warm smile gracing his face, though he felt a twinge of helplessness. It seemed that this little one only displayed such enthusiasm in Wang Yuan's absence. The housekeeper, Uncle Xiang, heard the commotion and hurried out to greet him, dressed in a neat traditional outfit. With meticulously combed hair and a kind smile, Uncle Xiang looked at Jiko and promptly said, "Xiai, you promised to return for dinner and now you've changed your mind. Your mother just received a phone call and her expression was quite dismal. You should go upstairs and comfort her." Jiko chuckled nonchalantly, a lazy smile lingering on his lips as he replied to Uncle Xiang, "Having Jia prepare a bowl of noodles for me. I haven't eaten yet." Uncle Xiang frowned in concern, saying, "You, my child, it's already 9 o'clock, and you haven't eaten yet. This irregular eating habit of yours is bound to ruin your stomach." As he grumbled, he hurried off to finding Jia. Chapter 86. Your grandfather returns home for the new year. Jiko entered the house and found his grandfather, Ji Zhengxian, comfortably settled on the living room sofa, engrossed in a television drama. The elderly gentleman was clad in a cozy loungewear, his hair flecked with gray, and his face was etched with an expression of rapt attention to the unfolding plot. Jiko couldn't help but chuckle in resignation as he strode over, taking a seat beside his grandfather. "Grandpa, I'm back," he announced. The old man was so absorbed in the show that he barely registered Jika's arrival. Once he finally responded, he playfully slapped Jika's leg and remarked, "You rascal, we agreed you would be home for dinner, yet here you are, changing plans. Your mother seems rather upset." Jika shrugged it off, replying, "I had some urgent matters to attend to after work. It was unavoidable that I'll have a bowl of noodles and then talk to her." The old man offered a dismissive grunt, returning to his drama. Jiko couldn't suppress a smile, reflecting on how enviable his grandfather's current life appeared. After finishing the seafood noodles that Jia had prepared for him, Jiko rose and made his way upstairs. Approaching the study, he gently knocked on the door. "Come in," called Komin, and Jiko pushed the door open and entered inside the study. Komin sat at her desk, her expression dark and brooding. Jiko could distinctly sense that his mother was genuinely upset, but why? It was merely a missed dinner. Standing opposite her desk, he took the initiative to admit his faulty mom. "I had some urgent matters this evening, which caused the delay. I promise to give you a heads up next time." Komin, still wearing a frown, pressed on with her inquiry, "What urgent matters did you have this evening?" Jiko quickly racked his brain, concocting a flimsy excuse to deflect her scrutiny. Komin was evidently unconvinced and continued her questioning, "Did you go somewhere else?" A sense of unease crept over Jiko. His mother had never been this confrontational before. Did she somehow know where he had been? Nevertheless, without concrete evidence, Jiko would not confess, as he needed to ensure Wang Yuan's tranquility. Thus, he replied, "Afterward, I went to Yusayan for a couple of drinks." Realizing that he would not come clean, Komin reluctantly let the matter rest, deciding that she would need to investigate things herself. She mustered a strained smile and said, "It's nothing, I was just feeling a bit overwhelmed by the unexpected situation in Switzerland." She continued, "Your grandfather is coming to Guangdong this year with an old friend's family to celebrate the new year. Make sure to wrap up matters at work so you can take some time to show them around." An old friend as family, Jika knew that his grandfather had never spent the new year in Guangdong, and now he was bringing along friends. He sensed that this was far from a simple visit. Could it be yet another attempt to arrange a marriage for him? Jika had no intention of acquiescing this time. He would confront whatever came his way. Nodding, he feigned nonchalance, saying, "All right, then you should rest early." As he exited the study, his heart was heavy with frustration. The older he grew, the less peace he found. In his youth, it seemed that more personnel would need to be dispatched on Ruan Yuan's side. In the hospital, Zhong Yu tended to Ruan Yuan with utmost care, allowing her to feel at ease as she left with her aunt. With Lin Jiaor scheduled for surgery early the next morning, Ruan Yuan and her aunt booked a room at a hotel near the hospital for the night. The hotel room was simply yet comfortably adorned. The night outside had deepened. This should have been a rare moment of Antony's bonding. However, Ruan Yuan found herself troubled by Jika's earlier words and actions, her heart feeling as though it had been cast into a tumultuous sea, unable to find calm. Lying in bed, she stared at the ceiling, her eyes reflecting her agitation and confusion, her brow furrowed slightly, her lips pressed together, and she silently chided herself for allowing Jika to affect her so deeply. Internally, she repeated to herself, "Ruan Yuan, do not be soft-hearted, do not be soft-hearted, or you will be irreparably harmed." Yet, despite her earnest efforts to admonish herself, those images continued to haunt her mind. She tossed and turned, unable to find repose. Thus, Ruan Yuan remained sleepless until the early hours of the morning, finally drifting into a restless slumber. Even in her dreams, her brow remained slightly creased, as though she were still troubled by Jika's affairs. The morning sun streamed through the windows of Renai Private Hospital, casting a warm glow on the pristine corridor, which was thick with palpable tension. Zhong Yu, her face etched with fatigue and worry, clasped her hands tightly together as she paced anxiously at the door of the operating room, her gaze darting toward the closed door, silently praying for her daughter's successful surgery. Ruan Yuan and her aunt, Ruan Wenshu, had arrived at the hospital early as well. She stood quietly to the side, arms crossed, contemplating that as long as Zhou leg did not suffer a second injury, recovery should be straightforward, though the surgery would undoubtedly leave behind a long scar that would eventually need to be addressed. Ruan Wenshu gently patted Zhong Yu's shoulder, offering comfort. "Do not worry too much. The head of orthopedics is performing the surgery personally. Jiaor will surely be fine." Gu Yanli stood in a corner, occasionally peering anxiously at the operating room, his expression betraying his unease. He added, "Aunt Zhong, Jiaor will be all right. Try not to worry too much." In the corridor just around the corner from the operating room, Gu Yanli had arrived early. He had initially intended to accompany Lin Jiaor into surgery that morning. However, upon learning that her mother was present, he instinctively recoiled. After all, no matter the tumult between them, it was crucial not to let her mother know of their circumstances. Gu Yanli was acutely aware that he lacked the courage to face Lin Jiaor's mother, yet, he could not shake the anxiety of not witnessing her emerge from surgery successfully. At that moment, his expression was as cold as ice, though his eyes betrayed an undeniable concern. Gu Yanli paced back and forth in the corridor with steady yet restless steps, his tightly knitted brow consumed with worry. Lin Che, clad in a pristine white coat and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, appeared polished and professional. He had rushed over after completing his rounds and immediately noticed Gu Yanli's distressed demeanor. Approaching him, Lin Che gently placed a hand on Gu Yanli's shoulder, attempting to offer reassurance. "Take it easy, our hospital's head of orthopedics is exceptionally skilled, he has never made a mistake in such procedures." Gu Yanli understood the logic behind this, yet he was unable to quell the anxiety gnawing at his heart. Everyone anxiously awaited at the operating room door, as if time itself had stretched unbearably long. At last, the door to the operating room slowly opened, and the head of orthopedics emerged. Removing his mask, he revealed a weary yet satisfied smile. "The surgery was very successful, and the condition is stable. Just ensure proper postoperative care and follow-up maintenance." Chapter 87, A Meeting with Kumin. Upon hearing the attending physician's words, everyone exhaled in relief, their faces lighting up with joy. The taut nerves of Gu Yanli finally relaxed at that moment, the corners of his mouth curving upwards as a heavy weight lifted from his heart. Lin Che, smiling gently, nodded and gestured towards the elevator, saying, "I have another surgery to attend to, so I must take my leave." Thus, merely a few moments later, Gu Yanli watched as Lin Jiaor was wheeled out of the operating room on a hospital bed, slowly passing by him. Gazing at Lin Jiaor's frail, closed eyes, a powerful urge surged within him. he longed to tenderly caress her face and envelop her in a warm embrace. Unfortunately, Lin Zhou's mother and Ruan Yuan's aunt followed closely behind the bed. Gu Yanli could only suppress his inner yearning, standing still as a stranger, unable to move as he observed their departure. As Ruan Yuan passed by, she cast a glance at Gu Yanli. Perhaps due to the presence of elders, Ruan Yuan merely offered him a polite, fleeting smile, tinged with a hint of helplessness, before hurriedly descending the elevator with the others. Watching their retreating figures, Gu Yanli's heart brimmed with desolation and wistfulness. He yearned to be by Lin Zhou's side in that moment, yet reality confined him to that spot, silently bearing the weight of his concern and longing.
It seemed that unacknowledged feelings must remain shrouded in secrecy.
Lin Zhou slowly opened her eyes, greeted by the pristine whiteness of the hospital room and the soft blue of the curtains. She slightly turned her head to see her mother sitting by the bedside, her face etched with concern. Lin Zhou exerted herself to muster a weak yet warm smile, softly whispering, "Mom, I'm fine now." Zhong Yu's eyes instantly glistened with tears as she gently caressed Lin Zhou's cheek, her tone filled with tenderness. "Does it still hurt?" Lin Zhou smiled faintly and shook her head, not at. Looking at her mother's weary face and the fatigue etched on Ruan Yuan's family's features, she felt a surge of guilt. Turning to Ruan Yuan, who stood by, she quietly said, "Ruan Yuan, why don't you take your aunt and Su Mo out for lunch? My mom can take care of me here." Ruan Yuan observed Lin Zhou, noting her relatively stable condition, and nodded, "Then be sure to rest well." Ruan Yuan led her aunt and Su Mo out of the ward, and the three of them felt a slight easing of their spirits. Once outside the hospital, they hailed a cab and Ruan Yuan took her aunt and Su Mo to the city center, entering a restaurant within a large shopping mall. The restaurant boasted an elegant ambience, with soft lighting and the subtle aroma of food wafting through the air. Ruan Yuan found a quiet corner to sit down, smiling at her aunt and Su Mo as she said, "Let us enjoy a delightful meal today." Ruan Wenshu hesitated, saying, "Don't order too many dishes. It looks rather expensive here." Ruan Yuan grasped her aunt's hand and reassured her, "Auntie, it's a rare occasion for our family to sit down for a proper meal. Zhou is in good hands with Mom, so I'm at ease. Once Zhou is discharged, I'll have to return to London, and I want to cherish the time we have together." Su Mo looked at Ruan Yuan, his eyes filled with reluctance as he furrowed his brow, pleading, "Sister, do you really have to leave so soon? Can you wait until after the new year?" Ruan Yuan offered a wry smile, softly responding, "Although school is still on break, I've already started working and can't take too much time off. If it weren't for Zhou's accident, I might not have known when I'd return." Ruan Wenshu gazed at her thoughtful and ambitious child, her heart swelling with pride. She understood that she herself might not achieve great success in life, but she could never hinder her child's progress. Nodding in understanding, Ruan Wenshu spoke with a tender gaze, "Indeed, you young people must prioritize your careers and studies. We will have plenty of opportunities to reunite in the future." Ruan Yuan ordered several signature dishes from the restaurant, and the family enjoyed their meal while chatting, the atmosphere warm and inviting. Ruan Wenshu looked at the bountiful spread before them, reminiscing, "It has been far too long since we have savored a meal like this together." Ruan Yuan laughed, "Yes, once we finish eating, we can stroll around here." After their meal, Ruan Yuan led her aunt and Su Mo through the mall for several hours, purchasing a few outfits for them. Ruan Wenshu, feeling a pang at Ruan Yuan's expenditure, frequently attempted to pay. Ruan Yuan had to coax and gently threaten, "Don't worry about my tuition, I've saved enough. Now that I have a salary and bonuses, I still have plenty left over. It will only get better from here. You must accept this. If you refuse, I shall truly be upset." Ruan Wenshu chuckled helplessly, her eyes filled with affection, "You are such a considerate child." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with brilliant hues of twilight, a gentle breeze brought a refreshing chill. Ruan Yuan looked at her aunt and Su Mo, her heart brimming with warmth. She silently resolved that no matter where she settled in the future, she must first acquire her own home, so she could always invite her aunt and Su Mo to stay for a while. At the bustling entrance of the shopping mall, where people thronged and the atmosphere was vibrant, Ruan Yuan, her aunt, and Su Mo had just emerged from their shopping spree, standing by the roadside awaiting a cab. At that moment, Ruan Yuan's phone rang. She picked it up to find an unfamiliar number. A steady voice from the other end spoke, "Ruan Yuan, I am Kumin, Jika's mother. We need to find a place to talk." Ruan Yuan was momentarily taken aback, a torrent of thoughts flooding her mind, yet, she resisted the urge to be dramatic and, with little time to ponder, directly provided the address of the mall before arranging for her aunt and Suemo to leave, stating she had an appointment and would join them later. After bidding farewell to her aunt and Suemo, Ruan Yuan sought out a quiet CAF near the mall, sending the address to the number she had just called. The CAF was tastefully decorated in a minimalist yet elegant style, with soft lighting and soothing music playing in the background. She chose a seat by the window, affording her a view of the street outside. As Ruan Yuan sat quietly, awaiting the arrival of Jika's mother, her thoughts wandered. She had not anticipated receiving a call from Jika's family after such a long separation. She surmised that Kumin would likely express sentiments urging her to avoid lingering around her son. Ruan Yuan felt a sense of resignation. She had merely naively reached for something beyond her grasp and had promptly retreated, bearing the painful consequences. Why could they not simply let her go? As for Jika's mother, Kumin, Ruan Yuan had heard her friends speak of her in the past, describing her as a strong-willed, quintessential career woman. Chapter 88. What do you want me to do? Ruan Yuan pondered to herself, hoping that the woman would refrain from uttering any unpleasant words. Otherwise, even if she were Jika's mother, Ruan Yuan would not hesitate to retort. Approximately half an hour later, the CAF door creaked open, revealing an exceptionally poised woman who stepped inside. Ke Min was clad in a new Chinese-style satin white ensemble, her tall stature and elegant demeanor captivating. Her hair was neatly styled into a bun, showcasing her smooth forehead, and her piercing gaze radiated sharpness, with a subtle touch of makeup enhancing her features. Her lips curled upward slightly, exuding confidence and composure. Grasping a limited edition handbag, she gracefully approached Ruan Yuan. Upon taking her seat opposite Ruan Yuan, the latter offered a faint smile and greeted her politely. "Good day, Ms.Ke." Kumin returned the gesture with a nod, her opening remark being, "You are even more exquisite than in your photographs." Ruan Yuan was momentarily taken aback but quickly responded, "Your compliment is appreciated. You appear far younger and more graceful than your online images suggest." Kumin surveyed the woman before her, who was so cherished by her son. Although irritation bubbled within her, she also recognized her son's shortcomings. It was truly disheartening to witness him becoming so infatuated that he lost himself, squandering over 20 years of his commendable upbringing. Ke Min did not mince words. She fixed her gaze on Ruan Yuan and stated, "Your relationship with my son has stirred quite a commotion in Yuezhou, particularly regarding his hospitalization due to alcohol-induced gastric bleeding. I assume you are aware of this. He has always been perceptive and responsible, yet I never anticipated he would become so emotionally entangled." Upon hearing gastric bleeding hospitalization, Ruan Yuan felt a sudden tightening in her chest, a slight ache blooming within. She was genuinely unaware of such an occurrence. However, if it were true, it was no wonder his mother sought her out. Ruan Yuan remained silent, observing Kumin with a blend of surprise and calmness in her eyes. After a brief pause, Kumin continued, "Now he has taken over GAI and invested in Chu Xian because of you. I trust you understand that our family has allowed him a certain degree of freedom due to his maturity from a young age. However, his reckless actions for your sake raise concerns about future repercussions. You are aware of the burdens he carries. Our family cannot permit him to remain so self-indulgent." Kumin's last remark resonated with Ruan Yuan's self-awareness. The disparity between you two is insurmountable. There is no conceivable outcome. Ruan Yuan listened in silence, feeling a mix of compassion, emotion, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Her relationship with Jiku was indeed a misguided entanglement, one that should never have begun. After a sleepless night, she had finally come to terms with the fact that Jiku had not moved on, and his investments were solely for her sake. Ruan Yuan remained quiet for an extended period, waiting for Kumin to continue, but she did not. Finally, Ruan Yuan spoke, her voice calm and direct, "So, what do you want me to do?" Kumin smiled, noting the young woman's composure and exquisite appearance, which undoubtedly captivated Jiku. With an air of tranquility, Kumin replied, "I know you two have parted ways, but he is utterly devoted to you, pursuing you relentlessly. I am at a loss regarding him. I can only advise you to seek refuge in a place where he cannot find you." A tumult of emotions surged within Ruan Yuan. She had never anticipated Jiku's unwavering dedication post-breakup, but their continued entanglement would only lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, it was evident that the dynamics of affluent families adhered to familiar patterns, with Jiku's mother suggesting that she abandon her studies. This demand was something Ruan Yuan could never acquiesce to. While she could comprehend Kumin's intentions, Ruan Yuan was resolute in her own stance. She raised her gaze, determination glimmering in her eyes as she spoke with unwavering calmness. It is precisely because I am aware of the disparity between myself and your son that I chose to end our relationship. Frankly, I was unaware of the matters you just mentioned. She gently bit her lip, pausing for a moment before continuing. Although I am moved by your words, rest assured, I am self-aware. I promise you that I will not reconcile with him, but I cannot forsake my education. Her unwavering gaze met Kumin's, devoid of any inclination to retreat. Observing Ruan Yuan's firm refusal, Kumin was uncertain if she should negotiate further. Regardless, she had prepared for this moment. From her bag, she produced a check and placed it on the table before Ruan Yuan. This is your due compensation for the lost child. I am aware of that. Your efforts in studying and working are ultimately aimed at financial gain. Accept my compensation, and you can spare yourself years of struggle. Moreover, I never suggested you abandon your studies. You may continue your education. With a light-hearted smile, Kumin added, why not study in Switzerland? I can make arrangements there, and Jiku would never suspect you are in proximity. Ruan Yuan quietly chuckled, realizing she had unwittingly stepped into the familiar narrative of accepting a check. It was no wonder so many were eager to attach themselves to the wealthy. A mere token from such families could alter the fate of ordinary individuals for generations. Ruan Yuan delicately picked up the check, glancing at it briefly. 300 million, it seemed she was indeed quite valuable. However, she soon curved her lips and pushed the check back towards Kumin. Rising from her seat, she declared, I have already paid a price for this high-stakes pursuit. Retreating is not an option. I have my own life to lead. Ms. Ku, you should focus on Jiku. With that, Ruan Yuan took her bag and exited the restaurant without looking back. As she walked down the street, the warm glow of the setting sun enveloped her, yet it failed to thaw the chill in her heart. Was it humiliation? Not at all. Ruan Yuan understood that everyone had their own stance, and Jika's mother had been relatively courteous. At least she had refrained from uttering harsh or humiliating words. Ruan Yuan felt a slight ache in her chest, unable to articulate her current emotions, grappling with helplessness and despair. Meanwhile, Jika sat in the office of Kuxin Technology, diligently addressing the work issues that had arisen during his recent trip to London. The soft glow of the office lights illuminated his chiseled features as he furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting focus and composure. Around 7 o'clock, Jika's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was his assistant, Lin Xi. Upon answering the call, Lin Xi's voice came through. Your mother has just met with Ruan Yuan. The specifics of their conversation went unheard, but my personnel noted that your mother offered a check, which Ruan Yuan declined. Jika's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this, his grip on the phone tightening, knuckles whitening. The call had yet to end when Lin Xi inquired, should we deploy additional personnel for surveillance? Jika's voice was low and serious. Yes, her safety is paramount. After hanging up, Jika's heart felt tumultuous, a storm of emotions raging within. He had never anticipated that his mother would seek out Ruan Yuan. His mind raced with various scenarios, fearing Ruan Yuan would suffer indignities or verbal harm at his mother's hands. Ever since Song Mu had entered Ruan Yuan's life, Jika had arranged for people to shadow her. Initially, it was to deter any opportunistic suitors, but it soon evolved into a protective measure for her safety. Chapter 89 Confrontation. At this moment, a profound sense of unease and indignation surged within Jika. He could scarcely fathom that his mother had returned to the country solely to seek out Ruan Yuan. In that instant, Jika felt an overwhelming aversion towards his mother. Kumin seated at his desk, his gaze ablaze with fury, he pondered. Did she, ensnared in her own marital misfortunes, ever consider the possibility of affording her son a chance at happiness in his lifetime? Indeed, a person who bears the weight of such a life is unlikely to comprehend the heart of one who yearns for joy, even if that person is her own son. Empathy eludes her. For 26 years, Jika had adhered to the prescribed path of life, previously indifferent, believing he ought to continue down that road, yet, ever since Ruan Yuan departed, she had become his sole bottom line. Should any misfortune befall her, Jika could scarcely envision the lengths to which he might go. With this thought, he found himself restless, unable to focus on his work any longer. Abruptly, he rose, donned his coat, and strode out of the office, leaving his secretary with a terse, "The remaining tasks can wait until tomorrow." As Jika drove with urgency towards the ancestral home, his heart weighed heavy, his mind inundated with the potential grievances Ruan Yuan might be enduring. Regret gnawed at him for not anticipating his mother's actions sooner, for failing to safeguard Ruan Yuan adequately. En route, Jike's resentment towards his mother only intensified, yet his foremost concern remained Ruan Yuan's current state of mind. He hastily retrieved his phone and dialed her number. The ringing persisted, teetering on the brink of disconnection, until at last, she answered. Anxiety clawed at Jike's insides, yet his tone remained unnaturally calm. I am aware of everything.
I will certainly provide you with an explanation.
After leaving the CAF, the sky gradually darkened, and Ruan Yuan felt overwhelmed with distress, reluctant to return so soon. At that moment, she wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets. When she saw Jike's name flashing on her phone, she hesitated to answer. However, some matters demanded clarity. Otherwise, if his mother were to inexplicably whisk her away to an unknown place, to whom could she voice her grievances? To her surprise, Jike had learned of the situation with remarkable speed and sought an explanation from her. Given their prolonged separation, Ruan Yuan wished for Jike to avoid conflict with his family on her behalf. She simply yearned for the tranquility to live her own life. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke into the phone. Jike, please do not allow this to create discord between you and your family. Everything ended when we broke up. You should have a proper discussion with your mother. I trust she will no longer make things difficult for me. How could Jike maintain his composure and engage in a civil conversation with Kumin after she had approached Ruan Yuan? His voice low and simmering with frustration, he replied, discuss it properly. What becomes of me afterwards, and you? Ruan Yuan detected his stubbornness. It was evident he was prepared to create a scene upon his return. She gently urged, we have already parted ways, Jike. Upon hearing the word breakup, Jike felt a surge of anger. Even if we are no longer together, I shall not relent, Ruan Yuan. Do not think you can escape me again. Even if it means severing ties with them, I will never allow you to leave my side.
In that moment, Ruan Yuan regarded Jike as utterly irrational.
How could she permit such a situation to unfold? She chastised him loudly over the phone. Jike, had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the outset. If you had adopted this attitude earlier, I would have faced it with you, but now it is too late. Even if you were to sever ties with your family, I will not be with you.
Reflect on whether this path is truly worth pursuing.
Jike was indeed consumed by his fervor. Disregarding Ruan Yuan's sentiments, he was resolute that they would ultimately be together. He resolved to address his familial matters first before seeking her out. Striving to regain his composure, he softened his tone. Very well, take care of yourself in the meantime. Someone will be watching over your safety. I must hang up now. Jike or Ruan Yuan wished to continue persuading him, but the line had already gone dead. She remained oblivious to the storm that would ensue upon Jike's return home, feeling powerless to alter or prevent it. Yet, Jike was their family's only cherished son. Perhaps, with some gentle guidance from within the ancestral home, Kumin was diligently attending to her official duties in her study. Clad in comfortable loungewear, she sat at her desk, engrossed in her documents, her expression devoid of emotion.
Suddenly, the study door swung open forcefully, and Jike stormed in, seething with anger. This was indeed a display of fury. It was the first time Jike had entered the elder's domain without restraint. Kumin, taken aback by her son's behavior, looked up with a furrowed brow. Jike's opening words dripped with accusation. What precisely did you say to her? Kumin, incensed by her son's tone, recalled that while he had never been particularly close, he had never spoken to her in such a manner. Setting down her papers, she replied, since you are aware, I shall be direct. I offered her a check to leave, yet she did not acquiesce. Jike approached the desk, his eyes ablaze with indignation. How could you so humiliate her? You yourself lack love in your marriage. Have you never considered your son's happiness? His voice resonated with reproach and dissatisfaction internally. Jike was raging, feeling that his mother's unilateral decision to confront Ruan Yuan with a check was an unbearable affront. With a slight furrow of her brow, Kumin's expression shifted to one of restrained anger, her tone serious. Jike, who taught you to speak to your mother in such a tone? You have been entangled with her for 3 years, surely that is sufficient. With her background, what conceivable future could you have together? Jike's eyes widened in disbelief as he raised his voice, demanding, what do you mean by that background? Her family is entirely respectable. What makes her unworthy? Do you believe our family's wealth necessitates further embellishment? What more do you desire from us? His voice escalated, his emotions surging. In that moment, Jike cast aside all reservations.
Compared to the prospect of losing Ruan Yuan, familial obligations had become trivial in his eyes. Kaimin stared wide-eyed, astonished that her son would raise his voice for the sake of a woman. Her tone bore reproach, yet she still sought to reason with him. You did not express this sentiment before. You asked me to grant you 3 years, surely that was merely a stalling tactic. Our family possesses considerable assets, yet one must seek a partner who is equally matched in every regard, otherwise, you will bear the burden alone. You understand this logic? Why disregard it when it comes to her?
Chapter 90. The Slapchika's expression was grim as he candidly confessed, I am merely buying time. I have never entertained the notion of parting ways with her, and I never shall. If you were to drive her away and anything were to happen to her, your son would accompany her in suffering. Komin was taken aback by her son's proclamation, left momentarily speechless, when Ji-hong's figure loomed before Ji-ku. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Ji-ku's face, his tone seething with fury. Who taught you to speak to your mother in such a manner? You've grown bold. For a mere woman, you dare utter threats. Ji-ku was momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow, marking the first time in his 26 years of life that he had been struck. His eyes initially reflected shock and disbelief, but that astonishment gradually faded, replaced by profound disappointment and anger. His gaze turned slightly red, obscured by a veil of misty tears. Despite the visible imprint of the blow upon his face, he felt no pain there. Rather, it was the anguish deep within his heart that consumed his senses. He stood there quietly, exuding an aura of coldness and despair. Indeed, if these two could endure a loveless marriage for 30 years, how could they possibly enable their son's happiness? They were not but heartless, unfeeling tools of their careers. In that moment, Ji-ku was utterly disillusioned with his parents, lamenting the futility of his previous attempts to strike a balance, never once considering the option of relinquishing his responsibilities. From a young age, whether in studies or work, he had strived for excellence, yet it was precisely because of this sense of duty, this steadfast attitude, that he lost his first child with Ruan Yuan. At this moment, Ji-ku's eyes burned with rage. Though the marks of the blow were evident on his face, it was not physical pain he felt, but rather a profound heartache. Gazing at the couple, Ji-ku spoke slowly. Very well, it seems one cannot emerge two distinct individuals from the same bed. You may continue to guard your enterprise for the rest of your lives. After all, you are accustomed to it. While you still have the ability, perhaps you might still manage to produce an heir. Upon hearing such blasphemous words, Ji-hong instinctively raised his hand once more to strike him, yet was seized by an inexplicable fear at the sight of his son's despondent demeanor. The Ji family had but this one child. Should anything happen to him, the consequences would be unimaginable, a burden none could bear. Nevertheless, Ji-hong would never acquiesce to him. He had grasped the situation's essence before entering the room, and Komin had elaborated on the circumstances upon her return. Observing his son poised to leave, Ji-hong barked angrily, You must reflect on your words. How dare you utter such treasonous sentiments? For the sake of a woman, you would forsake your family and your inheritance? Let me make this abundantly clear, Ji-ku, since you were born into the Ji family, you shall never escape the responsibilities that come with it. I shall bind you to that position, ensuring you remain steadfastly seated there. Ji-hong's voice thundered, laden with undeniable authority and oppressive force. Ji-ku glared at his father, rendered speechless, his eyes brimming with disappointment. Ji-hong opted for a candid approach, continuing sternly, I shall tell you plainly, your grandfather has come with the granddaughter of Master Gu. We have already met the child, and she is indeed quite remarkable. Once you meet her, we shall confirm the wedding date. Should you persist in your obstinacy, the one you cherish may well be left to her own devices. On this matter, she was indeed in alignment with him. Furthermore, the arrangement concerning the Gu family's granddaughter had been established over the past 6 months. Regardless of Ji-ku's stance, this situation had become a fait accompli within their household. Even though Komin felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing Ji-hong strike their son, she never contemplated yielding in this matter. She would let her husband handle it. Upon hearing his father's dictatorial declaration, Ji-ku was dismayed to discover that even his marriage had been predetermined, feeling a mix of ridicule and sorrow. At that moment, he had no desire to engage in further dialogue. All he wished for was to distance himself from this place as swiftly as possible. Ji-ku took a step forward, preparing to leave, when his father, Ji-hong, bellowed, Where do you think you're going? His tone was filled with inquiry and authority. Ji-ku offered no reply, striding directly out of the study on the second floor. Observing her son's unsettling demeanor, Komin's heart tightened, and she urgently exclaimed, Quickly, stop him, we cannot let anything happen. Ji-hong promptly reacted, pulling out his phone and commanding, Detain him at the villa entrance.
His tone was resolute. Thus, as Jika stepped outside the villa, he was confronted by a dozen professional bodyguards who blocked his path. Their faces were expressionless, their gazes cold, merely executing their orders. Jika glared furiously. Having some martial skills himself, he attempted to resist, yet within moments, he found his arms firmly grasped by several guards. Jiko's limited fighting prowess was no match for these elite bodyguards, all meticulously selected by his father. Each was robust and powerful, not only skilled in combat but also exhibiting high levels of discipline and efficiency. Jika struggled, shouting, "Let me go!"
However, the bodyguards remained unmoved, forcibly escorting him back to his room on the third floor of the villa.
Jika glared at them in anger as they entered his room, confiscating his phone and computer. Subsequently, they locked his door, severing his connection to the outside world completely. Jika sat despondently on his bed, filled with indignation and helplessness. He could hardly believe that after 26 years of dutifully adhering to the expectations of the Ji family, he would find himself confined by his own parents. Meanwhile, Ruan Yuan spent the night at the hotel with her aunt, destined for yet another arduous evening. A sense of trepidation loomed within her, worrying whether Jiku would return home and create an unmanageable uproar. She pondered whether Kumin would hinder her tranquil life in London. Should Jiku find himself powerless against them, they would likely have no room for resistance. Ruan Yuan contemplated that she must call Jiku first thing in the morning, urging him to communicate with his mother and avoid exacerbating the situation. That night, Ruan Yuan remained awake until 3 in the morning, finally succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into slumber. Chapter 91. And get that girl away. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a gentle hue across the courtyard and adding a touch of warmth to the old residence. The elderly gentleman, clad in a deep navy traditional robe, had his graying hair meticulously arranged. Despite his advanced years, his eyes still sparkled with wisdom. Having retired early the previous night, he remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil that had unfolded in his household. It was only when he saw Xiang Bo carrying breakfast upstairs that he learned from Ing Jia about the events of the previous evening. The old man ambled into the dining room, where his son Ji Hong and daughter-in-law Kumin were already seated, their expressions grave. Taking his place at the head of the table, he furrowed his brow slightly and sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, you should not have confined him. He is 26 and no longer a child. Ji Hong's expression was serious, and upon hearing his father's words, he replied helplessly, "Father, I had no choice. You did not witness his outrageous behavior last night."
The elder felt a pang of concern for his grandson and, after a moment's contemplation, tentatively inquired, "What is the situation with that girl?
If she is suitable, perhaps we should acquiesce to Asi's wishes." After the elder spoke, he turned his gaze to Kumin, who raised her chin slightly and retorted, "Father, how can you indulge him so? You are well aware of the tremendous burdens Asi bears. If he lacks a partner of equal standing, how exhausting his life will be. Moreover, in a family like ours, it is imperative to either secure a strategic marriage or at the very least, ensure compatibility. Without a balanced background, it is difficult for anyone to endure here." Kumin's tone was resolute, her eyes revealing a steadfast commitment to the family's interests. Ji Hong nodded silently, clearly in agreement with his wife's assertions.
He clasped his hands on the table and spoke in a low voice, "Father-in-law has already arranged for the spring festival visit from Gubo and his family. This matter is set in stone and cannot be refused."
The old man felt a deep sorrow for his grandson. He could not bear to watch the young man suffer, yet, he ultimately acknowledged that his son and daughter-in-law had valid points. After all, the person one chooses to spend a lifetime with must share a compatible family background. Otherwise, differing worldviews and values would inevitably lead to conflict. Furthermore, should this granddaughter-in-law lack a formidable family background, she would likely face ridicule and disdain. The old man sighed softly, his face betraying an inner turmoil. After a moment of reflection, he remarked, "Yet you cannot continue to confine him indefinitely. A proper solution must be devised." Ji Hong and Kumin exchanged glances, and Kumin furrowed her brow slightly as she said, "Father, we do not wish for this either. Asi has had too easy a life, it is time to temper his spirit." The old man shook his head slowly, his expression grave.
"Communication is essential, we cannot adopt an unyielding stance.
The child has never rebelled so fiercely before, and I fear it may backfire." Ji Hong responded helplessly, "We also wish to communicate, but he is utterly obstinate and rebellious at the moment."
Kumin added,
"Let him reflect on his actions in his room for a couple of days.
If that proves ineffective, I will remove that girl. If she is no longer present, he will undoubtedly calm down." The dining room fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere thick with tension.
Sunlight streamed through the window onto the dining table, yet it could not dispel the shadows clouding the family's hearts. When Ruan Wenshu awoke, Ruan Yuan also stirred. She got up to wash her face and attempted to call Jiku multiple times, but there was no answer. Although a twinge of worry lingered in her heart, she considered his habitual late rising and concluded he was likely still enjoying his slumber. She and her aunt had spent the entire morning at the hospital, and after lunch, they bid farewell to her aunt and Sumo as they returned to their hometown. However, as the day wore on, Jika still had not replied to her calls. Just as Ruan Yuan was preparing to take a taxi back to the hospital, her phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing it was Jika's assistant, Yifan, her heart raced, and she hastily answered. In the past 2 years, Yifan had witnessed their tumultuous relationship, and he understood the significant role Ruan Yuan played in Jika's life. He felt it crucial to communicate this situation to her. Miss Ruan, Jika has been confined by his parents. We have exhausted all means to see him, but to no avail. You must remain vigilant during this time. However, do not fret excessively, as a bodyguard will be with you to ensure your safety. Ruan Yuan was taken aback. She never anticipated Jika's parents would treat their son in such a manner. He must be fighting back at home to have endured such treatment, and the root of the issue was likely due to her. The thought weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her feeling as though a boulder had lodged itself within her chest. Biting her lip, she furrowed her brow and instructed Yifan, "If you manage to contact Jiko, please ensure he calls me." Yifan replied, "Understood, Miss Ruan. We will do everything in our power to assist, but you must also take care of yourself." Ruan Yuan sighed softly, "Thank you." In a spacious and bright office, sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, creating warm patches of light on the wooden floor. Yifan, dressed in a crisp black suit, appeared somewhat fatigued. After hanging up with Ruan Yuan, he furrowed his brow in deep concern. Slowly, he raised his gaze to Lin Qi, who sat across from him. Lin Qi, casually dressed, leaned back against the sofa, legs crossed. He squinted slightly, unable to mask his weariness. As he gently stroked his chin, his expression gave. The two of them had received news from Jika's bodyguards the previous night, resulting in a sleepless night for both. Exchanging a glance with Yifan, Lin Qi sighed, "I truly overestimated the prince's parents. I originally believed they would adopt a more lenient approach, but I did not anticipate their seriousness in this matter, resorting to confinement." Yifan shook his head in resignation. The rigid mindset of affluent families is largely uniform. However, do not underestimate Jika's rebellious spirit. Once he is resolved on something, he will not yield. That is why I specifically arranged for Ruan Yuan to be nearby. Otherwise, when he emerges, he will surely be furious. Lin Qi straightened up, resting his hands on his knees. After a moment's thought, he suggested, "Let us wait a couple of days to see how things unfold. Perhaps there will be a breakthrough at the ancestral home. I have instructed the bodyguards there to remain vigilant regarding the situation and to look for any potential openings. If necessary, we can extricate him first." Yifan nodded in agreement. "That seems to be the only course of action. Have you briefed the personnel on Ruan Yuan's side? We cannot afford any slip-ups." Lin Qi nodded slightly. "Rest assured, I increased the number of guards this morning." The office fell into a brief silence as both men pondered, hoping for a favorable turn of events before matters escalated beyond control. Chapter 92 Confinement. In that moment when all of Jika's communication devices were ruthlessly confiscated, and the door was heavily locked behind him, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped him. He stood frozen against the door for what felt like an eternity before slowly regaining his composure. A profound desolation surged within Jike in this abode, which he had always believed to be a sanctuary. He was now starkly aware that he was merely a tool for their ambitions. To outsiders, his status was the object of envy of the sole heir of the Ji family, born with a silver spoon, poised to inherit vast enterprises, yet, who could genuinely comprehend the anguish and turmoil that dwelled within him? The superficial glamour of his existence felt utterly powerless and futile at this moment. Jiku was acutely aware that his life was nothing short of a farcical jest. For so long, he had yearned for the warmth of parental affection, yet it seemed that this longing was merely a figment of his imagination. When had his parents ever bestowed upon him true love and understanding? In their eyes, he was merely the continuation of their desires. Did they truly believe that by confining him, he would meekly submit? Absolutely not. Jika resolved that he would rather starve than yield to them. As for Ruan Yuan, she was destined to be his. As long as he drew breath, no one would obstruct his pursuit of freedom and happiness. That night, Jika did not linger long in his melancholic reverie. Perhaps due to his physical and mental exhaustion, he fell into a deep slumber within mere hours of confinement. The next day, as the sun gradually ascended, Jiku awoke. He lay in bed, hearing Xiangbo instructing the bodyguards outside to bring in breakfast. Soon after, he witnessed the bodyguard entering his room with the food. However, Jika paid no heed to their comings and goings, remaining still and silent in bed. Not a morsel of the food and water offered was touched. Instead, he found several bottles of wine in the room and casually opened one, merely to quench his thirst. Since he could not escape or see anyone, there was no need for pretense. His hair was tousled, clad only in a black silk robe, with nothing beneath but a pair of undergarments, too apathetic even to fasten a belt. He leisurely sipped his red wine as he ambled about the room, wandering aimlessly. The third floor was always his solitary domain. His suite, occupying the top floor of the villa, comprised a bedroom, a living room, and a study. The ceiling was higher than that of typical residential buildings, making his third floor equivalent to the fourth in a standard apartment complex. Jika stood by the bathroom window, peering down. He realized that a fall from such a height would likely result in death or severe injury. He had not descended into folly enough to consider jumping, yet with the right tools, he might entertain the idea. Unfortunately, his room lacked such implements. Was he to follow the example of the women in television dramas, tearing the sheets to fashion a rope for escape? Such a method seemed rather lowly. Perhaps he should wait a while longer. At noon, sunlight streamed through the windows into the corridor, yet it could not dissipate the pervasive tension hanging in the old house. Xiangbo brought up lunch, but shortly thereafter, the bodyguard emerged with the untouched breakfast tray from the morning. Surprisingly, the same scene repeated itself by nightfall. Having gone an entire day without sustenance, the elderly Master Ji was deeply troubled. His brow furrowed in concern. He worried that his grandson's delicate stomach could not endure such deprivation. Overwhelmed with compassion, he promptly called his son, Jihong, urging him to instruct the bodyguards to open the door so that he might persuade Jiku to eat. Though Jihong hesitated briefly on the call, he ultimately acquiesced. When the elder Ji entered his grandson's room, the study was so quiet that one could almost hear the whisper of a pen gliding across paper. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, lifting the white curtains and infusing the serene space with a touch of vitality. Jika sat upright in the study, his posture erect, deeply engrossed in his drawings and writings. He cast his gaze downward, his eyes fixed intently on the notebook, occasionally curling his lips in a smile as his pen danced across the pages, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Dressed only in a black silk robe, he exuded an air of casual languor. Upon hearing the sound of someone entering, he recognized from the steady footsteps that it was his grandfather. However, Jika did not look up, remaining focused on his notebook, a slight smile gracing his lips. His brow relaxed. The elder Ji approached slowly, taking a seat opposite the desk, his expression grave as he spoke in a low voice. "Sai, you must eat something, regardless of the circumstances. You are no longer a child." Jika continued to ignore him. After a full day had passed, his grandfather had only now chosen to ascend, which suggested tacit approval of the actions of his parents. The atmosphere in the study was thick with oppression. The warm yellow light could not thaw the coldness that had settled in Jika's heart. Observing his silence, the elder Ji sighed softly and continued, "Even if you're upset with them, you cannot toy with your health, Sai." At that moment, Jika finally reacted. A derisive laugh escaped him, imbued with scorn. The corners of his mouth turned upward in a cold smirk, and a flicker of anger crossed his gaze. He slowly lifted his eyes to meet his grandfather's, a hint of resentment and indifference lingering in his expression. "So now you acknowledge that I am not a child?" Upon finishing his words, he gently closed his large notebook, cradling it as if it were a treasure. He then rose, his posture slightly weary, and began to walk toward his bedroom, saying, "Grandfather, I am tired, I shall rest now." The elder Ji hastily followed. "Grandfather understands that you have always been exceptionally sensible. This time, just acquiesce to their arrangements. I assure you, from now on, I will no longer interfere in your personal matters." Having grown up in the old residence, Jika shared a profound bond with his grandfather. He never imagined that the man who had always favored him would align himself with his parents in such a manner. Jika's steps toward his bedroom abruptly halted. He turned to cast a look of profound disappointment and detachment at his grandfather. "If I comply with you, will there be any personal matters left for me in the future?" With that, Jika continued into his bedroom, promptly locking the door behind him. The cold gaze his grandson had just cast upon him was a first. and the elder Ji remained transfixed before the closed door, his heart heavy with an endless ache. The elder Ji had only one son, Ji Hong. Not in his youth, Ji Hong had once been involved with a university classmate, but the elder Ji had urged the couple to part ways, insisting that his son marry a woman of equal standing, to which Ji Hong readily agreed. Why was it that when it came to his grandson, this hurdle could not be overcome? Though the elder Ji felt compassion for his grandson, he could not fathom his actions, and with a heavy sigh, he descended the stairs to call his son. Chapter 93. Of fasting. The night had deepened, and although the winter in Yuezhou was not as harsh as that in the north, it still carried a chill. The cold moonlight spilled over the streets, enveloping the entire city in a tranquil veil. On his way home that day, Yu Siyuan's phone rang. Upon seeing Yifan's name flashing on the screen, his brows furrowed slightly, an ominous premonition surging within him. As he answered the call, Yifan explained the recent circumstances surrounding Jiku, his tone rife with concern and urgency. Before hanging up, Yifan implored him to visit the Ji family's old residence tomorrow to ascertain the situation of their boss. Yu Siyuan, being 2 years older than the others, was typically composed and reserved, seldom allowing his emotions to manifest visibly. Yet this time, anxiety gripped his heart, almost prompting him to curse aloud. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. After ending the call, he muttered a frustrated "damn." Meanwhile, the vehicles ahead remained stationary despite the green light, pushing him to honk the horn in exasperation, the irritation within him reaching a boiling point. He shared a profound bond with Jiku, especially during those 2 years abroad. Though Jiku was 2 years his junior, he was fiercely loyal and open-hearted, possessing a quick and agile mind. Their personalities complemented each other remarkably well. When Yu Siyuan returned to the country after graduation, the patriarch of the Yu family had passed away, and his father ultimately assumed control among his siblings. During that time, Jiku had leveraged the resources of the Ji family to provide substantial support. Having returned to the country 2 years earlier than Jiku, Yu Siyuan embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, during which Jiku unhesitatingly invested all his personal assets to back his endeavors. Yu Siyuan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Jiku, who usually appeared rational and composed, had revealed his true self in matters of the heart. For Ruan Yuan, he was willing to ignite the bomb that was the Ji family. However, upon reflection, Yu Siyuan could understand Jiku's actions. Love often compels one to disregard all else. Deep within, he admired Jiku's bravery in facing such challenges and respected his resolute determination. Though the Ji family was small in number, the weight of responsibility they bore was immense. Yu Siyuan was acutely aware of the burdens Jiku carried, having witnessed his tireless efforts over the years as a prospective heir. Jiku had always prioritized the family's interests above all, even in his beloved technology sector. Once the company was on stable footing, he began focusing on cultivating well-rounded managerial talent, preparing diligently for succession. Yet, the Ji family failed to comprehend his sacrifices and endeavors, insisting he make sacrifices in the very pursuits he cherished, which left Yu Siyuan feeling both heartbroken and helpless. He mused to himself, "Jiku, I hope you ultimately find what you seek." The car continued its serene journey along the quiet road, slowly making its way home. With a somber expression, Yu Siyuan dialed Gu Yanli's number. Gu Yanli had been having an exceptionally unlucky few days. He hesitated to visit Lin Zhou and had been feeling particularly discontented with the company. That day, he was unusually subdued, having settled in at home early. As soon as the call connected, Gu Yanli's dejected voice drifted through the line. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he remarked, "Hello, is there something urgent at this late hour?" Yu Siyuan's voice was grave as he replied, "Something has happened. Jiku has been confined by his family and is currently fasting in protest." Gu Yanli's eyes widened in surprise. "No way, the old man cares for him deeply, could he really do that?" Yu Siyuan explained, "His parents made the decision together. We should visit the old residence tomorrow." Gu Yanli's tone shifted to certainty. "Is it for Ruan Yuan?" Yu Siyuan let out a faint sigh. "What else could it be? We'll discuss it more when we arrive tomorrow." After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call, and Gu Yanli's fleeting drowsiness vanished without a trace. In that moment, he couldn't help but feel an immense admiration for Jiku, thinking to himself, "This kid truly has guts." The next morning, sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a gentle glow, yet it failed to dispel the oppressive atmosphere hanging over the Ji family mansion. Uncle Xiang steadily carried breakfast upstairs, dressed impeccably in his Zhongshan suit, his hair neatly combed,
his face etched with the marks of time and worried. As he ascended the stairs with the meal, Uncle Siang silently prayed that the young master had managed to eat a little during dinner the previous night. Upon reaching the door, he paused, waiting quietly. Before long, a bodyguard emerged, carrying the untouched meal from the night before. Seeing the still full platter, Uncle Siang's heart sank, and he could no longer hold back his emotions. Taking advantage of the door not being fully closed, he urgently called out, "Asii, you haven't eaten for a day and a night. How can you endure this? Don't be stubborn. What if your health deteriorates? Uncle Siang is worried. Please eat a little." His voice trembled with anxiety and concern, conveying his deep worries. However, there was still no response from within the room. The bodyguards maintained their impassive expressions, solely responsible for ensuring the young master remained inside, not daring to make any mistakes. Once Uncle Siang finished his plea, the bodyguards sighed helplessly and carefully locked the door. In the hall below, the old man Ji leaned on his cane, a frown etched across his face as he sat on the sofa. His brows were tightly knitted, the wrinkles on his forehead seemingly deepening, his eyes filled with worry and sorrow. Ying Jie stood nearby, equally distressed, wringing her hands in anxiety, unsure of how to alleviate her concern. Ji Hong and Kumin sat on the opposite side, their expressions equally grave. The family watched as Uncle Siang returned with the untouched breakfast, each of them engulfed in worry. The old man Ji shook his head in sorrow. Ying Jie could no longer contain her feelings, exclaiming, "What are we to do? If Asii continues like this, his health will surely suffer." Ji Hong and Kumin exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with compassion. The old man Ji sighed, "The child has a weak stomach. What if he truly falls ill from hunger?" At that moment, when the family was steeped in despair, Yu Siyuan and Gu Yanli were brought in by the household staff. The old man Ji instantly looked as if he had seen a glimmer of hope, rushing forward to grasp the hands of the two younger men tightly, urging, "You two have arrived just in time. Hurry upstairs and persuade Asii to relent." Yu Siyuan wore a gentle smile on his handsome face as he and Gu Yanli politely greeted the elders. "Good morning, Grandpa Ji, Uncle, and Aunt." Then, feigning ignorance, Yu Siyuan inquired, "Grandpa Ji, I hosted a gathering last night, but Asii didn't show up. I called Yi Fan, but he didn't provide any details, so I decided to bring Yanli over to check on him. What has happened to Asii?" Chapter 94. A visit. These two children share a profound friendship with Jiko, and the two families have always maintained a close relationship. The old gentleman is acutely aware of the depth of their bond, and at this moment, his eyes narrow slightly, the worry etched upon his face showing no signs of abating. He exhales slowly, a hint of helplessness in his tone as he speaks candidly about the situation. "Siyan, about the banquet, that child Asii." The old gentleman succinctly recounts the conflict between Jiko and his father to the two younger generations. Throughout his narration, he shakes his head repeatedly, his cane lightly tapping the ground, a visage steeped in concern. Yu Yanli promptly interjects, "That boy is utterly thoughtless, we should go and talk to him." Observing that these two children are sensible, he nods in agreement. Ke Min, noticing the unfolding situation, swiftly instructs Ying Jie to prepare some fruits and snacks for Gu Yanli and the others to bring upstairs. As Yu Siyuan ascends the staircase, he turns back and, with a steady tone, reassures his elders. Asii has always been adept at weighing pros and cons. This time, he is genuinely invested. However, while he is indeed loyal and righteous, he places even greater value on family. Rest assured, he will come to terms with this. Yu Siyuan and Gu Yanli arrive on the third floor of the villa, and as soon as they step off the stairs, their attention is drawn to the two imposing bodyguards stationed at Jiko's door. Dressed in black suits and bearing expressions as stoic as sculptures, they exude an aura of formidable pressure. Yu Siyuan inwardly marvels at the decisiveness of Jiko's parents. The atmosphere is such that it seems they are determined to keep Jiko confined. Long before they reached the Ji residence, they had already spotted bodyguards stationed at intervals along the way, each one trained to be vigilant, their expressions stern as they surveyed their surroundings. The bodyguards at Jiko's door, having received instructions from Ji Hong's personal assistant, promptly opened the door upon seeing Yu Siyuan and Gu Yanli. As the door swings open, a palpable silence envelopes them. Upon entering the suite, they find the living room eerily devoid of life, steeped in tranquility. Yu Yanli cautiously calls out, "Jiko?" His voice carries a tinge of concern and care. Meanwhile, Jiko was immersed in his own creative pursuits in the study adjacent to the living room. Upon hearing the familiar call, a subtle smile graces his lips. He hastily scribbles "to be continued" in his notebook, marking the date. His eyes reflect a deep focus, as if he is chronicling the stories from the depths of his heart. Once finished, he closes the notebook,
cradling it gently in his arms as he steps out of the study. Yu Si-yuan and Gu Yanli observe Ji-ko clad in a grey loungewear set, impeccably clean and devoid of wrinkles. However, the stubble on his face betrays a certain weariness, and his countenance appears notably gaunt, yet, there is no trace of despondency or anger in his eyes. Instead, they radiate a sense of ease and acceptance. A faint smile lingers at the corners of his mouth, as if he remains unfazed by the predicament before him. Ji-ko greets them with a serene smile. "You've come." His tone is calm and natural, as if he had anticipated their arrival. He then strides toward the bedroom, gesturing for them to follow. His room is a suite, with the living area directly facing the entrance, where the two bodyguards stand watch. Yu Si-yuan and Gu Yanli quickly grasp his intent and accompany him into the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Ji-ko sits on the bed, while Yu Si-yuan and Gu Yanli settle onto the sofa to his right. The smile remains on Ji-ko's lips, imbued with a subtle tranquility. The stubble on his slightly gaunt face does not lend an air of dishevelment, rather, it adds a layer of mature charm. Observing the two of them seated, Ji-ko extends his hand and requests, "Cigarette." His voice is low and husky, tinged with fatigue. Gu Yanli chuckles as he produces a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, but instead of handing them over right away, he empties the contents of another pocket onto the bed. "They've even banned you from smoking," he remarks with a hint of exasperation. Upon seeing the assortment of chocolates and compressed biscuits strewn across the bed, Ji-ko unceremoniously unwraps a package of biscuits and begins to eat, a look of satisfaction illuminating his face. Gu Yanli, having donned a jacket with multiple pockets for the occasion, continues rummaging through his outerwear, retrieving a carton of milk. "Let us have some milk before indulging in anything else," he suggests, offering the carton to Ji-ko. Witnessing the scene unfold, Yu Si-yuan realizes that this boy is indeed employing a strategy of feigned weakness. There is no way he truly intends to starve himself. Suppressing a smile, he inquires, "What are your plans?" Ji-ko inserts a straw into the milk carton, takes a sip, and after a moment of silence, replies thoughtfully, "Tomorrow morning, after 9, have the ambulance from Lin Chea's family station near the old residence, ensuring they arrive before any other hospital vehicles." Gu Yanli interjects urgently, "Is that feasible? Even if you make it to the hospital, there will likely be a throng of people there." Ji-ko unwraps another piece of chocolate and pops it into his mouth, stating, "Once I'm in the emergency room, have Lin Chi prepare the flight to London for me tomorrow night. The scale of this operation means your parents could arrive at any moment," Yu Si-yuan remarks, a frown creasing his brow. Ji-ko smiles in response, "By the time they arrive, it will be too late." Gu Yanli, perplexed by the implication of too late, presses for clarification. "Stop being cryptic. What exactly do you intend to do?" Ji-ko simply hands over his softcover A4-sized notebook and instructs, "Make sure this is personally delivered to Ruan Yuan. She needs to know that I've been rushed into surgery at Rinai Hospital." Yu Si-yuan begins to grasp the gravity of Ji-ko's scheme. This boy is truly committed to his ruse, aiming for a twofold outcome, fully prepared to take the plunge. As the two prepare to leave, Ji-ko quickly scribbles a note, solemnly instructing, "Give this to Lin Chi, and ensure he prioritizes Ruan Yuan's safety above all else over the next couple of days." After spending half an hour in Ji-ko's room, Yu Si-yuan and Gu Yanli descend the stairs. Upon encountering their elders, both display an air of disquiet. The old gentleman, noticing their expressions, inquires with urgency, "What did a CI say?" Yu Si-yuan responds in a low voice, "He hardly acknowledged us, and we failed to reach any conclusion. He merely stated that he was tired and wished to sleep." Gu Yanli nods in agreement. "I truly didn't expect him to be so obstinate." The old gentleman, upon hearing this, lets out a deep sigh. He casts a glance at his son and daughter-in-law, a surge of frustration rising within him, yet, mindful of the presence of others, he refrains from expressing his anger openly, instead shaking off his sleeves and retreating to his room in silence. Chapter 95 Comic After Gu Yanli and Yu Si-yuan departed, Kumin could no longer contain her emotions. There was a hint of urgency and helplessness in her tone as she addressed Ji Hong, saying, "Shall I send someone to remove that woman first, and release ACI? If we can't find her, he will be rendered powerless." Ji Hong had never engaged in such unrefined actions throughout his life. However, for the sake of the Jichuan group and his own son, he sighed in resignation and nodded, "Do not worry, I shall take care of it." As for delivering the notebook to Ruan Yuan, it was undoubtedly Gu Yanli's task. Ruan Yuan had been keeping vigil in Lin Jior's hospital room for days, and this presented an excellent opportunity for Gu Yanli to visit Lin Jior openly, which he was determined to seize. Lin Jiu's mother, Zhong Shui, had been meticulously caring for her in the hospital without a moment's rest. Today, after much persuasion from Ruan Yuan and Jiu, they finally convinced Zhong Shui to return to the apartment for a proper rest, promising she could return tomorrow. At this moment, Lin Jiu was receiving an intravenous infusion, her eyelids heavy, drifting in and out of sleep. Ruan Yuan wore a light apricot-colored tank dress, topped with a loose-fitting pale blue shirt. She sat quietly on a chair beside the hospital bed, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, her eyes filled with worry and contemplation. Ruan Yuan's thoughts were consumed by the sequestered Jiku. Her gaze was vacant, her mind adrift. Ever since Yifan had informed her of Jiku's confinement yesterday, her heart had been in turmoil. She had to admit that she was deeply concerned for him. She feared that Jiku's stubborn nature might lead him to refuse food and water, jeopardizing his health. She also worried about the rift with his family and how it would eventually resolve. Moreover, since returning to the country, the familiar surroundings had continuously awakened memories of her time with Jiku, and she found herself reminiscing about the sweet moments they had shared, save for the last days. It was precisely because of this that Ruan Yuan could not forget him. She was acutely aware that she had never truly let him go. How could one easily move on after loving a man like Jiku? During her 6 months in London, Ruan Yuan had merely forced herself to stay busy as a means of escaping her yearning. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Gu Yanli strode in. Today, Gu Yanli's attire was a stark contrast to his usual formal wear. He donned a loose-fitting windbreaker paired with jeans. Though his appearance was somewhat unconventional, it radiated an unexpected youthful vigor. Upon realizing it was Gu Yanli, Ruan Yuan's first instinct was to ask urgently, "Do you have any news about Jiku?" Gu Yanli revealed no reservations, pulling out a soft leather notebook from his pocket and handing it to Ruan Yuan. "He hasn't eaten or drunk anything for 2 days. He asked me to give this to you." Ruan Yuan took the notebook, her hands trembling slightly. Instantly, her eyes brimmed with tears, and her heart ached painfully. She continued, "Given this situation, will his family continue to keep him confined?" Her tone was laced with helplessness and sorrow. Gu Yanli discerned that Ruan Yuan had not let go of Jiku, and a flicker of comfort washed over him. He knew that at least Jiku's efforts had not been in vain. Gu Yanli reassured her, "Do not fret, there will certainly be some easing of the situation. After all, Jiku was their only hope. They cannot possibly let him starve." Ruan Yuan recalled Jiku's prior gastric bleeding incident, and now, having gone 2 days without sustenance, her heart ached for him. Biting her lip, she hurriedly suggested, "Perhaps I should concede to her mother's request. If I agree, it will resolve everything." Gu Yanli was unaware of what Jiku's mother had requested, but he knew it could not be anything good. He quickly intervened, "Please, do not. If you agree, you will truly drive Jiku to despair." He added, not forgetting to advocate for Jiku, "You have no idea how Jiku has been faring these past days. Since you left, he has transformed into a different person. Everything he has done is to win you back. Now, he is recklessly opposing his family for your sake." Ruan Yuan felt a pang in her heart upon hearing Gu Yanli's words. She had gleaned some understanding of Jiku's state from the accounts of others since her departure, but at this juncture, could they still endure? Ruan Yuan felt the weight of her conscience. Having chosen to give up, why not simply grant him closure? In that moment, she mentally prepared herself to acquiesce to Komin's demands at any moment. Seeing her silent, Gu Yanli worried that he might jeopardize Jiku's chances, and he quickly urged, "Take a look at what Jiku has given you." Ruan Yuan bit her lip tightly, glancing at Lin Jiu, who had now opened her eyes, then back at Gu Yanli. "I shall go for a walk downstairs," she said softly, her voice tinged with fatigue. As Gu Yanli was about to leave, he reminded her, "Do not stray too far. Do not let him worry." Cradling the notebook, Ruan Yuan slowly exited the hospital room. The corridor of the hospital was eerily quiet, with only the occasional sounds of footsteps and medical equipment intersecting the silence. As she walked, although her decision had been made, it was undeniably a source of profound anguish. Ever since Jiku had confessed his feelings for her anew in the hallway, her heart had begun to waver. Yet now, with Jiku in such dire straits, Ruan Yuan was compelled to make yet another choice. Upon reaching a secluded bench in the garden behind the inpatient department, Ruan Yuan sat down and opened the first page of the notebook. A sketch greeted her eyes, featuring Jiku's familiar handwriting and a pair of intertwined hands, each adorned with a mole, one black, one red, at the base of the thumb. The words inscribed read, "A holding your hand." Growing old together, Ruan Yuan gently traced the image of the clasped hands with her fingers, her eyes instantly moistening. The delicate texture seemed to still carry Jiku's warmth, evoking an indescribable surge of emotions within her. Her gaze softened and grew sorrowful as she contemplated Jiko's feelings when he penned those words. Turning to the second page, she was met with a comic he had drawn by hand. The illustrations chronicled their journey from acquaintance to love. Won Yuan knew Jiku had been well-versed in art from a young age. After perusing the first few pages, she could no longer hold back her tears. Jiku had drawn near her out of affection. In that moment of their first meeting, their feelings had resonated in unison. As she turned page after page, viewing the illustrations in text, vivid memories flooded her mind. Unlike the scenes she remembered, each moment depicted in the comics captured Jiko's emotional state at that time. Won Yuan found herself alternating between laughter and tears, her complex emotions crashing over her like turbulent waves. The notebook also interspersed details about Jiko's family, his lack of agency, his responsibilities, and the efforts he had made. There were also reflections on the day they parted ways, and the memory of their ill-fated child. Jiku had even tattooed the ultrasound image of that unfortunate baby on his ribcage. Chapter 96, The Chairman Seeks You. Won Yuan found herself utterly unable to restrain her emotions. Closing her notebook, she began to weep uncontrollably, her tears cascading like a breached dam, pouring forth the anguish and gratitude that dwelled within her heart. She was enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness and despair. After weeping for an extended period, she regained her composure and continued to peruse the pages, only to discover that the subsequent images had been altered by him. They depicted his return to London to reclaim her, culminating in a successful proposal, with the two of them obtaining a marriage certificate in that very city. The final image showed a pair of hands, marked by moles, gently grasping their marriage certificate. Perhaps the overly sweet narrative that followed overwhelmed her. She couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Fool." A faint smile graced her lips, her eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. In her heart, Won Yuan declared, "Jiko, enough, even in separation, we owe each other nothing, only lamenting the whims of fate." Sunlight filtered through the lush canopy of the hospital's garden, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Won Yuan sat quietly on a bench, her gaze somewhat unfocused, lost in her thoughts. Her long hair, cascading past her shoulders, swayed gently in the breeze, and a hint of melancholy graced her exquisite features, her brows slightly furrowed, revealing her inner turmoil. At that moment, bodyguards dispatched by Jihong stealthily approached her. Each of these imposing figures was clad in black suits and sunglasses, their expressions serious and professional. They moved with synchronized precision, agile and silent, akin to a pack of well-trained cheetahs. The lead bodyguard stepped before Won Yuan, nodding slightly, his tone respectful yet resolute. "Miss Ruan, our chairman requests your presence, please accompany me." Startled by the voice, Won Yuan was abruptly brought back to reality. Upon hearing the words "the chairman," she immediately understood that it must be Jiko's father. She thought to herself, "What is meant to happen will occur. If I go with them, Jiko should be released as well." With this thought, a faint smile emerged on her face, as though she were encouraging herself or resigning to the arrangements of fate. She whispered, "All right." The group of bodyguards appeared somewhat taken aback. They had not anticipated that this woman would so readily comply. They were prepared for potential resistance but found that everything unfolded rather smoothly. Just then, the bodyguards assigned by Lin Chi to protect Won Yuan arrived. Clad in black suits as well, they bore a more vigilant and protective demeanor. Before Won Yuan could take more than a few steps, Lin Chi's bodyguards swiftly obstructed their path. The lead bodyguard spoke firmly, "Miss Ruan, you cannot go with them." Tension filled the air as the two groups of bodyguards stood at an impasse. The atmosphere in the garden seemed to freeze, with only the gentle rustle of leaves and the breeze breaking the silence. Ji Hang's bodyguards exuded a cold, authoritative presence, while Lin Chi's guards remained undeterred, their eyes fixed firmly on their adversaries, ready to confront any potential conflict. Suddenly, one of Ji Hang's bodyguards seized Won Yuan's arm, attempting to pull her away. With one side intent on taking her and the other determined to keep her, the situation escalated into a physical confrontation. What ensued was a fierce brawl among the dozen or so individuals within the garden of the hospital. Their movements were swift and powerful, each strike landing with force, creating a scene of chaos. The flowers and plants in the garden were trampled in the fray, bearing witness to the intensity of the conflict. At that moment, Lin Chi, who had just arrived to discuss matters with Lin Che for the following day, overheard distressed family members exclaiming that a fight had broken out in the garden. Driven by a sense of urgency, he rushed over. Upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of numerous individuals engaged in a fierce struggle. Won Yuan was being held by a bodyguard clad in black, and without hesitation, Lin Chi charged toward them, engaging the man who was restraining Won Yuan. His eyes were filled with fury, each movement imbued with strength. As he fought, he remained vigilant, ensuring Ruan Yuan was protected from harm. Just as the standoff continued, the hospital security team arrived in a flurry, accompanied by uniformed police officers. Ji Hang's bodyguards, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that it was prudent to withdraw before matters escalated further. The law enforcement personnel quickly pursued them. The garden gradually returned to a semblance of calm, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers, along with the remnants of trampled flowers and the scars of the recent altercation. Lin Chia's expression was grave as he swiftly organized a few individuals to remain on site, awaiting the arrival of law enforcement for an investigation. He then turned to Ruan Yuan, his gaze filled with concern. At that moment, Ruan Yuan appeared serene, seemingly unfazed by the turmoil that had just unfolded. Lin Chi lowered his voice, speaking gently, "Miss Ruan, it's all right now, there is no need to be afraid." Ruan Yuan's eyes were vacant and unfocused as she murmured, "You shouldn't have saved me. If I had gone with them, Ji Ku would have been able to come out." Lin Chi, preoccupied with the need to discuss matters with Lin Che, noticed a growing crowd forming in the garden, drawn by curiosity. Frowning slightly, he contemplated before suggesting, "This isn't the best place, let us go to your friend's hospital room to discuss." The two slowly made their way to Lin Jiao's hospital room. Upon stepping inside, Lin Chi spotted Gu Yanli already present, which eased his mind considerably. Having Gu Yanli there offered an added layer of assurance. After exchanging nods, Lin Chi spoke candidly, "If you had truly gone with them, it would have jeopardized Ji Ku's life. Rest assured, he has his own plans and will be fine until tomorrow morning. You must remain in this room, I will arrange for additional security." During the 2 years of Ji Ku and Ruan Yuan's relationship, Lin Chi had interacted with them frequently and had garnered some understanding of Ruan Yuan's character. At this moment, he grasped why Ruan Yuan had not resisted earlier, yet he couldn't allow such a situation to occur. Lin Jiao lay in her hospital bed, her expression one of confusion. Her gaze darted back and forth between Ruan Yuan and Gu Yanli, filled with questions. Ji Yanli, quick to respond, reassured her, "You go ahead and attend to your matters, I will stay here." "Hey, who said you could stay?" Lin Jiao exclaimed, her voice tinged with agitation. Gu Yanli swiftly soothed the irate girl, "I'll explain later, it's a bit complicated." Noticing Ruan Yuan's distracted demeanor, Lin Jiao couldn't help but call out, "A Yuan?" Ruan Yuan snapped back to attention, looking at Lin Chi with urgency, "Is there a way for him to come out tomorrow?" Lin Chi, reluctant to divulge too much information, could only reassure her, "Yes, approximately. Therefore, you must ensure your safety until then." Chapter 97 of the third day. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yuan felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She obediently nodded, "All right, I shall not cause you any trouble." After Lin Chi departed, Gu Yanli began to narrate the intricate details of the unfolding events to Lin Jiao, eager to justify his presence there. His tone fluctuated between somber and impassioned, as if recounting a tale of profound significance. Lin Jiao listened intently, her expression shifting in response to the narrative's progression. Seated nearby, Ruan Yuan absorbed these revelations once more through another's words, her heart still aching with unrelenting pain. After Lin Jiao finished, she could not help but exclaim, "I never imagined he was such a prince." Gu Yanli, brimming with curiosity, quickly inquired, "What kind of prince?" "One with guts." Lin Jiao finally harbored a slightly more favorable view of him. The morning sun streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow over the spacious dining room, yet it failed to dissipate the palpable tension that hung in the air. Elder Xiang still carried the untouched dinner from the previous night as he slowly descended the stairs. The old man sat at the dining table, his gaze fixed on the unconsumed meal, his countenance darkened by a forbidding gloom. Clad in a deep-colored traditional robe, he gripped his cane tightly, its ornate carvings glimmering dully in the sunlight. Unable to contain himself any longer, the elder abruptly rose, striking the floor with his cane, producing a resounding thud. He addressed his son and daughter-in-law in a harsh tone, "It has been 3 days. I must release him, let us see who dares to obstruct me." His voice trembled, filled with rage and anxiety. Ji Hong, already vexed by the missed opportunity to detain Ruan Yuan the previous day, wore a stern expression, his eyes betraying fatigue and irritation. He had not anticipated his son would go to such lengths to protect that woman. He himself was in a precarious situation, with a cadre of bodyguards still surrounding her. Ji Hong stated firmly, "Did they not say he has water to drink? Let him go hungry for another day." when I return this evening, I shall see if he remains so obstinate." His tone was resolute, imbued with an air of undeniable authority. In truth, Ji Hong yearned to confront the young man directly, to ascertain whether he had softened his stance. However, there was no time to waste at home. Today marked the annual meeting of the Jichuan Group, and his presence was imperative. The executives from domestic and international branches had already arrived at the venue, all eager to wrap up their pressing matters before retreating to their families for the festive season. Ji Hang's heart was heavy with anxiety and helplessness. He was torn between concern for his son and the pressing demands of the company. Moreover, this year was particularly noteworthy, as the chairman's wife, Kumin, would also be attending the annual meeting. Once this news spread, the entire corporation buzzed with excitement. Ji Hong knew he could not afford any delays. Before departing, he left a note for the elder: "You need not go today. Wait for my return this evening." His tone carried a hint of request, mingled with an undertone of command. As Ji Hong and Kumin prepared to leave, his gaze swept sternly over the bodyguards, instructing, "No one is to allow the elder entry without my permission." The elder was seething with frustration. Those around him had grown increasingly audacious, and now that he had relinquished control, no one heeded his words. Trembling with rage, he once again struck the floor with his cane, his eyes filled with disappointment and helplessness, his heart heavy with worry for his grandson. However, just an hour after Ji Hang's departure, the previously tranquil villa was abruptly shattered by the piercing sound of glass shattering on the floor. The sharp clink reverberated through the empty corridors, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. The bodyguards stationed outside Jika's room felt an unsettling tide of anxiety wash over them upon hearing the sudden commotion. Dressed in black security uniforms, their expressions were grave and tense, their eyes alert. Exchanging glances, several bodyguards swiftly opened the door to Jika's room, rushing in to assess the situation. Upon entering, they were met with a heart-wrenching sight. Jika lay motionless on the floor, eyes closed, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Clad in a black nightgown, his complexion appeared as pale as a sheet, devoid of any color. The bodyguards' faces drained of color, their panic surging like a flood breaking through a dam. They hurriedly turned and raced downstairs to inform the elder. The elder was seated on the sofa in the living room, leaning on his cane, his eyes filled with worry. Upon receiving the alarming news from the bodyguards, his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. He sprang to his feet, nearly dropping his cane in the process. Elder Xiang, witnessing this, promptly dialed for an ambulance, his hands trembling, his face a mask of urgency. At that moment, chaos erupted throughout the villa. Servants scurried about, some preparing items for departure, while others anxiously awaited the arrival of the ambulance. An atmosphere of tension and concern pervaded the grand residence, as if a tempest were on the horizon. Within 10 minutes, the blaring siren of the ambulance grew louder as it approached. Medical personnel swiftly disembarked, carrying a stretcher into the Ji household. With practiced efficiency, they carefully lifted Ji Ku onto the stretcher. The elder, supported by the bodyguards, hurriedly boarded his vehicle to follow the ambulance. Early in the morning, sunlight streamed through the hospital windows like a gentle golden veil, illuminating the pristine ward and infusing the room with warmth and tranquility. Ruan Yuan had just finished breakfast with Lin Zhouer, courtesy of Gu Yanli, and was now seated by the bedside, softly conversing with Lin Zhouer, a gentle smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of the tender sunlight of spring, adding a touch of warmth to the otherwise somber hospital room. At that moment, a young nurse gently pushed open the door and entered. With a warm smile adorning her face and dimples gracing her cheeks, she exuded a sense of familiarity. She spoke softly, "The medication needed for Lin Zhouer today is unavailable in the inpatient pharmacy. This early in the morning, the doctors and nurses are quite busy, and a family member must retrieve it from the outpatient pharmacy." Upon hearing the nurse's words, Ruan Yuan felt a pang of caution surge within her. She recalled Lin Qi's instructions and hesitated to leave the room. However, considering that Gu Yanli was currently absent and Lin Zhouer urgently required her medication, she deliberated for a moment before deciding to make a quick trip. Thus, Ruan Yuan rose to her feet and addressed Lin Zhouer. "Please wait for me, I shall return shortly." Lin Zhouer, somewhat apprehensive, cautioned, "Be careful and return swiftly." Chapter 98 To First Aid. Then, Ruan Yuan hurriedly left the ward. Her steps were light and swift as she traversed the lengthy corridor, passing by room after room, the air filled with the groans of patients and the bustling sounds of medical personnel. Just as she successfully collected her medication in the outpatient hall and prepared to head towards the inpatient department, a series of urgent sirens from an ambulance pierced the air outside. Ruan Yuan instinctively came to a halt. Turning her gaze, she saw an ambulance parked at the entrance of the outpatient hall, its bright white body emblazoned with a red cross and the name of the hospital. The ambulance doors swung open violently, and medical staff swiftly wheeled out an unconscious patient, clad in vibrant green emergency uniforms that gleamed under the sunlight. They moved with practiced efficiency, pushing the stretcher hastily towards the emergency room. The wheels of the stretcher rolled rapidly across the floor, emitting a clatter sound as the mobile stretcher passed by her. Ruan Yuan caught a fleeting glimpse of the patient, a sight that nearly caused her heart to stop. Shock and fear filled her gaze, for the unconscious figure on the stretcher was none other than Jiku. Her eyes seemed frozen on him, a mix of astonishment and dread intertwining, causing her heartbeat to accelerate uncontrollably, her breath quickening. He lay there quietly, eyes closed, his complexion as pale as a ghost. Tears streamed down Ruan Yuan's face, her heart heavy with anguish and despair. Without a second thought, she rushed forward, calling out, "Jiku, Jiku!" Ruan Yuan followed the stretcher to the entrance of the emergency room, where heavy gray doors bore a red sign reading "Emergency in Progress." Nurses quickly blocked her path. With serious expressions, they firmly stated, "Please do not enter. The patient is undergoing emergency treatment and cannot be disturbed."
Tears continued to cascade down Ruan Yuan's cheeks, her eyes brimming with helplessness and despair. She yearned to rush into the emergency room to check on Jiku's condition, yet she understood the futility of such an action. At that moment, she noticed an elderly man hurrying towards her, leaning on a cane. His hair was gray, and his face was etched with worry. His eyes were filled with concern and fear as he repeatedly called out, "My ACI, my ACI." Ruan Yuan realized that this must be Jiku's grandfather. Though her heart raced with anxiety, she remained mindful not to create chaos. She quickly moved to the corridor, took out her phone, and dialed Lin Chi, hoping to ascertain the situation. Her fingers trembled slightly, her heart heavy with unease and apprehension. She had no idea what had happened to Jiku or whether his condition was dire. All she could do was pray for his safety. The corridor of the hospital was permeated with the pungent scent of disinfectant, the harsh fluorescent lights casting a stark glow that heightened her anxiety. Ruan Yuan dialed Lin Chi's number repeatedly, yet no one answered. She clutched her phone tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure, her gaze filled with fear and panic. Her lips trembled slightly, her complexion nearly ashen. "Why won't you answer? Where is Lin Chi? Doesn't he know something has happened to Jiku?" Ruan Yuan incessantly questioned herself, her unease surging like a tide. At that moment, apart from Lin Chi and Yifan, she truly did not know whom else to turn to for help. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Gu Yanli. Yes, seeking Gu Yanli might offer a glimmer of hope. Ruan Yuan hurriedly dialed Lin Jior's number, inquiring about Gu Yanli's contact information. However, the line remained unanswered. Clenching her phone tightly, her eyes reflected disappointment and helplessness. Her body trembled slightly, as if all her strength had been drained. The urgency of her emotions rendered her legs weak, and she slowly crouched down, wrapping her arms around her knees. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, each drop falling onto the cold floor like a shattered pearl. Her shoulders quivered slightly, and her cries echoed mournfully in the silent corridor. At that moment, a nurse clad in white approached. With a gentle smile, she bent down and softly patted Ruan Yuan's shoulder. Ruan Yuan turned her tear-streaked face towards the nurse, her eyes filled with a mix of hope and helplessness. The nurse spoke softly, "Miss Ruan, the patient has requested to see you. He has something to say." Ruan Yuan's eyes brightened instantly as she sprang to her feet, her voice trembling as she asked, "Is it the patient who was just brought into the emergency room?" The nurse nodded affirmatively, replying, "Yes." Ruan Yuan quickly wiped her tears, her movements frantic, as if fearing to waste even a second. She rose and followed the nurse into the emergency room. The moment Ruan Yuan stepped into the emergency room, her heart felt as though it had lodged in her throat, threatening to leap out of her chest. Inside, Jiku lay quietly on the hospital bed, dressed in black loungewear. His once vibrant presence now appeared hauntingly still. His complexion was ghastly pale, his lips devoid of color, resembling a lifeless wax figure, utterly devoid of vitality. Ruan Yuan's gaze fixated on Jiku. She had never seen him like this. Although he lay right before her, he seemed impossibly distant, so far that it felt surreal. The emergency room was eerily silent, punctuated only by the faint sounds of various medical devices. Surrounding Jiku were cold machines, their dim lights flickering as if narrating the fragility of life. Once again, Ruan Yuan's tears overflowed uncontrollably, each crystalline droplet cascading to the ground like pearls from a broken string. With a trembling voice, she tentatively called out, "Jiku?"
However, all that met her was the crushing silence of despair. Ruan Yuan extended her trembling hand, cautiously attempting to gauge Jike's breathing. In that moment, her world seemed to stand still, time seemingly frozen. Whether it was a figment of her imagination or reality, she felt Jike's breath was faint, nearly imperceptible, even carrying a hint of chill. A wave of profound terror surged within her, as if she were plummeting into an endless abyss of darkness. Unable to bear such dread and despair, Ruan Yuan suddenly threw herself onto Jike, embracing him tightly, bursting into tears. Her cries reverberated through the silent emergency room, resonating with a heart-wrenching desolation.
Jike, you cannot die. What will I do if you leave me?
Ruan Yuan cried out, her voice laced with desperation and helplessness.
Jike, please don't abandon me. Her tears soaked through Jike's clothing, her hands gripping him tightly. Chapter 99. Let's get married. Let us cease this quarrel. Would you awaken and gaze upon me? I implore you.
Ruan Yuan's voice was hoarse from weeping, her face awash with tears and anguish.
Jike, would you awaken? Please Jike, awaken, and together we shall elope to a place where they cannot find us. Did you not wish to marry me? Shall we wed?
Ruan Yuan spoke through her sobs, breathless and heart-wrenching. She had contemplated separation, yet never the finality of death, and in this moment, she felt as if the heavens had collapsed around her. She could endure parting from Jike, but the thought of his eternal absence was unbearable. In the stillness of the emergency room, her cries echoed, each word crystal clear, as if striving to pierce the infinite darkness. Suddenly, a low, hoarse voice broke through. We promise to marry, there shall be no turning back. Though faint, the voice shone like a beacon in the dark, illuminating Ruan Yuan's world in an instant. Her eyes widened, tears still glistening on her cheeks, yet a look of astonishment graced her face. She could scarcely believe her ears, suspecting it might merely be a figment of her imagination. Ruan Yuan slowly rose, gently distancing herself from Jike's chest. At that moment, she leaned over the hospital bed, their eyes locking in a profound gaze. Ruan Yuan's eyes sparkled with surprise and the relief of having survived a calamity. Despite his pallid complexion, Jike wore a faint smile, akin to the warm sun of spring, dispelling the shadows within Ruan Yuan's heart. His eyes, though weary, remained bright, reflecting deep affection for her. Abruptly, Jike lifted his head, akin to a beast awakening from slumber, swiftly grasping the back of Ruan Yuan's neck. His touch, though tinged with weakness, exuded an irresistible dominance. Before Ruan Yuan could fully comprehend the moment, Jike captured her lips with fervor. The kiss surged like a torrential tide, intertwining endless tenderness and longing, overwhelming in its intensity. It felt as though he sought to envelop her entirely. Jike's lips were slightly cool, yet Ruan Yuan experienced an unprecedented warmth. She closed her eyes, reciprocating his kiss, her heart brimming with gratitude. Her hands instinctively climbed to Jike's shoulders, fingers tightening as if to anchor him firmly, fearful of losing him once more. Her response was both tender and fervent, alive with vitality and hope. Through her kiss, she conveyed an infinite yearning, revealing her dread of losing him and her relief that he still lived. Ruan Yuan's heart surged with tumult, the prior fear and despair dissipated in the heat of their kiss. She reveled in Jike's embrace, feeling his warmth, his heartbeat, and the joy of regained love. Sensing the rhythm of his heart, Ruan Yuan found solace. Nothing mattered more than the thumping of life within him. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, as long as Jike stood by her side, she feared nothing. Their kiss lingered, timeless, encapsulating a moment where the world outside ceased to exist. In that confined space, only the sounds of their heartbeats and breaths remained, along with the profound love that coursed between them. When they finally broke apart, Ruan Yuan's eyes shimmered with tears of joy and anticipation for the future. Their gazes intertwined, and in that instant, it felt as if the entire world consisted solely of the two of them. Jike suddenly reached into the pocket of his loungewear, retrieving a gleaming diamond ring, presenting it before Ruan Yuan's eyes, the brilliance radiating brightly under the emergency room lights.
He spoke in a hushed tone, Yuan Bao, let us wed.
Ruan Yuan gazed at the ring, one she had seen in cartoons, a rush of complex emotions swelling within her. She fell silent, tears cascading down her cheeks once more. The words she had spoken earlier were uttered in a moment of despair, believing Jike to be lost, yet now, confronted by this unexpected proposal, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Jike's lips, initially curved, began to tremble, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He continued, there will be no one else in this lifetime. Shall we face the future together? Regardless of who may try to intervene, we shall never part. Ruan Yuan remained speechless, her heart caught in a fierce struggle. Could she selfishly abandon all to accept? Could she bravely confront the trials ahead? The future loomed uncertain, and she feared her decision might burden Jiko further.
Yuan Bao, do not dwell on those worries.
Apart from you, I care for nothing else, Jiko coaxed, his voice husky yet tender. The ring remained poised before her, its brilliance seemingly urging her to make a choice. Ruan Yuan closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Following the call of her heart, she extended her right hand, willingly allowing the ring to slip onto her ring finger. Jiko watched the ring adorn her finger, his lips broke into a wild smile. In that moment, he felt that even death would be worth it. Ruan Yuan's lips curved upward, her eyes brimming with joyful tears. I love you.
I love you too.
The kiss returned, a promise, a pledge for the future. Their lips pressed together, as if whispering unspoken vows. In that kiss, they sensed the unwavering resolve and courage within each other's hearts, a determination to face whatever storms the future may hold, hand in hand. Lin Chi and Yifan waited anxiously outside. Time stretched on, each second feeling interminable. Yifan glanced at the watch, the hands incessantly moving, amplifying his unease. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself and knocked on the consultation room's door, reminding President Ji, it's 1 o'clock. Meanwhile, within the consultation room, the two remained immersed in a world that belonged solely to them, oblivious to the passage of time. Their universe contained only each other, as if time had come to a standstill, the surrounding reality fading into obscurity. It was only with Yifan's reminder that the enchanting dreamlike bubble was burst, concluding their lingering kiss. Jiko tenderly brushed Ruan Yuan's disheveled hair aside, his fingers caressing her slightly swollen red lips, his gaze filled with adoration. He smiled and said, let us go.
Ruan Yuan, taken aback, questioned, where to?
Jiko gradually rose from the hospital bed, his movements still slightly weak, yet his demeanor radiated vitality. First, let us find a place to settle ourselves, and then we shall obtain our marriage license. Ruan Yuan's mouth fell agape in astonishment, speechless in her surprise.
After a moment, she regained her voice, must you be in such a rush?
Jiko replied matter-of-factly, of course, we must be swift. I fear you may have second thoughts, and I worry they might come to obstruct us. He then grasped Ruan Yuan's hand tightly, striding confidently toward the medical passageway, his tone resolute and unyielding, do not overthink. You must heed my words. As Ruan Yuan was led along, she gazed at Jiko's back, feeling the warmth of his hand, a wave of warmth surging through her heart. She understood that from this moment forth, they would face everything together. Since they had made their decision, there was no need for fear. Chapter 100 of the marriage certificate. At this moment, in the intensive care unit, the doctor informed the family that the patient had been transferred from the emergency room to the ICU, and that during this critical period, family members were not permitted to enter. Upon receiving the news, Ji Hong and Kumin immediately abandoned their annual meeting matters and rushed over. Indeed, what parent does not cherish their child, especially when this is their only offspring? Yet, they had imposed their own misguided notions upon Jkei. In this moment, love, anguish, guilt, and regret were palpably intense. The three elders stood at the entrance of the ICU, gazing through the glass at Jiko, whose body was adorned with an array of medical devices, each consumed by their own remorse, ensnared in a web of painful self-reproach. Kumin had not shed a tear in 30 years, yet now she wept silently. The vulnerability within her heart was stirred by the sight of her son, entangled in tubes. She lamented her submission to her father's urging, compelling her son to become engaged to someone devoid of affection. She knew her own fate all too well. She recognized that path would not lead to happiness, yet she still forced her son to tread the same treacherous road. How utterly foolish she felt. In this moment, all Kumin wished for was her son's recovery. When that day arrived, she would undoubtedly comply with his desires. Meanwhile, Ji Hong's thoughts surged like a tide. He reminisced about his past. Once, burdened by familial responsibilities, he had to relinquish the love of his life. At that time, despite his profound reluctance, he had gritted his teeth and made that arduous decision. Although years had passed, he still remembered her, yet he had never regretted it. Ji Hong had always believed his choice was the right one. However, as he beheld his son Jiko lying in the ICU, his convictions began to waver. He found himself questioning why he had been able to make sacrifices for family obligations while his son could not. Why was it that he could forsake love, yet his son remained so steadfast? In that fleeting moment, Ji Hong conceded that his son was, after all, more emotionally attuned than he. Jiko's unwavering dedication to love was something Ji Hong, as a father, could not comprehend. Gazing through the glass at his son, Ji Hong was overcome with both sorrow and regret. He began to reflect upon his long-held beliefs and actions. he had indeed made sacrifices, yet for 30 years, he had never truly forgotten. Did he really want his son to follow in his footsteps? In truth, the one filled with sorrow and remorse should be the elderly G patriarch. At over 80 years old, what aspirations could he still hold in his twilight years? For him, the health and happiness of his grandson was his deepest concern. He was filled with regret, questioning why he had supported his son and daughter-in-law's decisions. Had he stood resolutely by his grandson, could they have avoided this heart-wrenching scene? The three elders, struck by Jika's predicament, were ensnared in their own suffering, their hearts heavy with regret and guilt, constantly reflecting on their past actions. Yet at this very moment, outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, two individuals held their newly acquired marriage certificate, radiating happiness and delight. For two souls in sync, obtaining a marriage license was an occasion overflowing with joy and sweetness. Jiku had meticulously arranged everything. After leaving the hospital, they returned to their small apartment near the school, freshened up, and gathered a few belongings for their journey. It was essential to present themselves well for such an important occasion. At this moment, in their official photographs, they both donned crisp white shirts, their smiles radiant and genuine, exuding happiness and joy. As they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jika held her hand tightly, never releasing his grip. But he felt that his life was now complete. No matter what trials lay ahead, he would never relinquish Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yuan was his wife, his one true love. Yet, Ruan Yuan appeared slightly dazed, murmuring, "Getting married is really quite simple." Though she remarked on its simplicity, Jiku was reminded of the lost child. Indeed, such a straightforward act, why did it take loss for them to truly appreciate its significance? Jika gently retrieved the marriage certificate from her grasp, slipping both documents into his pocket. He then enveloped Ruan Yuan in a warm embrace, his voice husky with emotion. He said, "My dear wife, I owe you an apology. From this moment forward, I shall make amends. We will undoubtedly find immense happiness together." Ruan Yuan understood the weight of his apology. Having chosen a new beginning, she resolved not to dwell on the past. Raising her head in his arms, her lips curved into a smile as she softly inquired, "Darling, where shall we go next?" Hearing her call him darling, witnessing her smile, and feeling the warmth of the marriage certificate in his pocket, Jika's heart brimmed with sweetness. He leaned in and kissed her gently. "Let us go back to London. You should focus on your studies, while I devote myself to work." Ruan Yuan furrowed her brow slightly, for she had envisioned a life of wandering together. She curiously asked, "What about your parents?" Jika shrugged nonchalantly. "Now that we've escaped their grasp, they can no longer dictate our lives. From now on, we shall live openly, protected by the law." Ruan Yuan beamed. "Yes, back to London." On Jiku's private jet, Lin Chi had already made all the necessary preparations. The cabin was arranged in a cozy and comfortable manner, with soft lighting creating a serene and warm ambience. The moment Ruan Yuan stepped onto the plane, a golden-furred dog bounded toward her like a flash of lightning. Simba wagged his tail excitedly, circling around Ruan Yuan and barking joyfully. Overwhelmed with delight, Ruan Yuan knelt to gently stroke Simba's soft fur. Jiku observed the scene, finding the dog somewhat bothersome, yet today his mood was exceptionally good, so he chose to tolerate it. Ruan Yuan settled onto the sofa in the cabin with Simba, lovingly petting him while curiously asking Jiku, "How did he manage to come out with you from the old house?" Jika shot a disdainful look at Simba, his tone laced with mild irritation. The old house was chaotic, and no one was watching him. Just now, Yifan sent someone with a sausage to coax him out. Ruan Yuan was taken aback, gazing at Simba with a furrowed brow, worriedly saying, "Simba, you're far too easy to please. What if it was a bad person?" Jika raised his chin slightly. "Once we reach London, I'll get him a GPS tracker to eye in that unfamiliar place. If he runs off, we can easily find him." Ruan Yuan nodded, continuing to play with Simba while reminding him not to accept food from strangers or run off with anyone unfamiliar.